For 5 years, you have relied on storytelling to make a living, despite your blindness. Little did I expect the multitude beneath the stage. Indeed, it is the path of the destined child of heaven, where the first family to be vanquished lies. Your tale not only captivates the ephemeral daughter of fortune, become an unparalleled and resplendent empress of icy elegance. Moreover, it elevates the cannon fodder family to the pinnacle of power, to the extent that even the guard dog, the Great Yellow, has been bestowed the title of the Great Emperor of Survival. All of this stems from the poorly received novel you authored. In the realm of the Great Chu dynasty, within the town of Qin Lu, there resided an extraordinary individual known as Lin Tian. For the first 18 years of his life, he led an inconspicuous existence, no different from that of ordinary cultivators. However, on one fateful night, he experienced a profound awakening. In a single day, the clouds obscure the moon, and thunderous snow conceals the heavens. The torrential rain envelopes the entire Qingyun town. Lin Tian sits amidst the deluge, and in just a few short hours, he ascends through several realms. The four prominent families of Qingyun Townsheng, Song, Su, and Mui are all stirred by this remarkable occurrence. Once Lin Tian exhibited his extraordinary talents, the humble Qingyun town could no longer confine him. He traversed mountains and rivers, delving into perilous realms and secret domains, acquiring countless opportunities along his journey. Even the unparalleled prodigy of the Mu family, Mu Yun, was defeated at his hands. Upon hearing this, the venerable elder, with his spontaneous white beard, was overcome with a surge of fury, wishing fervently to sever your head on the spot. Who is Mu Yun? She is undoubtedly the pinnacle of the Mu family's prodigies. In terms of innate talent, lineage, and mentorship, Mu Yun surpasses ordinary cultivators by an extraordinary margin. Merely Lin Tian, merely Ling Guan, just a fortunate lad. What does he amount to when compared to the illustrious prodigies of the Mu family? He is nothing of significance, and yet he has been defeated by Lin Tian. This is nothing short of absurdity on a grand scale. Just as the Grand Elder was about to step forward to engage in a discussion with you, Mu Xianzong suddenly intervened, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in the realm of martial arts. The prodigies of the Mu family, in a moment of carelessness, found themselves bested by Lin Tian, which is not entirely implausible. One wonders what ultimately became of Mu Yun. You furrowed your brow, disliking the sensation of being spoiled. As for her, she ultimately succumbed to the inevitable. Within the palace, the expressions of Mu Xuanzong and several elders grew exceedingly grim. Among them, the Grand Elder clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared. You wretched scoundrel! Before the words could fully escape his lips, Mu Xuanzong swiftly stepped forward, while San covered the mouth of the seventh elder. The Grand Elder's face flushed with indignation as he transmitted a message. Patriarch, why do you tolerate this? This scoundrel has repeatedly belittled our clan's prodigies, and now he even curses for their demise. How can you bear to let this continue? As he spoke, the Grand Elder raised his hand, summoning the flow of spiritual energy. If today I do not shatter this scoundrel's skull with a single strike, then I shall no longer be the Grand Elder of the Mu family. The others were taken aback as the Grand Elder raised his hand, their hearts suddenly gripped with alarm. They hurriedly stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of the Grand Elder, and began to convey their concerns telepathically. The Grand Elder remained composed, urging them not to act impulsively. He is utterly blind, unaware of our true identities. Why harbor such anger towards him? Let us listen to what he has to say next. If his words turn out to be mere nonsense, then you may act without restraint. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder, though his fury remained unquenched, understood that this matter was not conducive to an outburst. He could only vent his pent-up rage upon the nearby furniture. A resounding crash echoed through the hall as the exquisitely carved tables and chairs were instantaneously shattered. A surge of vigorous energy envelopes the splintered wood, creating a powerful gust of wind that suddenly lifts the strands of hair from your forehead. A shiver runs through your heart. What has transpired now? Mu Xuanzong took a deep breath. Everything is fine. The furniture, long neglected, suddenly burst apart. Mr. Mu, there is no need for concern. At this, Mu Xuanzong narrowed his eyes. The gentleman earlier mentioned that the pride of the Mu family, the last of the seven, has met an unknown fate. On the bed, you were initially puzzled by how the long-neglected furniture suddenly exploded, but upon hearing Mu Xuanzang inquire about your poorly received novel, you promptly returned to the matter at hand. As for that, it is undoubtedly the result of being sharked by Lin Tian. You are merely a spectator. What is Lin Tian after all? How could he possibly rival Mu Yun? The very thought is laughable. The sudden roar took you by surprise, leaving you momentarily stunned. Inwardly, you murmur to yourself, pondering the absurdity of the situation. After all, you were merely recounting a story. Was this uncle not being a tad too impassioned? Nevertheless, it is well known that he speaks his mind without reservation. In recent days, you have indeed experienced this firsthand. Therefore, dear uncle, I beseech you to remain calm and allow me to elaborate at my own pace. From the moment of her birth, Mu Yun was destined for greatness, akin to the stars revolving around the moon. No matter how much she revered her adversaries, a trace of arrogance inevitably lingered in her subconscious. To be defeated by Lin Tian was hardly surprising. However, a tenacious seeker like Mu Yun, upon experiencing defeat, would never easily concede. It is inevitable that they will once again launch an assault against Lin Tian. When the time comes, do you think Lin Tian will be adequately prepared in advance? The most crucial element is that within Lin Tian resides a remnant soul of semi-immortal caliber. The phrase half-immortal reverberated like a thunderclap, resonating profoundly within the minds of Mu Xuanzang and the esteemed elders. This was a concept they had scarcely dared to contemplate. The entire palace fell into an astonishing silence. After a considerable amount of time, the Grand Elder regained his composure and vigorously shook his head. It was impossible. What kind of being was a half-immortal? Even if only a remnant of their soul remained, it was inconceivable that they could manifest in such a remote place as Ziyun Town. It is even less likely for a fledgling youth to serve as a vessel. If one were to seek a host, the esteemed families of Su, Song, and the four great clans would undoubtedly present numerous more suitable candidates. Upon hearing this, you nodded slightly. Your uncle's words held a degree of truth. Yet what if Lin Tian harbored another identity? The brow of Mu Xianzong twitched violently. The revelations you have shared are increasingly astonishing, each more explosive than the last, akin to the absurd tales found in earthly storybooks. How could he possibly be easily convinced? However, you possess the extraordinary ability to wield the thunderous might of the heavens and manipulate wondrous artifacts in your mortal form. Such prowess cannot be overlooked. After a considerable time, Mu Xuanzang approached you slowly and spoke softly. Mr. Mu, you have not yet recovered from your severe injuries. It is imperative that you rest well. We shall not impose any further and will take our leave. Upon hearing such words, you find yourself somewhat disheartened. You are narrating the tale with great enthusiasm. What has caused your desire to listen, Wayne? Is it perhaps that your storytelling lacks allure? Or could it be that even those unacquainted with online literature perceive your writing as subpar? In the end, you made no attempt to retain me, simply exhaling a sigh. If this is the case, then I shall not impose. Outside the palace, upon the long corridor, Mu Xuanzang's eyes gradually grew profound. What do you think of the credibility of what that person has said? The second elder's brow furrowed deeply. The origins of that individual are exceedingly mysterious. Be it his attire, manner of speech, or the magical artifacts he wields, all stand in stark contrast to our own. Though his words may seem absurd, we cannot wholly dismiss them. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes brimming with disdain. Second Elder, you and the clan leader are perhaps being overly cautious. Although this individual possesses a mysterious background, he is ultimately just a mere mortal. How much capability could he possibly possess? He may weave fanciful tales for amusement, and we might indulge in listening to them. However, it is utterly outrageous that he has implicated our esteemed family in his fabrications. Is this not a reckless pursuit of trouble? How could the unparalleled prodigy of our lineage possibly be as wretched as he claims? The Grand Elder, Jean, be cautious, there is no error in this. The magical artifacts brought by the Xing people are beyond the craftsmanship of even the most skilled blacksmiths in Qin Town. Do you truly believe he is an ordinary individual? In the face of the unknown, we must remain vigilant. The Grand Elder glanced dismissively and remarked, in my humble opinion, You are overly concerned with the uncertain. One must understand that the secrets of the heavens are beyond human comprehension. The trajectory of the future cannot be confined to the pronouncements of a single individual. Should the outcomes of the future be predetermined, what significance remains in our exhaustive pursuit of wisdom and enlightenment? Might it not be more prudent to recline in our abodes, awaiting the arrival of fortune? Indeed, how trivial! This matter shall be deliberated upon later. Regardless of the veracity of that person's claims, we must prepare ourselves in advance. Old 3. If there is a way to summon Xiao Yun immediately, do so. If she does not return, then inform her to be fully alert, and never underestimate any adversary in close proximity. The third elder remained silent for a moment before finally acquiescing. However, just as he was about to depart from the corridor, a gust of wind, laden with the intense scent of snow, rushed towards him. Before them stood a striking figure clad in a resplendent purple attire, her raven hair elegantly styled atop her head. With her right arm adorned in a snowed bandage, the enchanting woman strode confidently towards them. She was none other than the celebrated prodigy of the Mu family, Mu Yun. Mu Xiansong and several elders exchanged glances. The story requested by Mr. Mu is about to be told. Mu Yun has returned like a butterfly through the snow. Isn't this a touch too coincidental? The grand elder hurriedly approached Mu Yun, his face filled with concern. Little Yun, how did you sustain such injuries? Where is your master? Where are your fellow disciples? Where is Dulong gone? Oh, my dear little Yun. Observing the flustered demeanor of the grand elder, Mu Yun felt a mix of emotion, both touched and helpless. Do not worry, esteemed elder. These minor injuries are of no consequence. How can this possibly be a minor injury? Just look at the amount of snow that has fallen. It pains me to even witness it. Come quickly with me to my residence. I shall procure some healing supplies. The elder spoke, grasping Mu Yun's wrist as he began to lead her towards his abode. At that moment, Mu Xuanzong lightly cleared his throat and said, Elder, do not be hasty. Let us first hear what Xiao Yun has to say regarding the matter at hand. A hint of deep embarrassment washed over Mu Yun's face as she hesitated for a considerable time before finally speaking. It's nothing, merely a momentary lapse in judgment that led me to be deceived by a brash young lad. Time is required. The entire venue fell into silence. Even the grand elder could not help but shudder. This was in alignment with what Mr. Mu had mentioned. He turned and gazed intently at Mu Yun, stammering as he spoke. What is that young lad's name? Mu Yun appeared somewhat bewildered. What on earth has transpired with her clan leader and the assembly of elders? It concerns that young man, Lin Tian, who has suddenly risen to prominence in the southwestern corner of Qingyan town. As these words were spoken, the entire region was instantly enveloped in a profound silence, as if even the air had solidified. Mu Yun observed the astonished expressions on the faces of the crowd and, filled with perplexity, inquired, although Lin Tian possesses a modicum of renown, he is merely a rising star, a novice cultivator who has only just begun to make his mark. Surely, he cannot provoke such an uncharacteristic display of disarray from the clan leader and esteemed elders. Mu Xiansong took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. Do not underestimate anyone. The fact that Lin Tian was able to defeat you signifies his extraordinary prowess. The chief raised his brows slightly, observing, you hold Lin Tian in far too high regard. He is merely a minor cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement. His abilities are quite insignificant, and my momentary lapse allowed him to gain an advantage. In a true confrontation, he would undoubtedly be no match for me. Mu Xuanzong shook his head, choosing to remain silent. The other elders also sighed in unison, clearly unconvinced by Mu Yun's words. Upon witnessing the situation, Mu Yun once again spoke, addressing the clan leader and esteemed elders. If you harbor any doubts, once I have recovered from my injuries, I shall engage in a duel with Lin Tian, and the truth will be revealed. Mu Xiansong and the assembly of elders were suddenly taken aback, exclaiming in unison, absolutely not. A resonant voice suddenly erupted beside Mu Yun. Startled, Mu Yun wore an expression of bewilderment, challenging the fortunate victor to prove her worth. Isn't this an expected occurrence? Why such a profound reaction from the clan leader and the elders? After a moment of silence, Mu Yun listened as Zheng Yu countered. At this moment, the deep voice of Mu Xuanzong resonated. In truth, we have long been aware that you would fall to the hands of Qianlin Tian. Mu Yun 瞬间睁大了7只眼睛。战斗结束仅仅过去了小半天，族中如何如此迅速便得知了消息。Upon witnessing Mu Yun's astonishment, the Grand Elder let out a deep sigh. Little Yun, he said, this matter is indeed beyond doubt. We have been aware of it for quite some time. Mu Yun shook her head vigorously, a multitude of questions flooding her mind. With a sense of bewilderment, she spoke, tribe leader, esteemed elders, how did you come to know this? The second elder narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. Not long ago, a remarkable individual visited our Rajah. It was he who informed us of your defeat. At that time, we were skeptical, however. Your current predicament aligns perfectly with his prophecies. The third elder added, that individual also foretold, you shall not easily relent, and will undoubtedly challenge Lin Tian once more, ultimately falling by the hands of 3,000 Lin Tian. As the words of the two elders faded away, Mu Yun felt a sudden buzzing in her mind. How could it be possible for someone in this world to possess the gift of foresight and predict with such remarkable accuracy? Mu Yun instinctively swallowed hard. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. In a fleeting moment, she suddenly recalled something profound, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating her eyes. No, the so-called prophecy was indeed subject to human manipulation. Her battle with Lin Tian, though merely half a day past, could easily be relayed to the Mu family if Lin Tian so desired. It was clear to Qian that she would not let the matter rest easily. Moreover, one could deduce from her slow demeanor that a proud individual such as Tian, having suffered defeat at the hands of an obscure and insignificant figure, would not simply acquiesce. That so-called extraordinary person was likely nothing more than a charlatan. After contemplating all of this, the astonishment in Mu Yun's eyes gradually faded, and her expression returned to its usual composure. Little Yin, my dear, we shall not engage in the battles of Zhonglin Tian any longer. Those trifles of talent and reputation are but illusions. Let us not sacrifice our tranquil existence for such ephemeral pursuits, the Grand Elder gently advised. Mu Yun's brows twitched suddenly. To face Zhang Lin Tian again, she would surely meet her demise. What a joke! A brash young lad, slightly displaying his sharpness. How could he possibly be her adversary? Lin Tian summoned that fraudster here, presumably to compel her to abandon the competition. This not only serves to bolster his influence, but also to diminish her bravado. Truly, he is adept at playing his cards. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yun pondered and declared, raising her gaze with a gentle smile, Patriarch, Great Elder, Lin Tian, regardless of his realm or combat prowess, can never surpass me. Even if, hypothetically speaking, he were to surpass and defeat me again, can I not still escape? To claim that I would ultimately fall into his hands is utterly absurd. You have all been deceived by that charlatan. Enough. Mu Xuansong interrupted Mu Yun with a cold snort. Little Yun, even a lion uses all its strength when pouncing on a rabbit. Do you not comprehend such an obvious truth? In confronting any adversary, one must maintain utmost vigilance. Only in this manner can you secure an unassailable position. Do not forget the wounds you have endured. Matters concerning you and Lin Tian shall be set aside for the moment. Let us first pay a visit to that extraordinary individual. Well, I too wish to witness the extent of that extraordinary individual's capabilities. After approximately the duration of half a cup of tea, you lift your gaze in bewilderment. Your handsome visage is turned towards the direction from which the sunlight streams in. Did not the village chief and those uncles just depart? How could they have returned? Could it be that the path you traversed upon arrival has been cleared? Just as you were about to speak, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. You said, Mu Yun's final 3 are in Lin Tian's hands. Upon hearing this, Wen Yin looked up in bewilderment. Why has someone inquired about the story you told once more? What is most perplexing is that, for the past few days, the only individuals he has conversed with have been the village elders. When did a woman come into the picture? Diumiremo. I hope you will not take offense. My niece was greatly enchanted by the stories you shared, and thus she inquired about the subsequent developments of the plot. I apologize for any impertinence, and I sincerely hope you will not hold it against me. Upon hearing your words, you smiled with a calm demeanor. The village chief has overstated the matter. Some people take delight in the tales I share, and I am filled with joy, let alone harbor any resentment towards your niece. As you paused momentarily, turning slightly, to face Mu Yun. Though your eyes were shrouded in darkness, you could still faintly perceive a distinct aura surrounding you. The tale of Guangang Lin and Mu Yun. You must have heard from the village elder, correct? Indeed, Mu Yun's voice was indifferent, yet her heart was filled with a cold smile. She was eager to observe how the person before her would deceive. Regarding the weather of Lin Tian, I trust you are all well informed. Thus, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Now, let us discuss the remarkable talent of Mu Yun from the esteemed Mu family. Although she is but a woman, she possesses extraordinary gifts. In merely a few years, she has achieved numerous feats, garnering fame throughout the entire Qin town. Logically speaking, Lin Tian, who has just begun to reveal his brilliance, should not stand a chance against Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun possesses a fatal flaw. Ultimately, it is a foregone conclusion that the hands of Lin Tian will prevail over 3,000. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun couldn't help but smile. She pondered what Mr. Mu's so-called fatal weakness might be. With her hands clasped in front of her, she furrowed her brows and inquired. The fatal weakness originates from the very technique she has cultivated. This technique does not stem from the Mu family nor from any lineage of masters, but rather from a hidden realm. It is known as the JNS Qin L, a method of profound rank that bestows numerous benefits upon its practitioners. However, this cultivation technique possesses a fatal flaw. To ascend to the foundation establishment realm, one must be equipped with the corresponding medicinal pills. Without the aid of the requisite elixirs, Mu Yun will be unable to transcend to the foundation establishment realm throughout her entire life. With a resounding boom, Mu Yun's mind was engulfed in a cacophony. The playful expression on her face vanished entirely, replaced instead by sheer astonishment. The elder gazed at Mu Yun with a look of bewilderment and hesitantly conveyed through thought, "Little Yun, what Mr. Mu has stated is indeed true." The pastoral melody lingers in silence for a moment, while the intricate details nod in agreement at 7 o'clock. Upon witnessing this, the grand elder's countenance darkened considerably. He let out a heavy sigh and conveyed through thought transmission, "Xiaoyan, how could you engage in such a foolish act? The techniques within the secret realm are not to be practiced casually. What a predicament this is. All your efforts over the years have now been in vain." After a deep sigh, the grand elder hurriedly approached you and inquired with urgency, "Mr. Mu, is there truly no other solution? Does this mean that Mu Yun will be unable to break through to the foundation establishment realm?" Upon hearing this, you smiled gently. Indeed, there are no other alternatives. However, not far outside Qin town lies a medicinal elixir that complements the cultivation of the forbidden divine record of the netherworld. Mu Yun still possesses a significant opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Certainly, the narrative shall not unfold in this direction. Before Mu Yun attains the 9th level of Qi refinement, she remains unaware of the fatal flaw inherent in the cultivation technique she practices. Mu Xianzong and the assembly of elders were taken aback, their hearts racing in unison as they inquired, "Where can such a pill be found?" You were taken aback by the sudden voice. At that moment, you were utterly perplexed by the villagers and the uncle's fervent excitement. You shook your head, pondering that if the village chief and the uncles were so animated, perhaps it was time to divulge another secret. The elixir required for the cultivation of the forbidden divine record of the underworld is hidden within a cavern in the Dragonfall Valley. Upon hearing these words, Mu Xianzong and the assembly of elders trembled involuntarily. The Fallen Dragon Valley is renowned as one of the most formidable forbidden grounds within the entire Great Qu dynasty. It is said that not only Qi refinement cultivators, but even foundation establishment practitioners and formidable golden elixir experts, upon entering the confines of the Fallen Dragon Valley, are at a significant risk of losing their lives. Mr. Mu, you mentioned that Mu Yun has a significant opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment realm. However, just by the name, it is evident that the Fallen Dragon Valley is far from a benevolent place. Even with the elixirs that aid in the cultivation of the forbidden god record of the underworld, few would dare to tread there lightly. You nod ever so slightly, a subtle inclination of your head, such as the nature of things. The Valley of Fallen Dragons is regarded as one of the 3 forbidden lands of the Great Qu dynasty. Its peril is extraordinary, even those of profound cultivation. face a perilous fate upon entry. A mere 9 out of 10 will meet their demise. However, the 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation still offers a glimmer of hope. In this mere, forbidden realm, how could it be an inescapable trap? Within the perilous Dragon Valley lies a path that appears to be fraught with danger. However, it is, in truth, a gateway to the realm of opportunity. Even those who have just embarked upon their journey in the Qi refinement stage can traverse it without so much as a scratch. The cave I speak of is situated along this very path. Upon the utterance of these words, the elders exchanged glances of astonishment. Had this been in the past, should someone have claimed that within the confines of the Dragon Valley lay such a passage, they would have dismissed it without a second thought. However, the fact that these words have escaped your lips transforms the situation entirely. In the midst of profound silence, you gently turned your body, distant from the path, which was never intended for Mu Yun. Should she venture into it, it would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Upon hearing the words, Mu Yun's face froze momentarily. She took a deep breath, her cool voice laced with a hint of defiance. Mr. Mu, since there exists a path to survival within the Dragon's Descent Valley, why should the one to tread upon this path not be Mu Yun herself? Listening to these words, one can only find them amusing. You merely recounted a tale, passing the time in a whimsical manner. Is it truly necessary to be so earnest? After all, the other party is not a character from your book. You shook your head and chuckled. What you say is indeed plausible, yet it is confined to the Dragon Valley. Among the 3 paths, there are 180 routes, with only one leading to salvation. If Mu Yun wishes to embark upon that path, it may require a fierce struggle. For the one who truly awaits on that road is Lin Tian. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's expression stiffened once again. She had been outmaneuvered by Lin Tian, and with a heart already burdened with considerable resentment, the revelation that the path to survival in the fallen Dragon Valley was also intended for Lin Tian left her utterly unsettled. Mr. Mu, that Lin Tian. Mu Yun wished to express more, yet was interrupted by a raised hand. Allow me to speak first. Once I have finished, you may pose your inquiries. Within the depths of the fallen Dragon Valley, matters concerning the dwellings of our predecessors must be traced back to before Lin Tian revealed his brilliance. After defeating Mu Yun, Lin Tian's reputation soared. In an effort to bolster his own image and undermine Mu Yun's resolve, Lin Tian began to widely promote his self-proclaimed achievements in battle. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder could not help but chuckle. Although Mu Yun possessed a hint of arrogance, she was not one to be easily disheartened by a single failure. To attempt to undermine her resolve with such a blow was, indeed, an underestimation of her character by Lin Tian. A few setbacks certainly cannot undermine Mu Yun's steadfast resolve. However, what if Lin Tian were to disseminate the news of Mu Xuanzang's failure to break through? Upon the utterance of these words, the elders, along with Mu Yun, were all taken aback, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Instinctively, they turned their gaze towards Mu Xuanzang, their faces etched with astonishment. Deep within Mu Xuanzang's heart, tumultuous waves surged. In order to maintain the stability of the elders and to secure the position of the Mu family, he chose not to disclose the news of his failure in the breakthrough to anyone. Simultaneously, he concealed his intentions from the multitude, even harnessing a substantial amount of spiritual energy to sustain his divine state. Yet, such a clandestine matter was still discerned by Mr. Mu, who astutely unveiled the truth. Truly, he is a remarkable individual capable of unraveling the intricate schemes of the fallen Dragon Valley. At this moment, you spoke once more. Although Lin Tian may not match Mu Yun in terms of realm and combat prowess, this does not imply that he is a fool. Without a comprehensive strategy, how could he dare to confront the Mu family so readily? For 8 long years of mediocrity, for 8 enduring years of insignificance. Though these years did not embellish his life with glory, they granted him myriad experiences and unveiled the true nature of many. He shall not seek to obstruct the mercy of the powerful, nor shall he entrust his fate to another's hands. From the moment he stood in opposition to Mu Yun, a relentless conflict was irrevocably set in motion. To attain clarity of thought and to ensure his own safety, he must act with utmost swiftness and employ the most resolute measures. To eradicate the entire Mu clan, the news of Mu Xuanzang's failed breakthrough resulting in his emaciated and severely injured state, will undoubtedly stir up a tremendous uproar throughout the entirety of Qin Town. In light of this situation, the prominent families of Cheng, Song, and Su have all begun to reveal their intentions towards the Mu family. However, Lin Tian paid a grievous price as a consequence. His actions, though bold, led to dire repercussions. 2 months later, he attracted the attention of an old adversary, a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, known as the Pursuing Shark. Lin Tian found himself unable to contend with this formidable opponent. In a desperate bid for survival, he had no choice but to flee into the Dragon's Fall Valley. Fortunately, with the assistance of the lingering souls, he devised a cunning plan to ensnare the Foundation establishment cultivator within the perilous confines of the fallen Dragon Valley. However, he himself was driven into a desolate place filled with snow soul flowers by a foundation-building cultivator. Just when he believed that his fate was sealed, he discovered that this seemingly perilous location was not a dead end, but rather a path of life, a path brimming with various opportunities. He discovered a hidden sanctuary along the path of life. Within this sanctuary, there existed not only the essential elements for cultivating the forbidden divine record of the netherworld, but also an abundance of the rare frosted snowstone. Lin Tian's family rapidly ascended to prominence due to this vast wealth of frosted snowstone, soon becoming the 5th most powerful family in Qin Town. As your voice gradually subsides, the entire palace succumbs to an eerie silence, lingering in a state of bewilderment. This is truly beyond comprehension. After a considerable time, Mu Yun regained her composure and exhaled a heavy sigh. "Thank you, Mr. Mu, for illuminating my understanding. It seems, in retrospect, that Mu Yun's predicament in Lin Tian's hands is not without justification." You nodded in satisfaction, aware that it is indeed crucial to recognize that Lin Tian is no ordinary individual. Mr. Mu's old injuries have yet to heal. Do not overexert yourself. We shall not disturb you any further. Mr. Mu, please take good care of yourself and rest well. As Mu Yun spoke, she graciously bowed to you. You stand there, your figure poised, a look of bewilderment gracing your face. The tale has yet to be fully unraveled, yet the village chief's little niece is already departing. The subsequent narrative promises to be captivating. There is no need for such haste. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. So do I. I did not wait for you to finish speaking, and then a series of voices, either steady or husky, began to resonate. In a moment of urgency, you hastily spoke up. By the way, has the path I took been cleared? A gust of wind surged in from outside, lifting the strands of hair from your forehead. The entire palace instantly returned to a state of tranquility. Your inquiries went unanswered as you faced the relentless breeze, feeling its weight. With a sense of resignation, you murmured, "Why do these people rush so?" After departing from the palace, the Grand Elder turned to Mu Yun with a smile. "What do you think? I mentioned that this Mr. Mu is quite an extraordinary individual. Do you now believe it?" Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Mu Yun revealed a bittersweet smile, having come to believe him. Just as Mu Yun was lost in thought, Mu Xuanzang suddenly halted his steps. "Xiaoyan, what are your thoughts regarding the matters predicted by Mr. Mu? What are your intentions moving forward?" Mu Yun furrowed her brow and spoke slowly. "Mr. Mu's abilities are unparalleled. In my lifetime, I have encountered none like him. Many of the tales he recounts, though extraordinary, must surely hold a kernel of truth. The circumstances surrounding the chief and myself mirror precisely those described by Mr. Mu." Mu Xiansong slightly nodded, signifying his approval. Mu Yun fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Regarding her subsequent plans, she resolved to journey to the limitless Dragon Valley in search of the medicinal elixirs that would assist in the cultivation of the forbidden divine tome of the underworld. Upon hearing Mu Yun's words, the Grand Elder felt a tremor in his heart and hastily interjected. "However, while Mr. Xingwei Mu is indeed skilled in prophecy, there exists no individual in this world who can foresee every outcome without fail. What that esteemed gentleman has uttered may not necessarily be the truth. The perils within the abyss of fallen dragons far exceed your imagination. Should you venture forth recklessly, it would be tantamount to delivering yourself to doom." Mu Yun shook her head, her gaze revealing an unwavering determination. Even the snow-dusted purple attire seemed to be enveloped in a hint of martial fervor. "Elder, please refrain from further persuasion. I must go." Unable to dissuade the shepherd's melody, the Grand Elder took a deep breath, his voice resonating with gravitas. "If you must venture to the Valley of Fallen Dragons, this elder shall accompany you." Mu Xiansong's horn suddenly collided with a jolt. "What are you doing?" The Grand Elder straightened up and let out a cold snort. "Xiao Yin has departed. This elder cannot follow. In terms of realm and strength, this elder surpasses Xiao Yun by a considerable margin. Even if I were to inadvertently step into the 7 deadly grounds, my chances of survival would still be greater than Xiao Yun's." Beside Mu Xuansong, the second elder's expression stiffened. This was not comparable. How could an old relic, half buried in the ground, possibly be compared to the young and vibrant Xiao Yun? The Grand Elder glared fiercely, directing a scolding at the second elder. "Rather than attempting to persuade me, you would do better to counsel Xiao Yun. If Xiao Yun chooses not to venture to the Dragon's Abyss, then I too shall refrain from going." Upon witnessing the situation, Mu Xuansong and others felt quite helpless. When both factions exerted their power simultaneously, Mu Xuansong found himself at a loss. He could only send several clan members to accompany the 2 factions on their journey to the Fallen Dragon Valley. After a few days had passed, the news of Mu Yun's defeat at the hands of Lin Tian spread like wildfire throughout Qingyun town. The subsequent deterioration of Dao Xian's spirit, along with the incident of several clan members venturing into the Forbidden Dragon Valley, became a topic of fervent discussion among the townspeople. Meanwhile, the news of the patriarch Mu Zuankang's failed breakthrough and his grave injury spread. In an instant, the entire Mu family was engulfed in turmoil and distress. In a secluded backyard of the shepherd's abode, the second elder and the third elder were already in a state of anxious agitation. How many days had passed, and yet the first elder and Xiao Yun had yet to return? Could it be that they had encountered some unforeseen mishap? I have long asserted that Mr. Mu's prophecies are not necessarily entirely true. Is a place like Dragonfall Valley one that can be entered at will? A gentle breeze stirs. Beneath the cool, silvery moonlight, Mu Xuansong exhales a heavy sigh. The Grand Elder has long ascended to the 3rd layer of foundation building, while Xiao Yun is a rare prodigy, a gem of our Mu family in a century. Together, the 2 of them embark on their journey, ensuring that no unforeseen mishaps shall occur. As Mu Xuansong furrowed his brow in contemplation, the 2 elders wore expressions shrouded in gloom. Suddenly, a light and buoyant sound of footsteps echoed through the air. When they beheld the Grand Elder, along with Mu Yun and several other clan members, entering with radiant expressions, a collective shiver ran through everyone present. Chapter 13. We have underrated Mr. Qin. Patriarch, second elder, third elder, what has happened to you? Upon entering the courtyard, the Grand Elder observed the dazed expressions on their faces, a look of bewilderment adorning his countenance. "It's nothing." The second elder was the first to regain his composure, hastily stepping forward, his gaze filled with astonishment as he addressed the Grand Elder and Qin Yun, his voice trembling. "It is a relief to see you both return safely. The Dragonfall Valley is perilously treacherous. I have always maintained that Mr. Qin's prophecy may not hold true. Indeed, you must refrain from such impulsive actions in the future. We have been dreadfully worried these past days." The third elder followed suit, regaining his composure and adding his thoughts. At the very moment the third elder's voice faded, Qin Yun felt a jolt of confusion. These past days? What could he possibly mean? She distinctly remembered departing from the Qin family during the hour of the snake, and her journey had not consumed much time. The majority of her energy was devoted to cultivation and breaking through her limits. All told, it had hardly been a day. Yet, the implication of the third elder's words suggested that an extensive period had elapsed. Could it be that the flow of time within the Dragonfall Valley differs from that of the outside world? Before Qin Yin could ponder this perplexing question any further, Qin Xuansong approached, mustering a faint smile, his tone gentle. "You have been away for quite some time. I assume you have encountered numerous experiences. It would be best to rest well now. We can discuss other matters later." In these days, Qin Xuansong had sustained severe injuries, and with the Grand Elder and Qin Yun not returning, compounded by the external rumors and the clan's collective anxiety, he had been overwhelmed with distress. Fortunately, both had returned alive, preventing matters from worsening, which brought him a sigh of relief. As he finished speaking and was about to depart, a sudden surge of formidable energy enveloped him. Startled, Qin Xuanzang turned his gaze to the Grand Elder, his voice now stripped of its previous calmness and gentleness. Wait. You have broken through to the 4th level of Foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, both the 2nd and 3rd elders were struck with astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief as they looked at the Grand Elder. What? The 4th level of Foundation establishment. You have actually achieved the 4th level? The 4th level of Foundation establishment signifies entry into the 3rd realm of Foundation establishment, a leap into an entirely different echelon. The power one possesses at this level far surpasses that of the 3rd level. Within the entire Qingyun town, only the heads of the 4 prominent families and a few formidable rogue cultivators have attained such a state, highlighting its immense significance. Thus, upon learning of the Grand Elder's ascendance to this realm, how could they possibly contain their astonishment? Standing tall, the Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, exuding pride as he declared, "What is the big deal? I had never truly applied myself to cultivation before. Now that I have, I naturally broke through to the 4th level." Qin Xuanzang's expression darkened upon hearing this, his mouth twitching uncontrollably as he retorted, "Please, speak with some decorum." At this moment, Qin Yun stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Qin Xuanzang and the others, saying, "Patriarch, we have returned with a substantial quantity of refining bloodstones. These stones not only enabled the Grand Elder to break through his realm, but also allowed several of our clansmen who accompanied us to unlock their potential." Boom! It was as though a thunderclap resonated in the minds of Qin Xuanzang and the 2 elders. You truly entered the Fallen Dragon Valley and found refining bloodstones?" Qin Yun nodded solemnly. The 2nd elder and the 3rd elder hurriedly turned to Qin Yun, urging, "Quickly, let us see them." As they received the spatial ring handed over by Qin Yun and released their thoughts, a towering pile of blood-red refining blood stones vividly appeared in their minds. They stared at the stones, momentarily lost in awe. It was utterly astonishing. They had believed that such a precious resource as refining bloodstones could never be found in abundance. Yet, who could have anticipated that Qin Yun's spatial ring was nearly filled to capacity? After a long while, the 2nd elder and the 3rd elder finally regained their composure, exhaling a heavy sigh. Although the Grand Elder had been exposed by Qin Yun, he displayed neither embarrassment nor anger. Standing tall and stroking his beard, he spoke with a sense of pride. "The Fallen Dragon Valley is indeed terrifying. We witnessed several remains of demon beasts in the Golden Core realm. However, we discovered a path to break the deadlock without any peril. The conditions inside were precisely as predicted by Mr. Qin." As the Grand Elder's voice faded, a trace of reverence emerged in his eyes. "But did little Yun manage to find the elixirs to assist in the cultivation of the Yin Ming Forbidden Divine Record?" the 3rd elder inquired. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yun replied in a low voice, "It is indeed as Mr. Qin described. I have secured the elixirs and believe it will not be long before I can break through to the Foundation establishment realm." "Excellent." The 2nd elder beamed with excitement. Unable to contain himself, "Our Qin family shall soon produce a Foundation establishment cultivator at the age of 20. A 20-year-old Foundation establishment practitioner is certainly a top-tier genius in the entire Great Chu dynasty." Just as the 2nd elder and the 3rd elder were lost in their boundless imaginings, Qin Xuanzang exhaled deeply, lamenting, "I never anticipated that even one of the 3 forbidden zones of the Great Chu dynasty, the Fallen Dragon Valley, would not elude Mr. Qin's predictions. It seems we have all greatly underestimated Mr. Qin." The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Mr. Qin's abilities are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. It is astonishing that we once held such antagonistic views toward him." At this point, the Grand Elder raised his gaze towards Qin Xuanzang, suggesting, "Patriarch, perhaps we should go and apologize to Mr. Qin now." The 2nd elder, the 3rd elder, and Qin Yun all concurred. However, Qin Xuanzang shook his head, saying, "No, it is too late. Mr. Qin has likely retired for the night. We must not disturb his peaceful slumber." We shall wait until dawn to extend our apologies. In this present moment, there exists a matter of utmost significance that requires our attention. As the gentle voice of Qin Lu resonated, a glimmer of brilliance flashed across his eyes. The members of the clan have lingered in uncertainty for far too long. It is time to convene. Qin Lu turned his gaze towards the third elder. Elder San, summon all the members of the main lineage to the plaza. The third elder appeared somewhat bewildered. What purpose does this serve, especially at such a late hour? The first elder cast a disdainful glance at the third elder. Are you foolish? With the numerous essence bloodstones that Xiaoyun and I have brought back, they must be put to practical use. Such exceptional resources cannot simply be left to gather dust within the clan. Upon hearing the first elder's explanation, the third elder's eyes widened in astonishment. The essence bloodstones, which even he and the clan leader had never utilized, were to be distributed among all members of the main lineage. This was utterly audacious. Clan leader, this. The third elder attempted to voice his concerns, but Qin Lu raised his hand to interrupt him. He squinted against the cold, silvery moonlight and with a serene voice declared, "Go forth, summon our kin. Tonight marks the dawn of our Qin family's resurgence." Chapter 14. The Rise of the Qin Family. The cold wind tugged at the white hair of the third elder, gently caressing the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Taking a deep breath, the third elder refrained from uttering more words and instead lifted his gaze towards the array of silent, oppressive houses. The clan leader spoke truly. It is indeed time for the Qin family to embrace change. Approximately half a tea's worth of time later, within the courtyard nestled beneath the low mountains on the northern side of the Qin estate, a dark green communication stone flickered with a soft glow. A deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed forth. In 3 minutes, all main lineage members are to assemble in the square. Many cultivators who had been meditating were abruptly awakened, their complex gazes drifting through the window towards the square. The main lineage members were not often summoned lightly. If a gathering was called, it signified significant events were afoot. Considering the recent news of the clan leader's failed breakthrough, his unstable realm, Qin Yun's diminished spirit, and her inadvertent entry into the perilous Dragonfall Valley, a shadow of unease settled over their hearts. Before long, over 500 individuals had gathered in the square. The night wind swept through, carrying a chill that further thickened the already tense atmosphere. Why the sudden summons at such an hour? Could it be that the clan leader truly? Cease your foolish thoughts. The clan leader is endowed with extraordinary talent. How could he? We must trust the clan leader. The rumors circulating outside are mere fabrications, unworthy of our attention. Yet, if not this matter, what could warrant such a grand assembly? Whispers spread among the crowd, and the air was thick with an anxious energy that rippled like waves. Silence. A commanding voice thundered like a clap of thunder, and the square fell instantly silent. Standing atop the platform, Qin Lu surveyed each face below, some filled with panic, others with concern. The rumors from the outside world. Qin Lu's voice was low yet resonant, causing all to hold their breath, are indeed true. I have suffered a setback in my breakthrough, and I carry hidden injuries. Furthermore, Qin Yun has indeed ventured into the Dragonfall Valley, one of the 3 forbidden zones. A wave of astonishment swept through the square. Just as the tumult threatened to spiral out of control, Qin Lu's voice resounded once more. However, the purpose of tonight's gathering is not to discuss these matters. A tremor ran through the hearts of the more than 500 clan members as they exchanged bewildered glances. The clan leader's failure and the prodigy's intrusion into the Dragonfall Valley were monumental issues, if the assembly was not called for these. Then what could be of such grave importance? Seeing their astonished expressions, Qin Lu hesitated no longer. He raised his right hand over his spatial ring, and in an instant, a crimson light flickered to life. The next moment, a stone, roughly the size of an adult's fist, gleaming with a blood-red hue, appeared in his grasp. Though the Dragonfall Valley is a place of doom, it is also rich with extraordinary treasures. Qin Yun entered in search of such a relic. The crowd of over 500 gasped in shock. Qin Yun emerged from the so-called Valley of Certain Death, and she found a divine artifact. This was almost too incredible to fathom. They all turned their gazes towards the blood-red stone in Qin Xuanzang's hand, momentarily entranced. Without waiting for anyone to ask, the Grand Elder stepped forward and began to introduce. This object is known as the blood-refining stone, capable of refining the essence of a cultivator's blood, eliminating impurities from within the body, mending hidden injuries, and possessing a certain probability of activating a special constitution, even within the entire Great Chu dynasty. It is a treasure of unparalleled value. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap reverberated within the minds of the crowd. The ability to refine blood, eliminate impurities, mend hidden injuries. Any one of these effects would be enough to drive cultivators to madness. How could they possibly remain calm when all these effects were gathered in one? Many cultivators stared blankly at the blood-refining stone, instinctively swallowing their saliva. Acquiring such a divine object was indeed a monumental event. However, such a treasure would ultimately be utilized by the clan leader or several elders, leaving them with no opportunity to partake in it. Was it truly necessary to gather everyone in such a grand fashion? Just as the crowd felt disheartened, Qin Xuanzang once again brushed his right hand over his spatial ring. In the next moment, an overwhelming number of blood-refining stones erupted forth. The vast square was illuminated in crimson. Amidst the astonished gazes, Qin Xuanzang levitated the multitude of blood-refining stones with his spiritual power, distributing them precisely to each clan member. Staring at the mountains of blood-colored crystals before them, everyone was rendered speechless. This was an unparalleled divine object that was nearly impossible to find in the entire Great Chu dynasty. They gazed at the blood-refining stones as if in a dream, feeling the surreal nature of the moment. Qin Yun had endured countless hardships in search of this object, while rumors circulated wildly in the outside world. Qin Xuanzang paused for a moment and continued, "I hope everyone will not let down Qin Yun's heartfelt efforts, but rather devote yourselves to refining these heavenly treasures, using your growing strength to shatter the slanders and rumors. Let those people see clearly that our Qin family has never fallen. We remain the undisputed first family of Qingyang Town." As Qin Xuanzang's voice faded, the breaths of all present grew heavy. The worries and anxieties of the past few days vanished without a trace at this moment. Their eyes were filled solely with the radiant glow of the blood-refining stones. They immediately sat cross-legged, clutching a blood-refining stone, and began to refine it. The surging crimson power coursed through their meridians, expelling wisps of black mist from their bodies. Many cultivators, on the brink of a breakthrough, soon surpassed their current realms. Boom, boom, boom! A series of crisp sounds erupted, resembling an earthquake. Vast spiritual energy converged from all directions, forming a boundless sea of spiritual power above the expansive square. The continuous sound of breakthroughs greatly inspired the remaining cultivators. Their absorption of the blood-refining stones accelerated even further. That night, the sounds of breakthroughs were incessant. Some broke through multiple realms, while others discovered their own talents. As dawn broke, every face radiated with an unprecedented brilliance. The Grand Elder, witnessing this scene, could not contain his joy. That Mr. Qin had brought them an extraordinary fortune with a single prophecy. He could hardly fathom the heights to which the Qin family would ascend after Mr. Qin makes a few more prophecies. It seems that it won't be long before their name reverberates throughout the entire Great Chu dynasty. As the Grand Elder indulged in such boundless thoughts, in a grand and majestic hall in Qingyun town, the three prominent families of Cheng, Song, and Su gathered in unison. Among them, the stooped elder of the Song family caressed his pale beard, his sinister eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight. He spoke slowly, his gravelly voice laden with texture. "We have thoroughly investigated the situation regarding the Qin family. The news of Qin Xuanzang's failure to break through is not merely a fabrication, and the prodigy Qin Yun has indeed ventured into the dragon's fallen valley." At this moment, the entire Qin family, in terms of both combat prowess and morale, is significantly diminished. As esteemed elders of our respective families, what are your thoughts? Please feel free to share. Chapter 15. The Entrance of Lin Tian. As the croaky voice of the old man faded, a brief silence enveloped the palace. The elders from the three prominent families, Qin, Song, and Su, all frowned in unison. As the backbone of their respective clans, their status was not inferior to that of the hunched elder, and thus, they were not easily swayed by his assertions. Nonetheless, the enormous wealth of the Qin family lay before them, making it impossible to turn a blind eye. After a long pause, a tall elder from the Su family exhaled deeply and stepped forward, speaking in a solemn tone. The Qin family has existed far longer than we have, and their profound heritage should not be underestimated. Even if Qin Xuanzang has failed in his breakthrough, we cannot ascertain the extent of his injuries. Nor do we know if the Qin family possesses another foundational warrior of the third realm. This matter requires meticulous deliberation. No sooner had the Su elder finished speaking than a burly elder from the Qin family scoffed. How difficult it is for cultivators to break through to the third realm of foundation establishment. Our four families have exhausted much of our resources to nurture just one. I believe your Su family has grown too complacent in peaceful times. You all seem excessively timid. The tall Su elder, taken aback by the retort, flushed with anger and immediately engaged in a heated dispute with the elder from the Qin family. The other elders remained silent, heads bowed in contemplation. At that moment, the grand red door creaked open. Moonlight flooded the hall, revealing a tall figure bearing a heavy sword. A youthful yet resonant voice followed. You need not deliberate so extensively. Simply launch an assault on the Qin family. The clamor within the hall ceased abruptly as all eyes turned towards the figure at the entrance. After a brief moment of silence, the old man with the hunched back narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "On what grounds do you believe we need not consider our options? And why should we heed your counsel?" The young man with the sword, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, replied, "Simply because I have defeated Qin Yun, and also because I'm 18 this year." Boom! His defiant voice, imbued with a surge of power, reverberated throughout the hall. Every elder present trembled, for while words could be deceptive, that overwhelming aura could not be feigned. They gazed in astonishment at the newcomer. "You are Lin Tian?" The young man strode confidently towards them, his face illuminated by the flickering candlelight, revealing a hint of mischief. He raised an eyebrow. "Is there another Lin Tian in Qingyun town with such capabilities?" Pausing for effect, Lin Tian surveyed the now unusually quiet assembly and continued. "Your concerns stem merely from apprehension that Qin Xuanzang may have sustained lighter injuries, still possessing formidable combat prowess. I can assure you, Qin Xuanzang's failed breakthrough has indeed compromised his foundation. Without rare treasures like the blood refinement stone, he cannot possibly recover to his peak state." Lin Tian's words brought considerable reassurance to many. However, he remained a mere youth, and thus, his statements could not be wholly trusted. The stooped elder fell into a momentary silence and inquired, "What leads you to this conclusion?" Lin Tian responded with a faint smile. "A prodigy like Qin Yun is cherished and nurtured by any family. Who would willingly send her to the abyss of fallen dragons? It is essential to understand that the abyss of fallen dragons is one of the three forbidden zones of our great Chu dynasty, a perilous place that instills fear in the hearts of countless cultivators. Yet, this treacherous land also harbors numerous opportunities. Qin Yun's venture into the abyss is solely to seek salvation for the Qin family. If the Qin family were not on the brink of life and death, would they permit such an action from Qin Yun?" Upon the conclusion of Lin Tian's words, the elders of the three great families fell into a profound silence. Observing this, Lin Tian pressed on, "What are you still hesitating for?" Together, the Qin, Song, and Su family should not fear the Qin family. The stooped elder, undeterred by this question, countered, "Young hero Lin, why are you so adamant about the destruction of the Qin family?" A flicker of anger crossed Lin Tian's eyes as he replied solemnly, "Qin Yun has harmed my kin and disgraced my heritage. She has chosen the path to her own demise." The elders of the Qin, Song, and Su families nodded in agreement. This was indeed the voice of a young man, brimming with vigor and determination. Their greatest concern was Lin Tian lacking a valid reason. Taking several deep breaths to quell the wrath within, Lin Tian continued, let this operation against the Qin family be regarded as my undertaking. Even if the Qin family is not obliterated, they shall not direct their ire towards you. Furthermore, I shall take no share of the Qin family's wealth. I only seek the capture of Qin Yun, to slay her with my own hands. A tremor of excitement coursed through the nearly 100 individuals present in the hall. To attack the Qin family without bearing responsibility, while acquiring all their riches, was this not precisely what they desired? Additionally, they could use this as leverage to owe Lin Tian a favor. His talents far surpassed those of Qin Yun, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to achieve the foundational stages or even the golden core stage in the future. Such a powerful favor was not easily disregarded. Very well. This time, I, Cheng Feng, shall accompany young hero Lin in this endeavor. Su Ji added, I shall also lend my strength to the annihilation of the Qin family. As long as young hero Lin is willing to lead us, I, Song Changyun, shall not hesitate. The elders, nearly 100 in number, vied to voice their intentions, fearful that Lin Tian might forget their names. Witnessing the scene, Lin Tian's furrowed brow finally relaxed. They began to devise further plans. The destruction of the Qin family was no trivial matter. He needed to organize meticulously. Treasures, pills, talismans, these were indispensable elements, and the cultivators from each family needed to be in optimal condition. Then, like a lightning strike, they would eradicate the Qin family entirely. After approximately half an hour, Lin Tian and the elders finalized the timing for the assault on the Qin family. It would take place in 5 days. In the ensuing 5 days, they would prepare everything. Once all the elders from the 3 great families had departed, a barely perceptible smile graced Lin Tian's lips. He would never act impulsively over a trivial conflict, directing his wrath towards his entire family or placing himself in jeopardy. He is not that foolish. His intention to unite others to eradicate the Qin family is driven by a singular ambition, a martial art known as the Yinming Forbidden Deity Record. Without this alliance to dismantle the Qin family, he would find it exceedingly difficult to even approach Qin Yun. As for the rumors of Qin Yun venturing into the fallen Dragon Valley, he dismisses them as mere fabrications. He cannot believe such a prodigy would engage in such a foolish endeavor. Departing from the Grand Hall, Lin Tian faced the evening breeze, his eyes narrowing. The Yinming Forbidden Deity Record shall be mine. Chapter 16. The Decision of Qin Road. Approximately 1 hour later, the dawn broke brightly. In a small spirit-gathering array within the Qin family plaza, the Grand Elder lightly cleared his throat and approached Qin Xuanzang, who was seated cross-legged. He gently patted the latter's shoulder and whispered, I say, Xuanzang, it's already bright outside. Shouldn't we go check on Master Qin? Qin Xuanzang cast a sidelong glance at the Grand Elder. In the next moment, a vast pressure surged forth. The Grand Elder trembled, exclaiming, You have broken through to the 5th level of Foundation establishment. Qin Xuanzang remained silent, merely nodding slightly. He had not anticipated that after his previous setback, he could utilize the blood refining stone to achieve a breakthrough within a mere few hours. The efficacy of this blood refining stone was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Upon learning this news, the 2nd and 3rd elders were equally exhilarated. Hastening over to inquire, only the Grand Elder displayed a hint of embarrassment. He had intended to tease Qin Xuanzang, believing their realms to be comparable. Yet who could have predicted that Qin Xuanzang would surpass him so swiftly? Ahem, Patriarch, I misspoke earlier. Qin Xuanzang brushed off the previous remarks and waved his hand, saying, Remember, when we meet Master Qin, show him the respect he deserves. Refrain from speaking indiscreetly. The Grand Elder straightened his back and replied earnestly, Rest assured, Patriarch. Who would dare to show disrespect to Master Qin? I would be the first to object. Meanwhile, in a beautifully adorned palace, Qin Rode sat upon his bed, facing the window, wiping the virtual sweat from his brow. Is there really such thunder? Last night, noticing the temperature drop, Qin Rode had just prepared to sleep. To his surprise, a thunderous roar erupted outside. Accompanying the thunder were indistinct cheers. If it had merely been a little noise, it would have been tolerable, but Qin Rode never expected that the thunder and cheers would persist throughout the entire night. Had it not been for the village chief and several villagers who came to his aid, Qin Lu would have thought he had traversed into a fantastical realm. Witnessing a fellow cultivator's tribulation, shaking his head to dispel those troubling thoughts, Qin Lu murmured to himself, "I must catch up on sleep later." Just then, with a loud bang, the exquisitely carved door was thrust open, and the Grand Elder strode in, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha! Master Qin, you are truly remarkable. You guessed everything correctly." Qin Lu, feeling the wind rush towards him, was momentarily taken aback, his face a mask of confusion. "Uncle, what has happened?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder froze, suddenly recalling that Master Qin was unaware of his arrival in Qingyan Town. He nearly let the secret slip. Qin Xuanzong shot a glance at the Grand Elder, filled with helplessness, yet still assisted in fabricating an excuse. It was Master Qin's story that was so captivating. He reflected on it multiple times after returning and only then grasped its essence. Thus, he was eager to come and share his newfound insights with Master Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu was taken aback, feeling a touch of embarrassment. "Is my story truly that captivating? It is only natural that, after listening to Mr. Qin recount his tales, I became acutely aware of the narrowness of my own perspective," replied the elder. Qin Lu chuckled awkwardly, surprised that a novel he had deemed a failure would garner such popularity in this remote village. Moments later, Qin Yun approached him, her voice soft and melodic. "A few days ago, I wrongfully judged Mr. Qin. I hope you can forgive my misunderstanding." Qin Lu waved his hand dismissively. He had faced numerous skeptics regarding his stories, and if he were to dwell on each one, he would surely exhaust himself. Stories are crafted by humans, and skepticism is a natural response. There is no need for apologies. He paused, gazing towards the entrance as a gentle breeze caressed his face, and his tone grew somber. "By the way, has the road I traveled on been cleared yet? It has been nearly 2 weeks, no matter how severe the collapse. It should have been addressed by now." Upon hearing this, a chill ran through everyone present. Would the lie about the road's collapse be exposed? Qin Xuanzong let out a long sigh to steady himself. "Recently, with the busy farming season, we have not had the time to deal with the debris. It will take some more time to completely clear the road." "I see." Qin Lu appeared somewhat disheartened, yet he chose not to pursue the topic further, instead lowering his head in contemplation. Qin Xuanzong and the others fell silent as well. They had derived numerous opportunities from Qin Lu's prophecies and hoped that he would remain with the Qin family if given the chance. However, the day would inevitably come when the truth about the road's collapse would be revealed, and they needed to devise another plan to keep him within the family. Qin Xuanzong's mind raced with thoughts. Just then, Qin Lu spoke up. "I have made a decision." Qin Xuanzong and the others raised their eyes in unison, their hearts racing with anticipation. What could Mr. Qin be deciding? Could it be that he has seen through their deception? Qin Lu exhaled deeply and continued, "I have decided that I will not leave." After much reflection, he realized that his sight had been irrevocably lost, and seeking medical treatment would merely be an exercise in self-deception. Furthermore, his parents had long since passed away, and the village's vast orchard had likely been divided among his relatives. As a blind man, he could hardly compete with them for what was left. Rather than return home to fight over the orchard, he would prefer to remain in this village. Although it was remote, the villagers were genuine and kind-hearted. They cherished him far more than any of his relatives ever could. With such a splendid choice before him, why would he return home? "Is this truly your decision?" Qin Xuanzong exclaimed in astonishment. "Ha ha ha! I knew Mr. Qin would not abandon us." The elder laughed heartily. The second elder, the third elder, and Qin Yun all wore expressions of delight. Hearing their exclamations, Qin Lu felt somewhat bewildered. Had he truly been accepted so wholeheartedly in this village, receiving such kindness from the villagers? Indeed, the villagers' kindness towards him should not be taken for granted. Although he has lost his sight, he is still capable of contributing to the development of this village. Qin Lu cleared his throat softly and remarked, "Naturally, I cannot merely accept hospitality without reciprocation. I can cultivate fruits, and the produce will surely enhance your revenues. May I inquire if orchards can be established here? I am willing to plant any fruit trees. Ideally, If cherries could be grown, it would be splendid, those radiant, jade-like fruits resembling copper coins, standing solitary upon the branches. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuanzang and the others were struck with astonishment. According to Mr. Qin's description, was he not referring to the rare and precious villainous spirit fruit? Their family had indeed attempted to cultivate it in the past to expand their industry. However, the growth conditions for the villainous spirit fruit were exceedingly demanding, and their efforts nearly led to the downfall of the entire Qin family. They could hardly believe that Mr. Qin was capable of cultivating such a remarkable spirit fruit. Chapter 17. The Cultivation Techniques of Qin Road. Nurturing Spiritual Fruits with Unsightly Substances. Mr. Qin, may I inquire how to cultivate cherries? After calming his emotions, Qin Xuanzang asked softly. Qin Lu's brow twitched sharply. The very fact that the other party had initiated the inquiry suggested that there were indeed cherry trees cultivated in this village. This was no ordinary fruit like apricots or peaches. Cherries commanded a price far exceeding that of common fruits. Moreover, the cultivation conditions were not overly demanding. If these cherries could be successfully grown and a suitable buyer found, they would undoubtedly enhance the living conditions of the entire village significantly. Pondering for a moment, Qin Lu replied, cultivating cherries is not overly complicated. The temperature and humidity here are conducive to their growth. You simply need to use some natural fertilizers and allow them to ferment. Qin Xuanzang and the elders exchanged glances, all of whom were practitioners. Most of their energy was devoted to cultivation, and they had long since abstained from worldly desires. They were entirely unfamiliar with the cultivation of food, including temperature, humidity, and natural fertilizers. Ahem. Mr. Qin, what exactly is natural fertilizer? The elder chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Upon hearing the elder's query, Qin Lu furrowed his brow. Logically, the villagers should possess a better understanding of fertilization than he did. How could they be unaware of what natural fertilizer was? Perhaps they were simply unfamiliar with the term natural fertilizer, he mused. Sitting up straight, he clarified for the group. Natural fertilizer refers to the excrement of livestock, with pig and cow dung being the most effective. Of course, to cultivate high-priced cherries, it is best to ferment the pig and cow dung for 2 to 3 months first. The expressions of Qin Xuanzang and the others instantly froze. Qin Yun, in particular, wore a look of disgust. Typically, when cultivating spiritual fruits, one would use ash from spiritual plants, not resort to the direct use of such unsightly substances as livestock dung. Even if they were to succeed in cultivation, they would find it hard to ingest the fruits. The elder looked at Qin Xuanzang, conflicted, and communicated through thought. Patriarch, what do you think about this? Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuanzang replied telepathically. What Mr. Qin has said cannot be false. The issue lies with our previous cultivation methods. From now on, when cultivating the Fei Moon spiritual fruit, we shall follow Mr. Qin's guidance. Even if those Fei Moon trees ultimately perish, it matters not, for we were never able to cultivate such spiritual fruits anyway. Noting the silence among the others, Qin Lu tapped his fingers against the edge of the bed. I possess considerable experience in cherry cultivation. You may take me to inspect the orchard. Qin Xuanzang shook his head. Mr. Qin, your blindness will make such tasks rather inconvenient. Please just communicate what needs to be noted, and I will have others prepare accordingly. With that, Qin Xuanzang turned to the 3 elders once more. The second and third elders maintained their stoic demeanor, while the first elder sighed and acquiesced. He did not wait for the conversation to conclude, but directly departed from the Qin family, heading towards the beast forest. Pig dung and cow dung are not particularly rare substances. However, there exists a significant distinction between ordinary pigs, cows, and their respective beast counterparts. Naturally, collecting fertilizers from higher-grade beasts is far more advantageous. Approximately 2 hours later, the Grand Elder, suppressing his disgust, had gathered a considerable amount of beast droppings and then made his way to a medicinal garden located on Ling Mountain. This garden was abundant with precious herbs and spiritual fruits, and the concentration of spiritual energy there far exceeded that of ordinary regions. The 7th elder of the Qin family, accompanied by a number of clan disciples, was stationed there. Yet, within this garden, where the spiritual energy was exceptionally dense, There lay an expanse of withered flowers and yellowing leaves. Among these was the scarlet moon spirit fruit tree, which had depleted a significant portion of the Qin family's wealth. As the Grand Elder entered the medicinal garden, the seventh elder promptly approached him, inquiring, "Grand Elder, what brings you to the garden so suddenly?" "I have discovered the method to cultivate the scarlet moon spirit fruit," the Grand Elder proclaimed. Boom! This statement resonated like a thunderclap in the seventh elder's mind. His white beard quivered as he stared incredulously at the Grand Elder. "You. What did you say?" "I said, I have found the method to cultivate the scarlet moon spirit fruit," the Grand Elder reiterated. He then reached into his spatial ring, producing several sacks of dung and placing them before the seventh elder. The seventh elder wrinkled his nose. "What are these?" The Grand Elder gestured towards the sacks. "These bags contain the dung of the crimson flame pig, and these are from the azure scale bull. All of these are excellent fertilizers for cultivating the scarlet moon spirit fruit." Upon hearing this, the seventh elder's countenance darkened instantly. His spirits plummeted to the depths. He and his kin had expended countless efforts to cultivate the scarlet moon spirit fruit. It could be said that the scarlet moon spirit fruit was the source of his lifelong anguish. When he heard the Grand Elder claim to have discovered a method for its cultivation, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, he never anticipated that the method would involve such unsightly substances. Grinding his teeth, the seventh elder's forehead bulged with veins as he suppressed his fury. Forcing out a few words through clenched teeth, "Grand Elder, are you here to amuse yourself?" The Grand Elder scoffed. "Am I so idle as to seek your amusement? The clan leader is also aware of this matter. The method I bring is absolutely reliable." The corners of the seventh elder's mouth twitched. The Grand Elder had even invoked the clan leader. What could he possibly do? After a long pause, the seventh elder finally exhaled, indignantly stating, "If it proves ineffective, I shall go to the clan leader to hold you accountable, even at the risk of losing my position." The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. "If the scarlet moon spirit fruit fails to be cultivated, do as you wish." With that, the Grand Elder summoned several clan members to distribute the natural fertilizers. These clan members glanced at the seventh elder, and seeing him remain silent for a prolonged period. They could only muster their courage to proceed with fertilizing the scarlet moon spirit fruit. As the fertilization concluded, they wiped the cold sweat from their brows and hurried to other locations to nurture the spiritual herbs, fearing that Elder Qi might lose his composure and smite them without hesitation. This torment lasted for approximately 2 hours. Just as Elder Qi's countenance grew increasingly grim, astonishingly, several green shoots emerged from the withered, yellowing scarlet moon spirit fruit tree. A jolt of exhilaration coursed through Elder Qi, instantly dissipating all his rage. He beheld this spectacle, his pupils abruptly constricting. The cultivation of spirit fruits is a lengthy endeavor. It is not uncommon for several days to pass without any observable change. Who could have anticipated that, merely 2 hours after the application of fertilizer, tender sprouts would manifest? Elder Qi swallowed hard, and after the initial shock, his emotions gradually swelled with excitement. Tears welled at the corners of his eyes. After so many years, he had finally glimpsed the hope of nurturing the scarlet moon spirit fruit. Trembling, Elder Qi respectfully bowed deeply to the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, I was wrong before. You may deal with me as you see fit, and I shall harbor no resentment." The Grand Elder raised his chin, patted Elder Qi on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. "You acted for the sake of the entire Qin family. Why would I punish you? And one more thing I nearly forgot to mention. If these natural fertilizers can ferment for an additional 2 to 3 months, their efficacy will be greatly enhanced." Chapter 18. The storm approaches. What? The seventh elder's heart trembled once more. To think that in just 2 short hours, the scarlet moon spirit fruit tree could sprout tender buds was already beyond belief. And now, to suggest that the effects of the fermented fertilizer could be magnified even further. The seventh elder was unable to suppress the tremors coursing through his body, his emotions too tumultuous to articulate. After a lengthy pause, he gradually regained his composure. As dusk descended, the crimson clouds cast elongated shadows, while a gentle breeze tousled his pale hair and beard. He squinted slightly, as if transported back to his youthful days. Brimming with vigor, he turned his head towards the 200 or so clan members in the distance. Everyone, make haste to the beast forest and gather the dung of pig and cow-type demonic beasts. The higher the level of the beasts, the better. Anyone who fails to collect 100 pounds need not return. The stench of pig and cow dung was quite unbearable, and under ordinary circumstances, he would not dare to approach it. Yet now, as he gazed upon the dung, it seemed to possess an unexpected allure, and even its odor appeared markedly less offensive. The elder looked at the seventh elder's somewhat frenzied demeanor, taken aback. Seventh elder, there's no need for such urgency. Those natural fertilizers are not necessarily better in greater quantities. Excessive application could even scorch the roots of the trees. The seventh elder nodded. I am aware of that. Moderation is key. However, 1,000 pounds of fertilizer from Foundation Establishment Realm Beasts is far superior to 1,000 pounds from Qi Refinement Realm Beasts. Once they have gathered all the fertilizer, I can select some of higher quality. With that, the seventh elder shifted his gaze back to the elder, pleading, Elder, the dung from Foundation Establishment Realm Beasts is rather difficult to procure. I implore you to seek assistance from some of the main lineage clan members to help collect it. Well, very well, the elder consented. If he could lower himself to gather the dung of demonic beasts, could the other main lineage members not do the same? For the sake of cultivating such a rare spirit fruit, any effort expended is worthwhile. Perhaps it won't be long before the Qin family advances further due to the Scarlet Moon spirit fruit. The following morning, over 300 members of the Qin clan marched into the beast forest in grand procession. This endeavor caused quite a stir throughout Qingyun town. The Cheng, Song, and Su families swiftly dispatched numerous cultivators to secretly trail behind the Qin family's large contingent. Approximately half an hour later, amidst a thicket in the beast forest, 2 cultivators from the Cheng family concealed their presence, observing several Qin clan members in the nearby clearing, whispering to each other, "What on earth is the Qin family up to? I'm not sure. Perhaps they are searching for some rare materials." I suspect so as well, but to rely on rare materials to prolong the Qin family's existence seems rather far-fetched, does it not? The Qin family is simply grasping at straws. With Qin Xuanzong's failed breakthrough, how could a mere handful of rare materials remedy the situation? However, if those Qin clan members happen to discover any rare materials, we must act swiftly to seize them. We cannot afford to leave the Qin family any chance of comeback. As the 2 practitioners from the Cheng family conversed, several members of the Qin clan nearby had already taken out burlap sacks, crouching down to commence their peculiar task. The 2 Cheng family cultivators abruptly halted their dialogue, their bodies tensing in anticipation of seizing the treasure. However, their expressions turned to shock as they discerned what the Qin clan members were collecting. Excrement. Yes, the dung of magical beasts. The audacity of the Qin family to gather such refuse left the Cheng practitioners utterly bewildered, their minds reeling at the absurdity of the situation. In another part of the magical beast forest, cultivators from the Song and Su families mirrored this confusion, utterly perplexed by the Qin clan's bizarre actions. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the forest, a short and stout member of a minor family burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene. Have the Qin cultivators lost their minds? Collecting magical beast dung right here. A leaner practitioner quickly shushed him, placing a finger to his lips. Hush. Those are still members of the Qin family. We cannot afford to offend them. The stout cultivator dismissed his concern. The Qin family is likely on the brink of decline. What is there to fear? Unbeknownst to them, the Qin clan members had already overheard their remarks, but chose to ignore them, remaining focused on their task of collecting dung. News of their unusual endeavor swiftly spread through Qingyun town, provoking uproarious laughter among the populace. Members of the Cheng, Song, and Su families sighed in relief, their contempt for the Qin family deepening. What prospects could a family that sent its members out to gather magical beast dung possibly have? The annihilation of such a family seemed inevitable. Within Qingyun town, only Lin Tian furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance towards the magical beast forest, pondering, Master, What could be the purpose of the Qin family's actions? What peculiar efficacy could this magical beast dung possess? In that moment, an ancient ethereal spirit, visible only to Lin Tian, appeared. The spirit shook its head solemnly. The primary function of magical beast dung is to intimidate lesser magical beasts. Any other obscure uses are negligible. Rest assured, the Qin family has no opportunity for resurgence. After a moment of silence, Lin Tian's worry persisted. Master, is there any possibility that Qin Xuanzang could regain his peak state? The ancient spirit scoffed lightly. As long as there are no miraculous substances like the refining bloodstone, Qin Xuanzang cannot recover to his zenith in such a short time. In this remote wilderness, a restoration would require no less than 2 years and a plethora of rare materials. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian exhaled deeply, the tension in his brow gradually easing. With the Qin family unable to alter their doomed fate, he found little cause for concern. Time slipped away quietly, and 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within a concealed courtyard, practitioners from the Chung, Song, and Su families congregated, a dark mass of figures. Among them, no fewer than 100 had reached the foundational realm. However, Lin Tian, who had yet to attain the foundational realm, stood before everyone. Young Hero Lin, our practitioners from the Chung family are ready. Young Hero Lin, our practitioners from the Su family are ready. Young Hero Lin, our practitioners from the Song family are ready. As 3 resonant voices echoed, a mighty aura surged skyward. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and gazed in the direction of the Qin family. At that moment, an aged spirit appeared beside Lin Tian and solemnly spoke, Disciple, your ascent shall commence with the annihilation of the Qin family to obtain the forbidden divine record of the underworld. Remember, the path you must tread cannot be obstructed by this realm. After hearing the words of the aged spirit, Lin Tian withdrew his gaze and surveyed the 1,000-strong crowd, his powerful voice resonating. Esteemed guests, we may now set forth towards the Qin family. Chapter 19. Assault on the Qin family. At this moment it was midday, a time typically characterized by brilliant sunshine. Yet, dense dark clouds enveloped the entire sky, casting a somber shadow over the land beneath. On the streets, fierce winds whipped up sand and gravel, violently tearing at the garments of Lin Tian and his companions. Their pace was incredibly swift within mere moments. Over 1,000 individuals arrived at the gates of the Qin residence. Lin Tian fixed his gaze upon the vermilion gates and slowly drew his heavy sword from his back, his voice cold and resolute. All cultivators above the 7th level of Qi refinement, combine your forces and break down the gates at the fastest speed. Those within the 3rd to 6th levels of Qi refinement, prepare for the slaughter as soon as the gates are breached. Elders above the foundation establishment level and the heads of the 3 families, follow me directly to eliminate Qin Xuanzang and the main lineage of cultivators. Additionally, those above the 7th level of Qi refinement, once the gates are shattered, assist the others in the massacre. We shall leave no member of the Qin family alive. This battle concerns the rise and fall of our 3 families. We must not grant the Qin family any respite. Speed is of the essence. When the combat capabilities of both sides are nearly equal, wasting time knocking at the door for a formal confrontation is sheer folly. In such circumstances, even if the enemy cannot withstand our might, they will have ample time to flee and preserve their lineage, thereby creating a significant threat for ourselves. Lin Tian would not act so foolishly. Once everyone understood their roles, they divided into 3 groups. Those above the 7th level of Qi refinement immediately activated their respective techniques, channeling their power towards the gates of the Qin family. The dazzling radiance seemed poised to illuminate the entire realm. Boom! The sound erupted like a meteor impact. The heavy wooden doors were blown apart instantly, splintering into fragments amidst clouds of dust. The very ground trembled violently. Cultivators from the 3rd to 6th levels of Qi refinement swiftly surged inside, commencing a brutal massacre. A cacophony of battle cries erupted, and beneath the glint of blades, torrents of hot blood flowed forth. Lin Tian took a deep breath. Now it is our turn. Moments later, Lin Tian, the three family heads, and a host of elders strode forward with purpose. At this juncture, within the Qin residence, not far from Lin Tian, a disciple of the Chung family wielding a strange dagger chuckled lightly. The Qin family is nothing extraordinary. Such a massive door was shattered in mere moments. Several Qin family members clad in thin garments were taken aback, their faces filled with alarm. The enemy attack. The Chung family disciple, hearing the commotion, glanced over with a sneer. Oh, are the Qin family disciples so cowardly? A family that merely collects beast droppings is truly of no use. With a swift movement, the Chung family disciple approached the frightened Qin members. Take a deep breath. My blade is swift. Observing the Chung disciple's arrogant demeanor, Lin Tian furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, during battle, 70% of cultivators perish due to excessive chatter. Do not waste time. Swiftly eliminate these insignificant pests. The Chung family disciple thrust his dagger forward, and hot blood gushed forth instantly. All right. Lin Tian paid no further attention to the disciple of the Chung family. Instead, quickly scanning the layout of the Qin family, he aimed to breach the main lineage with his group of foundational cultivators as swiftly as possible. At that moment, from another direction, the sounds of the gate being breached, the clash of swords, the shouts of battle, and the echoes of anguished cries all reached the ears of Qin Yun and the elders. Qin Yun's heart raced. The collusion of the three families against the Qin had indeed been foretold by Mr. Qin. She clenched her fists, an inferno of rage brewing within her. Drawing her longsword, she strode purposefully towards the main gate of the Qin family. Inside the vast courtyard, Lin Tian was desperately searching for the possible location of the Qin family's main lineage. In the next moment, Qin Yun unleashed a powerful kick, and Lin Tian felt an immense force strike him, sending him flying several dozen meters. Scalding blood flowed from the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. Coughing violently, he looked towards the source of the force, his brow twitching. Qin Yun. The elders from the Chung, Song, and Su families recognized Qin Yun as well. To them, her continued existence represented the greatest threat. As a few elders from his Su family prepared to advance and eliminate Qin Yun, Lin Tian intervened. Leave her to me. You go hunt down Qin Xuansong and the other elders of the Qin family. As Lin Tian spoke, he wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes glinting with cold light as he gazed at Qin Yun with a faint smile. Qin Yun, do you still remember me? Qin Yun returned his gaze with indifference. I have defeated countless worthless opponents. Must I remember them all? Her words were akin to rubbing Lin Tian's face in the dirt. In truth, Lin Tian was the victor, yet in Qin Yun's words, he had been reduced to a mere pawn easily vanquished. Under normal circumstances, anyone would be enraged by such treatment. However, Lin Tian did not feel anger. Instead, he smiled broadly. Do you think you can provoke me with such tactics? Qin Yun, you underestimate me. With that, Lin Tian gripped his heavy sword tightly and charged toward Qin Yun. A surge of potent energy erupted forth. Having defeated Qin Yun once, he believed he could do so again, twice, thrice, or even countless times. The person hailed as the greatest talent of Qin Yun Town was merely a stepping stone in his eyes. Just as he thought this, a blade of black and crimson light suddenly appeared, hurtling towards him. The momentum was far beyond what an 8th level Qi refinement cultivator could achieve. Not to mention the 8th level. Even reaching the 9th level would be a formidable challenge. Lin Tian's assault was instantly shattered beneath the onslaught of the black-red blade light. The cutting edge, suffused with a chilling aura, swiftly sliced through Lin Tian's body, staining his garments with blood. He staggered back a dozen steps before barely regaining his footing, staring in astonishment at Qin Yun. You have broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. He recalled his master telling him that without specific elixirs, it was nearly impossible to break through to the foundational realm using the Nether God Forbidden Record. Moreover, cultivators practicing the forbidden divine tome of the Netherworld experience a significant decline in their training speed upon reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement. Thus, it is utterly implausible for Qin Yun to break through this barrier in such a brief span of time. Lin Tian's heart sank heavily at this realization. The expressions of those around him mirrored his dismay, as they began to doubt the reliability of the news regarding Lin Tian's earlier victory over Qin Yan. The latter's innate talent evidently surpassed Lin Tian's by considerable margin. Here stood a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, not yet 20 years old. Such a staggering gift instilled a sense of dread in the patriarchs of the Cheng, Song, and Su families. Acting swiftly, the patriarch of the Song family was the first to respond, channeling his energy to prepare for a lethal strike against Qin Yan. He could not afford to allow such a prodigy to flourish unchecked. However, just as the Song patriarch was about to make his move, two powerful voices erupted, declaring impudence. In an instant, immense pressure descended upon them, as the second and third elders of the Qin family made their grand entrance. Chapter 20. The Qin family's initial emergence. The elder of the Song family abruptly halted his movements in the midst of channeling his cultivation technique, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed upon the newcomer. The same reaction was mirrored by the Cheng and Su families. The overwhelming aura emanating from the Qin family was undeniably beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner at the 3rd level of foundational establishment. They could hardly fathom that the Qin family had produced two formidable individuals nearly reaching the 4th level of foundational establishment. Should these two powerful figures continue to develop, the Qin family would undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost clan in Qinyan town. The Cheng, Song, and Su families quivered in fear, feeling a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, they had acted promptly to prevent these foundational practitioners from maturing. For them, those who had not yet reached their full potential were no more significant than mere ants. Once their emotions had settled, the patriarch of the Cheng family broke into a grin, exclaiming, "The Qin family has truly exceeded my expectations. However, with such limited prowess, you pose no threat to us." Just as his words faded, he prepared to ally with the other two patriarchs to jointly eliminate the 2nd and 3rd elders of the Qin family. Yet in the next instant, an even more terrifying presence surged forth. The elder of the Qin family had appeared. The vast pressure he exuded had indeed reached the 4th level of foundational establishment. The very concern that the Cheng, Song, and Su families had dreaded had come to pass. Besides Qin Xuanzong, the Qin family had successfully nurtured another powerful practitioner at the mid-3rd level of foundational establishment. The three family patriarchs lost all their previous arrogance. While the elder of the Qin family swiftly approached Qin Yan, shielding her protectively behind him, he then addressed the members of the Qin clan with a commanding voice. "All disciples of the Qin family, charge back. Let none who dare to offend the Qin family escape." His resounding voice was incredibly invigorating. Upon learning of the elders' breakthrough to the 4th level of foundational establishment, the morale of the Qin clan soared to unprecedented heights. The tide of battle began to shift in favor of the Qin family. Lin Tian observed this scene, his expression darkening significantly. He sensed that the patriarchs of the Cheng, Song, and Su families were beginning to waver. This could not be allowed. Qin Yan was protected too fiercely by the elder of the Qin family, leaving him with no opportunity to strike. If the Cheng, Song, and Su families withdrew, the difficulty of seizing Qin Yan's cultivation technique would be akin to climbing to the heavens. Lin Tian clenched his fists tightly, bloodshot eyes blazing with intensity. 3 patriarchs. He has merely stepped into the 4th level of foundational establishment. How much strength can he truly wield? Meanwhile, we possess 3 seasoned practitioners at the 4th level of foundational establishment. What do we have to fear? Furthermore, look closely at how many of your clansmen have slain Qin family members. Do you truly believe this battle can end easily? Seeing the 3 patriarchs begin to hesitate, Lin Tian stoked the flames further. Only by uniting to obliterate the Qin family can we fully resolve this blood feud. Only through our combined efforts can we reclaim our losses. Additionally, once I have grown stronger, I can unconditionally assist you in overcoming a crisis. Upon hearing these words, a peculiar light ignited in the eyes of the patriarchs of the Cheng, Song, and Su families. What Lin Tian had previously articulated resonated with them. Yet the crux lay in his final declaration, to unconditionally assist them in overcoming a crisis. Such an offer was undeniably enticing. After all, within their clan, no one possessed a talent akin to Qin Yun. Very well, even if it were solely for the sake of Lin Xiaoxia, we must unite to eradicate the Qin family. Indeed, for Lin Xiaoxia, the Qin family has so brazenly humiliated him. We must seek justice for Lin Xiaoxia. The cunning elders of the Cheng, Song, and Su clans effortlessly redirected all animosity toward Lin Tian with a single utterance. However, Lin Tian remained unfazed. As long as the Qin family could be obliterated and the Yiming Forbidden Divine record acquired, every endeavor would be worthwhile. Lin Tian's blood surged with renewed fervor. The annihilation of the Qin family, the demise of Qin Yun, and the acquisition of the Yiming Forbidden Divine record would serve as the cornerstone for his ascent to greatness. Dark clouds billowed across the heavens, casting a shadow over the sky. A fierce wind, heavy with the scent of blood, swept through, whipping Lin Tian's garments. Just as he gripped his formidable sword, poised to join the three clan leaders in a grand slaughter, an overwhelming presence surged forth, eclipsing all others. In an instant, the Qin family fell into an eerie silence. The elders Cheng, Song, and Su felt a shiver race down their spines. They stared blankly at the newcomer, and upon recognizing his visage, a chill coursed through their bones. Qin Xian, this once equal patriarch, had now ascended to the 5th level of foundation establishment, becoming the mightiest in Qingyun town. Boom! Upon witnessing this, Lin Tian's mind buzzed with chaos. All his strategies with the 3 major clans collapsed upon Qin Xian's arrival. He had been defeated. The Yiming Forbidden Divine record would slip from his grasp. Do you wish to continue fighting? Qin Xian's frigid voice echoed. The elders of the Cheng, Song, and Su clans collectively sighed heavily. With a 5th-level foundation establishment powerhouse present, their chances had evaporated. They approached to negotiate peace. Clan leader Qin, my kin have slain numerous disciples of the Qin family. I am willing to make reparations. Clan leader Qin, if you spare our lives, we are open to discussions on everything else. Clan leader Qin, after this, we will assuredly never set foot in the Qin family again. Qin Xiansong narrowed his eyes slightly. He harbored a desire to eradicate the other 3 major clans. Given the current strength of the Qin family, such an endeavor was indeed feasible. However, the backlash from these 3 clans could lead to the obliteration of the entire Qin family, and few could survive in such a tumultuous conflict. He had to consider the future of the Qin family. Extracting substantial reparations was the wisest course of action. Moreover, time was on their side. With Mr. Qin's assistance, the growth of the Qin family would surpass that of any other clan, providing ample opportunities to annihilate the 3 clans in the future. After extensive negotiations, a plethora of elixirs, talismans, and spiritual artifacts were secured by Qin Xiansong. Although the other 3 clan leaders felt immense regret, they were relieved to have preserved their lives. After the conflict between the Qin family and the 3 prominent clans was resolved, all eyes turned towards Lin Tian. Although the 3 clans harbored intentions to obliterate the Qin family, on the surface, Lin Tian was perceived as the mastermind. He was acutely aware of this fact. With gritted teeth, beads of perspiration dotted his forehead, back, and palms. He secretly resolved that if Qin Xuansong intended to take his life, he would relinquish control of his body to his master. In the next moment, an ancient and ethereal spirit, visible only to Lin Tian, drifted out, solemnly surveying the surroundings. Lin Tian took a deep breath and transmitted a message. Master, if Qin Xuansong harbors any murderous intent towards me, please immediately take control of my body and assist me in escaping from this place. Chapter 21. Post-War Compensation. The Order of the Blood Demon. Lin Tian's heart raced to his throat. Yet, after a prolonged silence, he observed no sign of malice from Qin Xuansong. A wave of relief washed over him as he gritted his teeth and carefully retrieved a crimson iron token from his spatial ring, extending it towards Qin Xuansong. This is called the Order of the Blood Demon. I hope it can compensate for the losses of the Qin clan. Lin Tian's voice, though soft, resonated like a thunderclap in the minds of the clan leaders Chung, Song, Su, and Qin. The Order of the Blood Demon, as its name implies, is a token granting entry into the Blood Demon Forbidden Land. This forbidden realm, alongside the Dragonfall Valley and the Ghostly Mountain, is renowned as one of the three great forbidden zones of the Great Chu dynasty. Although the perils of the Blood Demon Forbidden Land may not rival those of the other two, ordinary cultivators entering it face a harrowing fate of 9 deaths to 1 life. Within the entire Great Chu dynasty, few dare to venture into such treacherous places. However, danger is often accompanied by opportunity. Many have heard whispers that within the Blood Demon Forbidden Land lies immense potential for achieving the Golden Core. The Order of the Blood Demon allows cultivators to traverse the perilous outer boundaries of the Forbidden Zone and reach its central area. Its value is self-evident. They could scarcely fathom that Lin Tian could produce such a divine artifact. Qin Xuanzang's heart raced violently. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he nonchalantly stowed the Order of the Blood Demon into his pouch, then stated solemnly, "This matter ends here. Should you dare to provoke my Qin family again, I shall surely slay you." In truth, he had never intended to kill Lin Tian. After all, he had gleaned much information about Lin Tian from Mr. Qin. Given the current combat strength of the Qin family, they were not capable of eliminating a Lin Tian who possessed a remnant soul of a semi-immortal. To eradicate him, a more gradual approach was required. Concluding this conflict with compensation was the optimal choice. As for the Order of the Blood Demon, it was an unexpected boon. The other 3 clan leaders watched in astonishment as Qin Xuanzang calmly accepted the order, nearly drooling in disbelief. They could not comprehend why all the fortunate circumstances seemed to befall the Qin family. They had not secured any of the top-tier combat prowess or extraordinary talents, and now they were to gain an unparalleled opportunity. After a moment, Chung, Song, and Su sighed in unison, exchanging glances that revealed the despondency in their eyes. They could no longer remain in the Qin family. Once the compensation was complete, the 3 clan leaders took their leave without hesitation, bidding farewell to Qin Xuanzang. The disciples of each clan departed the Qin residence within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, the instigator of the clan conflict, fled to a distant, desolate mountain after exiting the gates of the Qin family. After a considerable time had passed, and seeing that no one from the Qin family pursued him, Lin Tian finally exhaled a heavy breath of relief. He was safe at last. Lin Tian whispered to himself, instinctively shaking his head. The combat prowess of Qin Yun, Qin Xuanzang, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder far exceeded his expectations. In this endeavor to annihilate the Qin family, he not only failed to obtain the Netherworld Forbidden Divine Record, but also lost the Order of the Blood Demon. It could be said that he suffered a complete defeat. Nonetheless, to exchange a token for his life, Lin Tian considered himself quite fortunate. After a brief moment, a gentle breeze swept through. The aged remnant soul gently drifted out from Lin Tian's body, observing the blood-soaked figure of Lin Tian, and sighed. It is a pity to have carelessly handed the token that grants access to the Blood Demon Forbidden Land to the Qin family. If you had entrusted me with control of your body at that moment, such misfortune could have been avoided. Lin Tian, upon hearing this, shook his head. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in battle. I am not one to be disheartened by loss. It is merely a token, and if lost, so be it. In truth, he feared not the loss of the Blood Demon token, but rather the prospect of surrendering control of his body to his master. This could potentially inflict severe harm upon his own being. Moreover, he had yet to fully trust this master, unless faced with a life and death situation. He would never relinquish control of his own body. At that moment, the aged remnant's soul seemed to recall something. Within that Blood Demon token, there exists a tracking mark left by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Handing it directly to the Qin family may not be entirely disadvantageous. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Lin Tian's lips. The hidden peril within the Blood Demon token was something the aged remnant soul chose to disclose only after he had lost it. Indeed, this remnant soul was wary of him, Lin Tian shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter, and gradually narrowed his eyes. Although I have failed this time, I shall not give up on the netherworld forbidden divine record. Such a cultivation method that leads directly to the pinnacle of power is worth any amount of strategizing. The aged remnant soul pondered for a moment before replying. With your current strength, acquiring the netherworld forbidden divine record under the watchful eyes of the foundation establishment cultivators of the Qin family is akin to scaling the heavens. What do you plan to do? Lin Tian smiled. Since direct confrontation with the Qin family is unlikely to yield success, we shall strike at their enterprises. I recall that the Qin family's largest asset is the spirit-gathering pill. Am I correct? Master, can you refine a high-grade spirit-gathering pill? The aged remnant's soul paused for a moment, but ultimately responded truthfully. Refining a high-grade spirit-gathering pill is not difficult. I possess several formulas, and I shall select the one with the lowest cost for you. With your talent, you could produce the pill in just over 10 days. Lin Tian nodded slightly. That sounds splendid. Once I have refined the high-grade spirit-gathering pill and captured a significant portion of the market, the entire Qin family will find itself in peril. At that point, we can ally with other formidable forces to easily obtain the netherworld forbidden divine record. Within the Qin estate, many clan members were still engaged in clearing the battlefield, the pungent scent of blood lingering in the air. Meanwhile, Qin Xuanzong, Qin Yun, and 3 elders made their way to Qin Lu's residence. As the crimson door was pushed open with great force, a robust voice resonated. Mr. Qin, I have returned. Inside the room, Qin Lu was momentarily taken aback. Uncle, it is I, the Grand Elder declared as he strode confidently to Qin Lu's side. I am here to bring Mr. Qin good news. Ever since employing the cultivation method you provided, the growth of the cherry blossom tree has improved remarkably. Qin Lu displayed a look of confusion, wondering if his method had truly yielded results so swiftly. Moreover, did he not mention that the natural fertilizers require fermentation for 2 to 3 months? How is it that fertilization is being applied now? Qin Lu felt somewhat perplexed. At that moment, the Grand Elder cleared his throat again and said, Mr. Qin, besides sharing good news, I have another matter to discuss. It concerns those captivating tales from before. Could you perhaps narrate a few more? Qin Lu's brow twitched slightly. Could this be a prompt for an on-the-spot continuation? However, given the scarcity of entertainment in this village, recounting a few stories could indeed serve to alleviate the monotony of time. Very well, I shall share some more. Qin Lu replied. The Grand Elder spoke once more, requesting, please focus on elaborating the Blood Demon Order, as I find it particularly intriguing. A look of confusion crossed Qin Lu's face again. Have I previously mentioned the Blood Demon Order to you? Chapter 22. The Greatest Crisis of the Qin Family. The eldest elder's heart tightened in an instant. Alas, I have let slip my tongue once more. In the narrative recounted by Mr. Qin, the Blood Demon Order had never been mentioned. Qin Xuanzong cast a cold glance at the eldest elder, then sighed. Perhaps Mr. Qin has forgotten. Is my memory truly so frail now? Qin Lu shook his head and took over the matter directly. The Blood Demon Order involves numerous complexities. There's little to be said at present. Let us continue with the original storyline. At this juncture, Qin Lu paused, savoring a sip of tea before proceeding. Lin Tian, in his quest to slay Qin Yun and obtain the forbidden record of the netherworld, allied with the 3 major families to jointly attack the Qin family. They held an absolute advantage in strength. That battle plunged the world into chaos. Countless casualties befell the Qin family. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuanzong trembled, a wave of dread washing over him. He dared not imagine the scene had he not acquired the refined bloodstone and remained stuck in the fractured 4th layer of foundation establishment. Perhaps it would indeed be as Mr. Qin described, a scene of heavy casualties and rivers of blood. Thankfully, he had received intelligence from Mr. Qin, which spared the Qin family from a calamity. Qin Xuanzong pondered quietly. At that moment, Qin Lu's voice rang out again. Although the Qin family suffered greatly, it is still one of the 4 prominent families of Qingyan Town. Toppling it is no simple feat. The Cheng, Song, and Su families do not fully trust one another. Thus, they cannot engage the Qin family in a head-on clash. Lin Tian's plan has, in essence, failed. He could not slay Qin Yun, nor did he acquire the forbidden record of the netherworld. Yet he is not one to easily concede. For the forbidden record, he will strike against the Qin family once more. In direct combat, it may be challenging for him to gain the upper hand, but dismantling a family does not necessarily require brute force. Targeting the Qin family's industries presents an excellent alternative. The Qin family's primary industry revolves around the gathering spirit pill. And the most crucial ingredient for concocting this pill is the flame spirit grass. Following the failure of his previous scheme, Lin Tian, with the assistance of a remnant soul of a demigod, swiftly located the Qin family's flame spirit herb garden, employing a method to lure beasts. He drew numerous demonic beasts to that very garden. The seventh elder of the Qin family, tasked with guarding that herb garden, suffered severe injuries, and most of the medicinal materials were utterly destroyed by those beasts. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuanzang and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, luring demonic beasts to attack. They had never conceived that such a tactic existed in the world. Yet, upon reflection, it was plausible that Lin Tian, harboring a remnant soul of a demigod within him, could wield such methods. After a prolonged silence, the mood among Qin Xuanzang and the others grew somber. Mr. Qin spoke wisely. Striking at a family's industry could indeed lead to its downfall. Should the Qin family's flame spirit herb garden be destroyed, the entire Qin family would suffer a significant setback. Qin Xuanzang exhaled a deep breath, turning to Qin Lu with a furrowed brow and inquired, Mr. Qin, is there any method to thwart Lin Tian's beast-attracting technique? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Lu replied, no, at least not in that remote place of Qingyun Town. Of course, defending the flame spirit herb garden is not an insurmountable task. The effect of beast attraction is only temporary. As long as we endure, the herb garden can be preserved. The reason Lin Tian was able to devastate the majority of the Qin family's herb garden with his beast-attracting technique was that it caught the Qin family off guard. If the Qin family had activated the mountain protection formation in advance, the losses could have been minimized. The same principle applies to Lin Tian's alliance with the three major families against the Qin family. Had the Qin family activated the clan protection formation beforehand, the damage would have been significantly less. However, both the mountain protection formation and the clan protection formation require a substantial amount of resources. Only families with foundational realm cultivators can sustain such expenditures. Thus, in a small place like Qingyun Town, the mountain protection formation and clan protection formation can only serve as mere decorations. This is also partly due to the inadequacy of the array masters in the Great Chu dynasty, whose strength is woefully insufficient. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuanzang, Qin Yun, and the three elders all sighed in relief. Indeed, while the clan and mountain protection formations were essentially ornamental, having received prior warning from Mr. Qin made all the difference. Compared to the flame spirit herb garden, the resources required to activate the mountain protection formation were negligible. Furthermore, there was no need for the formation to remain operational at all times. As long as they could repel a single assault from the beast horde, they could cease its operation immediately. At most, it would cost a mere few tens of thousands of spirit stones. The worries in Qin Xuanzang and the others' eyes dissipated instantly. Now that they had been forewarned by Mr. Qin about the potential impending events, they needed to act swiftly. Qin Xuanzang bowed respectfully to Qin Lu, preparing to take his leave and head toward the herb garden where the flame spirit resided. Just then, Qin Lu spoke once more. Let us steer back to the matter at hand. Although Lin Tian's beast-attracting technique destroyed much of the Qin family's herb garden and inflicted significant losses, it did not completely annihilate the Qin family. He possesses even more formidable techniques. Qin Xuanzang froze momentarily, while Qin Yun and the elders exchanged glances, astonishment washing over them. The sheer brutality of the technique that had ravaged their herb garden was already overwhelming. How could they not be shocked by Mr. Qin's assertion that Lin Tian had yet more vicious methods at his disposal? The second elder instinctively swallowed hard, stammering, Mr. Qin, is there really a more ruthless technique? Qin Lu nodded slightly. Indeed, after demolishing the flame spirit herb garden, Lin Tian devoted all his time to alchemy. His master, a remnant soul of a semi-immortal, was a top-tier alchemist. With his guidance, Lin Tian's alchemical skills have improved by leaps and bounds. In merely a span of a few days, an advanced spirit-gathering pill was successfully concocted. This advanced spirit-gathering pill not only eliminates the necessity of using flame spirit grass for its formulation, but its efficacy vastly surpasses that of the ordinary spirit-gathering pills produced by the Qin family. In comparison to the destruction of the flame spirit grass herb garden, this poses a far graver threat to the entire Qin family. Chapter 23. Counteracting Lin Tian, a higher-grade spirit-gathering pill. As Qin Lu's voice fell, the entire palace fell into an immediate silence. Everyone present was shaken to their core. What is the spirit-gathering pill? It is the very foundation upon which the Qin family stands. It is precisely because of this asset that the Qin family has had the opportunity to become one of the 4 prominent families in Qingyun town. Yet that Lin Tian, merely a fledgling, has managed to concoct a higher-grade spirit-gathering pill that surpasses the Qin families in just over 10 days. This is utterly inconceivable. Even with the assistance of a remnant soul at the semi-divine level, such a feat seems preposterous. After a lengthy moment, all present gradually regained their composure. At that juncture, Qin Xiansong appeared to ponder something, lifting his gaze to Qin Lu with a look of confusion, asking, "Mr. Qin, since Lin Tian can refine a higher-grade spirit-gathering pill to counter the Qin family, why then would he entice the demon beast to destroy the flame spirit herb garden? Is that not redundant?" Upon hearing this, Qin Lu smiled lightly. "Village chief, you are thinking too narrowly. Consider this. When you are battling a mortal enemy, do you hold nothing back or merely rely on a single technique to confront them?" Qin Xiansong was momentarily rendered speechless, while Qin Lu continued, "Even when both sides are evenly matched in power, one must employ every means at their disposal. Moreover, Lin Tian currently occupies the weaker position. Given that he has found an opportunity to weaken the Qin family, how could he possibly forego any advantage?" Qin Xiansong opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately fell silent. He had had little experience with such non-violent competition, often underestimating Lin Tian, viewing him merely as a child wielding a divine artifact. It was clear now that he needed to adopt a more serious attitude towards Lin Tian, no longer dismissing him lightly. As Qin Xiansong pondered with lowered brows, the Grand Elder suddenly stepped forward, his voice hoarse. "Mr. Qin, if the Qin family can hold onto the flame spirit herb garden, how much loss can be mitigated?" The Grand Elder, not particularly astute, could not conceive a viable strategy in such a dire situation, but as the Grand Elder, he felt compelled to contribute in any way he could. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Qin Xiansong and the others wore bitter expressions, instinctively shaking their heads. Since Lin Tian could refine a higher-grade spirit-gathering pill, it effectively severed their roots. Thus, what purpose would guarding the flame spirit herb garden serve? Even if they succeeded in holding it, it would merely be a matter of prolonging their inevitable demise. If they could not obtain the formula for the higher-grade spirit-gathering pill or prevent Lin Tian from refining it, all their efforts would be in vain. In the midst of the somber atmosphere, Qin Lu chuckled lightly. "Uncle, you might be surprised to hear this, but if the Qin family manages to retain the flame spirit herb garden, it could indeed alleviate a significant portion of our losses." The others paused in their movements, staring at Qin Lu in astonishment. Could there still be a glimmer of hope in this situation? Qin Lu smacked his lips thoughtfully and continued. "In truth, using the flame spirit herb to concoct the spirit-gathering pill is a waste. Its true purpose lies in the creation of the Crimson Flame Cleansing Pill. The Crimson Flame Cleansing Pill harnesses the fire of the flame spirit to incinerate the impurities within a cultivator's body, expelling any residual toxins. Although its efficacy may not rival that of the essence refining stone, it remains a rare and precious elixir, vastly superior to the advanced gathering spirit pill. After all, one fundamentally enhances the speed at which cultivators absorb spiritual energy, while the other merely increases the concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings." Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could hardly believe that such a humble flame spirit grass could yield such a remarkable pill. Truly, it was a case of finding light in the midst of darkness. As the elder contemplated the benefits of the crimson flame cleansing pill, his face flushed with exhilaration in mere moments. However, Qin Xuanzang and the others did not share in the joy. While it was true that the flame spirit grass could be used to concoct the crimson flame cleansing pill, they lacked the formula for its creation. After a long silence, Qin Xuanzang took a deep breath and spoke gravely. Mr. Qin, even if the flame spirit grass possesses other properties, without the formula, it will be of no use. The Qin family will still face this calamity. Qin Lu took a sip of tea, raising an eyebrow. Who says there is no formula? The recipe for the crimson flame cleansing pill resides within Qinyan town, though it remains unknown to most. Shortly after the destruction of the Qin family's medicinal garden, an auction was held in Qinyan town. Lin Tian seized an opportunity and purchased an ancient painting at a bargain, within which the formula for the crimson flame cleansing pill was concealed. For a considerable time thereafter, Lin Tian amassed a wealth of resources through the use of the crimson flame cleansing pill. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Who could have anticipated that the flame spirit grass could also be used to create the crimson flame cleansing pill? Moreover, the very formula for its concoction was conveniently located in Qinyan town. Once they obtained the formula for the crimson flame cleansing pill, what would Lin Tian's advanced gathering spirit pill amount to? A smile returned to Qin Xuanzang's face, and the other elders, too, shed their previous gloom, their spirits lifted. It was fortunate that they had consulted Mr. Qin in advance. Otherwise, they would have incurred significant losses. After acquiring the information they sought, everyone bid farewell to Qin Lu and commenced their preparations. The impatient elder, upon leaving Qin Lu's residence, wasted no time and headed straight for the medicinal garden. The prerequisite for concocting the crimson flame cleansing pill was that their flame spirit grass garden remained intact. Thus, it was imperative to rush to the garden and safeguard the flame spirit grass. Approximately half an hour later, a figure swiftly approached across a mountain range. Within the medicinal garden atop the mountain, the seventh elder of the Qin family paused, glancing towards the approaching figure. Upon recognizing the elder, his face broke into a wide smile. He immediately approached the elder, brimming with excitement. "Elder, how did you devise the method for cultivating the fiery moon spirit fruit?" Using the method you described, those fiery moon spirit fruit trees seem to change drastically by the day. It may not be long before we harvest a bountiful yield of fiery moon spirit fruits. As for our Qin family, we may even advance further because of this. The seventh elder wished to articulate more, yet was abruptly interrupted by the first elder, who raised a hand. "Let us set aside all other matters for now and promptly retrieve all the spirit stones stored here to activate the mountain protecting formation. Immediately, at once." The seventh elder hesitated, instinctively furrowing his brow. "First elder, is there an impending attack on our medicinal garden?" The first elder shook his head. "It is not humans, but rather a horde of monstrous beasts that will besiege our garden." Upon hearing this, the corner of the seventh elder's mouth twitched. He acknowledged that the first elder's method of cultivating the scarlet moon spirit fruit had brought untold wealth to the Qin family. However, that was not a justification for such absurdity. A flicker of anger ignited in the seventh elder's eyes, and his expression darkened instantaneously. "Preposterous. I personally surveyed the site of this garden. Within a 10-mile radius, there isn't even a single formidable beast. How could a beast tide possibly occur?" Chapter 24. The beast assaults the herb garden. Indeed, he was right. The grand elder was momentarily stifled. He cast a frantic glance around the herb garden, his heart brimming with anxiety. He was uncertain when that young man, Lin Tian, would employ his beast summoning techniques, but it was reasonable to assume that it would not be long. If the protective mountain formation did not commence operations swiftly, the losses would not merely amount to some spirit stones, but rather the flame spirit grass, which could undermine the very foundation of the Qin family. Noticing that the seventh elder remained unperturbed, the grand elder hastily urged, "Listen, I cannot explain everything to you. You must simply follow my instructions. As the grand elder of the Qin family, would I lead you astray? It was not that he refrained from explaining. He genuinely did not know how to begin. Should he divulge that a remarkable individual capable of predicting heavenly secrets had arrived at their doorstep? Or should he mention that an 18-year-old cultivator who could command beasts had set his sights on them? Regardless of whether the seventh elder would believe him, by the time he articulated his explanation, it would be too late. Yet, the more he hesitated, the more cautious the seventh elder became. Frowning, he positioned himself firmly before the Grand Elder, declaring, "Grand Elder, if you do not clarify matters, I shall not activate this protective mountain formation." This was not mere obstinacy on the part of the seventh elder. The energy consumption of operating the formation was immense. Such a grand array consumed spirit stones by the second. How could he bear to waste them? After all, these resources had been painstakingly acquired through the crafting of spirit-gathering pills for the benefit of the Qin family's many disciples. Observing the unwavering stance of the seventh elder, the Grand Elder lost his patience. He forcefully pushed past the seventh elder and infused his voice with spiritual energy. All disciples present, prepare all spirit stones and proceed to each formation node to activate the protective mountain formation. His resounding and powerful voice echoed throughout the herb garden, leaving all the Qin clan members astonished as they turned to regard the Grand Elder. They had labored in this herb garden for a lifetime, but had never once activated the protective mountain formation. They were well aware that maintaining such a formation was beyond their means. "What are you still dawdling for? Move quickly," the Grand Elder bellowed once more. Upon hearing this, all clan members instinctively glanced at the seventh elder. When they saw the seventh elder's stern expression and silence, they steeled themselves and took the spirit stones, making their way to the various nodes to initiate the formation. Since they had never activated it before, their movements were somewhat clumsy. Fortunately, the formation itself was intact. Once all the nodes were activated, the entire protective mountain formation sprang to life. In the next moment, a multitude of intricate and resplendent golden inscriptions surged forth, intertwining in midair, fading, and ultimately coalescing into a massive golden dome that enveloped the entire herb garden. Seeing that the formation was now operational, the Grand Elder wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and exhaled a deep breath of relief. Only then did the seventh elder, still wearing a somber expression, speak again. "Grand Elder, it is time for you to explain." The Grand Elder opened his mouth, prepared to provide an explanation. But upon recalling that this seventh elder did not even recognize Mr. Qin, he resignedly closed his mouth. Such matters are difficult to articulate and resemble the tales of old. He could not elucidate further. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I shall not issue commands capriciously. In due time, you will comprehend." The seventh elder's countenance stiffened upon hearing this. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress the fury within him. "I hope your words ring true. Should the beast tide fail to materialize, I may very well report to the clan leader and recommend your dismissal from the position of Grand Elder." With that, the seventh elder swept his sleeve dramatically and advanced towards a focal point of the formation. There, a disciple of the Qin family was frantically replenishing the spirit stones. Upon entering the formation, these spirit stones swiftly lost their luster, ultimately turning to mere powder. The seventh elder observed, feeling as though his heart were bleeding profusely. Each passing moment after the formation's activation was an excruciating ordeal for him. Approximately half an hour had elapsed, and over 18,000 spirit stones had been consumed. The Qin disciple, who was casting the stones, trembled as he lifted his gaze to the seventh elder. "Seventh elder, should we continue to supply more?" The seventh elder's eyes were already bloodshot, yet he did not allow his pain to hinder the operation of the grand array. Instead, he shot a fierce glare at the lanky clansman and coldly commanded, "Why do you look at me? If the Grand Elder instructs you to proceed, then do so without hesitation. Do not dawdle like a fool." Startled, the lanky clansman dared not voice another question and hurriedly deposited the spirit stones into the formation. Meanwhile, the seventh elder, as if tormented, dragged his weary body before the Grand Elder, raising his voice. "Where is this beast tide you spoke of? I have yet to see even a shadow of it." The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, gazing at the rapidly depleting spirit stones, his own anxiety surfacing. However, due to his unwavering trust in Mr. Qin, he managed to contain himself, responding gravely, "Let us wait a little longer." Wait a little longer? Even waiting must have a conclusion, or do you truly intend to exhaust all our spirit stones? The seventh elder spoke sharply, yet before he could finish, the ground began to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. As the tremors intensified, clouds of dust billowed forth, surging toward the medicinal garden. The seventh elder, upon witnessing this, was rendered speechless, frozen in place, his eyes wide as he beheld the scene outside the garden. Seeing the hideous beast beneath the rolling dust, he instinctively swallowed hard, murmuring, he truly was correct. The grand elder approached and patted the seventh elder's shoulder, saying, "I told you. Our Qin family's medicinal garden will be besieged by the beast tide. Do you now believe?" The seventh elder nodded stiffly. The evidence lay before him. What could he possibly doubt? However, there were no formidable beasts within 10 miles of the garden, and the conditions for a beast tide to form were exceedingly stringent. For such a garden to give rise to a beast tide was utterly illogical. Even more perplexing to the seventh elder was how the grand elder had foreseen this. Before he could ponder further, the tide of beasts surged forth. The thunderous sound of a colossal collision resonated like a meteor striking the earth, sending tremors through the ground. Just witnessing this scene filled the seventh elder with an overwhelming sense of dread. Had he managed to stop the grand elder and failed to activate the protective mountain array, the Qin family would face an incalculable loss of medicinal herbs. The resources within this medicinal garden could not merely be quantified by tens of thousands of spirit stones. Alas, do not linger in shock. Lend a hand and allow those disciples controlling the array to open a breach. I shall venture forth and slay the most formidable among the demonic beasts. As the seventh elder stood momentarily dazed, the grand elder suddenly spoke. The seventh elder trembled, instantly regaining his composure as he turned sharply towards the grand elder. "WH, there are several foundational tier great demons outside. While none have reached the third level of foundation establishment, their sheer numbers are daunting. Moreover, there's a multitude of ordinary demonic beasts assisting them. Is the grand elder not courting death by venturing out now?" Just as the seventh elder was about to voice his objections, a wave of overwhelming pressure erupted from the grand elder. The seventh elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Fourth level of foundation establishment. Chapter 25. Has the grand elder grown this powerful? The seventh elder's heart raced violently, his mind buzzing with disbelief. This was indeed the third realm of foundation establishment. Among the four great families, only the patriarch could attain such a level. How could this seemingly reckless grand elder, who had merely relied on abundant resources to reach the third stage of foundation establishment, achieve such heights? At that moment, as the seventh elder stood in stunned silence, a disciple from the Qin family made an operational error, causing a slight disruption in the formation. Golden runes clashed and sparked, creating a narrow fissure. Just in time, sensing the anomaly, the grand elder sprang into action, dashing towards the breach with the speed of lightning. Amidst the frenzied roars of the beasts, the grand elder's face lit up with excitement. With a swift motion, he summoned a dark golden iron mace from his spatial ring and began to wield it with fervor, unleashing a tempest of terrifying energy. Boom! 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 In an instant, several demonic beasts were sent flying, their anguished cries piercing the air as hot blood rained down like droplets from the heavens. Beasts of the ninth level of Qi refinement perished before their eyes. The disciple who had previously faltered in the formation now felt a chill run down his spine, fearing the beasts would invade and ravage the medicinal garden. Yet, who could have anticipated that the grand elder would personally intervene, single-handedly sealing the breach and keeping all the beasts at bay? The disciple swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle. However, despite the grand elder's formidable display of power, his heart still raced with anxiety. After all, this beast tide harbored not only creatures of the Qi refinement realm, but also several formidable demons of foundation establishment. Could the grand elder alone withstand them? Just as the disciple began to worry, several Foundation establishment demons seemed to have locked onto the Grand Elder. They roared, baring their fearsome teeth slick with foul saliva, charging directly at him. This is bad. The seventh Elder's heart trembled as he channeled his spiritual energy, preparing to rush to the Grand Elder's aid. But in the next moment, the Grand Elder raised his iron mace once more, sweeping it down with might. A golden radiance coalesced into a massive, illusory mace, crashing down upon one of the Foundation establishment demons like a meteor. Boom! The ground shook violently, blood and flesh mingling with shattered bones flying everywhere. The Foundation establishment demon met the same fate as the previously slain Qi refinement beasts, unable to withstand the Grand Elder's might. The seventh Elder's gathered momentum dissipated in an instant, leaving him feeling numb. The fourth level of Foundation establishment was merely one tier above the third. Yet the disparity in power was staggering. Time continued to flow, and the earth trembled beneath them. The bodies of the beasts had formed a small mountain. The seventh Elder could only watch in trepidation. After an indeterminate amount of time, the area finally fell silent. The remaining beasts, for reasons unknown, seemed to regain their senses and departed from the region. Only a pile of blood-stained corpses remained. The Grand Elder exhaled a heavy sigh, returning to the seventh Elder, a grin spreading across his face. Now you comprehend my capabilities, do you not? The seventh Elder nodded earnestly at his words. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's intervention, this medicinal garden would have suffered substantial destruction. The Grand Elder patted the seventh Elder on the shoulder. Enough. Hasten to summon the disciples back. There is no need to maintain the Great Formation any longer. Those few seconds would squander a significant amount of spirit stones. The seventh Elder gazed at the myriad of beast carcasses strewn about, hesitating. Such a potent stench of blood would surely attract numerous beasts, would it not? Was it too premature to withdraw the protective formation? The Grand Elder reassured him, do not fret. The beasts will only attack this once. Regardless of whether they breached this medicinal garden, they shall not return. The seventh Elder fell silent, scrutinizing the Grand Elder, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within him. From the introduction of the method to cultivate the fiery moon spirit fruit, to the foresight of the beast tide outbreak, and now showcasing the prowess of a fourth-tier Foundation establishment cultivator, the Grand Elder had continually redefined his perception of this formidable figure. Given the Grand Elder's previous displays, it was indeed credible that the beasts would not launch another assault. He called back the disciples who were operating the formation, and the golden barrier vanished in an instant. Once tranquility returned to the entire medicinal garden, the seventh Elder respectfully bowed to the Grand Elder. I apologize for my previous transgressions. Once I have harvested the mature flame spirit grass, I shall promptly visit the clan to seek the Patriarch's judgment. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. It is but a trifling matter, no need to disturb the Patriarch. At this juncture, the Grand Elder seemed to recall something, casting a sideways glance at the seventh Elder. Wait a moment. Did you just say you were going to harvest the flame spear grass? The seventh Elder furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Yet he answered truthfully, naturally, the mature flame spirit grass must be harvested. The crafting of the spirit gathering pill cannot be delayed. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder suddenly remembered Mr. Qin's mention of the crimson flame cleansing pill. The flame spirit grass was a primary material for concocting that pill. If it were all utilized for making the spirit gathering pill, he would be utterly distraught. The Grand Elder shook his head, immediately adopting a serious demeanor. Do not be hasty. Those flame spirit grass hold significant value. Refrain from harvesting them for now. As he spoke, the Grand Elder turned to the other family disciples. You all should also disregard the herbs in the medicinal garden for the time being, and instead, deal with the beast carcasses outside. Regardless of how many you process, they shall all be yours. Upon hearing this, the disciples' eyes sparkled with excitement. This truly was a windfall. The carcasses of those beasts were treasures, with fur, scales, bones, and fangs fetching a high price. Especially the corpses of those formidable Foundation establishment beasts. This Grand Elder was far more generous than the seventh Elder. In truth, it was not only the disciples who were covetous. The seventh elder himself was equally tempted. He had never even tasted the flesh of those foundation establishment beasts. Grand Elder, do you intend to forsake all those beast carcasses? The seventh elder swallowed hard and inquired. The elder of elders scoffed, remarking, "What is a mere trifle? I have no time to squander on the remains of those beastly corpses. Moreover, I have far more pressing matters to attend to." The seventh elder, somewhat taken aback, lifted his gaze. What could possibly be more significant than dealing with a formidable foundation-establishing demon? At that moment, the elder of elders narrowed his eyes slightly and declared soon, "Accompany me to the alchemy hall. The production of the spirit-gathering elixir must cease." Chapter 26. The refinement of the spirit-gathering pill. Stop it at once. A thunderous roar reverberated in the mind of the seventh elder. What was the spirit-gathering pill? It was the very foundation of the Qin family's existence in Qin town. How could the Grand Elder utter such words? A perilous thought surged from the depths of the seventh elder's heart, causing his pulse to race. Could it be that the Grand Elder of the Qin family had betrayed them? To halt the refinement of the spirit-gathering pill, they would have to do so over my dead body. Smack! Just as the seventh elder contemplated sacrificing himself for the cause, the Grand Elder delivered a sharp slap. What on earth are you thinking? If I truly harbored ill intentions, would you still be standing here? You mustn't overestimate your own importance. Stop with the frivolous thoughts. We are pressed for time. Follow me to the alchemy hall at once. With that, the Grand Elder seized the seventh elder's hand, dragging him towards a secluded building within the town. Although the alchemy hall established by the Qin family lacked complete secrecy, it was sufficiently quiet. Apart from the transportation of herbs and elixirs, disturbances were rare. The alchemists and disciples within the hall could immerse themselves in the art of pill refinement without distraction. A moment later, the Grand Elder and the seventh elder arrived at the entrance of the alchemy hall. A rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, accompanied by a palpable heat. The Grand Elder instinctively inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the seventh elder, and remarked, "If one were to breathe in this fragrance year-round, their cultivation would surely advance more swiftly than in your little herb garden." Hearing this, the corners of the seventh elder's mouth twitched, yet he remained silent. At that moment, a youthful disciple of the Qin family hurried over, bowing respectfully before them. "Greetings, Grand Elder, seventh elder. I was unaware of your arrival. May I inquire about your purpose? If it concerns the transportation of herbs, you may need to wait. The refinement of the spirit-gathering pill is at a critical juncture and cannot be interrupted by the two of you." However, the Grand Elder grew impatient. "Wait? What are we waiting for? I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with Su Beifeng. Do not obstruct our path." With that, he disregarded the youthful disciple and strode into the alchemy hall. The disciple, filled with urgency, called out, "Grand Elder, please, you mustn't." The seventh elder echoed, "Perhaps we should wait, as Su Beifeng may be at a crucial moment in the refinement process." Yet the Grand Elder remained silent, continuing forward. Inside the alchemy hall, Su Beifeng wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze fixated on the towering cauldron before him. The refinement of this elixir was nearing perfection. In just a short while, it would be complete, Su Beifeng thought to himself. But in the next instant, bang, the heavy door was thrust open, causing Su Beifeng's heart to skip a beat. The precisely controlled flames beneath the cauldron surged wildly, instantly reducing the gradually forming elixir to ashes. Su Beifeng clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. His body trembled as he slowly turned around, exclaiming, "Did I not make myself clear? No one is to disturb me while I am refining pills." Upon hearing the fiery tone of Su Beifeng, the Grand Elder shuddered, clearly taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a broad smile, strode confidently towards Su Beifeng. "My dear Beifeng, why such anger? I have come with something of great importance to discuss with you." Su Beifeng exhaled heavily, suppressing his inner fury. The Grand Elder was notoriously impulsive and had disrupted his alchemical practices before. He had grown accustomed to it. Once he calmed his temper, he fixed a cold gaze upon the Grand Elder and retorted, "Spit it out. Cough, cough." "It's nothing of great concern," the Grand Elder replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. It's just that during this recent period, we must cease the production of the gathering spirit pills. Su Beifeng was stunned. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the Grand Elder. Do you even comprehend what you're saying? If we halt the production of gathering spirit pills for just a few days, do you have any idea of the monumental losses this will bring to the Qin family? The Grand Elder wiped the drool from his face, his lips twitching. Su Beifeng's temper surpassed even his own. Calm yourself, Su. I am fully aware of the significant losses this will incur for the Qin family, but the production of gathering spirit pills must be halted. Soon, our Qin family will face a tremendous opportunity, and we must conserve the flame spirit grass. I can't elaborate further. Allow Elder 7 to explain, the Grand Elder said, pulling Elder 7 forward. Su Beifeng turned his gaze, glaring menacingly at Elder 7. Elder 7, are you also going to indulge in the Grand Elder's nonsense? Elder 7 forced a smile, inwardly cursing the Grand Elder repeatedly. He had never been in agreement with the Grand Elder, nor had he ever suggested halting the production of gathering spirit pills. However, with the Grand Elder pushing him forward, he had no choice but to respond, cough, cough. Su, you might not know this, but our apothecary garden has successfully cultivated the fiery moon spirit fruit. Su Beifeng's heart jolted, his anger dissipating significantly. Is that true? Indeed, in just a few months, our Qin family will harvest the first batch of fiery moon spirit fruits. Excellent. Heaven favors our Qin family. Once the fiery moon spirit fruits are cultivated, we may take our family to greater heights. Su Beifeng instinctively tightened his fists, joy illuminating his features. Yet, in the next moment, a thought struck him, and the joy on his face swiftly faded. He raised an eyebrow. This is indeed good news. But how does this relate to the Grand Elder's demand to cease the production of gathering spirit pills? Elder 7 spoke earnestly. The cultivation of the fiery moon spirit fruit was proposed by the Grand Elder. Su Beifeng looked at the Grand Elder in confusion. Could this impulsive elder truly possess such remarkable ability? Before Su Beifeng could regain his composure, Elder 7 continued, not only that, but the Grand Elder also foresaw the impending crisis in the medicinal garden, prompting us to activate the Great Formation to repel the beast tide. Moreover, the Grand Elder himself has ascended to the 4th level of Foundation establishment, reaching the mid-tier of this realm. Upon hearing this, Su Beifeng was momentarily rendered speechless. Is this truly the same Grand Elder he once knew? The transformation is astonishingly profound. He instinctively swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Elder 7 exhaled a heavy sigh and pondered for a moment. The Grand Elder is no longer the reckless individual he once was. Since he has declared the cessation of the refining of spirit-gathering pills, there must be compelling reasons behind his decision. Su Beifeng remained silent for a considerable time. He had to admit that he needed to reassess the Grand Elder's stature. After approximately 10 breaths, the furrow in Su Beifeng's brow finally relaxed. He gazed earnestly at the Grand Elder and declared, very well, I shall place my trust in you this once. But should that great opportunity fail to materialize, I will certainly report you to the clan leader. Chapter 27. The auction commences. Ancient paintings. Upon recognizing the intent, the Grand Elder relaxed, dismissively waving his hand. I understand. Su Beifeng fell silent for a moment before striding over to the Grand Elder, his voice cold. Though I have agreed to cease alchemy, you must clarify the whereabouts of the opportunity you mentioned. How long must we wait? The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, scratching the back of his head. I do not know. Su Beifeng's expression darkened instantly, an endless fury brewing within him. The Grand Elder sensed a chill wash over him, instinctively shivering as he hurriedly said, Su Patron, let us await in peace. Do not be angry, even if you do not trust me. Can you not trust Elder Qi? At this remark, Elder Qi's lips twitched. How had the conversation shifted to him when the Grand Elder had been in charge all along? Su Beifeng cast a glance at Elder Qi, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. Very well, I shall wait a little longer. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The Grand Elder, Elder Qi, and Su Beifeng remained in the alchemy hall. Su Beifeng could no longer contain himself. his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at the Grand Elder. "You, Grand Elder, I truly believed your nonsense. How many days has it been, and where is that opportunity? This time, I must consult the clan leader. No one can stop me." The Grand Elder, hearing this, felt a twinge of irritation. He was aware that Mr. Qin's prophecies were never erroneous. However, he too was in the dark about when the auction would commence. The Grand Elder sighed, glancing at the furious Su Beifeng, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Both the Grand Elder and Su Beifeng instinctively turned to face the entrance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Beifeng spoke indifferently. "Come." A somewhat youthful disciple from the Qin family pushed open the door and strode confidently to Su Beifeng. "Su Patron, the Treasure Pavilion has sent an invitation, inviting all families in Qin Town to attend tomorrow's auction." Upon hearing the words auction, the Grand Elder's dreary eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. He straightened his back and burst into laughter. "Ha! What did I tell you? The opportunity has finally arrived." Su Beifeng raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the Grand Elder, a flicker of intrigue passing through his gaze. It had been years since Qin Town had hosted an auction. If the opportunity mentioned by the Grand Elder were to manifest at the auction, it would indeed make sense. However, how did the Grand Elder know this? The Treasure Pavilion was no ordinary force. It had a presence throughout the entire Dechu dynasty. Such insider information was beyond the reach of a mere Qin family. This Grand Elder is becoming increasingly enigmatic. On the other side, the Lin family also received the invitation. Although the Lin family is not as formidable as the four prominent clans of Qin, Cheng, Song, and Su, they have gained considerable renown due to the emergence of Lin Tian. Within a courtyard of the Lin residence, Lin Tian held an invitation, and a flicker of unusual emotion crossed his eyes. Beside him, an ancient, ethereal spirit materialized. "Disciple. The ancient painting we failed to seize in the secret realm has likely fallen into the hands of the Treasure Pavilion. Within the pavilion, there is a strong probability that no one can decipher the mysteries of that painting, and it will most likely be auctioned at this upcoming event. You must acquire that ancient painting." Lin Tian, upon hearing this, fell into silence for a moment. "Master, what secrets does that ancient painting hold?" The ancient spirit's voice was indifferent. "It is nothing extraordinary, merely a recipe for a pill, one that can facilitate your swift accumulation of wealth." Lin Tian furrowed his brow. "Master, are you not a master alchemist? A semi-divine alchemist should not lack recipes, should you? Is there something particularly unique about this recipe?" The ancient spirit's expression stiffened. "There is nothing particularly unique. As my disciple, you must gain more experience, mustn't you?" Hearing this, Lin Tian recalled the process by which the ancient spirit had taught him alchemy. The ancient spirit rarely considered the degree of withering in the herbs or the loss of potency. Most of the steps were rigidly structured, starkly contrasting with his impression of alchemists. In truth, the advanced spirit-gathering pill recipe previously imparted to him seemed less like an original creation and more akin to something pilfered. However, Lin Tian dismissed these thoughts and moved past the matter. As long as the information provided by this ancient spirit was advantageous to him, that sufficed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian slightly narrowed his eyes. "That ancient painting shall be mine." The ancient spirit nodded. "Indeed, it should be so. However, do not fret. There are countless frogs at the bottom of wells in this world. Even when opportunities present themselves, they may not recognize them. I doubt many will contend with you for that ancient painting." As the sun set and the moon rose, another day passed. At this moment, the Treasure Pavilion in Qin Town was bustling with hundreds of individuals from dozens of families, both large and small. In addition, some formidable rogue cultivators had also received invitations from the Treasure Pavilion, making the atmosphere within the pavilion extraordinarily lively. Soon after, a strikingly beautiful woman ascended the high platform to commence the auction. The initial items auctioned elicited frenzied reactions from many powerful families. However, the four prominent families, including Lin Tian, remained unimpressed. Those items failed to pique their interest. An elder from the Cheng family observed the scene with a sense of disinterest. Yet, in the next moment, the elderly man beside the auctioneer suddenly unveiled a long, dark box that had been sealed for countless years. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy erupted forth. Everyone turned their attention, and within the box lay an exquisitely crafted longsword, gleaming prominently. The enchanting auctioneer cast a sweeping glance over the assembled crowd and slowly proclaimed, "Behold, a sword of superior quality within the profound tier, capable of significantly enhancing a cultivator's combat prowess. Should a practitioner of the foundational lower three realms wield it adeptly, they might even unleash the power equivalent to that of the foundational middle three realms. The starting bid for this exquisite sword is 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones." As her words resonated throughout the auction hall, an immediate frenzy erupted. Even Su Beifeng, the esteemed elder of the Qin family, felt a tempest of emotions brewing within him. A sword of superior quality in the profound tier. Could this be the opportunity you spoke of? If our Qin family were to acquire this sword, it would equate to an additional force of foundational middle three realms. Perhaps we could finally dominate the other three great clans. For such an opportunity, sacrificing a few days of alchemical refinement is indeed worthwhile. Observing the flush of excitement on Su Beifeng's face, the Grand Elder shook his head, stating, "The opportunity one refer to is not this sword." Su Beifeng was taken aback. What do you mean?" "I mean that our opportunity is not that sword, but rather something infinitely more precious." A chill ran down Su Beifeng's spine. Could there be something at this auction that surpasses the value of this sword by countless degrees? Just as Su Beifeng was lost in thought, the bidding for the sword surged past 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The elders of the Chung, Song, and Su families were visibly sweating, clearly nearing their limits. 10,000. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. An elder from the Su family gritted his teeth and shouted, 10,100 mid-grade spirit stones, once. 10,100 mid-grade spirit stones, twice. Is there a higher bid? 13,600 mid-grade spirit stones. Just as the enchanting auctioneer was about to bring the gavel down, the elder from the Chung family shouted through clenched teeth. This was the utmost he could bid. He could not produce another spirit stone. He fixated on the sword, his palms sweaty with apprehension. Among the four great families present, the one he feared most was the Qin family. After all, they were the only ones who had yet to place a bid. If the Qin family were to make a final offer, the sword would slip through his fingers. However, the elder from the Chung family's fears were unfounded. For the Grand Elder of the Qin family had no intention of bidding at all. The elder from the Chung family effortlessly secured the weapon, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, a look of elation illuminating his features. With this sword, my Chung family possesses the equivalent of two formidable practitioners of foundational middle three realms. The Qin family is quite foolish for not bidding. Now, our family's advantage shall be insurmountable. As the elder from the Chung family reveled in his delightful fantasies, the auctioneer's melodious voice once again rang out. The next item for auction is an ancient painting. Chapter 28. Are you teaching me how to act? As the melodious voice of the beautiful auctioneer faded, the prominent families of Chung, Song, and Su, along with a multitude of scattered cultivators, gradually regained their composure. Their gazes fixated upon the ancient painting. This exquisite piece of art had been procured from the treacherous Ghostly Canyon by a predecessor of the Treasure Pavilion, who had devoted several days to its retrieval. Upon our careful appraisal, it is determined that this ancient painting boasts a history of at least 200,000 years. A thunderous shock reverberated through the minds of the gathered crowd. Ghostly Canyon. It is one of the three forbidden realms of the Great Chu dynasty. They could scarcely believe that someone from the Treasure Pavilion dared to venture into such perilous territory. Furthermore, the painting's antiquity, nearly 200,000 years, was astonishing. What does that signify? It surpasses even the duration of the Great Chu dynasty's existence. Noticing the excitement ignited among the majority, the beautiful auctioneer smiled subtly and continued. The starting bid for this ancient painting is 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this declaration, many attendees displayed expressions of astonishment. While 500 medium-grade spirit stones is indeed a considerable sum. It is relatively modest when juxtaposed with an ancient painting of such venerable age. However, they were not fools. It did not take long for them to discern the underlying issues. The auctioneer had only recounted the painting's origin and age, neglecting to mention its potential significance. This clearly raised suspicions. Moreover, if the painting truly held immense value, would the treasure pavilion be willing to auction it? With these thoughts in mind, the crowd's interest in the painting began to wane. Su Beifeng sighed. I had anticipated something extraordinary, yet it turns out to be merely a collectible. I would consider 10 medium-grade spirit stones excessive for such a piece. At that moment of lamentation, the esteemed elder beside Su shook his head gravely, his eyes fixed intently on the painting. No, we must acquire that painting. The opportunity one speak of lies within that very artwork. Su Beifeng and Elder Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. They opened their mouths, eager to voice their concerns, but were swiftly silenced by the elder's raised hand. We have come this far. Do not question further. Trust me, securing this painting will be the wisest decision of our lives. Inhaling deeply, Su Beifeng and Elder Qi nodded earnestly in agreement. Just as they prepared to place their bids, a hoarse, aged voice suddenly interjected, 550 medium-grade spirit stones. The voice belonged to Lin Tian, the rising star of the Lin family. However, to conceal his identity, he had altered both his attire and voice. As Lin Tian's bid echoed through the hall, not a single person dared to follow suit. With his head bowed and a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, Lin Tian mused, indeed, there is not a discerning soul in all of Qingyun town. With just 550 medium-grade spirit stones, I shall seize this fortuitous opportunity. My fortune has returned. At the moment when Lin Tian's heart was surging with excitement, an abrupt voice abruptly halted his smile. 700 mid-grade spirit stones. Many present were taken aback, turning in unison towards the source of the voice. There stood a vigorous elder, stroking his beard, exuding an unparalleled aura. That individual was none other than the Grand Elder of the Qin family, one of the 4 great clans. Lin Tian's fists clenched instantly, a surge of fury rising from the depths of his heart. The Qin family. Once again, the Qin family. At this moment, the aged spirit suddenly cautioned, disciple, do not succumb to anger. Confronting the Qin family now is unwise. Securing that ancient painting is of utmost importance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian managed to quell his anger and spoke again. 750 mid-grade spirit stones. 800 mid-grade spirit stones. Before Lin Tian could finish, the Grand Elder interjected, leaving him with a lump in his throat, devoid of an outlet for his frustration. The elders from the Cheng Song and Su families noticed the underlying intrigue. The Qin family would not seek to acquire a seemingly worthless ancient painting without some unknown purpose. 850 mid-grade spirit stones. 900 mid-grade spirit stones. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. With each bid, the price of the painting quickly surpassed 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Tian, listening to the escalating bids, wore a grimace that could chill the air. Grinding his teeth, he declared fiercely, 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones. After placing his bid, Lin Tian scanned the crowd. Esteemed guests, my master's birthday is approaching, and I wish to prepare a gift of some collectible value. I humbly ask for your generosity in allowing me to acquire this ancient painting. The Grand Elder of the Qin family, upon hearing this, merely scoffed, disregarding Lin Tian entirely, and countered with 1,600 mid-grade spirit stones. At this juncture, the elders from the Cheng, Song, and Su families fell into silence. Naturally, they would not take Lin Tian's words at face value, but the price of 1,600 mid-grade spirit stones had far exceeded their expectations. Even if the painting held some value, they had no intention of pursuing it further. Within the direction of the Cheng family, the 3rd elder furrowed his brow and glanced at his clan leader. Leader, shall we simply abandon this? The clan leader of the Cheng family smiled nonchalantly. Of course. The 3rd elder, perplexed by this response, queried, but, judging by the Grand Elder of the Qin family's demeanor, this ancient painting likely conceals significant secrets. The Cheng clan leader shook his head, a hint of disdain in his gaze. You overestimate the capabilities of this grand elder of the Qin family. Though he has reached the fourth stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he remains merely a brute. How much insight can he truly possess? Had it been Qin Xuanzong making the bid, I would certainly contest it, but as for the grand elder of the Qin family, that is a different matter. He is merely trying his luck. Yet, how much luck can he truly stumble upon? Even the treasure pavilion cannot discern the painting's purpose. Do you think that brute can? The spirit stone you possess should be held with care. Do not make further bids. Not only does the patriarch of the Cheng family look down upon the elder of the Qin family, but the heads of the Song and Su families share the same sentiment. How much prowess can a fool, who has yet to place a bid on even a top-grade sword, possibly possess? They might consider a bid below 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, but anything exceeding that amount would be an act of folly. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of the Qin family's elder, he does not appear to be making a legitimate bid. Rather, he seems to be in a fit of anger directed at another bidder. As the auction hall fell into a brief silence, Lin Tian stepped forward and addressed the elder of the Qin family, raising his voice. Elder of the Qin family, acquiring this ancient painting holds little value for you. Why engage in a contest with a mere loose cultivator like myself? 1,600 middle-grade spirit stones have already far surpassed the worth of this artwork. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Qin family raised an eyebrow and cast a cold glance at Lin Tian. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Chapter 29. The Crimson Flame Cleansing Pill Recipe. Lin Tian found himself momentarily silenced, his face flushed with indignation, observing the prolonged silence from his opponent. The grand elder of the Qin family scoffed disdainfully. What we despise the most in the Qin family is forcing others into difficult positions. If you desire that ancient painting, you may continue to bid. I shall not impede you. At this juncture, Lin Tian's expression darkened entirely. The grand elder had already quoted a staggering price of 1,600 mid-grade spirit stones. How could he possibly compete with that? What could he offer in comparison to the wealth of the Qin family, one of the four great clans? Lin Tian's chest heaved violently, leaving him momentarily speechless. Had it not been for his commendable temperament, he might have succumbed to the urge to retaliate against the Qin family's grand elder in a fit of rage. However, before Lin Tian could regain his composure, the grand elder's indifferent voice cut through the air once more. What is this? Not planning to bid anymore? Could it be? You cannot even produce 1,600 mid-grade spirit stones? Then what pretense are you maintaining? Such words were a true assault on his pride. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Lin Tian felt the weight of humiliation like never before since awakening his talents. He instantly began to channel his power, as a swirling force of black and red coursed through him. Just as he prepared to act, a chill penetrated his mind, clearing his thoughts. No, the most pressing matter at hand was the refinement of the high-grade gathering spirit pill. I cannot allow an obscure recipe to disrupt my subsequent plans. With this realization, Lin Tian refrained from uttering another word, his face set in a grim expression as he turned to leave the auction house. As he approached the exit, the ancient soul grew anxious and hurriedly floated before him. Disciple, do not act impulsively. That ancient painting must be secured at all costs. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of the Qin family. Even if your spirit stones are insufficient, don't you have numerous treasures in your spatial ring? Simply pawn a few. It's merely over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That painting is worth this price. The ancient soul continued to plead, but Lin Tian's fury had reached a critical threshold. Upon exiting the auction house, he could no longer contain himself. Master, your words are becoming excessive. The ancient soul's expression froze at his response, casting a sharp, reproachful gaze at Lin Tian, its voice icy as it queried, Disciple, what do you mean by that? Lin Tian remained unfazed by the cold tone, responding calmly, every treasure within my spatial ring is of immense value. Given my current combat prowess, do you think it appropriate for me to display them so openly? The ancient soul snorted dismissively. With me by your side, why should you fear those insignificant beings? Shaking his head, Lin Tian's voice grew resolute yet tranquil. Master, in this world, countless heroes and champions exist, yet most have perished along the way. Those who truly thrive are few and far between. Do you understand why? It is all due to one word: greed. Driven by avarice, they lost their reason, their judgment of peril, and even their lives. That ancient painting, if I could capture its essence, I would rejoice. Yet, if it eludes my grasp, I shall accept it as my fate. Upon hearing this, the aged remnant fell into a profound silence, ceasing to speak. Observing the elder's quietude, Lin Tian offered a serene smile. Master, let not trivial matters affect the bond between us. The advanced spirit-gathering pills I have concocted are already showing promising results. I am confident that soon we shall commence mass production. Once the Qin family has fallen into desuetude, acquiring that ancient painting will be but a matter of course. The elder nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, my disciple. My impatience has clouded my judgment. At this juncture, the elder seemed to recall something and continued. As my disciple, you need not tread so cautiously. Should you encounter danger, relinquish control of your body to me, and I shall handle everything. I shall heed your words. Meanwhile, in the auction house, no one dared to bid against the elder of the Qin family. He effortlessly secured the ancient painting. Su family's patriarch chuckled softly. To vent his frustration, he has squandered 1,600 mid-grade spirit stones on a worthless painting. It seems I have overestimated the wisdom of the Qin family's elder. With such individuals present, no amount of accumulated wealth will suffice for their extravagance. The patriarch of the Chung family stroked the sword in his hand, a smirk gracing his lips. Not bidding for this superior grade sword will be the Qin family's greatest folly. The Qin elder, however, was oblivious to these remarks. After acquiring the painting, he departed the auction without a moment's hesitation. Su Beifeng and the seventh elder exchanged glances. Yet they steeled themselves and followed the elder out. Upon returning to the alchemy hall, Su Beifeng and the seventh elder remained in a state of bewilderment. Was such a grand opportunity truly obtained so effortlessly? It appeared to be nothing short of a farce. The seventh elder swallowed hard, taking the ancient painting from the elder's grasp, scrutinizing it intently. Yet, after a considerable time, he could discern nothing unusual. The elder spoke calmly. The opportunity lies within the scroll. The seventh elder pinched the scroll, sensing its solidity. A look of confusion crossed his face. Could it be? The scroll is made of a peculiar material? At this moment, Su Beifeng could no longer contain his anticipation, stepping forward to draw forth the scroll. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light burst forth. The weight of the scroll diminished instantly, revealing a vast indentation before the astonished eyes of the group. Within that immense hollow lay a yellowed page. The seventh elder's pupils constricted. Hollowed out. He never expected that such a small scroll could deceive his senses. It was no wonder that the experts of the treasure pavilion failed to uncover its secrets. But how did the elder know of this? Even such details are crystal clear. Nurturing spiritual fruits, foreseeing beast tides, vanquishing foundational demon beasts, uncovering ancient painting opportunities. He realized that he could not fathom this esteemed elder at all, just as the seventh elder was lost in thought. Su Beifeng had already unfurled the parchment. When he discerned the contents of the paper, his entire being quivered. Crimson, crimson, crimson. The Crimson Flame Cleansing Pill? Chapter 30. Lin Tian. Qin family, prepare to face the challenge. Su Beifeng clutched the recipe in his hand, a shiver running down his spine. This was the essence cleansing pill. Not only could it eliminate impurities and hidden injuries within a cultivator's body, but it could also enhance their cultivation aptitude to a certain extent. In the entire Dechu dynasty, it was an extremely rare and superior elixir. And now, the recipe capable of concocting the essence cleansing pill lay in his grasp. How could he contain his excitement? Gulping audibly, Su Beifeng instinctively swallowed and began to read the contents with utmost seriousness. The various methods for processing the ingredients flooded into his mind in an instant. He could sense that the efficacy of the Crimson Flame Essence Cleansing Pill seemed to surpass that of the ordinary Essence Cleansing Pill by a considerable margin. As time ticked away, when Su Beifeng's gaze fell upon the words flame spirit grass, his pupils constricted sharply. A tempest of emotions surged within him. The flame spirit grass was actually the primary material for crafting the Crimson Flame Essence cleansing pill. Su Beifeng exclaimed, abruptly raising his eyes to the Grand Elder. His expression one of disbelief. It turned out that this was the true reason the Grand Elder had instructed him to cease concocting the spirit-gathering pill. To utilize materials capable of producing the Crimson Flame Essence cleansing pill for the mere spirit-gathering pill was nothing short of wasteful. Yet, the Grand Elder was aware of the contents of the recipe. Was this not rather absurd? Was he even human? Just as Su Beifeng was engulfed in shock, the Grand Elder suddenly turned to him and spoke softly. By the way, Su Patron, should you succeed in crafting the Crimson Flame Essence cleansing pill, do not rush to sell it. After all, this is not the ideal time for selling the Essence cleansing pill. Under normal circumstances, Su Beifeng would never acquiesce to such an unreasonable request from the Grand Elder, as it would result in significant losses for the Qin family. However, having witnessed the Grand Elder's extraordinary capabilities, Su Beifeng was thoroughly convinced and agreed without hesitation. Very well, Grand Elder, sell it whenever you wish. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. Accustomed to Su Beifeng's rebuttals, his sudden compliance caught him off guard. He smacked his lips, somewhat disheartened. All right, this matter is settled. I shall take my leave. Study this recipe carefully. Although we are not in a hurry to sell, it is always advantageous to concoct it as soon as possible. Su Beifeng nodded earnestly in response. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Elder departed from the alchemy hall, accompanied by the Seventh Elder. However, the Seventh Elder's furrowed brow indicated he had been significantly impacted by the Grand Elder's words. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During this period, the quantity of spirit-gathering pills sold by the Qin family dwindled considerably. Some shops even closed their doors due to insufficient supplies of elixirs. This situation stirred up quite a commotion throughout Qingyun town, spawning a myriad of speculations. Hey, have you heard? The Qin family's flame spirit grass garden was completely destroyed by demonic beasts, leading to the decline in pill production. I have heard that the patriarch of the Qin family has once again experienced a failed breakthrough, resulting in a significant depletion of resources, leaving him incapable of refining those spirit-gathering pills. You two seem to be quite off the mark. The decline in the production of spirit-gathering pills is due to the offerings from the Qin family, which have begun to harbor grievances against them and no longer wish to refine pills for the Qin family. It is rather amusing to note that the most crucial enterprise of the Qin family is not controlled by their own kin, but rather by someone of a different surname. With such actions, it is only a matter of time before the Qin family is engulfed by the other three prominent clans. In just a few days, rumors have proliferated, each more outrageous than the last. However, within those absurd rumors, a singular truth has emerged. The Qin family is in decline. The ones most delighted by this news are undoubtedly the Cheng, Song, and Su families. Among them, many have laughed heartily and mocked the situation. Yet none have dared to mention the annihilation of the Qin family. Having suffered setbacks, they have grown more cautious. Of course, they have not remained completely inactive. At this moment, within the Cheng family, one of the four major clans, the patriarch caresses a treasured sword, his gaze distant as he softly inquires, have we discovered the cause behind the reduced production of spirit-gathering pills? Patriarch, I regret to report that my abilities are lacking, and I have been unable to ascertain the true reason for the decline in production. The individuals of the Qin family have shown no reaction, neither denying nor affirming the rumors, replied a gaunt middle-aged man in a solemn voice. The patriarch of the Cheng family fell silent for a moment, then smiled calmly. Sometimes, silence itself serves as a response. In this world, few can withstand slander. If one can endure it, it is likely not slander at all. Not all those rumors may be true, but there is certainly a kernel of truth within them. However, these alone are insufficient to bring down the Qin family. We must wait for an opportunity that can lead to their downfall. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain range, Lin Tian stands before an alchemical furnace, continually adding various herbs. Waves of potent fragrance are extracted and continuously refined within the furnace. The blazing flames illuminate Lin Tian's resolute visage, revealing a hint of composure. Focusing all his energy, after about 15 minutes, a resonant hum fills the air. As the furnace opens, a rich aroma wafts out. 10 smooth, round white pills emerge within. Lin Tian exhales a deep breath, a glimmer of joy appearing on his face. It worked. Out of 10 batches, 7 were successful, while only 3 were wasted. The success rate of the advanced spirit gathering pills has reached 70%. Beside Lin Tian, an ancient spirit, witnessing this, nods in satisfaction. Well done. After this period of practice, you have become proficient in refining advanced spirit gathering pills. Such talent, even in my era, would have been considered remarkable. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian did not allow himself to bask in pride. After all, this was a result that could have been foreseen. Once he had stowed away the alchemy furnace, Lin Tian lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Qin family, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips. Qin family, prepare to receive my challenge. Chapter 31. Publicly refining the advanced spirit gathering pill, aiming at the Qin family. As the gentle breeze caressed the few strands of hair on Lin Tian's forehead, he narrowed his eyes and strode purposefully toward the treasure pavilion in Qingyun town. The treasure pavilion, in addition to selling various goods and hosting auctions, had also allocated numerous shops to prominent families. Although these shops might not be particularly profitable, whenever a new product was released, the news would swiftly spread throughout Qingyun town. Thus, the advanced spirit gathering pills that Lin Tian had refined required just such a platform. Meanwhile, within the Qin family shop in the treasure pavilion, several prominent clan members were unusually agitated. Among them, a tall and slender individual furrowed his brows. Worry etched across his features. I never imagined that after merely half a month of seclusion, our Qin family would descend to such a state, unable even to supply spirit gathering pills. Another burly clan member sighed heavily. Alas, our Qin family truly faces relentless tribulations. Not long ago, we endured an assault from the 3 major families, and now we encounter problems with our industry. We had hoped that with the support of the blood refinement stones, our Qin family would grow stronger. Upon hearing this, the slender man's eyes brightened. What if we sell some blood refinement stones? Their value far surpasses that of spirit gathering pills. Perhaps we could sustain ourselves for a while longer. The burly man shot him a cold glance. Are you eager for our Qin family's decline to accelerate? Those blood refinement stones are precious artifacts. Once revealed, the treasure pavilion may harbor greedy intentions. Let's remain patient. Elder Su mentioned that a splendid performance is forthcoming in the treasure pavilion, and we can only hope that it will resolve our family's current crisis. The slender man shook his head helplessly. At present, they were all overwhelmed with worry, lacking the leisure to indulge in any so-called performance. Just as the slender man sank deeper into despair, the entire treasure pavilion suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Hundreds of cultivators surged toward the central area, filling the space with a sea of black-clad figures. The slender and burly clan members exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was transpiring, yet instinctively followed the tide of people. As they drew nearer, they finally discerned the scene at the heart of the commotion. There stood Lin Tian, brimming with confidence in the center of the hall, addressing the crowd with a resonant voice. I have recently learned that the Qin family is facing considerable difficulties, leading to a diminishing supply of spirit-gathering pills. I imagine the supply of spirit-gathering pills among you is running low, which greatly impacts your cultivation speed. As a member of Qingyun Town, I'm deeply pained by this. To ensure that all cultivators in Qingyun Town can continue their training unimpeded, I have dedicated countless nights to researching elixirs. Thankfully, my efforts have borne fruit. I have finally developed the formula for the spirit-gathering pill. Moreover, the efficacy of the spirit-gathering pills I have refined far surpasses that of the Qin families. Boom! A thunderous revelation seemed to echo in the minds of the crowd, drawing their astonished gazes toward Lin Tian. However, their shock was fleeting, quickly giving way to incredulity. How absurd it was for a mere lad, barely out of his teens, to claim he had discovered the formula for a spirit-gathering pill. Did he truly believe himself superior to the entire Qin clan? A formula that had eluded the formidable families of Cheng, Song, and Su could be so easily unraveled by him? Surely, he had yet to awaken from his slumber. While confidence is commendable, it should not lead one to treat us all as fools. Amidst the barrage of mockery, Lin Tian remained unfazed, calmly retrieving a bronze alchemical furnace from his spatial ring. With a dull thud, the furnace landed, plunging the venue into a momentary silence. Clearing his throat, Lin Tian spoke with an air of indifference. Let the facts speak for themselves. Here I stand, before all of you, ready to concoct a superior spirit-gathering pill. When the pill is complete, you shall see that my words ring true. With that, Lin Tian wasted no time, producing a wealth of medicinal materials and commencing the alchemical process with remarkable skill. Only through such a demonstration could he prove his ability to generate an endless supply of high-grade spirit-gathering pills. Only in this manner could he swiftly establish his reputation and seize the market for these coveted potions. As for the possibility of others stealing his methods, Lin Tian was entirely unconcerned. No alchemist of such caliber existed in the entirety of Qingyun Town. If someone were to replicate his work, it would merely be fate's cruel design. As time flowed steadily onward, an air of quietude enveloped the treasure pavilion. Among the onlookers, a tall, lean member of the Qin family exhibited palpable anxiety. Glancing at his burly kin with urgency, the clan leader should have acted decisively and eliminated Lin Tian when he had the chance. Why must we endure this turmoil? What shall we do now? If that fellow successfully concocts a spirit-gathering pill, it would spell disaster for our Qin family. The stout clansman scoffed at the remark. You overestimate Lin Tian. Alchemy is not child's play, easily accomplished at whim. If it were that simple, Qingyun Town would be teeming with alchemists. This could very well be the spectacle that Elder Su foretold. We need only observe. Yet in the next moment, a crisp sound resonated. The furnace was opened, and an explosion of radiant light burst forth. As the brilliance faded, 10 smooth, lustrous pills hovered in the air. The pills were complete. All present gaped in disbelief, their hearts tumultuous with astonishment. A boy of scarcely 20 had succeeded in refining 10 pills in a single attempt, and of such exceptional quality, before the crowd could regain their composure. Lin Tian turned to a cultivator from the treasure pavilion and bowed respectfully. I kindly request that the esteemed elder of Treasure Pavilion test the efficacy of this spirit-gathering pill. Upon hearing this, the monk from the Treasure Pavilion nodded slightly and stepped out from the crowd, approaching Lin Tian. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed a pill. As he sat cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation technique, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooded towards him like a torrent. He was taken aback by the astonishing speed of the spirit gathering. No wonder he had the audacity to challenge the Qin family directly. Surrounding the open space, numerous cultivators widened their eyes in amazement as they felt the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy. The spirit-gathering pill possessed such terrifying efficacy. The Qin family's refining pills paled in comparison to the spirit-gathering pill concocted by Lin Tian. I had misjudged the young hero, Lin Tian. Henceforth, I shall procure spirit-gathering pills from him. Lin Tian, listening to the accolades of the crowd, merely smiled indifferently. In that moment, he radiated brilliance. Even the esteemed Qin family, one of the 4 great clans, had become a stepping stone for him. Observing the spirited Lin Tian, the tall and slender member of the Qin family felt his heart plummet into despair. It was as though he had lost all strength, his eyes vacant. He instinctively began to slump backward. It was over. Our Qin family's spirit-gathering pill industry was utterly doomed. Just as the slender figure was about to collapse, a hand reached out and lifted him back up. With such a lack of resolve, how could he claim to be a disciple of the main lineage of the Qin family? Hearing the familiar voice, the tall man abruptly lifted his gaze. Su the revered? The newcomer was none other than their Qin family's most formidable alchemist, Su Beifeng. Su Beifeng's my Gan Li, clapping his hands as he strode out of the crowd towards the center. Truly, he was a prodigy capable of uniting the 3 great families against the Qin. To concoct a pill of such remarkable efficacy. Coincidentally, Our Qin family is no longer interested in selling such inferior pills. As Su Beifeng spoke, he turned to face the crowd. Seizing this opportunity, our Qin family is preparing to launch a more advanced pill, the Crimson Flame Cleansing Pill. Chapter 32. Lin Tian's plan completely unravels. The Grand Elder is truly divine. Boom! Su Beifeng's words resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating within the expansive treasure pavilion. Everyone trembled, their astonishment directed towards Su Beifeng. The essence cleansing pill, a transcendent elixir capable of elevating them beyond their station and altering their fates, was beyond their wildest dreams to find in their humble Qinyan town. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva filled the air, as many felt their breaths grow heavy with anticipation. At that moment, Su Beifeng reached into his spatial ring. A pill adorned with crimson patterns floated effortlessly in midair, radiating a palpable warmth. Su Beifeng surveyed the crowd and pointed to a small cultivator, only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. You come here. Assist me in testing the efficacy of this pill. The chosen cultivator, brimming with excitement, stepped forward respectfully to accept the pill from Su Beifeng. Without a moment's hesitation, he sat cross-legged and began the refinement process. This inconspicuous cultivator, who could scarcely afford a single essence cleansing pill in his lifetime, never imagined he would find one so fortuitously within the treasure pavilion. How could he not be exhilarated? As he channeled his energy, waves of warmth enveloped him. Years of accumulated impurities gradually expelled from his body. A pungent stench permeated the air. Yet, rather than repulsion, the crowd was filled with exhilaration. The cleansing of the marrow. It was indeed the cleansing of the marrow. The potency of the essence cleansing pill was astonishingly formidable. It truly deserved its title as a divine elixir capable of altering destiny. The Qin clan had ceased the sale of the spirit-gathering pill, as they were secretly concocting the Crimson Flame Essence Cleansing Pill. With the Essence Cleansing Pill in hand, who would ever consider using the Spirit-Gathering Pill again? In an instant, the entire treasure pavilion erupted with fervor. Even the attendants within the pavilion gazed at Su Beifeng with newfound respect. None among them doubted that this pill had been crafted by him, for his status and identity required no validation like Lin Tian's. Among the crowd, 2 members of the Qin clan exchanged glances filled with uncontainable joy. The essence cleansing pill. Our Qin clan has succeeded in refining it. This far surpasses the spirit-gathering pill, exclaimed the slender, taller clansman with a quivering voice. The robust clansman exhaled a sigh of relief. I feared our Qin clan was facing dire troubles. Who would have thought we were wholeheartedly refining the Crimson Flame Essence Cleansing Pill? This time, our Qin clan has truly risen to prominence. All rumors will be reduced to mere dust beneath the weight of the Crimson Flame Essence Cleansing Pill. However, the jubilation was not shared by all. The members of the 3 prominent families, Cheng, Song, and Su, witnessing this scene, felt their expressions darken. Previously, the Qin clan's surge in strength had already posed a threat. Now, with the emergence of such a superior elixir as the Essence Cleansing Pill, their concerns deepened. If this continues, it seems that Qinyan Town will become a singular powerhouse. However, the most astonishing of all is Lin Tian. The emergence of the washing marrow pill struck him like a thunderclap, echoing loudly in his mind. His gaze became vacant, and he instinctively retreated. How could a mere Qin family concoct such a supreme elixir? After meticulously preparing for over half a month, has my plan crumbled so easily? How could this happen? Lin Tian vigorously shook his head, struggling to accept the reality before him. Su Beifeng glanced at the dazed Lin Tian, his heart filled with profound thoughts. The great elder is indeed extraordinary, as he had foreseen the events of today with such clarity. If I had failed to refine the Crimson Flame washing marrow pill, the entire Qin family might have truly fallen into the hands of this young brat. After this moment of reflection, Su Beifeng stopped paying attention to Lin Tian and instead surveyed the crowd. Though the Crimson Flame washing marrow pill possesses immense potency, none of you have experienced its effects firsthand, and I am sure there are concerns. To address this, I intend to offer the first batch of refined Crimson Flame washing marrow pills at an 80% discount. Those in need may pre-order at my Qin family's small shop. Su Beifeng's proclamation detonated like a bombshell within the treasure pavilion. This washing marrow pill is not comparable to the spirit gathering pill, as it is one of the most elite elixirs. With an 80% discount, I cannot fathom the amount of spirit stones that will be saved. Thousands of cultivators went into a frenzy, surging towards the shop within the pavilion. Inside the Qin family's establishment, the tall and slender clansmen and the robust clansmen were utterly bewildered. Reflecting on the previous desolation and the current exuberance, they felt as though they were dreaming. As shouts echoed in their ears, they finally regained their composure and began to busy themselves. One moment. How many Crimson Flame washing marrow pills do you require? Let me record that. The He family requests 37, the Li family 24, the Wu family 77, the scattered cultivator Lu Renjia 3, the Feng family 9, the Li family 8. Huh? Wait, why is there another Li family? How many Li families are there in Qingyan Town? Observing the busy figures of the two main clan members, Su Beifeng smiled and left the treasure pavilion with great satisfaction, heading straight for the alchemy hall. Today, as orders will surely be plentiful, he must begin refining promptly. Upon returning to the alchemy hall and witnessing the great elder seated in meditation, refining the Crimson Flame washing marrow pill, Su Beifeng's face glowed with excitement. Great elder, you cannot imagine how splendid Lin Tian's expression was when I presented the Crimson Flame washing marrow pill. I have never felt as exhilarated as I do today. Great elder, you have truly opened my eyes. From the layout initiated over a dozen days ago, not a single detail escaped your keen perception. After the last vestige of medicinal power was refined from the Crimson Flame washing marrow pill, the great elder awkwardly scratched the back of his head and cleared his throat. Ahem. I'm not as formidable as you make me out to be, am I? Su Beifeng shook his head, his expression solemn as he addressed the grand elder. Elder, do not be so modest. Your strategies and meticulous planning are unrivaled throughout the entire Great Chu dynasty. He paused, adding, pray tell, how have you achieved such prowess? The grand elder relished such praise. Yet he was acutely aware that these accomplishments were not his own. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized that although Su Beifeng did not bear the surname Qin, he was unwaveringly loyal to the Qin family and had never committed a transgression against them. In fact, he had amassed considerable wealth for the Qin clan. Perhaps it would be prudent to introduce him into the inner circle of the Qin family, allowing him to grasp their most profound secrets. After a prolonged silence, the grand elder exhaled a deep sigh, gazing intently at Su Beifeng, and earnestly declared, Su, I do not possess such remarkable capabilities. The one who orchestrated the strategies and laid the groundwork is none other than Mr. Qin. Chapter 33, Meeting Mr. Qin. For the first time, Su Beifeng halted abruptly, bewilderment etched across his face. Mr. Qin? He was aware that the grand elder was an exceedingly proud individual, one whose praise was seldom bestowed upon others in the entire Qingyan town. It was difficult to fathom the kind of person deserving of such an honorific from the grand elder. Noticing Su Beifeng's perplexed expression, the grand elder narrowed his eyes and spoke in a languid tone. Lin Tian is merely a fledgling cultivator, yet he has repeatedly caused turmoil for my Qin family. Despite this, we have refrained from exacting vengeance upon him. Do you know why? Upon hearing this, Su Beifeng furrowed his brow. The Qin family, one of the four great families in Qingyan Town, had always been arrogant and domineering, showing little restraint. This kind of forbearance was uncharacteristic of them. Could it be that Lin Tian possessed some formidable power that instilled fear in the Qin family? Just as you suspect, the grand elder's voice resonated once more. That young man Lin Tian harbors a force that the entire Qin family fears, a remnant soul of a demigod within him. Boom! The grand elder's words struck Su Beifeng like a thunderclap, reverberating in his mind. He shook his head vigorously, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of such a statement. A demigod was a being of legend, existing beyond the realms of the known. Refining chi, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, void refinement, integration, and great ascension. These constituted the entirety of realms in this vast continent, and a demigod was above even great ascension, belonging solely to myth. Yet now, the Grand Elder claimed that Lin Tian possessed a remnant soul of a demigod. How could he possibly believe this? Even if such powerful beings truly existed, would they dwell in a place as insignificant as Qin Town? Believe it or not, this is the truth. The Grand Elder interjected, pausing momentarily before continuing. Of course, even if Lin Tian does possess a remnant soul of a demigod, we, the Qin family, are not intimidated, for we have someone more formidable than a demigod among us, none other than Mr. Qin. Oh, and by the way, the information regarding Lin Tian's remnant soul of a demigod was deduced by Mr. Qin himself. After listening to the Grand Elder's account, Su Beifeng felt an overwhelming numbness. Was this truly the Qin family he knew? Was this the world he recognized? It was not that he disbelieved the Grand Elder. Rather, the revelations were simply too astonishing. To him, the Mr. Qin described by the Grand Elder did not seem like a reclusive sage, but rather a charlatan engaged in deception. Sighing deeply, the Grand Elder remarked, "I understand that what I have conveyed is difficult for you to accept. Yet just a few months ago, if I had told you that I had a method to cultivate the fiery moon spirit fruit, that I knew a beast tide would occur in a medicinal garden, or that a formula for the crimson flame cleansing pill would appear at the auction, would you have believed me? Do not dwell on such matters. Once you meet Mr. Qin, you will comprehend that my words are not unfounded." With that, the Grand Elder rose and strode purposefully toward the Alchemy Hall's entrance. Although Su Beifeng still harbored numerous doubts, the solemn demeanor of the Grand Elder dispelled his hesitations, prompting him to hasten his steps to keep pace with the Elder. Inside the Qin family mansion, the Second Elder and Third Elder were engaged in an animated conversation, their faces alight with excitement. "Ha ha! Mr. Qin is truly extraordinary. The events he prophesied have unfolded with remarkable precision. It is hard to imagine the expression on that young Lin Tian's face at this moment. Not to mention, the efficacy of the Crimson Flame cleansing pill is undeniably potent. It rivals even the blood-refining stone." At that moment, the sound of light footsteps echoed through the hall, causing both elders to pause and lift their gazes. Upon recognizing Su Beifeng's arrival, a wave of joy washed over them, and they quickly approached him. "Su, it has been quite some time since your last visit. Your alchemical skills must have improved significantly. The Crimson Flame cleansing pill is not something an ordinary alchemist can concoct." As for the Grand Elder, he had long since been dismissed from their thoughts. Su Beifeng awkwardly responded to their enthusiasm, but just then, the Grand Elder interjected. "I have already shared all of Mr. Qin's news with Su." The Second Elder and Third Elder shuddered at his words, their expressions turning solemn. Su Beifeng, observing their reaction, was filled with confusion. Has the Qin family, one of the 4 prestigious families in Qin Town, come to regard Mr. Qin with such grave seriousness? Even their discourse about him is so cautious. With a deep sigh, the Third Elder remarked, "Given all that Su has done for our Qin family, it is only right that he meets Mr. Qin. However, we must consult the clan leader first." The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. That is indeed appropriate. Thus, the group solemnly made their way to the residence of Qin Xuanzang. Upon their initial encounter, Qin Xuanzang appeared relaxed and unperturbed. Yet, upon the mention of Mr. Qin's name, his countenance shifted to one of stern gravity, mirroring the reactions of the Second and Third Elders. But he is the clan leader. Even he treats this matter with such gravity? Su Beifeng was thoroughly bewildered, his thoughts a tangled mess. As they traversed the path to Mr. Qin's residence, the clan leader and the 3 elders continually provided him with various advisories, as if he were about to meet not merely a man, but a divine being. "Do you remember the points I mentioned?" Qin Xuanzang inquired slowly, piercing through Su Beifeng's reverie. After taking a deep breath to collect himself, Su Beifeng nodded vigorously. "I remember them all." He was eager to discover what manner of person Mr. Qin truly was. The figure so exalted in the accounts of the clan leader and the elders. With a soft creak, the door swung open. A striking young man clad in a robe as white as snow, with eyes entwined in crimson silk, stood before them. Su Beifeng was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the Mr. Qin spoken of by the clan leader and the three elders? As Qin Lu basked in the sunlight, gracing his face, a gentle smile adorned his lips. Uncle, it has been quite some time since your last visit. The elder, upon hearing this, responded with an awkward smile. Recently, we have been preoccupied with farming duties and lacked the opportunity to visit Mr. Qin. Now that we find ourselves with a moment to spare, we come to pay our respects. Qin Lu, with a soft and warm tone, remarked, Uncle, your eloquence has certainly improved. The elder patted his chest proudly indeed. Throughout this exchange, Su Beifeng remained silent, quietly absorbing the conversation between the two. Yet, the esteemed Mr. Qin, who had been lauded by the clan leader and three elders, appeared rather unremarkable. At that moment, Qin Xuanzang spoke up. Mr. Qin, it has been a while since you shared that story. We happen to have some free time. Perhaps you could regale us with a segment? Qin Lu nodded. It is rare that you still remember those tales. I shall narrate one for you. It is said that after Lin Tian concocted the advanced spirit-gathering pill, the entire Qin family's income plummeted. Furthermore, the alchemist Su Beifeng fell into a state of despair as a result. Upon hearing this, Su Beifeng's expression soured instantly. He furrowed his brow and interjected, Mr. Qin, Su Beifeng is, after all, an alchemist. Surely, he cannot be as pitiful as you portray? Qin Lu paused, sensing a strange voice. Could it be a newcomer? The elder quickly clarified, This is my cousin, who is quite fond of the stories Mr. Qin shares. He wished to come and hear the continuation during this respite. Qin Lu nodded, I see. However, it is quite natural for your cousin to harbor doubts about this tale. An alchemist is certainly not as hopeless as that. What truly led to Su Beifeng's downfall was the entire Qin family's decline. In truth, Su Beifeng is a pitiable figure. The previous clan leader saved his life, and he devoted his entire existence to the Qin family. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuanzang and the others exchanged glances, realizing that while they knew Su Beifeng had some connection to their ancestors, they had no inkling of its gravity. Meanwhile, a tempest surged within Su Beifeng's heart. The elder Qin leader had never mentioned this matter to prevent future generations from exploiting favors. How did this Mr. Qin come to know? Gulping, Su Beifeng swallowed hard. It was at this moment he truly grasped the terrifying nature of Mr. Qin. It was as if all the affairs of the world were laid bare before him. Qin Lu's narration did not cease. He tapped his fingers on the table and continued. Due to the Qin family's decline, Su Beifeng languished for an extended period, until the beast tide swept across the northern borders. The small town of Qingyun could not remain uninvolved. In a bid to save the Qin family, he reignited the furnace and embarked on a frenzied quest to concoct pills, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion in the alchemy hall. Chapter 34. The 3,000 Sacred Fire Techniques. The untold legacy of the Qin clan. Upon hearing Qin Lu's words, Su Beifeng's pupils abruptly constricted. The beast tide that had previously occurred in the medicinal garden was merely a trifling disturbance. Nevertheless, it had consumed a considerable amount of the elder's energy. Had an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator intervened, they would have likely perished within that garden. However, the beast tide that looms over the entire northern region is unfathomably more terrifying than that which transpired in a garden. What resources does the Qin clan possess to withstand such a calamity? Gradually, Su Beifeng furrowed his brow, his heart laden with anxiety. Given the multitude of corroborating circumstances, he harbored no doubts that Mr. Qin was not indulging in alarmism. As for Qin Xuanzang and the others, upon learning of Su Beifeng's ultimate conclusion, their expressions became complex. They had never anticipated that Su Beifeng would go to such lengths for the Qin clan. The elder patted Su Beifeng on the shoulder, intending to say something, when Su Beifeng suddenly raised his gaze, looking at Qin Lu with concern. What fate befell the Qin clan in the end? Instantaneously, Qin Xuanzang and the second and third elders grew solemn. The thought of a beast tide capable of engulfing the entire northern region was terrifying. They too were eager to learn the ultimate fate of their clan. Qin Lu paused momentarily before responding. The Qin clan has not been annihilated, but after enduring this beast tide, it now hangs by a thread with the total number of surviving members barely exceeding 200. Upon hearing that the Qin clan had not been obliterated, a flicker of hope ignited in their eyes. Yet, when they learned that the number of survivors amounted to fewer than 200, that flicker was instantly extinguished. Could a Qin clan with only 200 members still be called the Qin clan? Qin Xuanzang and the others bowed their heads, their hearts heavy with despair. At this juncture, Su Beifeng clenched his fists and inquired once more, "Mr. Qin, is there no means to rescue the Qin clan?" Upon hearing this, Qin Lu was momentarily taken aback. He did not comprehend why the villagers here were so fond of posing peculiar questions. Nevertheless, he answered candidly, "The Tao encompasses 50, heaven shifts to 49, and humanity escapes but one. Beneath the profound thunder of the 9 heavens, even a cultivator undergoing tribulation possesses a glimmer of hope. How could such a vast clan as the Qin lack a means of salvation?" Qin Lu's words were resplendent and grand, as if imbued with an enchanting force that instantly ignited the fervor of the crowd. Qin Xuanzang stepped forward, urgently asking, "Might Mr. Qin share the means of salvation?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lu lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "The Qin clan is far from the frail entity you envision. Its foundation is even stronger than that of the entire De Chu dynasty." A wave of astonishment swept through Qin Xuanzang and the others, their minds swirling with questions. Why had their clan become so formidable? How could they have been unaware of such strength? As the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, Qin Lu's voice resonated once more. Within the Qin clan scripture repository lies an ancient battle technique, overlooked by all, known as the 3,000 sacred fire techniques. It was created by an esteemed ancestor of the Qin clan. The martial technique is intricately aligned with the Qin bloodline, capable of unleashing formidable combat prowess and aiding cultivators in swiftly breaking through their realms. Many years later, the Qin family of Qinyun Town was annihilated, and this martial technique fell into Lin Tian's possession. With the 3,000 holy fire technique, Lin Tian has slain countless foes and withstood numerous crises. Had the Qin family discovered the 3,000 holy fire technique and made adequate preparations, they would likely have weathered the beast tide without issue. However, the world seldom offers such coincidences. For centuries, the Qin family had been oblivious to the existence of this martial technique, leaving them with no opportunity to cultivate it. As Qin Lu's voice echoed, the breaths of Qin Xuanzang and the others grew heavy with anticipation. A martial technique so deeply resonant with the Qin clan could aid them in overcoming the perilous beast tide. How could they not feel exhilarated? Had they remained unaware of the 3,000 holy fire technique, the Qin family might have suffered a catastrophic decline after the beast tide. Yet, with knowledge of this martial art, how could they possibly falter? Qin Xuanzang instinctively clenched his fists, a fierce blaze igniting in his eyes. If they were to prepare thoroughly, not only could the Qin family navigate this crisis, but they might also ascend to new heights. This was a rare opportunity for their complete resurgence. Su Beifeng shared in the excitement, communicating telepathically with Qin Xuanzang. "Patriarch, I possess a heightened sensitivity to fire attribute spiritual energy. The 3,000 holy fire technique undoubtedly carries a trace of fire attribute energy. Allow me to accompany the Grand Elder to the Scripture Pavilion to seek it out." Qin Xuanzang nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Beifeng and the Grand Elder departed the royal palace, striding purposefully towards the Scripture Pavilion. Although the Qin family was merely a foundational clan, the pavilion housed a wealth of texts. Upon entering, Su Beifeng and the Grand Elder commenced their examination of the books. Many clan members observed with puzzled expressions. What has come over the Grand Elder and Su Fengong? Are there texts within the pavilion that could captivate them? It seems unlikely. Su Fengong is known for his thirst for knowledge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have derived the formula for the Crimson Flame cleansing pill. He must be seeking inspiration. So that is it. Not only is Su Fengong powerful, but his diligence is truly humbling for us. Listening to the remarks of the younger disciples, the Grand Elder's lips twitched with irritation. Why was it that, despite his presence alongside Su Beifeng, only Su was praised? Could they not see the man standing right beside them? Meanwhile, Su Beifeng absorbed none of the flattery directed at him, engrossed in perusing book after book. Even now, he felt an absurdity in the air. The beast tide engulfing the northern territory, the profound heritage of the Qin family, and the martial technique of the 3,000 holy fire. Everything felt akin to a tale spun from fiction, rendering it hard to fathom. Yet, that enigmatic Qin gentleman had unveiled the secret of his salvation by the elder patriarch. He found himself compelled to believe. The clash between rational thoughts and absurd reality left his mind in a tumultuous disarray. Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, he suddenly caught sight of an ancient tome pressed beneath the leg of the table. The book was cloaked in dust and bore the marks of age. Upon closer inspection, the yellowed pages seemed to whisper of the vicissitudes of time. Su Beifeng pushed aside the table, his heart racing with fervor. As he opened the ancient text, 5 powerful characters boldly appeared before his eyes. Su Beifeng's gaze brightened instantaneously. The 3,000 sacred fire technique. He had found it. Chapter 35. A glimpse of the celestial realm. The Qin family prepares for battle. Upon hearing Su Beifeng's voice, the Grand Elder hastened forward. Allow me to see. After receiving the martial technique, he immediately began to peruse it. Although he had yet to comprehend its full essence, strands of profound understanding surged into his mind. As if connecting with his very soul, the Grand Elder instinctively swallowed hard. How powerful! Merely a cursory glance at the 3,000 sacred fire technique had already bestowed upon him immense benefits. It was difficult to fathom the heights his combat prowess would reach upon mastering this technique. Amidst his overwhelming joy, the Grand Elder's ambitions began to take root. In the past, he might have believed that he would never ascend to the Golden Core realm in his lifetime. But with this technique in hand, it seemed that the Golden Core might not even be his final destination. Gradually, the Grand Elder's breath grew heavy. That Mr. Qin truly is a benefactor of the Qin family. Grand Elder. Grand Elder? Su Beifeng called softly several times, rousing the Grand Elder from his reverie. Shaking his slightly dazed head, he narrowed his eyes and said, Mr. Qin's prophecy has likely not yet concluded. We must hurry. Indeed, Su Beifeng deeply. Previously, he had harbored some doubts about Mr. Qin, but after witnessing the 3,000 sacred fire technique, all his skepticism had been shattered. Now, he held absolute trust in Mr. Qin. Without a moment's hesitation, they strode purposefully towards the palace where Qin Lu resided. As the sound of their rapid footsteps echoed, Qin Xuanzong turned to look back, transmitting a message. Have you found the 3,000 sacred fire technique? The Grand Elder nodded and handed the technique to Qin Xuanzong. As Qin Xuanzong began to read through the martial art, his expression instantly turned serious. Strands of fiery spiritual energy involuntarily flowed into his body. His pupils constricted sharply, displaying an intensity not much less than that of the Grand Elder. Patriarch, how does this martial technique fare? Patriarch, is it as Mr. Qin described? At this moment, the second elder and third elder eagerly inquired through telepathy. Without hesitation, Qin Xuanzong handed the 3,000 sacred fire technique to both elders. As they perused it, an indescribable excitement overtook them. With this martial technique, they now possessed a trump card to withstand the impending beast tide. Just as their exhilaration peaked, Qin Xuanzong suddenly recalled the beast tide that had swept through the medicinal garden over a month ago. Furrowing his brow, he looked towards Qin Lu. Mr. Qin, is that beast tide, which engulfed the entire northern territory, related to Lin Tian? Su Beifeng found this assertion utterly absurd. Lin Tian was merely a qi refinement cultivator, struggling to slay a few demonic beasts. How could he possibly provoke a beast tide that spanned the entire northern territory? It was far too fantastical. However, upon hearing this, Qin Lu paused for a moment. The village chief's guess is astute. That beast tide is indeed connected to Lin Tian. A tremor coursed through the Grand Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, and Su Beifeng, as waves of astonishment surged within their hearts. They could never have anticipated that the beast tide was, in fact, linked to a seemingly insignificant cultivator in the qi refinement stage. As astonishment washed over the crowd, Qin Lu's gentle voice echoed once more. In this world, there exists a type of cultivator known as a beastmaster, capable of commanding all the ferocious beasts that roam the earth. When they reach the pinnacle of their cultivation, they may even be revered as supreme deities by the beast clans. The annihilation of a realm and the manipulation of the lives and deaths of countless beings are mere trifles to them. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xuanzang and the others felt a chilling sensation creeping over them. The sheer power of such a formidable cultivator was far beyond their wildest imaginings. In this vast world, what they had glimpsed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Before they could fully absorb this revelation, Qin Lu tapped his fingers lightly on the table and continued, regrettably, such mighty cultivators have long since faded into the annals of history. Those who come after merely grasp a sliver of fortune and catch a glimpse of the celestial realm, enabling them to comprehend a few profound truths. Lin Tian did not acquire such fortune, but his friend did. This individual, known as Wang Sheng, was originally an actor, but after obtaining the fragments of the Beast Master's legacy, he embarked on various endeavors. Alas, no matter how powerful the inheritance, it remains incomplete. He could summon the beasts, yet lacked the ability to control them. Once the beast's frenzied instincts were unleashed, chaos spread like a plague. Within just a few days, it engulfed the entire northern territory. Having spoken, Qin Lu lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Meanwhile, Qin Xuanzang and the others remained in a state of stunned silence. Who could have imagined that the beast tide sweeping across the northern territory was birthed from such circumstances? This also indirectly attested to the immense power of the beast masters. Fortunately, such cultivators had vanished from the pages of history. Otherwise, the realms of cultivation would have borne witness to unimaginable devastation. After a prolonged silence, Qin Xuanzang exhaled deeply, releasing a pent-up breath. He then bowed to Qin Lu, saying, "Mr. Qin, your tale is truly captivating. We must return to reflect upon it thoroughly. Please take your rest. We shall not intrude any further." With that, Qin Xuanzang departed without a moment's hesitation, striding away from the palace. The elders followed closely in his wake. Even after distancing themselves from the palace, they remained entranced, their minds still reeling from the revelations. For the first time, they felt acutely aware of their own insignificance. Without Mr. Qin's forewarning, they might not have even understood how perilously close they were to death. As they stood in a daze, Qin Xuanzang suddenly turned to face them. "The annihilation of our clan is imminent. We must take action now." The elder immediately regained his composure and replied earnestly, "Patriarch, what do you propose we do?" Qin Xuanzang paused momentarily before addressing the second elder. "Elder, your carving skills surpass ours. Please find a stone tablet 10 zhong high and inscribe the contents of the 3,000 sacred fire technique upon it. Then place it in the square for all clan members to study. However, you must study in advance. Do not err in a single character. Prepare with utmost haste, preferably before nightfall, to have everything ready." With that, Qin Xuanzang turned his gaze towards the third elder. "Third elder, your esteemed reputation among the branch family is notable. Summon all our kin with utmost speed. Regardless of talent, age, or lineage, bring them to our clan square to practice the 3,000 sacred fire technique." After instructing the third elder, Qin Xuanzang looked towards Su Beifeng. "Su, during this time, I must trouble you to concoct our elixirs. The subsequent Crimson Flame, cleansing pills, and other potions will not be sold externally, but shall be prioritized for the children of the Qin family." Su Beifeng nodded affirmatively. "Not a problem." Upon hearing this, Qin Xuanzang bowed deeply to Su Beifeng. "Su, our Qin family owes you an immense debt." Su Beifeng hastily assisted Qin Xuanzang to his feet. "Clan leader, what are you doing?" "Though I do not bear the surname Qin, I am still a member of the Qin family. When the Qin family is in distress, I shall exert my utmost efforts." The Grand Elder observed this scene, and a sudden spark of realization ignited in his muscular mind. His pupils constricted as he looked at Qin Xuanzang with incredulity. "Clan leader, do you intend to cultivate all members of the Qin clan?" Qin Xuanzang, braving the cold wind, narrowed his eyes, if they are members of the Qin family? How can we not cultivate them? The Grand Elder instinctively swallowed hard. He was not devoid of compassion, yet the total number of Qin clan members exceeded 10,000. To cultivate them all vigorously would likely burden the entire Qin family. Qin Xuanzang patted the Grand Elder's shoulder. At present, our Qin family's most precious resources are the Crimson Flame cleansing pills and the 3,000 Sacred Fire technique. The demand for the Crimson Flame cleansing pills is limited for each practitioner, and reserving them solely for the main lineage would be futile. Furthermore, the 3,000 Sacred Fire technique requires minimal effort from us. As for other cultivation resources and practical experience, they can venture into the beast forest and be baptized by the blood of the beasts. A beast tide is imminent. Our Qin family must be fully prepared for battle. Chapter 36. The rise of a Qin clan begins today. The gentle breeze tousled the long hair of Qin Xuanzang. He turned slightly to glance at the Grand Elder and said, "Your cultivation has reached the third tier of the foundation establishment stage. Your comprehension of martial arts and techniques far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Stay and help me cultivate countless clansmen." The Grand Elder solemnly nodded. Nurturing a multitude of disciples is no small endeavor. Yet, within the entire Qin clan, only he and the clan leader could shoulder such a responsibility. After imparting his instructions, the vast machinery of the Qin clan began to operate. As time passed slowly, heavy clouds loomed ominously, threatening to crush the sky. Cold winds whipped up sand and gravel, wreaking havoc within Qinyan town. Inside a shop in the town, several members of the Qin clan braved the chill, engaging in lively conversation. "Ha! Elder Su is truly remarkable. He can even refine the cleansing elixir. Indeed, if it weren't for Elder Su, our Qin clan would likely have fallen prey to that Lin Tian. I wonder when I will have the chance to use the Crimson Flame cleansing elixir. Why rush? We are members of the Qin clan. As long as we perform well, we will surely obtain the Crimson Flame cleansing elixir one day. Who knows? We might even have the opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage ourselves." The conversation among these Qin clansmen drew the envy of numerous cultivators, including those from the prominent Shang, Song, and Su families. They lamented their misfortune of not being born into the Qin clan. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind heralded the arrival of the third elder, who appeared abruptly in the small shop. "You all, contact every clan member you can and hurry to the clan square." The chatter among the Qin clansmen ceased abruptly. They exchanged bewildered glances at the third elder, wanting to voice their thoughts, but the third elder had already vanished like a wisp of wind, leaving them in confusion. "What is happening? I haven't been to the clan square in ages." "Stop overthinking it. Quickly contact our family." Judging by the third elder's urgency, something significant must have occurred. Simultaneously, throughout Qinyan town, the Qin clansmen from various shops received the news and hurriedly closed their establishments, racing towards the Qin clan square. Even those with diluted bloodlines, on the brink of becoming ordinary, were no exception. This was the first time these individuals felt the connection of being part of the Qin clan. The actions of the Qin clan created a tremendous stir within Qinyan town. Before the crowd could fully process this event, the Qin clan executed an even more astonishing maneuver. The foremost alchemist of Qinyan town, Su Beifeng, made an announcement, aside from the previously scheduled batch of Crimson Flame cleansing elixirs. The Qin clan will no longer sell this elixir. This declaration was akin to a seismic shock, causing an uproar throughout Qinyan town. The Chang Song and Su families were left in utter disbelief. They had thought themselves powerless against the Qin clan, yet they never expected such a bold move from them. Inside the Chung family, the esteemed elder of the Chung clan scratched his head, filled with perplexity. "Patriarch, this splendid opportunity lies before us. What madness has compelled the Qin family to halt the sale of the Crimson Flame cleansing pill?" Hearing this, the patriarch of the Chung clan caressed the sword in his hand, squinting as he chuckled softly. "We have overly estimated the Qin family. Such a premier elixir, the cleansing pill, is surely beyond the capabilities of our humble Qinyan town to concoct. The Qin family most likely acquired a fortuitous opportunity from other secret realms, resulting in their surplus of crimson flame cleansing pills. Yet these are not self-manufactured. They will eventually run out. The Qin family must be seeking a substitute to resolve their current crisis before their stock is depleted. However, Su Beifeng, in his folly, sold a substantial quantity of the cleansing pills on the very first day. The Qin family has made a blunder. Not only had the Cheng clan discerned this, but the Song and Su clans had also come to the same conclusion. They believed that the so-called might of the Qin family was perhaps merely a facade. The Qin family had deceived them all. Nevertheless, the main combat strength of the Qin family remained intact, and they dared not confront them directly. However, disseminating the truth they had uncovered posed no issue. In an instant, the tide of public opinion turned against the Qin family. The entire Qingyan town was abuzz. Numerous family factions reached out to Lin Tian, eager to procure large quantities of high-grade spirit-gathering pills. The ancient, lingering soul observed this scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I told you. How could the insignificant Qin family possess such capabilities? Disciple, your plan has not failed. This time we have triumphed. Lin Tian listened quietly, yet he shook his head, his expression remaining largely unchanged. Master, have you forgotten that ancient painting? The laughter of the ancient soul abruptly ceased. He was confident that the Qin family, being such a minor player, would not perceive the profundity of that painting. Yet what if they truly unraveled the mystery of the ancient painting and obtained the formula? The likelihood that the formula pertained to the cleansing pill was considerable. The ancient soul fell silent. Lin Tian then smiled lightly. Master, you are overly proud and underestimate the people of this world. I too have often believed that my insights surpassed all others, disregarding anyone else, which has led to this failure. If the Qin family has not comprehended the secret of that ancient painting, that would indeed be for the best. But if they have, I cannot afford to engage in a protracted confrontation with them. After speaking, Lin Tian slightly narrowed his eyes. Placing all one's eggs in a single basket is hardly a wise strategy. He recalled that within the realm of beast tamers, there existed techniques that could lead one to the pinnacle of cultivation. These were not at all inferior to the forbidden divine record of the netherworld. The only difference lay in the greater difficulty of acquiring such techniques compared to the forbidden divine record. However, a performer he had previously known, Wang Sheng, was on his way. He could devise another plan. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Qin clan members gathered densely as they entered the Qin family plaza. At this time, dusk was approaching, and visibility across the plaza had diminished significantly. They huddled together, their hearts predominantly filled with trepidation. The news regarding Su Gongfeng's inability to concoct the Crimson Flame cleansing pill spread swiftly, and most of them were already aware. They had also learned of the Qin family's current predicament. To claim they were unperturbed would be a falsehood. Amidst their hushed exchanges, Qin Xuanzong ascended the high platform and uttered words that surpassed everyone's expectations. Half a day ago, I discovered an unparalleled combat technique within the Sutra repository. It is called the 3000 Sacred Fire Art. It resonates profoundly with our Qin lineage. I have instructed the second elder to engrave it upon a stone tablet. All members of the Qin family, regardless of talent, age, or main and branch lineages, may cultivate it. Esteemed guests, the resurgence of our Qin family begins today. Chapter 37. The Qin clan's joyful tears. A thunderous roar erupted, resonating throughout the venue, causing every individual present to tremble in disbelief as they gazed towards the high platform. What they just heard was a clan leader and the elder imparting their martial arts techniques, or perhaps an unparalleled combat skill that resonated with the bloodline of the Qin family. The thought that everyone, regardless of talent, age, or purity of bloodline, could cultivate this technique seemed too surreal to comprehend. Swallowing hard, a chorus of gulping sounds echoed as the majority of the branch clan members, despite hearing the declaration with utmost clarity and witnessing the martial stone tablet standing majestically on the platform, still found it difficult to believe. However, the core clan members quickly regained their composure. sitting cross-legged and channeling their spiritual energy in accordance with the tablet's inscriptions. After all, just over half a month ago, the clan leader had provided them with a substantial amount of refining bloodstones for their cultivation. Thus, the introduction of a premier combat skill seemed less astonishing. Surely, a technique presented by the clan leader would not be trivial, one core clan member murmured softly to himself. Yet deep within, he felt that the leader's summons were overly grandiose. After all, martial skills were merely that, skills, not cultivation methods, and offered limited assistance to cultivators. But in the next moment, a resonant hum filled the air. The fire attribute spiritual energy surrounding Qin Lu coalesced into a wave of heat that surged outward in all directions. Countless core clan members, feeling the overwhelming heat wave wash over them, were struck with awe. The might exuded was formidable. To unleash such power without even reaching the threshold of cultivation, this combat skill appeared to be far more terrifying than they had anticipated. A glimmer of determination ignited in their eyes, and without a hint of hesitation, they commenced their training in the martial technique. As time flowed gently by, approximately an hour later, a branch clan member clad in coarse linen seemed to experience an epiphany. The dense fire attribute spiritual energy poured into his being like rivers converging into the sea. With a crisp sound echoing through the air, he had broken through. A mere mortal, who had never before touched the realm of cultivation and often spoke haltingly, had achieved a breakthrough. Countless branch clan members widened their eyes in astonishment, casting glances at the man in coarse linen, their expressions filled with disbelief. This was utterly inconceivable. That man, now with tears glistening in his eyes and trembling with emotion, exclaimed, I can cultivate. I have become a cultivator. As his voice, tinged with crying, resonated, a fervor ignited within the hearts of the branch clan members. This was a chance capable of altering their destinies. Whether they could tread the path to immortality and escape their mortal confines hinged on that combat skill. Qin Xuanzang observed this scene, his brows twitching in astonishment. This had surpassed his own understanding. He had merely intended to provide these branch clan members with some means of self-preservation before calamity struck. Who would have thought that it would enable them to shatter the shackles between realms? It was important to note that there were no cultivation methods to assist them in this endeavor. Indeed, this martial technique is truly inextricably linked to the bloodline of my Qin family, Qin Xuanzang murmured softly. Shortly thereafter, he inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself with a determined resolve, and addressed the assembly. Those who transcend their current realm through this martial art shall receive personal guidance from both myself and the Grand Elder. It is not beyond the realm of possibility to become a member of the main lineage. With this proclamation, the atmosphere erupted in fervor. What was the ultimate aspiration of the branch family members? Was it not to ascend to the main lineage and become direct descendants of the Qin clan? Now, the opportunity lay before them, and how could they refrain from succumbing to madness? Moreover, this was not an insurmountable challenge. After all, others had succeeded before them. The air became thick with abundant spiritual energy, swirling chaotically throughout the square. A series of crisp sounds reverberated in the night, melding into a beautiful melody. I have succeeded. Ha ha ha. I have triumphed. I have finally crossed the threshold of a cultivator. From this moment forth, I am also a cultivator. I have done it. Numerous branch family members, upon achieving the status of cultivators, danced with joy, tears of elation streaming down their faces. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The members of the main lineage, while not as frenzied as their branch counterparts, also reveled in celebration after experiencing the might of the 3,000 sacred fire technique. They felt this surging power within them, as if caught in a dream, rendering the experience surreal. As the night quietly slipped away, dawn broke. Su Beifeng ascended the high platform. Upon seeing him, Qin Xuanzang paused momentarily. Elder Su, what brings you here? Su Beifeng, dragging his weary form, spoke slowly. Clan leader, I intend to cultivate a group of disciples to refine elixirs. Relying solely on my efforts to produce enough elixirs for so many clan members is likely insufficient. This decision had been made after careful consideration. The entire northern region was on the brink of being overrun by the beast tide. What value did his alchemical skills hold if he merely hoarded them? It would be far more prudent to share his knowledge and nurture more disciples, thereby alleviating his own burdens. Additionally, the clan members, having mastered the 3,000 sacred fire technique, would find themselves more attuned to alchemy than the average cultivator. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xuanzang's heart raced. Elder Su, is this truly so? The status of an alchemist is universally revered, underscoring its rarity. Under normal circumstances, without the unequivocal endorsement of an alchemist, it would be nearly impossible to acquire their teachings. Qin Xuanzang had never dared to hope for such an opportunity. Yet, to his astonishment, Su Beifeng was actively taking on disciples. From the looks of it, he seemed poised to take in quite a few. Qin Xuanzang's heart throbbed intensely. He bowed respectfully to Su Beifeng. I, Qin, express my heartfelt gratitude to Elder Su. Su Beifeng steadied Qin Xuanzang. Clan leader, you are overly gracious. I am also part of the Qin family, and it is only natural that I contribute my share. At this point, Su Beifeng turned to gaze upon the more than 10,000 clansmen below, raising his voice to proclaim, esteemed ones, those who have achieved a modicum of success in the cultivation of the 3,000 sacred fire technique shall have the opportunity to become my disciples. You will inherit my teachings, practice my methods, and refine advanced elixirs. Chapter 38. After cultivating the 3,000 sacred fire technique, did everyone gain alchemical talent? As Su Beifeng's voice resonated, the entire square erupted once more with fervor. This time, not only the members of the branch families, but even those of the main lineage were swept up in a frenzy. This was truly a meteoric rise. If they could master the art and become alchemists, they would earn the admiration of countless individuals. Even without the identity of the Qin family, none would dare to belittle them. At this moment, countless faces among the clansmen were alight with joy. If I become an alchemist, who would dare to look down on me? I did not even aspire to be accepted as a disciple by Su Gongfeng, but if I could grasp even a fragment of the 3,000 sacred fire technique, I would be content. Those fools outside still believe something monumental has occurred within the Qin family. If something truly significant had happened, would the clan leader showcase such unparalleled martial skills? Would Su Gongfeng even come to take on disciples? Amidst the exchanges among the crowd, several more clansmen comprehended the martial technique and broke through their current boundaries. The surging waves of spiritual energy enveloped them, and as they felt the intense heat, the crowd fell silent, realizing they must focus. Further discussion would only invite competition. Just as everyone was fervently contemplating the martial skills, Qin Yun suddenly rose slowly, her violet attire accentuating her striking figure. She opened her eyes, and a brilliant light burst forth. The Grand Elder, sensing her transformation, hurriedly approached to inquire, Xiao Yun, have you already achieved minor mastery of that martial technique? Qin Yun nodded slightly. The Grand Elder's heart leapt with joy. Quickly, let me see how much your combat power has increased. Qin Xuanzang also noticed the change and stepped down from the high platform to stand beside Qin Yun. Xiao Yun, try attacking me. He too wished to discover the extent of the combat power unleashed by her minor mastery of the 3,000 sacred fire technique. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yun's expression turned particularly grave. All right, the clan leader must be cautious. Qin Xuanzang smiled calmly. Do not worry, strike with all your might. Despite being at the 9th level of Qi refinement, Qin Yun's combat power, even if enhanced, could hardly pose a threat to him, who had reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. Yet, just as Qin Xuanzang remained composed, Qin Yun had already closed her eyes, meditating on the contents of the 3,000 sacred fire technique. The next moment, she abruptly opened her eyes. Fiery spiritual energy radiated from the corners of her eyes. She raised her hand, and dense fire attribute spiritual energy swiftly coalesced in her palm. It transformed into a wildly dancing flame, hurtling directly towards Qin Xuanzang. Boom! A sound akin to a meteorite collision echoed. The terrifying force of the advancing flame sent Qin Xuanzang's hair flying wildly. The immense power numbed his arm. causing his body to retreat half a step. Qin Xuanzang's pupils contracted suddenly. Do not underestimate this half step. An ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement could not achieve such a feat. The move that Qin Yun had just executed had already reached the level of foundation establishment. What an astonishing spectacle! The Grand Elder gazed at the scene with an expression of sheer exhilaration. Ha ha! Our little Yun is truly remarkable. Merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, she can already pose a threat to foundational cultivators. The over 10,000 spectators in the square seemed invigorated, as if they had been infused with a surge of energy, and commenced an even more fervent pursuit of cultivation. Upon the high platform, Su Beifeng opened his mouth, intending to speak, but after much internal struggle, he ultimately remained silent. Truth be told, Qin Yun, who had achieved a minor success in the 3,000 sacred fire technique, was exceptionally suited for the path of alchemy. However, as the most outstanding genius of the Qin family, she would inevitably become a primary force against the beast tide. If she were to learn the art of alchemy, it would be a loss of monumental proportions. Su Beifeng let out a heavy sigh. Perhaps he should settle for selecting other talented clansmen. It could yield comparable results. Descending from the high platform, Su Beifeng scanned the faces of his kin, diligently practicing their combat techniques, seeking potential alchemists among them. You, and you, come over here. I wish to assess your aptitude for alchemy. The chosen few were elated, eagerly following Su Beifeng as they departed the square. Upon reaching a secluded spot, he commenced the evaluation. The role of an alchemist is distinct from that of other cultivators, placing immense emphasis on innate talent. Should one lack the requisite talent, entry into this realm would remain perpetually elusive. This is one of the reasons why alchemists are exceedingly rare across the continent. Su Beifeng had steeled himself for the possibility that none of these cultivators would qualify. However, after assessing all the practitioners, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. Each of the few he had casually selected was indeed qualified. Moreover, one among them possessed a talent that surpassed his own. Su Beifeng was thrown into a state of confusion. When did becoming an alchemist become so attainable? He recalled having tested the alchemical talents of his kin in the past, and among the main lineage of the Qin clan, very few had exhibited such gifts. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Their aptitude for alchemy might be related to their cultivation of the 3,000 sacred fire technique. To confirm his hypothesis, Su Beifeng disregarded the few clansmen and hurried back to the square. Qin Xuanzang was taken aback. Su, what troubles you? Su Beifeng waved his hand dismissively. I will explain shortly. In the next instant, he had approached a member of the main lineage, initiating another assessment. Qualified. Qualified. Still qualified. Su Beifeng's eyes began to glaze over. The Grand Elder and Qin Xuanzang, puzzled, followed closely behind. Su, what is the matter? They inquired. Su Beifeng swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. Clan leader, Grand Elder, it seems our Qin family may no longer lack alchemists. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, still unable to comprehend. Su, what do you mean by that? Su Beifeng's voice trembled as he proclaimed, I have assessed over 20 disciples, all of whom are qualified, each possessing the potential to become an alchemist. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap resounded within the minds of the Grand Elder and Qin Xuanzang, a sound far more terrifying than any so-called unparalleled martial technique. Qin Xuanzang had lost his former composure, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Su Beifeng chose not to disturb the clan leader, instead continuing his evaluation of the multitude gathered in the plaza. Ultimately, he selected 20 individuals to become his disciples and accompanied them to the alchemy hall. These 20 disciples were extraordinary talents in alchemy. Perhaps it would not be long before they surpassed him, even achieving fame throughout the vast realm of the Chu. In the ensuing days, Su Beifeng's enthusiasm surged to new heights. The concoction of the Crimson Flame cleansing pill ignited fervor among the clan members for an extended period. During this time, Qin Yun's combat prowess experienced rapid enhancement. Moreover, the responsibility of instructing the primary lineage in the cultivation of the 3,000 sacred fire technique was entrusted to her. Just as everyone was engrossed in their relentless training, An unexpected group of visitors arrived outside Qin town. Leading them was an enigmatic young man who closed his eyes, savoring the scents in the air. I can smell it. It is the essence of the blood demon's decree. As he spoke, the young man licked his blood-red lips and chuckled softly. To dare to steal my blood demon South decree is to court death at my hands. Chapter 39. In this barbaric land, blood must be shed. The fierce wind whipped up the sand and gravel, tearing at the garments of the enigmatic youth. A subtle smile graced the lips of this extraordinary figure as he, accompanied by a retinue of servants, strode purposefully into Qin town. Upon their arrival on the cobblestone path, an overwhelming aura of authority was unleashed. The streets were filled with pedestrians who felt a shiver run down their spines. Where did such a cultivator emerge from? How could they be so impudent? Impudent? Just observing the commanding presence of a youth at the forefront, one could surmise he had already attained the foundation establishment stage. Do you still think them rude? Heavens! A foundation establishment powerhouse at such a tender age. How could he possibly be in our Qin town? Perhaps certain individuals have provoked these formidable beings. Even the four great families would likely hesitate to provoke such an existence, wouldn't they? Who in Qin town would dare to cross their path? Hush! Keep your voice down. These individuals do not seem benevolent. Do not invite calamity upon yourselves. The enigmatic youth cast a sidelong glance at the onlookers. With but a single gaze, an icy chill surged through the spines of the pedestrians, penetrating to their very souls. Cold sweat drenched their garments, and all were rendered mute in an instant. As the entire street fell into a profound silence, the enigmatic youth found the scene rather tedious. He withdrew his gaze and continued striding towards the location of the Blood Demon Order. Although the Blood Demon Order was not a true treasure, it served as a passport to enter the Blood Demon Forbidden Zone. Whether he could step into that forbidden realm, seize opportunities, and ascend to the mid or even upper tiers of the Foundation establishment stage depended entirely on that token. Now that the token had been stolen, it was akin to striking at his most sensitive spot. Unless he could brutally punish the thief to death, he feared he would not quell the rage festering within him. Yet, as countless cultivators fixated on the direction the enigmatic youth had departed, their eyes widened in shock. Wait, that direction appears to be the Qin family's alchemy hall. Oh no, could it be that the Qin family cultivators have offended those powerful beings? This is concrete evidence. Who else but a colossal entity like the Qin family would dare to provoke such formidable figures? Upon further reflection, the sudden cessation of the Qin family's sales of the Crimson Flame Body Refining Pill, could it be related to those individuals? In mere moments, a flurry of speculations began to circulate throughout Qin town. Many bizarre rumors swiftly reached Lin Tian's ears. At Lin Tian's side, an ancient soul materialized, erupting into laughter. They have finally made their appearance. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Who are they? The ancient soul responded. Disciple, do you recall the token you gifted to the Qin family after your previous defeat? Within that token lies a tracking mark. I foretold that the token's owner would eventually come seeking you. It was evident that the enigmatic youth was indeed the master of the Blood Demon Order. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. He remembered, however, prior to bestowing the Blood Demon Order, the ancient soul had never mentioned that it contained a tracking mark. This implied that those who had entered Qin town were, in fact, searching for him. Had he not given away that token, the consequences would have been dire. At the end, one will inevitably seek out the master, even relinquishing control over one's own body. This ancient, residual soul is truly insidious. Lin Tian let out a long sigh, suppressing a flicker of murderous intent within, and murmured, that peculiar young man appears to be merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Surely he poses no significant threat to the Qin family? After all, the Qin family boasts numerous Foundation cultivators, including 2 formidable practitioners at the 3rd stage of Foundation establishment. The ancient, residual soul scoffed, its visage rife with disdain. My disciple, you overestimate the Qin family and underestimate that extraordinary young man. At such a tender age, he has already attained the Foundation establishment stage. Do you truly believe his background to be ordinary? The Qin family dares not act recklessly. The members of the Qin family can only suppress their dissatisfaction, allowing him to unleash his whims. It is high time the arrogance of the Qin family be tempered. Of course, should the Qin family lack discernment and directly eliminate the extraordinary young man, it would be even better. At that juncture, you would require little effort to acquire the coveted Ming forbidden divine record that leads directly to the pinnacle. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Lin Tian's face. He recalled that the peculiar young man seemed to be heading straight for the Qin family's alchemy hall. Within that hall, there were no formidable cultivators present. The strongest among them was likely Qin Yun, who had only recently joined. Perhaps the outcome would exceed even the ancient residual soul's predictions. Without the elixirs to assist in the cultivation of the Ming forbidden divine record, Qin Yun might never step into the Foundation establishment realm. Defeating that extraordinary young man would be nearly impossible. When Qin Yun is gravely injured or even perishes in battle, the Qin family will surely erupt in fury. The entire Qingyun town would descend into chaos as a result. At that time, he would effortlessly obtain the Ming forbidden divine record. With this thought in mind, Lin Tian rose and made his way directly toward the direction of the Qin family's alchemy hall. Meanwhile, the extraordinary young man, accompanied by a throng of servants, had arrived at the entrance of the alchemy hall. He squinted slightly, inhaling the fragrance wafting through the air. A gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes. What a rich aroma of herbs! To think that the search for the Blood Demon Command would yield such unexpected delight, the extraordinary young man declared, gesturing for his servants to kick down the door. A servant clad in gray, without a trace of hesitation, stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the door was forcefully flung open. Several hundred cultivators, seated in meditation and practicing the 3,000 sacred fire technique, abruptly opened their eyes. Among them, Qin Yun furrowed her brow, her eyes glinting with cold light. To save time, she and her main clan members had taken residence within the alchemy hall, diligently practicing the 3,000 sacred fire technique while consuming the crimson flame cleansing pill. Yet, she never anticipated that someone would dare to intrude upon the Qin family. "Who are you?" The extraordinary young man, upon hearing this, flashed a grin and sauntered into the alchemy hall. "As for who we are, you need not concern yourself. All you need to know is that all your possessions, including your very lives, now belong to me." The voice of Qin Yun turned chillingly cold. "You seek our lives, yet you lack the qualifications." The peculiar youth merely shook his head. "Mere ants will forever remain oblivious to the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. To perish in my hands is a privilege you do not deserve." As he spoke, he gestured towards his servants. "Send a few to teach them a lesson. This barbaric land ought to witness bloodshed." Upon hearing his command, several servants summoned their spiritual energy and charged towards the main lineage of the Qin family. However, those who had absorbed the essence of the blood refining stone and the crimson flame cleansing pill and had cultivated the 3,000 sacred fire technique were not so easily intimidated. As the servants approached, many clan members could no longer contain their seething rage. Though this was not a place for brawls, it was indeed time for blood to flow. With her frigid voice resounding, the 3,000 sacred fire technique was instantly activated, and searing flames surged forth like a long serpent. In an instant, a deafening explosion echoed. Boom! It was as if a meteor had collided. The shockwave of heat spread outward. The peculiar youth's servants were obliterated into a mist of blood in an instant. The peculiar youth's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 40. How could there be so many prodigies in such a barbaric land? How could this be possible? The enigmatic youth was acutely aware of the strength of these servants. It was utterly trivial to eliminate a few inconspicuous cultivators, even against some more formidable practitioners. They should not have been defeated so swiftly. But what did he witness now? A mere cultivator from this savage land had effortlessly annihilated several of his subordinates in one stroke. The prowess of these local cultivators was astonishingly outrageous. Taking a deep breath, The enigmatic youth exhaled a cloud of frustration, gradually regaining his composure. He lifted his gaze towards Qin Yun and her companions, speaking coldly. I underestimated you. To possess such combat prowess in this uncivilized territory, you indeed deserve my full attention. With that, the youth unleashed his aura. A surge of crimson energy enveloped his form, a chilling presence swiftly pervading the entire alchemy hall. In the next instant, a gust of cold wind swept through, and the enigmatic youth transformed into a fleeting shadow. Pursuing Qin Yun with fervor, he sensed that she was the leader of this group. Moreover, the aura of the blood demon's command resided in her hands. If he could eliminate this woman, the battle would come to an end. As for whether he could defeat her, as the young master of the Qi family, a figure of great renown among the younger generation, how could he be compared to a mere nobody? His starting point was likely at a height that these savage beings could never hope to reach in their entire lifetimes. Feel the terror of a top-tier genius. The enigmatic youth cackled, envisioning the moment Qin Yun would be reduced to a mist of blood. But in the next heartbeat, Qin Yun abruptly drew her long blade from her waist. The dark underworld forbidden deity record and the 3,000 sacred fire technique activated simultaneously. Black and crimson energies intertwined, cold currents clashing with waves of heat. The overwhelming momentum surged forth, shattering the youth's aura in an instant. As the long blade sliced through the void, a sensation of tearing surged forth. The crimson energy surrounding the enigmatic youth was severed, along with his arm. The silk garment tore away with his limb, and scalding blood rained down from the air like droplets. The entire space descended into a brief silence. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, he even forgot the pain coursing through him. He was among the most elite of geniuses. Now, he had even reached the foundation establishment realm. Yet that woman was merely a Qi refining cultivator. How could she possibly breach his assault and sever his arm? Young master, young master. As the anxious cries of the servants echoed, the enigmatic youth finally regained his senses, a searing pain invading his very soul. A piercing scream rang through the entirety of the alchemy hall. The enigmatic youth instinctively retreated a few steps, his eyes bloodshot. Having lost the nonchalance he once possessed, all of you, attack. Eradicate these barbarians. A multitude of servants wasted no time and unleashed their spiritual energy. Charging directly at Qin Yun, they possessed a modicum of cleverness. With so many cultivators present, it was nearly impossible for them to slay them all. However, eliminating Qin Yun alone was not as arduous. Yet, they had greatly underestimated her combat prowess. Qin Yun gripped her long blade tightly, stepping forward with an aura that suggested she could single-handedly hold back 1,000 foes. Boom, boom, boom. As the battle commenced, Qin Yun swung her blade. Each strike claimed the life of a servant. Rather than a fight, it resembled a one-sided massacre. Moreover, it was a massacre executed with effortless ease. In the face of these servants, Qin Yun moved as if she dwelled in an untroubled realm, casually strolling to the side of the enigmatic youth. Splashes of blood blossomed like flowers during her leisurely advance. That searing heat, that vivid crimson, even splattered onto the enigmatic youth. In that moment, the enigmatic youth finally felt fear. The anger on his face dissipated, replaced by profound terror. He trembled as he retreated, yet his voice remained defiantly obstinate. I'm the young master of the Qi clan. There are numerous foundational cultivators in my family. How dare you, a mere barbarian thief, lay a hand on me? Upon hearing this, Qin Yun finally halted. The enigmatic youth, believing she had faltered, felt his fear diminish slightly. He grinned maliciously. You shall bear the wrath of a Qi clan. Qin Yun paid no heed to the enigmatic youth. While foundational cultivators were indeed formidable, a beast tide was imminent, and the entire northern region was on the brink of collapse. Whether the so-called Qi clan could survive was still uncertain. What was there to fear? The reason she spared this enigmatic youth was to hone the skills of the main lineage's cultivators. It was time to test the might of the 3,000 holy fire technique. This person is left for you. I wish to witness the extent of your martial prowess. The members of the main lineage's clan instantly brightened, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they gazed at the enigmatic youth. After all, he was a foundational cultivator. They had never encountered such a high-quality target in their lives. The enigmatic youth felt a chill run down his spine under their intense scrutiny. Gradually, his anger was incited. After all, he was a foundational cultivator. How could he be humiliated by these mere Qi refinement realm ants? Did they truly believe they possessed combat strength akin to that of the woman? What a farce! Even with just one arm remaining, he was not someone these Qi refinement cultivators could trample upon at will. Ah! The enigmatic youth roared in fury. You shall all perish. But the next moment, fiery attacks surged toward him. I've long been displeased with you. Take this. So what if he was a foundational cultivator? Could he withstand the flames in my grasp? Calling others barbarians. What are you but a mere nothing? Boom, 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 boom. The voices of the main lineage clans resonated fiercely, accompanied by a searing blaze, all directed at the peculiar young man. The strange youth felt a surge of vitality within him, retreating time and again. How could this be possible? This was not the first time he had uttered such words. The emergence of a single genius from this remote land was already astonishing enough. There should not be a second or a third. Yet, what was the situation before him? The power of those attacks was far beyond what their current realms could unleash. The peculiar youth was utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that one day, as a distinguished foundational cultivator, he would be besieged by a multitude of over 100 Qi refining practitioners after the main lineage clans unleashed their combat techniques. The peculiar youth was left battered and bruised. Cough, cough. He collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With a fierce glare, he directed his gaze towards Qin Yun. I don't believe it, you dare to kill me. Qin Yun merely cast a cold glance back at him. Fool! With her chilling voice echoing, Qin Yun raised her foot and brought it down heavily upon the peculiar youth's head. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, and the young man's head exploded like a watermelon. The entire alchemy hall was plunged into complete silence. At the same time, in a town far on the northern border, a burly middle-aged man stared in fury at the shattered life token in his hand. Who has dared to slay my son? Chapter 41. The Beastmaster in the Theatrical Robe. Wang Sheng, the thunderous roar of the burly man reverberated throughout the entire Qi family hall, akin to the wrath of a tempest. An overwhelming sense of pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. The countless cultivators within the hall felt a chilling dread enveloping them, their hearts racing as they bowed low, rendered speechless by fear. After an extended silence, an elder emerged from the shadows of the hall, leaning on his cane, and rasped, Patriarch, the death of a young master is a grim reality. Venting our anger on others is futile. It would be wiser to send someone to investigate where the young master had been and whom he may have offended. Upon hearing this, the burly man took a deep breath, striving to suppress the fury within him. Yet his eyes remained bloodshot, and his fists clenched tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Very well. We shall heed the words of the Grand Elder. Everyone present, go forth and investigate. Once we uncover the murderer of my son, they shall face the most excruciating of fates. At the same time, in Qingyun town, within the Qin family's alchemy hall, Qin Yun withdrew her foot and coldly regarded the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, furrowing her brow. Bring a few people to dispose of these corpses promptly. Do not disturb Elder Su's alchemy work. Without hesitation, the clan members began the cleanup. Meanwhile, on the street, Lin Tian concealed himself among a throng of over 100 cultivators, waiting quietly. He listened as the sounds of battle from the alchemy hall gradually subsided, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. It was highly probable that the little vixen, Qin Yun, had met her demise. Between the realms of Qi refinement and foundation establishment lies an insurmountable chasm. Regardless of how gifted Qin Yun might be, she could never be a match for a foundation establishment expert. Only a dead end awaited her. With her demise, the Qin family would undoubtedly erupt with rage. At that point, chaos would surely engulf the entirety of Qingyun town. Contemplating this, a glimmer of greed flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, as if the forbidden tome of the underworld was beckoning to him. Just as he was engulfed in endless fantasies, Qin Yun, flanked by numerous primary clan members of the Qin family, strode out of the alchemy hall. The entire street fell eerily silent in an instant, as all gazes turned in disbelief towards Qin Yun and her entourage. Lin Tian's eyes widened in shock. What is happening? Not only had Qin Yun survived, but she had also slain an outsider of the Foundation establishment realm. Not a single wound adorned her body. She appeared completely unscathed. How could this be possible? Lin Tian felt as though his worldview was collapsing. As Qin Yun exited the alchemy hall, she merely cast an indifferent glance at Lin Tian amidst the crowd before retracting her gaze and striding purposefully towards the Qin family estate. Lin Tian trembled, as if a boulder had been placed heavily upon his chest, rendering him breathless. He had envisioned numerous outcomes. Perhaps Qin Yun would threaten, insult, or even challenge him upon seeing him. Yet, he had never anticipated that she would ignore him entirely. It was as if, in Qin Yun's heart, he was merely a stepping stone, an inconsequential one at that. That glance, though not physically harmful, was laden with a potent insult, nearly shattering his composure. Upon leaving the street and entering the gates of the Qin family, Qin Yun sought out Qin Xuansong, declaring, "Patriarch, I intend to lead our clansmen to the monster beast forest for training." The combat prowess of the main lineage was not to be underestimated. Yet during the skirmish with the bizarre youth, Qin Yun discerned numerous flaws. Given their current state, they would be ill-prepared for the impending beast tide. Qin Xuansong, upon hearing her words, fell silent for a moment before acquiescing. It is indeed prudent to engage with the beasts early and accumulate experience. Once you enter the monster beast forest, exercise utmost caution and do not jeopardize your life. Not far off, the Grand Elder, overhearing their conversation, grew anxious. He rushed to their side, exclaiming, "Xiaoyan, that is far too perilous. The beast tide is imminent, and we know not what lurks within that forest. If misfortune befalls you there, how shall I explain it to your father?" At his words, Qin Yun's lips twitched in irritation. Here we go again. Were it not for her resolute mindset, she might have succumbed to the Grand Elder's overindulgence. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Grand Elder, if I do not accumulate experience, I may meet my end even sooner." "Xiaoyan Yu." The Grand Elder attempted to retort, but was swiftly interrupted by Qin Xuansong's stern gaze. He shot a fierce look at the Grand Elder before addressing Qin Yun. "Time is of the essence. You should proceed with the main lineage cultivators." No longer engaging in further discourse, Qin Yun bowed respectfully to both the Patriarch and the Grand Elder. She then turned to the multitude of main lineage clansmen, gesturing for them to follow, and strode purposefully towards the direction of the monster beast forest, with over 100 cultivators trailing behind her. After a brief moment, a weary-looking middle-aged man stepped forward, hesitantly saying, "Qin Yun, if you are going to the monster beast forest, might I accompany you?" Qin Yun frowned slightly. She was bringing along the younger generation of cultivators, and having someone in their 50s or 60s join felt somewhat inappropriate. "Who are you?" she inquired softly. The haggard man quickly responded, "I am Qin Sheng, and I have reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. I believe I could be of assistance." In that instant, Qin Yun recalled that Qin Sheng had a son named Qin Ling, who, due to damage to his dantian, had seen his cultivation progress severely decline. This had rendered him exceedingly despondent, fixated on mundane operas. Qin Sheng had tirelessly worried over his unaccomplished son, often seen in the midst of the family's endeavors. A truly pitiable figure. Qin Yun murmured, "Very well, then. Join us." Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng's heart soared with joy, and he eagerly fell in line with the group. As the throng of hundreds exited the Qin family gates and made their way towards the monster beast forest, the entire Qin town erupted once more into a fervor. Lin Tian's expression was an unsettling mix of fluctuating emotions. He was utterly perplexed by the intentions of Qin Yun and her companions. Just moments ago, they had slain several outsiders, provoking a formidable adversary. One would assume they would be contemplating how to confront the impending retribution from such powerful foes. What, then, could explain their brazen venture into the beastly forest? As Lin Tian pondered this conundrum, a delicate young man with disheveled hair, clad in a blood-stained theatrical robe, suddenly appeared by his side. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Wang Sheng, what brings you here? With a grin that revealed his intent, the bloodied Wang Sheng replied, I merely came to see you. I've never witnessed you in such a disheveled state. As he spoke, Wang Sheng tilted his head, casting a sharp gaze towards the retreating figures of Qin Yun and the others, his eyes gradually sharpening with intent. Shall I intervene and teach them a lesson? Chapter 42. Are you joking? The Qin clan's cultivators possess such combat power? As the mocking voice faded, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Wang Sheng's eyes. He too was eager to witness the prowess of the cultivator named Qin Yun, who had managed to best Lin Tian time and again. Lin Tian exhaled a heavy sigh, his expression turning serene. If you wish to go, then go. There is no need to consult me. Wang Sheng's arrogance was palpable, surpassing even his own. He believed that having acquired a modicum of inheritance and glimpsed a novel cultivation method elevated him above others. It would be beneficial for Lin Tian to encounter some setbacks at the hands of Qin Yun, he mused inwardly. Seeing Lin Tian acquiesce, Wang Sheng smirked, no longer hesitating, and trailed behind Qin Yun and her companions. Upon sensing the aura of the main lineage of the Qin clan, Wang Sheng paused momentarily, only to scoff derisively. Most of them are merely cultivators of the third realm of Qi refinement. With such limited capabilities, they might impress in Qinyan town, but in the entirety of the northern region, they are utterly lacking. He had initially thought Lin Tian to be an exceptional talent, but now he perceived him as equally inept, having fallen to such cultivators. A trace of disdain crossed his face. However, without having gauged Qin Yun's true combat abilities, he could not entirely dismiss Lin Tian. As time passed, the group finally exited Qinyan town and arrived at the periphery of the beast forest. A frenzied and brutal energy, laced with a hint of coldness, surged toward them. The cultivators of lower realms trembled involuntarily. Observing this, Wang Sheng felt even more contemptuous. Birds of a feather flocked together. Although I have yet to assess Qin Yun's strength, one glance at those lesser cultivators reveals that she must not be much better. They are already frightened before even entering the beast forest. Fortunately, they are part of a clan. Had they been solitary cultivators, they would likely have perished at the jaws of the beasts. After a brief interval, Qin Yun waved her hand, and hundreds of clan members dispersed, heading deeper into the forest. This maneuver left Wang Sheng utterly bewildered. What was happening? Shouldn't they be gathering together upon entering the beast forest? Were they simply waiting to be picked off by the beasts one by one? Upon entering the beast forest, clustering together would maximize the cultivator's combat strength. This was common knowledge. If Qin Yun and her group intended to hunt the beasts, then Wang Sheng's assumptions were correct, and they should remain united. However, their true aim was to hone their combat skills and accumulate experience. How could they achieve this if they all congregated? Clearly, Wang Sheng had failed to grasp this nuance. As he observed the scene, the corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. These individuals, they were a profound disappointment. Lin Tian had fallen to the hands of such beings. Just as Wang Sheng's disillusionment reached its peak, several cultivators had already engaged in battle. Dozens of robust beasts, as large as bulls, erupted from the underbrush, their crimson eyes fixated on the cultivators as they charged forward. The dispersed cultivators were incapable of amassing any significant strength. Ordinarily, they would undoubtedly be trampled to death by those monstrous beasts. Deep within Wang Sheng's heart, he harbored the same conviction. However, as the two sides were on the verge of collision, a torrent of blazing fire elements surged forth. The 3,000 sacred fire technique. Those flames transformed into fireballs or serpents, relentlessly pursuing the beasts. Boom! A sound akin to a meteorite collision reverberated, causing the ground to tremble violently. Blood mixed with shattered stones, and mud splattered everywhere. As the clouds of dust settled, a resounding thud echoed, marking the demise of those beasts that had yet to unleash their final roars, crashing heavily to the ground. The cultivators who had unleashed their techniques gazed at this scene, unable to suppress their sighs. The precision still lacked a bit. The force was not adequately controlled. The speed of flame condensation was simply too slow. Upon witnessing this, Wang Sheng's pupils abruptly constricted, and even his heartbeat faltered for a moment. Gulp! He struggled to swallow, numbly hiding behind a large tree. What the hell? Is this the combat power that could be unleashed by a third-tier Qi refinement cultivator? This must be a joke. A typical third-tier Qi refinement cultivator would not only struggle to hunt those beasts, but would also face uncertainty in ensuring their own survival. Where could one find individuals like them? Yet, to label them as geniuses would also seem unfounded. Where's the genius that, at this age, is still only at the third tier of Qi refinement? Moreover, their behavior of scattering and engaging in combat with the beasts was exceedingly surreal. Wang Sheng shook his head, feeling as if his intellect was insufficient. But before he could regain his composure, Qin Yun and the others had already delved deeper into the beast-infested forest. Soon, explosive sounds reverberated. Splashes of blood blossomed amidst the flames. Each explosion sent a chill down Wang Sheng's spine. It was only now that he discerned that the formidable combatants were not mere exceptional individuals. Each one among them was extraordinarily powerful. Their strength was entirely beyond what their current realm should possess. They had traversed a considerable distance in the beast forest, slaying numerous monsters. Yet none among them had sustained any injuries. In that moment, he suddenly found himself understanding Lin Tian. I had underestimated these cultivators. Wang Sheng mused inwardly. But the next moment, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. Indeed, with so many corpses of beasts, they could not possibly carry them all away. Those that were left behind would suffice for me to conduct an experiment. Previously, he was merely an ordinary mortal actor. Yet, after receiving a fragment of the beast tamer's legacy, everything transformed. His innate talent was awakened, and his combat prowess was manifested. His name emerged in the eyes of the clan's formidable figures. He became a direct descendant, the next clan leader of the Wang family, possessing unparalleled status and identity. And all of this stemmed from that incomplete legacy of the beast tamer. A fragmented inheritance of the Beastmaster is still formidable. How much more so would be the complete legacy of a true Beastmaster? Although he cannot attain the entirety of this legacy, he can embark on his own experiments. After all, the world is teeming with magical beasts. On this expedition, he might just stumble upon an extraordinary opportunity. With this thought in mind, Wang Sheng ceased to hesitate. He began to feel his way forward, examining the remains of various magical beasts. In the study of beast-taming techniques, while the deceased beasts lack the utility of their living counterparts, they offer unique insights. After toying with the remains for a while, Wang Sheng furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. At that moment, deep within the forest of magical beasts, the roars of these creatures intertwined with the anguished cries of cultivators echoed simultaneously. A pungent scent of blood swiftly permeated the air. Qin Yun focused her gaze and beheld numerous cultivators clad in exquisite garments lying in pools of blood. Behind these unfortunate souls, nearly 100 magical beasts were poised menacingly. The Cheng family members? Qin Yun questioned in bewilderment. Indeed, those besieged and suffering heavy casualties were none other than the cultivators of the Cheng family, one of the 4 great clans. When the Cheng cultivators saw hundreds of figures rushing towards them, a surge of joy welled up in their hearts. However, upon recognizing the attire of these individuals, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, extinguishing their delight instantaneously. The Qin, members of the Qin family? It should be noted that just a few months prior, the Cheng family had grievously offended the Qin family. How could they expect to escape unscathed in the magical beast forest upon encountering them now? The morale of the Cheng cultivators plummeted to an abyss in an instant. This time, they were utterly doomed, just as they closed their eyes in despair, resigning themselves to the judgment of death. A voice imbued with a chilling intent suddenly rang out. All members of the Qin clan, heed my command. Let us slay these magical beasts. Chapter 43. The Madness of the Qin Clan. The Foundation of Qin Yun. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had erupted. A tempest surged, sweeping up blood-stained gravel, rampaging across this confined space. Upon receiving Qin Yun's command, hundreds of Qin clan members underwent a dramatic transformation in their demeanor. Fiery flames erupted from their very beings, seemingly intent on incinerating everything in their vicinity. With a chorus of furious roars, these cultivators charged toward the ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts. Bang! 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 As explosions erupted, the ground trembled violently. Scalding crimson splattered across the faces of several disciples from the Qin family. The nauseating stench of blood surged into their nostrils. They opened their eyes in astonishment. The despair that had once filled their gaze dissipated, replaced by expressions of bewilderment and disbelief. The disciples of the Qin clan had no intention of slaughtering them. Moreover, they sought to aid them in vanquishing the savage beasts. A wave of shame welled up within many Qin family disciples, their vision blurring after teetering on the brink of life and death. I am sorry. A choked voice rang out. They were apologizing for their prior alliance with the other two families to confront the Qin clan. Qin Yun, who had remained passive until now, merely nodded slightly. Had she forgiven the Qin family? That was utterly impossible. She was not a benevolent soul. The enmity of exterminating her clan, though not successfully avenged, would not be easily cast aside. Her current inaction was simply due to the impending beast tide, necessitating some expendable resources. Yet the Qin family members were unaware of this, believing instead that Qin Yun had forgiven them, and they were profoundly touched. Miss Qin Yun, we can still fight. Miss Qin Yun, we provoked those beasts. How can we leave it all to you? Miss Qin Yun, we must unite our strength to eradicate those beasts and minimize casualties. The eyes of these Qin family members shone with determination. But Qin Yun paid them no mind. She merely stood indifferently behind the crowd, observing the brutal melee, seeing that their pleas fell on deaf ears. The Qin family disciples steeled their resolve. The Qin clan has forgiven us. How can we be cowards? Damn it, death is inevitable. We might as well fight alongside the Qin brothers, for there may yet be a glimmer of hope. These mere beasts do not frighten the Qin clan. What we have to fear, just as they prepared to unleash their powers and charge forward. Qin Yun suddenly drew her long blade from her waist, a flash of cold light piercing through, striking at the very souls of the Qin family members. Do not move. Those beasts are ours. The Qin family disciples fell silent instantly, their cultivation techniques abruptly halting. They gazed at Qin Yun in disbelief, their minds swirling with questions. What did this mean? They were there to assist. Why were they being stopped? At that moment, one of the Qin family disciples finally regained his composure, his eyes widening in shock as he looked into the distance. Wait. They are all scattered. Upon hearing this, the remaining disciples of the Qin family lifted their gazes. They beheld the hundreds of disciples from the Qin family, fighting in isolated clusters, each engaged in solitary combat with little coordinated effort. One would expect that in the endeavor to hunt ferocious beasts, most cultivators would band together. However, this dispersion hinted at a singular intention, to hone their combat skills and enhance their experience. Yet, this was not the periphery of the beast-infested forest. What audacity did they possess? Previously, due to their grievous injuries, their awareness of the surroundings had significantly diminished, leading them to overlook the peculiar behavior of the Qin family cultivators. However, upon realizing the audacity of the Qin disciples, they comprehended the sheer madness of the situation. The disciples of the Qin family swallowed hard, falling into a silent stupor as they gazed into the distance. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions reverberated through the air. The roars of the beasts echoed, yet compared to earlier, the haunting cries of human cultivators were conspicuously absent. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the area fell into a profound silence, with only the faint remnants of blood and a palpable aura of brutality lingering in the atmosphere. Not a single disciple of the Qin family perished. Only a few bore ghastly wounds upon their bodies. Such an outcome left the Qin disciples in a state of astonishment. The prowess of the Qin disciples surpassed their wildest imaginations. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Qin Xuansong and the elder of the Qin family, whose overwhelming strength determined the outcome of the battle, the three great families would have surely witnessed a considerable number of their cultivators falling to this formidable group. The combat capabilities of these individuals were utterly terrifying, far beyond what they could withstand. Once the Qin disciples extracted the more valuable parts from the beasts, they gathered around Qin Yun. With a lowered gaze, she addressed the seemingly dazed Chang disciples. Do you know where one might find an abundance of fire attribute spirit herbs in the vicinity? During her intense cultivation of the 3,000 sacred fire technique, Qin Yun had previously sought counsel from Mr. Qin on how to expedite her mastery of this technique. Mr. Qin had explained that the manifestations of the 3,000 sacred fire technique were not fixed. Any natural treasures rich in fire attributes could enhance the speed of its cultivation. While it was imperative to gain experience from battling beasts in the forest, discovering a cache of fire attribute spirit herbs would be an even greater boon. After a moment of contemplation, a Chang disciple cautiously spoke. I am aware of a location with a sea of blood sunflowers, but it lies deep within the beast-infested forest. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's eyes brightened. Lead me there. A wave of anxiety swept through the remaining Chang disciples. They were all too familiar with the perilous nature of the blood sunflower sea. It was far too deep within the forest. They had barely managed to contend with the beasts here. Venturing further would be tantamount to courting death. Miss Qin Yun, that place is far too dangerous. One of the Chang disciples attempted to voice his concerns, but was abruptly silenced by Qin Yun's raised hand. There is no need for you to worry about the rest. We shall handle it. You need only to guide us. In a state of utter helplessness, the disciples of the Chang family reluctantly guided Qin Yun and her companions deeper into the unknown. Initially, they feared for their lives, but as they ventured further and the members of the Qin clan gradually revealed their formidable prowess, their trepidation transformed into astonishment. The display of skill that effortlessly vanquished a ferocious beast, coupled with their astonishing ability to combat foes beyond their level, left them incredulous. Could such talents truly originate from their humble Qingyun town? As they journeyed onward, their initial anxiety gave way to sheer shock, which ultimately morphed into a numbing realization. They had never truly comprehended the depth of the Qin family's capabilities. The enigma and might of the Qin clan exceeded all their expectations. After an extensive passage of time, the group finally came to a halt. Before them lay a breathtaking expanse of blood-red flowers, reminiscent of a sunset's final glow. The air was thick with potent fire attribute spiritual energy, and the faces of the hundreds of Qin clan members lit up with joy. The blood sunflowers would wither rapidly once uprooted from their soil. Some were designated to stand guard, while others hurriedly began to absorb and refine the precious blossoms. Without hesitation, Qin Yun settled into a meditative posture, commencing the process of refining the blood sunflowers. She had lingered too long at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and sensed that the breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm was imminent, perhaps even within the day. Chapter 44, Banshin. I have comprehended it. This is the essence of beast taming, as waves of sanguine energy surged into Qin Yun's body. The previously tranquil spiritual power began to boil. It was as if a placid lake had erupted, sending forth towering waves that crashed against the barrier of the next realm. In the depths of obscurity, faint cracks seemed to appear upon the boundary of that realm. Qin Yun's complexion flushed with vitality. At that moment, howls of wolves resounded through the air. A ferocious and brutal aura instantly enveloped the scene. The hearts of several disciples from the Chang family trembled, as a chilling sensation coursed down their spines to their very feet. It was a beast of the 3rd tier of Qi refinement. The beasts of the 3rd tier of Qi refinement were no match for them, let alone those fearsome beasts that transcended this tier. However, this fear did not linger long, as the Chang family disciples soon regained their composure. Indeed, we have Miss Qin Yun. What is there to fear? Qin Yun had long since attained the 3rd tier of Qi refinement. Furthermore, she was the most exceptional genius of the Qin family. Her combat prowess should far exceed that of the Qin clan members before them. If these Qin clan members could engage in battles beyond their level, how much more formidable would Qin Yun be? Although these suddenly appeared wolf-like beasts possessed a high cultivation level, they should not be overly concerning. The Chung family disciples all turned their gazes towards Qin Yun. Miss Qin Yun remained as calm and unperturbed as ever. Even the beasts of the third tier of Qi refinement did not faze her. A rather handsome disciple from the Chung family spoke softly. Yet, in the next moment, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. Qin Yun is in the midst of a breakthrough and must not be disturbed by these beasts. Everyone must be on high alert. We cannot allow these beasts to approach Qin Yun. Upon hearing this, the Chung family disciples were instantly petrified. How could they have imagined that it was not that she dismissed the beasts, but rather that she was utterly incapacitated? Who would have thought that Qin Yun would choose to break through at such a critical moment? The dozens of Chung family disciples felt as if the sky were collapsing upon them. What now? We are all doomed. Just as the Chung family disciples were in a state of panic, hundreds of Qin family disciples had already gathered, forming a protective circle around Qin Yun. Individually, they were no match for these wolf-like beasts. However, what if they combined their strengths? Moreover, they all practiced the 3,000 sacred fire technique. The same combat skills unleashed together would yield compounded power. Even if they could not vanquish the beasts, they could certainly inflict a significant blow. Bang! 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 The battle erupted once more. This time, everyone exerted their utmost effort. With the esteemed presence of 9th-tier Qi refinement cultivator from Qin City, they truly managed to fend off the onslaught of a pack of wolf-like beasts. This was far more exhilarating than any previous encounter they had endured. The Chung family disciples watched this scene unfold, feeling as though their entire worldview was about to shatter. However, there exists a considerable disparity in realms between them and the demon wolves. Despite their numbers reaching several hundred, their endurance is bound to be fleeting. A few disciples of the Chung family exchanged anxious glances at Qin Yun, who was still in meditation, and then at the Qin family members who were valiantly fighting. Their eyes filled with desperation. As one figure after another was hurled backward, a sense of defeat began to rise within many hearts. At that moment, an extraordinary transformation overtook Qin Yun's aura. The forbidden divine record of the netherworld and the 3,000 sacred fire techniques seemed to possess an intrinsic connection. Qin Yun simultaneously channeled her cultivation technique and combat skills. Two energies, one black and one red, intertwined like twin dragons, crashing against the barriers of her realm. Bang! With a crisp sound resonating, a torrent of spiritual power surged into a new domain, coalescing into a foundational base. Foundation established, success achieved. Following a brief silence, a terrifying force erupted, akin to a tidal wave, radiating in all directions. Gripping the hilt of her blade, a glint of cold light flickered. The intertwined powers of black and red enveloped the long sword, striking forth. The ferocious demon wolves were cleaved in two. The force of her swing caused the flora to sway violently. Scalding blood gushed forth as the corpses fell. With the conclusion of this strike, the tide of the battlefield shifted instantaneously. This exemplified the chasm between establishing a foundation and refining energy. The remaining demon wolves appeared to Qin Yun as mere ants. Dozens of Chung family disciples watched the utterly vanquished demon wolves, swallowing hard. Meanwhile, those Qin family members who had been flung aside by the wolves began to chuckle. Sister Yun, you've finally broken through. Qin Yun narrowed her eyes slightly. Fear not, none of these demon wolves shall escape. Just as she prepared to strike again, applause echoed through the air. From the depths of the forest emerged a bald man. Impressive. You are the first person I have seen to break through in the demon beast forest. However, those demon wolves are my pets. Would you do me the favor of sparing them this once? Qin Yun's expression darkened immediately. She recalled the beast tamer that missed her. Qin had mentioned the impending beast tide stemmed from a beast tamer, Wang Sheng. If she could eliminate Wang Sheng in advance, could she not preemptively avert the beast tide? After a moment of silence, Qin Yun's cold voice pierced the air. Are you Wang Sheng? The bald man frowned at her question. Who is Wang Sheng? He was entirely unfamiliar with this individual. Could it be that the person named Wang Sheng was also bald like him? Qin Yun, not receiving the answer she desired, felt a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Nonetheless, A beast tamer is inherently an extraordinary profession, one that should not exist. The present bald man, though seemingly weak, who could predict whether he might become another Wang Sheng in the future? Observing Qin Yun's prolonged silence, the bald man unleashed his own aura. Foundation establishment, first layer. He casually remarked, "Spare those wolf demons. It would be beneficial for both of us." As a seasoned Foundation establishment cultivator capable of commanding several wolf demons, he dismissed the notion that the novice who had just entered the Foundation establishment realm could pose a threat. Just as he anticipated that Qin Yun would yield to him, she simply uttered a few words. "You, unworthy?" With those 4 words lightly spoken, a glimmer of cold light flashed. A crimson thread ensnared the neck of the bald man. Thud! His massive head rolled onto the ground, lifeless in an instant. When Qin Yun was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, she could easily slaughter a young demon of the Foundation establishment. Now that she had ascended to the Foundation establishment realm herself, how could an ordinary cultivator of that level stand against her? After dispatching the bald man, Qin Yun swiftly dealt with the remaining wolf demons. Once the hundreds of Qin clan members had refined the blood sunflower to a satisfactory extent, they rose and departed the beast-infested forest, making their way towards Qingyun town. After a considerable time had passed, a disheveled Wang Sheng, clad in tattered theatrical robes, stumbled into this region. Though he possessed remarkable talent, his combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the numerous Qin clan members. He had trailed behind them, not only contending with formidable beasts, but also striving to remain undetected by the Qin family. Such stringent conditions nearly drove him to madness. Fortunately, he persevered. The Qin clan members failed to notice him, and he was on the verge of uncovering the secrets of beast tamers. He meticulously examined the scattered corpses around him. Suddenly, he seemed to behold a human corpse. He hastily approached to investigate. Warm blood flowed through his fingertips, and deep within his soul, a mysterious aura began to stir. He turned his gaze towards a relatively intact corpse, channeling the secrets he had grasped. In the next moment, the lifeless body erupted with a final flicker of vitality. Its eyes suddenly opened wide, unleashing a frenzied and mindless energy that spread like wildfire. Observing his creation, Wang Sheng laughed heartily. "Huh, I have comprehended it. So this is the essence of beast taming." Chapter 45, Wang Sheng. In this play, I am the protagonist. The cold wind tousled Wang Sheng's disheveled long hair. The blood-stained costume billowed ominously in the breeze. He slowly rose to his feet, his eyes, marred with crimson, greedily peering into the depths of the beastly forest. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. A savage and brutal aura surged toward Wang Sheng with ferocity. He turned slightly, observing a colossal tiger-like beast, as imposing as a small tower, charging at him with its gaping maw, dripping with foul saliva. In times past, such a sight would have rendered Wang Sheng paralyzed with fear. Yet, after grasping the secrets of beast taming, everything had transformed. He stood calmly, his gaze unwavering, as the beast approached with relentless speed. As the tiger-like creature neared, revealing its razor-sharp teeth slick with blood, an otherworldly resonance enveloped the air. Eerie and gruesome visages surged into the beast's mind like a tidal wave. In mere moments, the tiger's consciousness was obliterated, its savage ferocity dissipated, replaced by an insatiable thirst for blood and madness. With a furious roar, the beast leaped over Wang Sheng, crashing into the distant rocks. Boom, boom, boom. Each collision sent flesh and gore splattering. Yet, the tiger seemed oblivious to pain and weariness, incessantly hurling itself against the stones. The ground trembled beneath the onslaught, though the impact waned with each successive hit, until finally it collapsed in a pool of its own blood. The searing crimson splattered onto Wang Sheng's face as he sauntered forward. He licked the blood from his cheek, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. This sensation was utterly exquisite, though he could not control the beasts or augment his own prowess with them. Merely transforming them into bloodthirsty, mindless creatures was delightfully entertaining. Presently, having altered just one beast, he could not evoke great awe. But what 100, 1,000, or even 10,000? One must remember, this realm abounds with beasts. Wang Sheng lifted his head, basking in the warmth of the setting sun, a slight smile gracing his lips. This vast world of cultivation is but a grand play, and in this performance, I am the star. Now the spectacle is about to commence. I wonder if the masses are prepared. Just as Wang Sheng was poised to continue his transformation of beasts, a resounding dragon's roar pierced the air. It seemed capable of shattering the entire beastly forest. An overwhelming pressure surged toward Wang Sheng like an unstoppable tide, enveloping him in a suffocating grip. His expression froze as he instinctively turned his gaze in another direction. He recalled that not far from the beastly forest lay one of the 3 forbidden grounds of the Chu dynasty, Dragonfall Valley. He had never anticipated that his actions would provoke such an anomaly in Dragonfall Valley. After a long while, the immense pressure gradually receded. Wang Sheng exhaled a breath of relief. He chuckled softly. In the Valley of Fallen Dragons, do you believe you can govern this forest of demonic beasts, let alone all the forests of demonic beasts in the world? Once I have transformed the entire northern region's demonic creatures, what will become of your insignificant Valley of Fallen Dragons? With this thought, Wang Sheng ceased his lingering and departed from the forest of demonic beasts, striding towards the horizon. As for the agreement made with Lin Tian, it had long been cast aside, lost to the winds of time. He had already discovered his own path. How could he allow trivial matters to weigh upon his mind? Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yun, accompanied by several prominent clan members, finally returned to Qingyan town. Though their journey had only spanned a day, it had been exceedingly fruitful. Qin Yun had even achieved a breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm, necessitating some time for consolidation. As for the several disciples of the Cheng family, they returned to their home in a daze. When the elder of the Cheng family beheld the injured clan members, his heart was struck with alarm. How did you sustain such grievous injuries? A rather handsome disciple of the Cheng family sighed deeply. We encountered a pack of purple-browed wolves in the forest of demonic beasts. Upon hearing this, the elder's brow twitched violently. It is known that within that pack of purple-browed wolves, there exist formidable demonic beasts at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. And such powerful beings would number no fewer than 5 within a single group. Even if one were to encounter that pack, it would mean certain death. How on earth did these disciples return alive? This was utterly incomprehensible. Speak clearly what transpired. The elder's expression darkened ominously. The handsome disciple visibly trembled as he replied, We nearly perished in the forest of demonic beasts. Thankfully, we chanced upon members of the Qin family. They effortlessly dispatched those beasts. Each one of them was immensely powerful. The purple-browed wolves fell before them. The elder of the Cheng family froze in disbelief. Could it truly be that the young people of the Qin family, who ventured out today, could vanquish such mighty demonic beasts? This was unfathomable. Just as the elders struggled to dismiss the notion, the handsome disciple spoke again. The most crucial point is that Qin Yun achieved a breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm in the forest of demonic beasts. Boom! The final words of the handsome disciple detonated in the elder's mind like a thunderous explosion. Foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. The elder murmured, his eyes glazing over. Although foundation establishment is categorized into lower, middle, and upper realms, with significant disparities between them, once a cultivator steps into this realm, it signifies that they stand on the same level as the others. But how old is Qin Yun? Has she truly reached foundation establishment already? Is what you said truly the case? The elder of the Cheng family, still unwilling to accept this, inquired. A chorus of Cheng family disciples responded simultaneously. We witnessed it with our own eyes. There can be no deceit. The 9th level of Qi refinement, represented by the purple-maned demon wolf, could not withstand even a casual strike from Qin Yun, indicating a definitive success in foundation establishment. The head of the Cheng family instinctively retreated a few paces, shaking his head in disbelief. You all wait here, this matter. I can no longer make decisions on it. Shortly thereafter, the entirety of the Cheng family's upper echelon was stirred into action. Qin Yun's advancement to the foundation establishment realm was far more formidable than Qin Xuanzang's achievement of the 5th level of foundation establishment. They had lost any qualification to contend with the Qin family. Within the grand hall of the Chung family, the patriarch's expression was exceptionally grave. From this day forth, my Chung family is willing to forge a lasting alliance with the Qin family. All members of the clan are prohibited from harming or humiliating any progeny of the Qin family. The news of the Chung family's goodwill towards the Qin family spread throughout Qinyun town, accompanied by the revelation of Qin Yun's breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm. In a certain corner of the town, Lin Tian's face was one of sheer incredulity. How could she possibly have advanced to the foundation establishment realm? Chapter 46. Su Beifeng's heroic efforts gradually. Lin Tian's countenance grew increasingly grim. He turned to the aged remnant soul beside him and spoke with an icy tone. Did you not assert that without the corresponding medicinal aids, Qin Yun would never be able to ascend to the foundation establishment realm in her lifetime? The elderly soul's expression was equally troubled. He shook his head, responding, "It seems that Qin Yun must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity within the beast forest. At this juncture, you no longer possess the qualifications to compete with her. The matter of the netherworld forbidden divine record should be deliberated with caution." Lin Tian's plans shattered completely in that moment. He exhaled deeply, and after a considerable time, he suppressed the unwillingness surging within him, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. In this world, there exists more than just the netherworld forbidden divine record as a supreme technique. The legacy of beast tamers can also elevate me to great heights. Since I am fated not to obtain the netherworld forbidden divine record, I shall prepare to seize the inheritance of the beast tamers instead. Wang Sheng, with his character and talent, bears a striking resemblance to the founder of the beast tamers from the ancient celestial era. Once we enter the blood demon forbidden ground, he will most likely be the one to acquire that legacy. At that time, I shall simply take the inheritance from him. This is far simpler than stealing the netherworld forbidden divine record. Having clarified his thoughts, Lin Tian quietly departed from the town as night descended. As time flowed steadily on, the news of Qin Yun's breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm spread like wildfire. The younger generation of the Qin family began to reveal their remarkable talents. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate the Qin family any longer. Even the other 3 prominent families fell into an eerie silence. The notion of jointly targeting the Qin family was now beyond their imagination. Consequently, the Qin family experienced a period of tranquility. However, within the Qin family's alchemy hall, the alchemist Su Beifeng could find no joy. The impending tide of beasts, which would engulf the entire northern region, was fast approaching. He needed to prepare an abundance of medicinal pills for the Qin family disciples. But as a solitary alchemist, how could he manage such a daunting task? Although he had taken on 20 disciples, they were not prodigious talents like Lin Tian. Having only trained for a mere half-month, how could they possibly concoct medicinal pills? Being able to refine some healing elixirs was already a considerable achievement. Su Beifeng cast a sidelong glance at the 20 disciples, who were drenched in sweat from their exertions, and let out a heavy sigh. Alas, while I can barely supply the Scarlet Flame cleansing pill, I simply lack the energy to produce those healing elixirs. In preparation for the impending beast tide, the entire Qin family was exerting every effort. Even the elders frequently ventured into the beast forest for training. Under such intense conditions, how could they avoid injury? How could they not require medicinal pills for healing? Su Beifeng remained silent for a long while before finally resolving himself. If my master could lend assistance, those healing potions would surely pose no significant issue. The art of alchemy is profoundly intricate. Without the guidance of those who have come before, it is nearly impossible to become an alchemist. Su Beifeng, too, had his own master, one whose prowess far surpassed his own. After resolutely making up his mind, Su Beifeng promptly informed Qin Xuanzang of the situation. Upon receiving Qin Xuanzang's affirmation, he hastened toward the trading house located in the northern region. Time passed unmeasured. Inside a trading house adorned with intricately carved beams and jade-like embellishments, An elderly man reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, basking in the dry, cool breeze. This man was none other than Su Beifeng's master, the highly esteemed alchemist of the north, Mo Xiao. At that moment, Mo Xiao was contemplating the recent sales of his medicinal elixirs. This past month, the sales of healing potions had surged several-fold compared to the previous month. Numerous cultivators from places such as Songfeng City, Anlin City, and Luoxia Town appeared to have suffered attacks from demonic beasts. After a moment of reflection, Mo Xiao shook his head. The simultaneous assault on cultivators by demonic beasts across multiple locations was indeed peculiar. Yet what concern was it of his? After all, he was merely a vendor of elixirs. As he let his thoughts drift and savor the evening breeze, Su Beifeng approached, weary from travel. Mo Xiao was taken aback. Beifeng, what brings you here? Su Beifeng, lifting his head, wrestled with his conscience for a while before ultimately deciding to weave a small deception. Master, I have discovered a rare treasure, but it is too much for me alone to consume. I hope you might share in it. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao sat up straight, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Is it true? Truly? Ha 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 ha. It seems my efforts in mentoring you were not in vain. After finding such a treasure, you still remembered your master. Wait here a moment while I make preparations. Then I shall accompany you. With a hearty laugh, Mo Xiao entered the trading house, briefly handled his responsibilities, and then strode out alongside Su Beifeng. Throughout their journey, Mo Xiao was filled with exhilaration. Su Beifeng was exceedingly honest. Surely he would not deceive him. The treasure that captivated Su Beifeng's attention could not possibly be mundane. Beifeng, the wisest decision I have ever made in my life was to take you as my disciple, Mo Xiao exclaimed with a radiant countenance. Su Beifeng silently listened, his heart heavy with guilt. Eventually, they arrived at the Qin family estate in Qinyan town. Mo Xiao, unable to contain his anticipation, asked Beifeng, "Where is this treasure you spoke of?" At that very moment, Su Beifeng knelt before him. "I implore you, master, save the Qin family." Mo Xiao's expression froze in shock as he gazed down at the kneeling Su Beifeng. "Are you implying that there is no treasure at all, and you have deceived me?" Su Beifeng pressed his forehead against the ground. "Master, my Qin family is in dire need of healing potions. I have no choice but to resort to such desperate measures." Montauk Xiao's lips twitched in disbelief. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Beifeng, I never expected such an earnest person as yourself would resort to trickery and deceive your own master at that." With a shake of his head, he expressed his dismay. He did not punish Su Beifeng, nor did he acquiesce to the other's request. Instead, he turned aside and walked towards the entrance of the Qin residence. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Such a rich aura of fire element. Following that essence, he proceeded onward. Before long, he encountered a young man. The youth was channeling an unknown battle technique, and in an instant, a blazing flame materialized in the palm of his hand. If it were not for an absolute affinity with the fire element, achieving such a feat would be impossible. Gulping reflexively, Mo Xiao swallowed hard. This was undoubtedly a prodigy born for alchemy. Such talent far surpassed that of Beifeng, although he had been deceived once. Encountering a genius with such an innate gift for alchemy made the journey worthwhile. Mo Xiao approached the youth with light steps, offering a warm smile as he gently inquired, "Young friend, would you be willing to learn the art of alchemy from me?" "I would not," the young man replied without hesitation. Mo Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that even his attempt to take on a disciple would fail. However, it was understandable that geniuses could be somewhat arrogant. The direct rejection was not entirely surprising. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Could you share your reasoning with me?" The youth glanced at Mo Xiao. His voice languid as he replied, "Su Gongfeng said that I am not suited for alchemy, so I shall not waste my efforts on it. Surely, your alchemical skills cannot surpass those of Su Gongfeng?" Mo Xiao's lips twitched. "The Su Gongfeng you speak of, is it Su Beifeng?" "Of course it is he. In all of Qinyan town, is there another Su Gongfeng?" The youth responded. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao's expression darkened. "You, Su Beifeng, how can you be so blind? Such a fine raw gem, and you dare to claim he lacks talent for alchemy?" After so many years of practicing alchemy, Has your mind become muddled? Rest assured, young friend, I shall seek justice for you shortly. If Su Beifeng is unwilling to teach you the art of alchemy, then I shall. Listening to Mo Zhao's fervent declarations, the young man appeared momentarily stunned. Was this old man overly excited? To avoid provoking him further, the youth softened his demeanor. He offered an awkward smile, saying, "Senior, please do not be angered. We can discuss seeking justice later. May I first go to the square to practice? I have yet to complete my task for the day." After pondering briefly, Mo Zhao agreed. It was only reasonable. This young man not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also held himself to high standards. Mo Zhao found himself increasingly fond of him. As the youth made his way towards the square, Mo Zhao followed closely behind. The young man felt quite exasperated by the situation, but finding himself unable to contend with Mo Zhao, he chose to ignore him. As they proceeded to the square, another young man brushed past Mo Zhao. Once again, he sensed a potent aura of fire element. He couldn't help but frown. Could this be yet another genius of alchemy? However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. It must merely be an illusion. In this world, how could there possibly be so many prodigies in alchemy? Just as Mo Zhao had managed to quell his tumultuous emotions, the young man before him had already ushered him to the square of the Qin family. In the next instant, a rich ambience of fire elements surged towards him like an overwhelming tide. Mo Zhao, taken aback, lifted his gaze towards the square. 1, 2, 3, 100, 1,000. How could it be that all of them possessed such extraordinary talent in alchemy? Chapter 47. The Explosive Enhancement of the Qin Family. Mo Zhao was utterly astonished. His heart, usually as tranquil as still water, was now tumultuous, as if it were caught in a tempest. The overwhelming essence of fire elements threatened to engulf him. His heart raced violently, and his breath became notably labored. Thump, thump. He instinctively staggered back a few steps, his dazed eyes struggling to focus for an extended moment. "Senior, senior?" The youth guiding Mo Zhao called out in confusion several times. Mo Zhao jolted back to reality, swallowed hard, and with a trembling voice inquired, "Who are these people?" The youth scratched his head. "This is the plaza of our Qin family, and naturally, those in the plaza are all members of the Qin family." In truth, Mo Zhao had already anticipated this outcome. Yet, hearing it from another's lips still left him somewhat incredulous. He instinctively clenched his fists. Excitement, shock, and joy intertwined, causing his face to flush crimson. This was no mere small family. It was entirely a renowned alchemical lineage. An alchemical family on the verge of rising to prominence. A family that could potentially overturn the entire Chu dynasty. What nonsense about heavenly materials and earthly treasures could rival such extraordinary talents? If I could offer them a modicum of assistance while they are still in their nascent stages, my future would be boundless, Mo Zhao murmured, almost incoherently. He gazed at the bustling scene in the plaza, feeling as if he were living in a dream. At that moment, not far away, Su Beifeng emerged with his head bowed, looking disheartened. Without the help of his master, how many from the Qin family would perish in the impending beast tide? These are all promising youths of our Qin family. What should I do? Su Beifeng pondered. But the next instant, a venerable and resonant voice suddenly broke the silence. Beifeng. Su Beifeng was taken aback, lifting his gaze to find an incredibly familiar face before him. He sighed, though a flicker of hope remained in his eyes. "Master, I deceived you. You may punish me as you wish. But could you stay and assist me in crafting some healing elixirs?" "Very well, I shall stay," Mo Zhao replied. He chuckled softly in the end. Su Beifeng began, only to suddenly realize his eyes filled with astonishment. "Wait, what did you say, master?" "I said I will stay," Mo Zhao responded with a calm smile. Su Beifeng trembled, tears welling in his eyes. "Thank you, master. Mo Zhao raised a hand, interrupting Su Beifeng's continued speech, and gently stated, "If you wish for me to stay, there are conditions." Su Beifeng straightened his posture. "Master, whatever your demands may be, please voice them. I shall not shy away from fulfilling them." He had already prepared himself for a potentially harsh reckoning. However, in the next moment, Mo Xiao uttered an unexpected declaration. I wish to become a venerator of the Qin family. What? Is that not permissible? Mo Xiao furrowed his brow. If I cannot become a venerator, then establishing a closer connection with the Qin family would suffice. Su Beifeng shook his head vigorously, Master. That is not what I meant. Your proposal is entirely acceptable to our Qin family. Without waiting for Mo Xiao to respond, Su Beifeng grasped his hand and hurried towards Qin Xuanzang's residence. Upon learning that Mo Xiao intended to join the Qin family as a venerator, Qin Xuanzang was filled with excitement and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! With the addition of Venerator Mo, our Qin family will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. I shall summon people to prepare the ingredients for a grand feast today to welcome Venerator Mo. Feeling the esteemed regard from the patriarch of the Qin family, Mo Xiao felt particularly at ease. Yet, he realized that he had yet to contribute anything to the Qin family. Such esteem might wane due to inaction. This simply would not do. Mo Xiao waved his hand. Let us forego the banquet. Does our Qin family not lack healing elixirs? This cannot be delayed. I shall assist in their preparation right away. Qin Xuanzang was momentarily taken aback, filled with gratitude. He had never anticipated that Su Beifeng's master would possess such a generous spirit. How fortunate our Qin family is to have two such venerators. Then, I shall not disturb Venerator Mo any longer. Mo Xiao, known for his decisiveness, bade farewell to Qin Xuanzang and followed Su Beifeng directly to the alchemy hall, commencing the crafting of healing elixirs. Consequently, Su Beifeng's workload was considerably lightened. However, as Mo Xiao prepared the healing elixirs, he often sighed. Su Beifeng observed this and, puzzled, inquired, Master, what troubles you? Mo Xiao shook his head. It is nothing, merely a pity that the Qin family possesses a high affinity for flames. With the aid of the fiery moon purification elixir, their cultivation talent could be enhanced significantly. It is even possible for their abilities to multiply several times. Yet, it is regrettable that the primary ingredient for the fiery moon purification elixir is the fiery moon spirit fruit. Such a spirit fruit is exceedingly rare and scarcely available in the market. Upon hearing this, Su Beifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Master, our Qin family already cultivates fiery moon spirit fruit trees. They should be nearing maturity now, right? What? Mo Xiao sprang to his feet, tugging at Su Beifeng's sleeve. What are we waiting for? Let me there at once. Su Beifeng, still bewildered, was pulled out of the alchemy hall by Mo Xiao. After approximately half an hour, the two finally arrived at the medicinal garden. Mo Xiao stood transfixed, gazing at the vividly ripening fiery moon spirit fruits. He had assumed that the Qin family's yield would merely suffice. But who could have imagined that these spirit fruits were of a quality surpassing those available on the market? The exquisite quality of the crimson moon spirit fruit, when refined into the crimson moon purification pill, promises effects that elevate its potency exponentially. The surprises brought forth by the Qin family are indeed overwhelming. Hurry, Beifeng, gather all the ripe crimson moon spirit fruits and bring them to me. Our Qin family is poised for a remarkable ascent. Upon collecting the crimson moon spirit fruits, Mo Xiao commenced an intense period of refinement. Before long, an abundance of crimson moon purification pills emerged. In the Qin family plaza, Qin Xuanzang gazed at the crimson moon purification pill resting in his palm with a look of intrigue. Is this pill truly as mysterious as revered elder Mo claims? Mo Xiao, brimming with confidence, stroked his beard and replied, Patriarch, you shall discern its efficacy upon consumption. With a mix of skepticism and anticipation, Qin Xuanzang swallowed the pill. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of primordial energy erupted within him. Startled, Qin Xuanzang swiftly seated himself and began to refine the medicinal power. As he did so, torrents of spiritual energy flooded into his being, akin to a river in full spate. His cultivation speed accelerated exponentially compared to before. In the plaza, hundreds of clansmen, sensing the formidable effects of the crimson moon purification pill, erupted in excitement. Without the need for Mo Xiao's encouragement, they consumed the pills and began their own refinement. With the aid of the Crimson Moon Purification Pill, their combat prowess transformed dramatically, showing marked improvement day by day. In the ensuing days, numerous cultivators experienced breakthroughs, with Qin Xuansong achieving 2 consecutive advancements, reaching the 7th stage of Foundation Establishment and successfully entering the upper tier of Foundation Establishment. However, the most astonishing transformation was seen in Qin Yun. Just having recently broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm, she astonishingly advanced through 3 stages within the past couple of months, reaching the 4th stage of Foundation Establishment and stepping into the middle tier. At present, Qin Yun, in terms of cultivation level, stands on par with the heads of the other 3 prominent families. Of course, this remarkable progress is not solely attributable to the Crimson Moon Purification Pill. The contributions of the refined bloodstone, the 3000 Sacred Fire technique, and the Crimson Flame Marrow Cleansing Pill must also be acknowledged. With the assistance of these divine treasures, the entire Qin family has undergone a remarkable transformation. They now possess the confidence to confront the impending beast tide. Simultaneously, in a demon beast forest beyond the northern borders, Wang Sheng danced amidst the blood-soaked clearing, his fingers adorned in an elegant pose, performing with theatrical flair. Beneath the somber sky, as Wang Sheng moved, grotesque and bloodthirsty visages materialized around him. His shrill voice layered upon itself repeatedly. Under the relentless torment, a demon beast's eyes, devoid of pupils and whites, transformed into pure crimson. Soon after, a second, a third, and a 4th beast followed suit. In endless procession, the mountains and valleys were shrouded in darkness, resembling a surging tide. Chapter 48. The Onslaught of Beasts. As the final note faded, the blood-stained sleeves of the dramatic robe cascaded down. Wang Sheng lifted his gaze, and before him shimmered pairs of crimson eyes under the somber sky, akin to resplendent stars. A chilling breeze caressed his face, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. A surge of heroism welled within him. After unraveling the secrets of beast taming, Wang Sheng traversed every forest of mystical creatures in the Northern Territories. He engaged in relentless experimentation time and again. He had succeeded, or rather, he believed he had. Initially, his pace in transforming the beasts was agonizingly slow, requiring nearly an entire incense stick's duration to fully convert a single creature. This dissatisfaction spurred him to embark on a series of experiments. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit. He finally discovered a method to expedite the transformation of these beasts. By infusing his insights into his melodies and dances, he could sway the creatures. As long as they could hear his voice and witness his movements, they would gradually lose their reason, ultimately transforming into bloodthirsty, frenzied combat machines. Upon realizing this outcome, Wang Sheng was consumed by exhilaration. In that moment, he experienced a sense of liberation like never before. He no longer suppressed the desires within him. Deep within the mystical beast forest, he sang one frenzied opera after another, and the transformation of those beasts spread like an unstoppable plague, endless, boundless. Meanwhile, in a northern stronghold, within the grand hall of the Qi clan, the muscular patriarch sat upon a bronze throne, his cold gaze sweeping across the assembly. It has been nearly 2 months, and yet we have not apprehended the murderer of my son. As the patriarch's voice echoed, a profound silence enveloped the hall. No one dared to speak. Observing this scene, the patriarch's eyes blazed with fury, a bunch of incompetence. Just then, the elder of the Qi clan, leaning on his staff, emerged from the crowd, his voice hoarse. Patriarch, the northern territories are vast, and the young master did not take any tracking jade when he left. Seeking the one who harmed him is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The elder's words, though truthful, were harsh. The patriarch's expression darkened immediately, clearly on the brink of rage. The elder trembled, suddenly struck by a thought, and hastily added, "Patriarch, among those sent out to investigate, there are still many who have not returned, they may have uncovered some clues. The patriarch's demeanor softened considerably. He lowered his gaze towards the clan members gathered in the hall. Send a few individuals to relay messages to those who have yet to return, inquiring if they have found any leads. Several clan members nodded in agreement and prepared to use the communication jade slips to send out the messages. However, in the next moment, a sharp sound echoed from the area where the soul tablets were kept. A soul tablet shattered. The patriarch of the Qi clan paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance. In rapid succession, the sound of shattered soul tablets echoed through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Fragments of emerald-hued jade flew in all directions, reflecting the faint flicker of candlelight within the dimly lit hall. The entire chamber was suddenly enveloped in a brief silence, causing every individual present to tremble involuntarily. The patriarch's pupils dilated in shock. How could so many have perished? Muttering to himself, the patriarch suddenly seemed to sense something amiss and quickly commanded, "Hurry. Ascertain the identities of the deceased." A clan member rushed to the soul tablets, frantically verifying each identity. With every name confirmed, his heartbeat quickened until it thundered like a drum within his chest. "Speak quickly, who are they?" The patriarch could no longer contain his impatience. The clan member swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he replied, reporting to the patriarch, "The deceased include Qi Yun, Qi Shao, Qi Changfeng, Qi Yu." A hum of disbelief filled the air as the patriarch's ears seemed to lose their hearing upon hearing those names. The subsequent names faded into incomprehensibility. Yet he understood that they were all clan members dispatched to various locales in search of the perpetrator. They were scattered throughout the northern territories: Songfeng City, Anlin City, Luoxia Town, Heishui Ancient Village. Some towns were even thousands of miles apart. How could such a far-flung group perish simultaneously? A palpable shock gripped all present. The elder of the Qi clan, leaning on his cane, wore an expression of uncertainty. Could it be that the young master has provoked a formidable adversary? Otherwise, how could these clan members, separated by vast distances, have met their demise at the same moment? At that very instant, even a flicker of trepidation ignited within the patriarch's heart. Yet before they could fully comprehend their apprehension, a tremendous rumbling erupted. The ground began to shake violently, causing the seemingly indestructible hall to sway precariously. Dust cascaded from the friction between the stone pillars and the ceiling, leaving everyone in the hall dumbfounded. They hastily fled outside. The air was filled with the cacophony of primal roars reverberating throughout the land. They raised their gazes, and before them lay a sight that struck terror into their hearts. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes glimmering ominously beyond the northern borders. The silhouettes sprinting forth resembled a surging tide, relentless and unending. An overwhelming wave of fear washed over them, instantaneously engulfing all the disciples of the Qi clan. The patriarch wavered, his heartbeat faltering. The beast tide? The elder, gripping his cane, felt a chill run down his spine. It was not merely their dispatched members who faced annihilation. The entire northern realm stood on the brink of collapse. Chapter 49. The storm approaches, all hands on deck. Beneath the somber sky, fierce winds raged. At the entrance of the Qi family, hundreds of clan members stood in a stupor, gazing towards the northern frontier. They felt the biting cold of the wind, an unprecedented chill. Amidst the vast and tumultuous tide of beasts, they appeared as insignificant as ants. Such a scene was enough to instill despair even in the mightiest of foundational cultivators. Yet this was merely the beginning. In the northern territories, numerous small towns scattered across the land had already succumbed to the onslaught of monstrous beasts. These bloodthirsty and brutal creatures felt no pain, fatigue, fear, or even death. They knew only to advance, to slaughter, washing every inch of the land they trod with blood. As a result, the mortality rate among human cultivators soared dramatically. The endless suffering and despair engulfed them. In a secluded village, fractured earthen walls, decaying fences, and moss-covered dry wells were adorned with the remnants of human organs. Thick, viscous blood flowed along the streets. This place had already faced the assault of the beasts. The village was left with only a few elders, women, and children, weeping amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. My child, why did you go ahead of me? Mo, you great deceiver. You promised to be with me for a lifetime. Father, mother, I will no longer be picky with my food. Please wake up. Wake up. The weeping whispers echoed in the desolate village, imbued with an extraordinary sorrow. Yet, in the next moment, a few frenzied beasts surged into the village once more, opening their gaping maws to feast upon the helpless, ordinary folk. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, heads were bitten off. Scalding blood gushed forth. In mere moments, the entire village fell into a profound silence. It transformed into a realm of absolute death. Such occurrences were not uncommon throughout the northern territories. Countless towns, large and small, had endured repeated assaults from the beasts, until the entire settlement was left with no survivors. At this time, the tide of beasts, akin to a torrential flood, gradually surged towards Qin town. Within the alchemy hall of Qin town, Mo Xiao, after concocting a batch of elixirs, exhaled a heavy breath of fatigue, collapsing onto a nearby wooden chair. The Scarlet Moon Purification Pill, a standard healing elixir, had been crafted in no less than 200 batches. Such a plethora of elixirs would suffice to sustain the merchant guild for over half a year. Yet, within this modest Qin family, it seemed woefully insufficient. Mo Xiao felt a sense of bewilderment. While striving to enhance his combat prowess and accumulate battle experience to transcend his current realm was commendable, this relentless industriousness was somewhat excessive. The speed at which I concoct elixirs barely keeps pace. Damn it, a family that works too hard can be troublesome. Mo Xiao sighed inwardly, stretched lazily, and made his way outside the alchemy hall, intending to take a brief respite. At that moment, outside the hall, the air was shrouded in a gray haze. The streets appeared exceptionally desolate. However, Mo Xiao paid it no mind. The cold wind, laden with sand and gravel, blew towards him, sweeping away some of his fatigue. However, in the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to the beating of drums. Immediately following was a tremor that shook the very ground. Montauk cio momentarily staggiert. Nearly losing his balance, and in astonishment, he gazed around. Was this the earth dragon stirring? Su Beifeng also emerged from the alchemy hall, but in stark contrast to Mo Xiao's bewilderment, his expression was notably grave. Mo Xiao cast a glance at Su Beifeng, his heart racing. Beifeng, the upheaval of your earth dragon is far more terrifying than I had previously anticipated. Su Beifeng, upon hearing this, shook his head and spoke in a low voice. This is not the earth dragon stirring. It is the impending beast tide. Seeing the seriousness etched on Su Beifeng's face, Mo Xiao felt increasingly perplexed. He had witnessed beast tides firsthand several times, encountering numerous cultivators who had perished amidst them. Yet, no matter how fearsome a beast tide may be, it could not possibly generate such a tremendous commotion. Surely this was no jest. Clearing his throat, Mo Xiao remarked, Beifeng, you must be overthinking this. Su Beifeng refrained from elaborating and instead summoned 20 disciples, issuing a series of commands. Qin Feng, Qin Yin, Qin Yu. Each of you take 500 healing pills and deliver them to the family, handing them to the branch disciples. Qin Luocheng, Qin Xingyang. You two will each carry 300 Crimson Flame cleansing pills for the main lineage disciples. Qin Xianren, Qin Tang, Qin Wuxia. You three will each take 300 Scarlet Moon Purification pills for the main lineage disciples. All the various medicinal pills were contained within spatial rings. Ensure you do not mix them up. Furthermore, these pills must be personally delivered to each member of the Qin clan. That's all for now. Everyone, commence your actions. Upon hearing this, the 20 disciples immediately sprang into action. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Mo Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brows. Beifeng, do you know something? Su Beifeng nodded but offered no explanation. Given the urgency of the situation, he found it difficult to elucidate, merely fixing a serious gaze upon Mo Xiao. Master, do you have the pills you crafted on you? Are they not in the spatial ring? What of it? Mo Xiao replied, a bit at a loss. Su Beifeng then grasped Mo Zhao's clothing and headed straight for the Qin family. Master, we must meet with the clan leader. Though puzzled, Mo Zhao acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the residence of Qin Xuanzang. They knocked on the door with urgency. Su Beifeng, without a moment's hesitation and disregarding appearances, stepped forward to rap on the door. Inside, Qin Xuanzang, who had been in seclusion and cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes at the sound of the persistent knocking, promptly advancing to open the door. As Qin Xuanzang emerged, Su Beifeng directly announced, "Clan leader, the beast tide is upon us." Upon hearing this, Qin Xuanzang's expression instantly hardened, devoid of any doubt. Witnessing this, Mo Zhao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Such a tremendous commotion. Could it truly be a beast tide? His simple-minded disciple merely uttered it in passing, yet the chieftain believed him. "Chieftain Yu," Mo Zhao intended to voice his thoughts, but Qin Xuanzang abruptly raised his hand to interrupt. "Mo, we shall discuss your matters later." Without a moment's pause, Qin Xuanzang strode purposefully towards the square, summoning all the clansmen. Momentarily taken aback, Mo Zhao refrained from further protest and followed closely behind Qin Xuanzang alongside Su Beifeng. Before long, they arrived at the square, which was teeming with a multitude of people. Standing upon the high platform, Qin Xuanzang proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. The beast tide is approaching." Witnessing this scene, Mo Zhao felt an unsettling dread wash over him, pondering if these people had indeed lost their senses. Just as he struggled to comprehend the situation, a thunderous clang echoed from the alarm bell of Qinyan town. Mo Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Following this, a tremor shook the ground violently. In astonishment, Mo Zhao raised his gaze towards the outskirts of Qinyan town. Before him lay an endless swarm of monstrous beasts, surging like a black tide towards the town. Mo Zhao's pupils dilated in shock. This, Chapter 50. This is the legacy established by our ancestors. Any who show cowardice in battle shall leave the family. Mo Zhao was rendered speechless, unable to form a coherent sentence. As he gazed upon the vast, unending tide of beasts, a shiver ran down his spine. In nearly a century of life, he had never witnessed such a formidable swarm of creatures. Gulping, Mo Zhao struggled to swallow, stiffly turning his head to look at Su Beifeng, Qin Xuanzang, and the others. To his astonishment, their faces bore no trace of shock or fear. Instead, they radiated unwavering resolve and a fierce fighting spirit, as if they had anticipated this moment all along. No, they had indeed known all along. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Mo Zhao came to a realization. Su Beifeng had long warned him that the cataclysm would stem from a beast tide, a truth he had failed to accept. Yet, how did Su Beifeng, the clan leader, and the elders possess such foreknowledge? Logically, as the organizer of the merchant association, he should have been more informed than most cultivators. Yet, he had received no word regarding this calamity. How had the Qin family come to learn of it? It seemed the Qin family was far more complex than he had initially perceived. As Mo Zhao pondered, Qin Xuanzang lifted his gaze, scrutinizing every movement beyond the walls of Qinyan town. The town was fortified with 4 walls, each susceptible to the assault of demonic beasts. At present, only one direction had seen the emergence of these creatures, and they could not afford to act hastily. The less aggressive beasts could be dealt with by the other 3 families, while they awaited the arrival of the most formidable horde. Only by confronting the strongest of the beasts could they hope to defend Qinyan town. Time passed, and an eerie silence enveloped the Qin family's plaza, laden with tension. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within Qinyan town, as countless ordinary citizens and rogue cultivators were engulfed in shock and panic, their wails echoing. How? How can there be so many demonic beasts? They have gone mad. Amidst the turmoil, the Chung family members began to rally. In the Chung family hall, the clan leader gripped his treasured sword with an unprecedented gravity etched upon his face. His gaze swept over the assembled crowd as he spoke in a grave tone. The beasts are assaulting the southern wall, which is closest to our Chung family. We cannot allow those fiends to breach this wall. Everyone, arm yourselves and join me in slaying these monsters. As the clan leader's voice resonated, A relatively young elder spoke up. Clan leader, while our family is indeed near the southern wall, this is not solely our Chung family's town. The other 3 families should be compelled to send some assistance. Crack! The young elder's words were abruptly silenced by a resounding slap from the clan leader. He regarded the young elder with cold disdain. The entirety of Qin Lu town is on the brink of collapse, and you still engage in petty schemes? The beast tide has surged forth. Do you truly have time to negotiate with the other 3 great clans? Fool! The patriarch of the Chung clan declared, leading his kin with purposeful strides towards the southern city wall. Before long, a formidable wave of monstrous beasts approached the western wall as well. Without hesitation, the Song family charged forth. Soon after, the eastern wall was besieged too. The speed at which these beasts surged was utterly appalling. However, the Su clan was not to be outdone by the Chung or Song families, swiftly organizing their forces. Standing atop a high platform, the patriarch of the Su clan's resounding voice echoed, "Sons of the Su family, the time to showcase your prowess has arrived." As his words resonated, countless members of the Su clan were ignited with fervor. Yet there were always a few mavericks who disregarded orders. Patriarch, beasts are advancing from the east, west, and south. Qingyun can no longer withstand this onslaught. We must flee, they urged. Indeed, Patriarch, the scale of the beast tide is too terrifying. If we confront them head-on, we shall undoubtedly suffer great losses. You cannot act out of impulse, Patriarch. The expression of the Su patriarch darkened ominously. He cast a cold gaze upon those dissenters, his voice trembling with suppressed fury. We, the Su clan, may be despicable, shameless, treacherous, and selfishly greedy. We may even be deemed the scorn of the masses. But, as the calamity of annihilation approaches, we, the Su clan, shall not retreat a single step. We shall not be cowards. This Qingyun town is built upon the foundations laid by our ancestors. Anyone who falters in battle shall be cast out of the Su clan. With that, the patriarch strode purposefully towards the eastern wall. In that moment, a counteroffensive unfolded from the east, west, and south. Below those city walls, countless monstrous beasts surged forth like a tempest, gathering a momentum that threatened to obliterate all in its path. Many cultivators were reduced to mere puddles of flesh under the ferocious onslaught. Those behind, witnessing their loved ones and friends meet a gruesome fate beneath the hooves of the beasts, were instantly consumed by rage. Ah, damned beasts, I shall rend your bodies to pieces. Come and face me. Rage ignites one's potential and primal instincts. Fueled by fury, they quickly halted the overwhelming tide akin to a flood breaking its banks. Various techniques were unleashed, a dazzling display of blades and swords illuminating the dim sky. Towering beasts rampaged within the confined space. A cultivator thrust forth his spear, piercing through the skull of a towering beast. Scalding blood gushed forth, staining the long cord red. Thud! The massive beast crashed heavily to the ground, its life extinguished. But in the next moment, before the cultivator could retract his spear, another colossal beast charged in. The cultivator was instantly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Such scenes unfolded relentlessly in every corner. The casualties among both the beasts and human cultivators escalated dramatically. In but a fleeting moment, the land beyond the city walls became utterly drenched in crimson. This war was unprecedented in its brutality. Even the 3 clan leaders exerted every ounce of their strength. Yet, despite their valiant efforts, they could only barely hold their ground. The prospect of repelling the beast tide, akin to a black deluge, appeared to be a distant dream. As the 3 illustrious families fought desperately, a profound silence suddenly enveloped Qingyun town, ensnaring countless wandering cultivators and common folk alike. Even the wind seemed to have come to a standstill. A chilling sensation inexplicably surged within the hearts of the clan leaders. They turned to behold the multitude of townsfolk collectively gazing toward the northern expanse of Qingyun town. Suddenly, rumble! The ground trembled with an unprecedented intensity. Outside the northern city walls, countless black dots surged forth from the horizon. They swiftly expanded within the confines of their vision. The relentless roars of beasts erupted in the ears of innumerable cultivators, akin to the wails of vengeful spirits. Despair crashed upon them like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing countless practitioners. The leaders of the Chung, Song, and Su families instinctively cast their gazes toward the Qin clan. Chapter 51. The Qin family goes to battle. Several months prior, the patriarch of the Qin clan, Qin Xuansong, had ascended to the fifth tier of the foundation establishment stage. Alongside him, the clan's esteemed elder had also reached the mid-tier of the foundation establishment realm. From a standpoint of sheer strength, the Qin family had undeniably surpassed the other three clans. However, the thought of the Qin family confronting the menacing horde of beasts from the north felt akin to facing a relentless specter. The hearts of the three clan leaders sank heavily. They surveyed the scene before them, reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, and gazed towards the north, where a torrent of beasts surged forth. In an unexpected turn, they issued the same command. Cheng Hong, take half of the elders and head north to assist the Qin family in fending off the demonic beasts. Song Qing, take half of the elders and head north to assist the Qin family in fending off the demonic beasts. Su Nu, take half of the elders and head north to assist the Qin family in fending off the demonic beasts. The elders who were summoned were left in a state of disbelief. Their entire clan's elders could scarcely repel the onslaught from one direction. If half of their combat strength were to be withdrawn, what would remain to contend with the beasts beyond the city walls? As they opened their mouths to protest, each clan leader interrupted them resolutely. While withdrawing half of their combatants would indeed render their battle exceedingly arduous, failing to do so would lead to the collapse of the northern defense line. At that juncture, all their efforts would be rendered futile. Under the pressing insistence of the three clan leaders, Cheng Hong, Song Qing, and Su Yue begrudgingly acquiesced, rallying half of their respective elders and hastening towards the northern defense line. Their pace was swift, even outstripping that of the Qin clan. More than 50 elders from the three clans leaped over the city walls, mobilizing their techniques. In the blink of an eye, the tide of beasts surged forth like a burst dam. The battle erupted instantaneously. Kill. With us here, you shall not set foot beyond the city gates. Scum, taste your grandfather's might. At this moment, merely over 50 defenders held the northern line. Yet, these few men radiated the ferocity of 1,000 warriors. Suddenly, the resounding clash of metal against claws echoed like the impact of a meteor. One colossal beast after another fell, cleaved by their strikes. The boiling crimson sprayed forth, coalescing midair into a torrential rain of blood. Bathed in the sanguine deluge, the 50-plus elders were consumed by a frenzy. An insatiable bloodlust and fervor surged within them. Igniting their passions, with a chorus of battle cries, they unleashed a rampant slaughter. In mere moments, the corpses of the beasts piled high like mountains. The searing blood stained the earth a vivid red. However, in the face of the vast horde of beasts at the northern defense line, their slaughter seemed as inconsequential as the sting of a gnat. Cough, cough. Someone, unbeknownst, spat forth blood. The tide of battle subtly shifted. They were flesh and blood, endowed with emotions. They would experience fatigue. Though they were all formidable cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, they were not devoid of human limitations. It is utterly impossible for those thoughtless, tireless, and endlessly vast demonic beasts to be their adversaries. What instills despair in them is far beyond that. Behind the throngs of energy-absorbing beasts looms a formidable, foundational-level demon. What can they possibly employ to combat such formidable foes? Just as one elder, fatigued to the point of delirium, contemplated this, a foundational demon surged forward, its gaping maw wide open. Was this the end? The elder pondered, but in the next moment, boom! A colossal fireball descended from the heavens. Like a meteor crashing down, it struck the foundational demon with tremendous force. Bang! The muscle-bound, mountainous black ape demon was obliterated in an instant. Blood and flesh splattered, mingling with its innards. The elder, nearly caught in the fray, stared in astonishment at this scene. the air still tinged with the remnants of flames. He swallowed hard. A foundational demon, just like that, was slain. After a brief moment of shock, he turned his gaze toward the source. He yearned to know which powerful entity possessed such might to effortlessly dispatch a foundational demon with a single blow. But when he discerned the identity of the newcomer, he was once again taken aback. Clad in the attire of the Qin family, he had never seen this individual before. Besides Qin Xuanzang and that esteemed elder, was there yet another hidden powerhouse within the Qin family? Before he could fully regain his composure, 2 or 3 dozen middle-aged or elderly individuals, also garbed in Qin family attire, surged onto the battlefield. Among them, one wielded his fists, flames entwined like a raging python, charging a tiger-like beast. Another thrust forth a long spear, flames roaring as if a dragon sang, attacking a bear-like beast. Yet another spread his arms wide, flames coalescing into arrows, shooting toward a pack of wolf-like beasts. The searing flames manifested in various forms. In an instant, they established a defensive line. The pace of the beast's demise escalated rapidly, and this was merely the beginning. As all members of the Qin family flooded into the battlefield, the onslaught of beasts from the northern front was astonishingly halted. There was even a faint trend of pushing the beasts back. The elders from the Chongsong and Su families stood in sheer disbelief. Who among their ranks of energy practitioners could slay beasts of a higher tier? Which foundational practitioners could eliminate a foundational demon in a single strike? It was acceptable, even reasonable, for family to have 1 or 2 prodigies. But the Qin family was brimming with geniuses. When they reflected on their own so-called prodigies, they felt woefully inadequate in comparison to the Qin family. They dared not imagine the outcome had the 3 families engaged in a full-scale war with the Qin family just months prior. By then, perhaps only the Qin family would remain as the sole great family in Qinyan town. The 50-plus elders from the 3 families took a considerable time to regain their senses. Amidst the shock, they felt a tinge of relief. With such formidable strength, the northern defensive line could surely withstand the assault. Many exhaled deeply, releasing pent-up breaths. Yet in the very next moment, moo! A resounding roar of a formidable beast reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, akin to a vast ocean sweeping toward the crowd. A chill gripped their hearts, prompting them to lift their gazes toward the distance. There, a colossal bull-like demon beast, adorned with azure scales, charged toward them. Its size was exceptionally immense, standing out amidst the horde like a crane among chickens. In its ferocious onslaught, numerous demon beasts were reduced to mere clouds of crimson mist. It was the Lin Kuei-Nyo, a creature of the 3rd realm of Foundation establishment. Faced with the indiscriminate rampage of the Lin Kuei-Nyo, the elders of the 3 great families fell into despair. Even their strongest cultivator in Qingyun town was merely at the mid-3rd realm of Foundation establishment. How could they possibly contend with a demon beast of the upper 3rd realm of Foundation establishment? Just as the elders of the 3 families resigned themselves to despair, closing their eyes, a thunderous crash echoed. The ground trembled violently. A mightier aura surged forth, rippling through the air. As the dust settled, Qin Xuanzang, wielding a 3-foot azure blade, stood resolutely before the crowd. Leave the Lin Kuei-Nyo to me. Chapter 52. Qin Xuanzang demonstrates might. The Chung clan leader bleeds. A calm voice resonated, as if a gentle breeze had swept away the fears that lingered in the hearts of the crowd. The elders of the 3 prominent families gradually regained their composure. Yet in the next moment, a realization hit them, and they gazed at Qin Xuanzang in astonishment. This was no ordinary matter. Before them stood the Lin Kuei-Nyo, a formidable creature of the 3rd tier of Foundation establishment. Even a mere aura of pressure from such a being was beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. How had the patriarch of the Qin family managed to dispel it? To what heights had he ascended? As the elders of the 3 families were engulfed in confusion, Qin Xuanzang had already drawn his 3-foot-long sword and advanced towards the Lin Kuei-Nyo. The disparity in their sizes was immense, yet when they faced each other, An unsettling sense of equal might filled the air. With a resonating roar, the Lin Kuei Nyo, driven solely by its instinct for battle, unleashed a furious bellow. A torrent of heated breath escaped its nostrils, enveloped in swirling mist. Without a moment's hesitation, it gathered its strength within its four hooves, lowered its head, revealing its razor-sharp horns, and charged directly at Qin Xuanzang. Qin Xuanzang, undeterred, flicked his wrist, igniting scorching flames upon the blade of his sword, and met the Lin Kuei Nyo head-on. The elders of the three families felt a tightening in their chests upon witnessing this. The Lin Kuei Nyo was renowned for its immense strength. Was Qin Xuanzang truly courting death by challenging it in a contest of power? They yearned to intervene, but time was not on their side. They could only watch helplessly as Qin Xuanzang faced impending defeat. Yet, the outcome appeared to diverge sharply from their expectations. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a meteor striking the earth, as terrifying shockwaves radiated outward. The ground trembled violently, and Qin Xuanzang was forced to retreat, carving deep furrows into the earth beneath him. Amidst the intense friction between his feet and the ground, even plumes of black smoke began to rise. At this moment, although Qin Xuanzang bore a somewhat disheveled appearance, he had successfully withstood the ferocious onslaught. In the instant that the Lin Kuei Nyo's assault ceased, Qin Xuanzang's gaze sharpened. He swung his sword down towards the creature's head. The clash of metal against bone rang out, and a crimson streak of blood spread across the Lin Kuei Nyo's entire cranium. The overwhelming force even sent dozens of beast carcasses flying in all directions. Before the Lin Kuei Nyo could react, Qin Xuanzang unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. Golden flames intertwined with sword energy, each blow creating a tremendous shockwave. As the final strike fell, the golden flames absorbed all surrounding sounds and surged toward the Lin Kuei Nyo. With a resounding crash, the sound of shattering bones echoed as the massive head of the Lin Kuei Nyo soared into the air. Scalding crimson transformed into a rain of blood, cascading down from the heavens. The entire battlefield was momentarily engulfed in a profound silence. The elders of the three families stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the scene before them. The Lin Kuei Nyo, a creature of the third tier of Foundation establishment, which had once instilled despair within them, had perished so effortlessly? Over 50 elders from the three families stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. They had even forgotten that they stood upon the battlefield, with countless beasts still awaiting their demise. After vanquishing the Lin Kuei Nyo, Qin Xuanzang cast a sidelong glance at the more than 50 elders. The northern defense line is secured by our Qin clan. It shall not be breached. You may depart as you wish, for the other three lines require your presence. The elders, though still incredulous, could not deny the display of Qin Xuanzang's prowess. Indeed, the northern defense line did not necessitate their assistance. Without further hesitation, they bid farewell to Qin Xuanzang and swiftly made their way back to their respective lines. In the southern defense line, the head of the Cheng clan, after slaying a beast, staggered back several meters, bloodied. With half of their elite forces depleted, the war had become exceedingly arduous. The Cheng clan leader could not fathom how much longer he could endure. Just as he suppressed the surging blood within him, preparing to charge once more into battle against the beasts, a dozen foundation-building cultivators suddenly appeared by his side. Upon seeing them, the Cheng clan leader's heart trembled. Cheng Hong, why have you returned? Were you not dispatched to assist the Qin family? Could it be that the northern defense line has already? A sense of foreboding surged within him. Cheng Hong quickly interjected. Clan leader, it is not as you fear. The Qin family does not require our aid at all. The Cheng clan leader furrowed his brows. What do you mean? The members of the Qin family have managed to halt the onslaught of the beast horde as soon as they took the field. Qin Xuanzang even decapitated a beast of the third realm with just a few strikes. The northern defense line is secure. Cheng Onreplié. At this revelation, a flicker of astonishment passed through the Cheng clan leader's eyes, which soon transformed into overwhelming exhilaration. Facing the brutal, bloody winds, he could not help but laugh heartily. Ha ha! The Qin family has truly surprised me. The grave concern that had weighed upon him was unexpectedly resolved with such ease. Now, he was free of worries and could fight with abandon. Noticing the clan leader's unusual demeanor, Cheng Hong felt a pang of urgency. "Clan leader, are you injured?" The Cheng clan leader waved his hand dismissively. "To withstand this beast tide, sacrifices must be made. My time is limited. Heed my words carefully. The disciples of our clan, under the age of 10, have not participated in this war. If we were to perish, you shall become the new leader of the Cheng clan. At that time, the task of restoring the clan will fall entirely upon your shoulders." Hearing this, Cheng Hong's eyes reddened. "Clan leader." The Cheng clan leader raised his hand once more to interrupt. "A clan's existence for thousands of years has been bought with the lives of our ancestors. Do not weep. I am merely following in their footsteps." With that, the Cheng clan leader took a deep breath, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. Gripping his treasured sword tightly, he charged into the surging tide of beasts with unprecedented ferocity. This time, his assault was more ferocious than ever before. Beasts of the Qi refining realm could scarcely approach him. The majority of the foundational beasts on the battlefield perished at his hands. The pressure along the southern defense line experienced a sudden decline. Countless members of the Cheng clan cheered for their leader's valor. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that their chieftain was utterly exhausted. His current outburst was merely an attempt to eliminate the formidable beasts within the tide of monsters. As time elapsed, the clan leader felt his body grow increasingly burdensome. Clang! The sword he had acquired at the auction months prior finally fell from his grasp. He could no longer endure and sank to one knee upon the blood-soaked earth. He raised his gaze towards the ominous tide of beasts, within which lay countless foundational demons yet to be vanquished, but he had lost all strength. His eyes instantly dulled, questioning if this was the extent of his journey. Just as the clan leader was on the verge of closing his eyes, the elder of the Qin family arrived, his ancient yet resonant voice ringing out. "Old Cheng, it has been months. Have you grown so feeble?" Chapter 53. The Demise of the Clan Leader Cheng. The eyes of clan leader Cheng suddenly sparkled with life. He turned his gaze to the side and beheld an aged figure striding towards him against the fierce wind. The elder of the Qin clan? The elder approached clan leader Cheng, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a serious expression as he squinted and softly spoke. "You should rest well. The upcoming matters, I shall take care of them." Clan leader Cheng opened his mouth, eager to inquire how the elder had arrived at the southern front and to know the status of the northern defenses. Yet, he found himself too fatigued to articulate even a complete thought. He shook his head, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips as he contemplated. Regardless of the circumstances, with the elder of the Qin clan's assistance, my Cheng family should incur far fewer losses. However, in the next moment, 5 Foundation establishment-level demons seemed to have locked onto the elder of the Qin clan, charging forward with reckless abandon. The ground trembled violently, countless corpses trampled underfoot, blood splattering everywhere. Clan leader Cheng's heart sank. Even he, when faced with 5 Foundation establishment demons, would feel utterly powerless. How could the elder of the Qin clan fare any better? How long had it been since the elder had just broken through to the mid-third realm of Foundation establishment? Clan leader Cheng clenched his fists, filled with regret. At that instant, the elder of the Qin clan suddenly swung a dark golden iron mace. A searing flame enveloped the mace as it came crashing down. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the head of a Foundation establishment demon exploded. Hot blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The intense flames rapidly spread from that strike, forming a fiery domain that encompassed the remaining 4 Foundation establishment demons. With a fierce roar, the elder wielded the iron mace once more. Bang! 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 In mere moments, the immense Foundation establishment demons burst apart, utterly destroyed. Clan leader Cheng stood frozen in place. How formidable! The elder's combat prowess surpassed even that of a clan leader. If the elder of the Qin clan possessed such strength, how powerful must the clan leader Qin Xuanzong be? Clan leader Cheng tilted his head back, the nauseating scent of blood swirling around his disheveled hair. He slowly closed his eyes, a sense of tranquility enveloping him. With the elder of the Qin clan present, the southern front was assuredly secured. He could depart in peace. He had never intended to leave alive. To die after witnessing the dawn, he felt immensely content. The wind that brushed against him grew gentle. The sounds of battle gradually receded into the distance. It was as if a drop of pure spring water had fallen into a serene valley, beneath that profound stillness. The world in his eyes finally dissolved into chaos. His uplifted head fell weakly. Clan leader Chung had passed away. He died before the dawn, in Qingyan town. Within the grand hall of the Chung family, a 9-year-old child stared intently at the wall adorned with spirit tablets, fervently praying for the safe return of his parents. Suddenly, a clear sound resonated, causing a 9-year-old child to feel a tightness in his chest as he hastily turned his gaze toward his parents' soul tablets. Upon confirming that the 2 tablets remained intact, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. "Thank goodness it isn't father or mother," the child murmured, inadvertently catching sight of the highest soul tablet, his voice abruptly halting. The clan leader's soul tablet has shattered. Within the grand hall, a tempest of shock surged through the hearts of all the children. An overwhelming sense of dread flooded their minds, leaving them at a loss. What should we do? What should we do? That's right, the clan leader's death necessitates the ringing of the bell. One child finally reacted, rallying a group of half-grown boys to the square, where they strained to strike the great bell. The sound reverberated outward in all directions. Bong, bong, bong. Outside the southern defense line, the muffled tolling of the bell echoed, plunging the entire battlefield into a momentary silence. All members of the Chung clan stood in stunned disbelief. Is the bell of our Chung family, the clan leader, is dead? The clan leader had just slain a dozen foundational-level demons. How could he possibly perish? Infinite sorrow swiftly transformed into a fervent blaze of fury. Hundreds, even thousands, of clan members unleashed unprecedented combat prowess, charging wildly at the demonic beasts. Even the eldest elder of the Qin family experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment. Wasn't the Chung clan leader exhausted? Wasn't he merely resting? How could he have fallen on the battlefield? The heart of the Qin elder sank completely. He tightened his grip on the iron mace, fervent flames emanating from the corners of his eyes. His ferocity in battle surged beyond that of before. A relentless momentum was thus born. The monstrous tide, akin to a flood, was pushed back at every turn. They fought from dusk till dawn, and then from dawn till dusk again. Time blurred as days passed, until at last, the final demon's head was severed, and the battlefield fell into utter stillness. The survivors, drenched in blood, bore no clean spot upon their bodies. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "We have won." Gradually, tears welled in their eyes, and many began to weep softly. They had triumphed. Yet the cost was devastatingly high. They wished to smile, but found themselves unable to do so. The defensive lines had achieved victory almost simultaneously. They had finally welcomed the dawn. Within Qingyan town, Mo Xiao and Su Beifeng emerged from the alchemy hall. Though their battle had been bloodless, it had been exceedingly arduous. They had labored day and night in alchemy, aging decades within just a few short days. Mo Xiao took a deep breath, the rich scent of blood flooding his nostrils. Yet, having grown accustomed to it, he no longer found it unpleasant. "Finally, it is over," Mo Xiao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Beifeng. "Beifeng, let us step outside to take a look. The corpses of those beasts should fetch a considerable sum." Su Beifeng nodded in agreement. The 20 disciples behind them exchanged glances, their eyes alight with excitement. The corpses of demonic beasts at the lower 3 realms of Qi refinement can generally fetch 5 spirit stones, while those of the middle 3 realms can be sold for 20 spirit stones, and the upper 3 realms command a price of 70 spirit stones. The bodies of formidable demons at the foundation establishment stage can be sold for over 500 spirit stones. The 4 defensive lines to the north, south, east, and west are shrouded in an oppressive darkness, concealing the countless demonic beasts that have perished. They can scarcely fathom the wealth in spirit stones that such a bounty represents. It seems that the Qin family could thrive for an extended period merely on the spoils of these demonic beast corpses. Master, take me with you. And I too, I wish to join. In response to the fervent pleas of his disciples, Su Beifeng acquiesced to all their requests. Subsequently, the group strode purposefully toward the southern defensive line. Upon exiting the city gates, the sight before them resembled a scene from the depths of hell, leaving them horrified, a chilling sensation creeping down their spines. Montak, what brings you here? The frail voice of the Grand Elder resonated. Mo Xiao paused momentarily, taking some time to recognize the Grand Elder before gently explaining. I have come to assist in managing the demonic beast corpses. If left unattended, they are likely to decay. At this point, Mo Xiao furrowed his brow. The corpses outside the perimeter had already piled into mountains. However, many have been trampled into a pulpy mess, rendering their original forms unrecognizable. Such mangled remains would hardly fetch a decent price. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Xiao spoke again. These corpses can only be refined into beast pattern pills. Beast pattern pills, which condense the essence of demonic beasts, can aid cultivators in fortifying their physiques. They are an exceedingly potent and precious alchemical creation. It was precisely due to these beast pattern pills that Mo Xiao gained renown throughout the northern region. Resolute in his decision, Mo Xiao produced an alchemical furnace. The heavy furnace thudded to the ground, emitting a resonant hum. Cheng Hong, taken aback, looked on in bewilderment. He recalled that the Qin family did not seem to have such a figure among them. Could it be that Su Beifeng had taken him as a disciple? Yet the individual appeared rather too mature for that. Furthermore, aside from the corpses of the demonic beasts, it appeared that no other materials were present. What could possibly be refined here? Just as Cheng Hong pondered this, Mo Xiao began to channel his cultivation technique. In an instant, golden runes surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that radiated throughout the area. A suffocating sensation enveloped Cheng Hong, causing his pupils to contract in shock. This was yet another formidable cultivator at the middle three realms of Foundation establishment. Chapter 54, we all call him Mr. Qin. Cheng Hong instinctively swallowed hard. The patriarch of the Qin family had reached the third level of Foundation establishment. The elder had achieved the middle third level of Foundation establishment. And even this alchemist who had emerged from nowhere had attained the middle third level of Foundation establishment. Was this not excessively terrifying? Had the disparity between the Cheng family and the Qin family grown so vast? Before Cheng Hong could collect his thoughts, Mo Xiao waved his arm. Corpses were drawn towards the alchemical furnace by his spiritual power. As intense flames blazed beneath the furnace, strands of beast essence were extracted. Amidst the ruins, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings. As time elapsed, an immense force suddenly surged outward in all directions. Many members of the Cheng clan felt a shiver run down their spines. The intensity of that force was overwhelming. When the flames beneath the furnace subsided, Mo Xiao lifted the lid. In an instant, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs surged forth. Cheng Hong and the entourage behind him widened their eyes in astonishment. Is it truly possible to refine pills from mere beast corpses? Someone inquired. Mo Xiao stroked his beard and explained, of course, in this world, what cannot be transformed into a pill. What I am refining is the beast pattern pill, crafted from the essence of magical beasts. Upon hearing Mo Xiao's words, Cheng Hong's heart trembled further. The reputation of the beast pattern pill was formidable throughout the northern region. Countless cultivators had fought fiercely over a single beast pattern pill, leading to bloodshed. He never anticipated that this obscure alchemist from the Qin family would possess the ability to concoct beast pattern pills. With the beast pattern pill in hand, no matter how extravagantly the Qin family spent, they could not possibly face defeat. This Qin family was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. As Cheng Hong pondered, Mo Xiao commenced the refinement of the second batch of pills. Time gradually passed. Batch after batch of pills was successfully concocted. Cheng Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. The success rate was astonishing. Nearly 9 out of 10 batches resulted in successful pills. What manner of divine alchemist is this? Yet, Cheng Hong was not the only one struck by amazement. Even Mo Xiao himself was astounded. After refining only 30 or so batches, he sensed the presence of over a dozen corpses of major demons at the Foundation establishment level. It was hard to imagine how many Foundation establishment demons had perished outside the southern defense line. How could a mere Chung family, with only 30 or so Foundation establishment cultivators, have slain so many major demons? Moreover, those from the Chung clan spoke of the beast tides beyond the northern defense line being several times more terrifying. His heart was further shaken. At this moment, he reflected on the events of the past few months. Just a few months prior, the Patriarch was merely a fifth-level Foundation establishment cultivator. While the clan's disciples possessed remarkable alchemical talent, they did not stand out in terms of combat prowess. Yet merely months had passed, and everyone's combat strength had multiplied several times. The Patriarch had even ascended to the third level of Foundation establishment. Such a rate of growth was unprecedented. However, that was not the most shocking revelation. Months ago, it seemed the Qin family had anticipated this day. Everyone is preparing for this day. The beast tide outside the northern defense line is overwhelmingly powerful, yet it seems all of this was anticipated by the clan leader. I feel as though I have never truly understood the Qin family. The more Mo Xiao pondered, the more his heart was shaken. He vigorously shook his head. Once the alchemy session was over, he vowed to seek clarity. Several hours passed, and darkness enveloped the sky. A multitude of beast pattern pills were placed into Mo Xiao's spatial ring. He cast a glance back at Cheng Hong and sighed heavily, tossing the spatial ring into the other's hands. Take it. Cheng Hong was utterly astonished. This is too precious. The value of beast pattern pills is extremely high. He never expected that this alchemist from the Qin family would give them all to him. This was an unimaginable fortune. Just take it without so much talk, Mo Xiao said in a deep voice. He had also heard the bell toll from a few days prior. The Chung family had lost even their clan leader in battle, and the casualties among the elders and disciples were countless. Without the assistance of these beast pattern pills, the Chung family would likely take decades to recover. Cheng Hong was equally aware of this. This was not merely a tremendous fortune, but a gift of life. Tears immediately welled up in Cheng Hong's eyes. As the appointed successor of the previous clan leader, he bore the heavy responsibility of the entire Chung family. He could not afford to cry, yet at this moment he truly could not hold back. Scalding tears streamed down his cheeks. Bang! He fell to his knees, his voice trembling. Thank you. The surviving members of the Chung family also knelt down. Such kindness deserved their reverence. Mo Xiao sighed and calmly accepted this act of gratitude. He then returned to the Qin family with Su Beifeng and the others. Upon his return, Mo Xiao immediately sought out Qin Xuanzong. Clan leader, did you foresee this day long ago? Qin Xuanzong remained silent for a moment before nodding. Mo Xiao's heart trembled fiercely. It was indeed so, but how was this accomplished? For a time, Mo Xiao was at a loss for words. At that moment, Qin Xuanzong suddenly spoke. Mo Gongfeng, if I were to say that this beast tide was orchestrated by human hands, would you believe it? Mo Xiao's pupils constricted suddenly. What? A beast tide of such terror was instigated by humans? What kind of organization could cause such devastation? Qin Xuanzong shook his head. It is not an organization, but a single person. Buzz. A tempest of shock surged within Mo Xiao's heart. Such a terrifying beast tide was the work of one individual. Could there truly be such a formidable power within the Great Chu dynasty? After hearing Qin Xuanzong's words, Mo Xiao felt his worldview collapse. He stood there, dumbfounded, unable to grasp the reality for a long while. Seeing this, Qin Xuanzong shook his head. I understand that this is difficult for you to believe, but it is the truth. Mo Xiao swallowed hard. If this is true, how did you come to know? After a prolonged contemplation, Qin Xuanzong finally lifted his gaze, gazing intently at Mo Xiao with a grave demeanor. Mo, our Qin family is not as formidable as you might believe. We merely stand upon the shoulders of giants. The one who predicts the world and orchestrates everything is someone else entirely. We all refer to him as Mr. Qin. Chapter 55, The Beastmaster. The Taoist techniques derived from the Great Way. Mo Zhao's form trembled, and even his heartbeat slowed for a moment. What kind of extraordinary being could foresee the world and manipulate everything? Does such an existence truly dwell in this realm? Just then, the Grand Elder and Elder Su, along with others, returned, allowing us to visit Mr. Qin together. Qin Xuanzang stated once more. Mo Xiao was taken aback. May I join as well? Qin Xuanzang nodded slightly. Although Mo Xiao had not been with the Qin family for long, his contributions were undeniably immense. Without his involvement, it would have been impossible for Qin Xuanzang to swiftly reach the 7th level of foundation establishment. Among the nearly 10,000 clansmen under their wing, a significant portion survived the beast tide, thanks in no small part to Mo Zhao's efforts. Given these accomplishments, there was no impropriety in visiting Mr. Qin. After a brief moment, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, the Third Elder, and Qin Yun gathered together and proceeded to Mr. Qin's residence. Along the way, the elders shared much with him. Each time they mentioned Mr. Qin, their eyes sparkled with utmost reverence, akin to pilgrims paying homage. This naturally made Mo Xiao feel a surge of anxiety. A figure so highly esteemed by the 3 great elders was shrouded in mystery and strength, far beyond his own level. This evoked a tinge of trepidation within him. He wondered how approachable Mr. Qin might be. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at a majestic palace. Creaked the grand doors swung open, and a gentle breeze greeted them. Inside, Qin Lu's long hair danced in the wind. With a serene smile, Qin Lu embodied the essence of the Tao, an ethereal harmony with nature. You have arrived. His warm voice seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly soothing the anxious and excited hearts of the group. Mo Xiao was momentarily stunned, lifting his gaze. Before him sat a youth clad in snow-white garments, exuding an otherworldly grace as he savored tea at the table. How could the Mr. Qin, spoken of by the clan leader, appear so youthful? Furthermore, there seemed to be no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. This was entirely different from the image he had envisioned. Could this remarkably young gentleman truly possess the profound abilities described by the elders? Before Mo Xiao could recover from his astonishment, Qin Xuanzang spoke. Having completed recent tasks, I thought to pay a visit to Mr. Qin. Qin Lu nodded, taking a delicate sip of tea. Then, as if struck by a thought, he suddenly inquired, "By the way, has anything significant occurred in your village recently?" Qin Lu had been experiencing poor sleep lately, troubled by earthquakes and beast roars. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuanzang's heart sank. The disturbances caused by the beast tide were immense. They feared their secret might be exposed. Qin Xuanzang's mind raced as the other elders grew increasingly anxious. Should their secret be revealed, Mr. Qin might distance himself from them. That would spell a tremendous loss for the Qin family, one they could scarcely endure. Fortunately, Qin Yun's mind was quick, and in just a few moments, he devised a plan. Recently, frequent earthquakes had driven many wild beasts from the mountains, creating quite a disturbance. Could it be that these creatures disrupted Mr. Qin's peaceful slumber? Upon hearing this, Qin Lu furrowed his brow briefly before relaxing once more. Ah, I see. For some inexplicable reason, ever since Qin Lu lost his sight, it seemed as though he had lost the sensation of fear entirely. Blindness, earthquakes, and beasts descending from the mountains. Each of these events could send shivers down one's spine. Yet, when confronted with them, his emotions remained utterly unperturbed, which was decidedly unusual. However, Qin Lu could not discern the source of this anomaly, and thus abandoned his thoughts. Observing that Qin Lu did not inquire further, Qin Xinsong and the others finally exhaled in relief. The elder cleared his throat and smiled, saying, "Mr. Qin, it has been quite some time since you last recounted a story. Now that we find ourselves with leisure, why not share another segment?" Qin Lu pondered for a moment before acquiescing. "Where did I leave off?" I believe it was about the beast tide." Qin Yun promptly responded. Qin Lu raised an eyebrow, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, as if his thoughts were transported back to a distant past. His voice melodious. "What do you think? Are beast tamers truly powerful cultivators?" The elder replied without hesitation. "Indeed, a cultivator capable of summoning such a terrifying beast tide cannot possibly be weak. Countless cultivators in Qin town perished in that beast tide. Even the patriarch of the Chung clan did not survive. If such a figure cannot be deemed strong, what then can we consider to be powerful? Beside the elder, Mo Xiao nodded in agreement, recalling the overwhelming horde of beasts with a shuddering heart. The existence of such cultivators was akin to a calamity. Yet at that moment, Qin Lu's tone suddenly deepened. What if I were to say? That particular beast tamer had not truly received the inheritance of beast taming, and what he comprehended was merely the surface. Boom! Qin Lu's voice, though not loud, struck the hearts of the assembly like a heavy hammer. Among them, Mo Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Had it not been for the patriarch's breakthrough to the third level of foundation establishment, Qin town would have surely fallen. How could a cultivator capable of inciting such a catastrophe not even grasp the essentials of beast taming? If this was merely the surface, how immensely powerful must the complete inheritance of a beast tamer be? Mo Xiao could scarcely fathom such a notion. Qin Lu slightly raised his head, facing the gentle breeze as he continued. The true inheritance of a beast tamer originates from the ancient celestial era. It is a profound method, forcibly extracted from the great Tao by an ancestor of humanity with unparalleled strength. The audience, still reeling from the shock, felt a tumultuous wave of astonishment surge within their hearts. Extracted? Extracted from the great Tao? Montaxi I o mom ulet in disbelief. The great Tao, in the hearts of any cultivator, is the most exalted existence. It is something they can only aspire to gaze upon throughout their lives. Yet you assert that in the ancient celestial era, there existed a human who extracted an entire pathway from it. Moreover, it is precisely these insignificant beings at the foundational level who can truly grasp the essence of the beast mastery path. Is this even conceivable? Is this truly the realm of cultivation they have come to know? Cough, cough. Qin Xuanzong cleared his throat and remarked, Mr. Qin, is it truly as profound as you describe regarding the beast mastery path? The second elder promptly added, such a method of cultivation is utterly terrifying. Its complete legacy must have been lost to the annals of history, wouldn't it? As their voices subsided, all eyes turned anxiously toward Qin Lu, hearts racing. If the beast mastery path was indeed as formidable as Mr. Qin portrayed, they could hardly fathom the implications of its complete legacy still existing in the world. Chaos would surely ensue throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Qin Lu remained silent for a moment, then gently shook his head, stating, no, the complete legacy of beast mastery still exists in this world, and it is right here in the Northern Territory. Chapter 56. A Beastmaster Inheritor More Terrifying Than Wang Sheng. In that moment, the expressions and movements of everyone came to an abrupt halt. The entire palace was engulfed in an eerie silence. All gazes were fixated on Qin Lu, their minds reeling at the thought of such a terrifying legacy of beast mastery, preserved intact and existing right within the northern region. It was utterly frightening. The mere notion that someone in the north had obtained such a legacy sent shivers down their spines. This small northern region could scarcely endure the turmoil of several beast tides. After a long while, the Grand Elder finally exhaled heavily, softly inquiring, Mr. Qin, you mentioned that the beast mastery legacy lies within the northern region, but how vast is this region? No one has found it before. It may remain undiscovered now as well, correct? Upon hearing this, Qin Lu smiled nonchalantly. Since I have mentioned the beast mastery legacy, it signifies that this legacy shall soon manifest in the world. At this revelation, a heavy silence fell upon the crowd. If the beast mastery legacy were indeed to appear, the entire northern region would undoubtedly become a hub of activity. The Grand Elder, frowning, pressed further, but where exactly will this legacy be located? Beside the Grand Elder, Mo Zhao's eyelids twitched violently. The matters discussed had far exceeded his comprehension. If it were all true, then Mr. Qin undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of the world. Yet, even the strongest beings of the current age could not simply extract a path directly from the great Tao. Could they? The entity of the ancient immortal era, even if it had left a legacy, surely could not be deciphered by contemporary powers. As Mo Xiao pondered in silence, Qin Lu casually uttered 4 words: blood demon, forbidden zone. Mo Xiao was taken aback yet again. Could this truly be deduced? Was such an ability to calculate not terrifyingly formidable? He glanced around, hoping to gauge the reactions of others. However, it seemed that among all present, he alone harbored doubts. Had the clan leader and the elders placed such unwavering trust in Mr. Qin? Montak Xiai Omuzit. Just as he prepared to divert his gaze, he suddenly caught sight of the Grand Elder. His face flushed with excitement, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. Even if Mr. Qin's deductions were entirely accurate, they still resided within the Blood Demon Forbidden Zone. As one of the 3 great forbidden zones of the Dechu dynasty, it housed countless dangers. Most cultivators would likely find it impossible to even approach that legacy. Such a legacy was destined to remain beyond the reach of the Qin clan. Why was the Grand Elder so exuberant? The Grand Elder, flashing his broad smile, seemed to be lost in thought when he suddenly felt an unusual gaze upon him. Turning to glance at Mo Xiao, his grin widened, and he transmitted a message. Elder Mo, our Qin clan possesses a blood demon command. Perhaps we could contend for that legacy. Mo Xiao's heart raced. He had never anticipated that the Qin clan possessed such an item. It was misguided to attribute all accomplishments solely to Mr. Qin. The Qin family is not as simple as it appears. After a brief silence, Qin Lu's melodious voice once again resonated. The inheritance of beast taming, though located within this northern realm, requires immense fortune and exceptional opportunity to attain. The individual most suited for this inheritance is Wang Sheng, the one capable of inciting a calamity of beast tides. His chances of obtaining this inheritance surpass those of anyone else. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Qin Xuanzang and the others wore expressions tinged with worry. Although they had been informed in advance about the beast-taming inheritance, they were utterly ignorant of its intricacies. In this regard, Wang Sheng far surpassed them. Attempting to seize the complete inheritance from Wang Sheng based solely on the scan information they possessed was akin to climbing the heavens. This was the first moment they felt a profound sense of helplessness after receiving the prophecy. Qin Xuanzang sighed deeply, preparing to relinquish that unrealistic fantasy. Yet, in the next instant, Qin Lu spoke again. A portion of the fortune tied to the beast-taming inheritance has indeed fallen upon the Qin family. Qin Xuanzang's heart jolted in surprise as he swiftly lifted his gaze to Qin Lu. What? Qin Lu stood, hands clasped behind him, pacing towards the door, and spoke softly into the gentle breeze. There is a clan member of the Qin family named Qin Ling. He once possessed extraordinary talent, but 4 or 5 years ago, he was defeated by another in a single move, resulting in a damaged foundation, leading him to abandon his cultivation and numb himself with mundane operas. However, the outbreak of the beast tide altered the trajectory of his life. Misfortune harbors fortune, and fortune conceals misfortune. That beast tide, albeit causing grievous casualties to the Qin family, also heralded the resurgence of a prodigy, Qin Ling. In the midst of battling the ferocious beasts, he grasped a profound essence of beast taming. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap suddenly erupted in the minds of the onlookers. To comprehend the essence of beast taming amidst combat, is this not an extraordinary display of genius? Wang Sheng only discerned a fragment of the essence after acquiring part of the inheritance, which led to the calamity of ferocious beasts. Yet Qin Ling, a man who had languished for 4 or 5 years, completely neglecting his cultivation, managed to grasp the essence of beast taming under conditions of absolute zero foundation. This is even more absurd than the tales spun by common folk. If so, does that not imply that Qin Ling of their Qin family is several times more formidable than Wang Sheng? Unaware of the thoughts swirling in everyone's minds, Qin Lu continued. Even though Wang Sheng possesses the advantage of time, place, and people, being the most compatible cultivator for the beast-taming inheritance, Qin Ling, despite being at a significant disadvantage, still forcibly seized a portion of the inheritance from Wang Sheng. The two are sworn adversaries. The struggle for the beast-taming inheritance marks their first confrontation. However, ultimately, the heavens favored Wang Sheng, and the defeated Qin Ling was buried amidst the ruins of the Qin family. As Qin Lu's voice faded, the entire palace returned to a tranquil silence. At this moment, even Qin Lu could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Qin Ling was a pitiable soul, a tragic figure destined for misfortune from the very beginning. He had been rather ruthless when crafting this particular narrative. However, Qin Xiansong and his companions held a different perspective. They were already aware of the outcome. Moreover, a member of the Qin family had begun to bear a portion of the fortune associated with the beast mastery inheritance. Thus, the one who ultimately faces failure may not necessarily be Qin Ling. Qin Xiansong and several elders clenched their fists tightly, their previous despondency dissipating, replaced by a glimmer of determination in their eyes. This was a doctrine passed down from the ancient celestial era, a profound teaching extracted from the essence of the 3,000 great paths by an ancestral figure, a doctrine capable of conjuring calamities from the slightest of its remnants. Now that they possessed the means to seize the inheritance, how could they possibly refrain from competing for it? Chapter 57. The Secrets of the Blood Demon Forbidden Land. Mr. Qin, is there anything extraordinary about the Blood Demon Forbidden Land? Qin Xuanzang inquired after a moment of silence. The Blood Demon Forbidden Land is unlike any other secret realm. It is fraught with countless dangers, and a moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. In the face of such perilous terrain, exercising caution is not merely advisable, but essential. Moreover, they had all resolved to contend for that inheritance. So how could they not prepare thoroughly? Qin Lu smiled lightly in response. Indeed, there are many peculiarities. The Blood Demon Forbidden Land is the cradle of the beast mastery inheritance. Naturally, it possesses numerous extraordinary traits. For instance, the starless peach grove within the Forbidden Land absorbs not the light of the moon, but draws nutrients from the flesh and blood of living beings. Only when the malevolent aura envelopes the entire grove will it bear fruit. Another example is the purple-striped demon ape, which not only possesses immense strength, but also has an indestructible body. Even foundational cultivators find it difficult to vanquish. Yet, the malevolent star spirit peaches can easily breach the defenses of the purple-striped demon ape. Moreover, the abode of the purple-striped demon ape, while exceedingly frigid, harbors the cold fire of the earth's core, which can aid in the cultivation of the 3,000 sacred fire technique. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuanzang and the others were utterly astonished. The Blood Demon Forbidden Land is far from ordinary. Had they not received this information from Mr. Qin, they might have unwittingly fallen into its traps. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down their spines, filling them with trepidation. Of course, once the mysteries of the Blood Demon Forbidden Land were unraveled, there would be nothing left to fear. Qin Xuanzang took a deep breath and continued to inquire. Aside from these, are there any other peculiarities? Qin Lu raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a twinge of doubt. In any narrative, when it comes to detailing and setting the stage, readers generally exhibit a lack of interest, often skipping ahead. It was his first encounter with someone like the village chief, who intended to spare no detail. Clearly, the chief and the villagers truly enjoyed his storytelling. Since that is the case, allow me to elaborate further, Qin Lu said, pausing momentarily before continuing his exposition. Qin Xuanzang and the others listened intently, fearful of missing a single word. Among them, the Grand Elder even took out a recording stone to document the details. As time passed, a fragment of the world's reality gradually unfolded before their eyes. Deep within their hearts, waves of astonishment surged repeatedly. At that moment, Mo Xiao was entirely convinced of Qin Lu's credibility. If the latter were unfamiliar with the Blood Demon Forbidden Land, he could not possibly describe it so vividly or compellingly. Once they obtained the Beast Mastery inheritance, the entire Qin family would surely soar to unprecedented heights, and I, too, shall ascend to greatness. At that time, even the king of Ichu would have to pay his respects upon meeting me. Mo Xiao mused inwardly, his eyes brimming with delight. Joining the Qin family as a vassal was undoubtedly the wisest decision of his life. When Qin Lu finished recounting all the intricacies of the blood demon forbidden land, tranquility once again enveloped the entire palace. However, Qin Xuanzong and the others were left with a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Although this narration did not contain particularly thrilling events, the myriad of extraordinary elements within it had profoundly broadened his horizons. The Grand Elder cautiously placed the recording stone into his spatial ring. Qin Lu had shared an abundance of information, and he had not retained all of it. Yet with the recording stone, there was no cause for concern. In due time, should he forget, he could simply retrieve the stone for a quick review. As dusk descended, a chilly breeze brushed against their faces, and the leaves outside rustled softly. Qin Lu's melodious voice resonated once more. The blood demon forbidden ground is a realm of opportunities for the gifted, yet a graveyard for the mediocre. It serves as the arena for the duel between Wang Sheng and Qin Ling. However, far too many have perished before the opening of the forbidden ground, falling victim to the beast tide. Among those most significantly affected by the beast tide, aside from Qin Ling, there was another pivotal figure, Mo Xiao. Everyone present shuddered at the mention of his name. Qin Xuanzong, Qin Yun, and the three elders all turned their gazes toward Mo Xiao, who, wide-eyed and bewildered, was at a loss. What on earth? How did he become involved? The impact of the beast tide on him did not seem particularly severe. He had merely experienced a few days of fatigue. If that constituted a significant impact, what of those cultivators who perished outside the city gates? After all, he had joined the Qin family, becoming a revered figure with a bright future. Surely the beast tide could not have affected him. Mo Xiao shook his head vigorously. Mr. Qin, from where does this assertion arise? Qin Lu, somewhat surprised, noticed that another newcomer had seemingly joined the hall. Nevertheless, he assumed this individual was also a villager who enjoyed tales. Without further ado, Qin Lu continued. Mo Xiao is the master of Subei foam, renowned throughout the northern territories for his unparalleled alchemical skills. Even formidable cultivators at the third level of foundation establishment must pay him due respect. It was through his remarkable alchemy that he established the Bei Mo Merchant Association in the north, reaping untold profits. Yet, the beast tide shows no regard for such associations. Wherever life gathers, it is destined to face their onslaught and trampling. The entire Bei Mo Merchant Association was reduced to ruins following successive assaults from the beast tide. Consequently, Mo Xiao harbors a deep grudge against Wang Sheng. The rapid rise of Qin Ling and her acquisition of a portion of the Beastmaster inheritance would not have been possible without Mo Xiao's assistance. Boom! Qin Lu's words struck Mo Xiao's mind like a thunderclap, rendering his complexion ashen. The Bei Mo Merchant Association. That was the culmination of his life's work. If it had indeed been transformed into a wasteland, as Mr. Qin suggested, he would surely be driven to madness. He shook his head vehemently. He had overlooked a critical detail. The devastation was not confined to Qingyun town, but it spread across the entirety of the northern territories. He had not directly participated in this beast tide. Yet, gazing beyond the southern defensive line at the hellish scene, he had grasped the terror unleashed by the beast tide. Even the formidable patriarch of the Cheng clan succumbed to the onslaught of the beast tide. What then can be said of the cultivators in his mercantile association? Mere traders lacking the cohesive strength of the Cheng family? Gradually, Mo Xiao's breath became labored, and his eyes were increasingly veined with crimson. At the moment his spiritual energy surged violently. Qin Xuanzong sensed something amiss and promptly bid farewell to Qin Lu, leading the others out of the palace. Upon reaching an open space, Mo Xiao bowed deeply to Qin Xuanzong and declared, Patriarch, I must return for a while. Chapter 58, Blood Mask and Purple Garb. Another performer takes the stage. Mo Xiao's heart was in turmoil. Several days had passed since the beast tide erupted, and he was left wondering about the fate of the Beima Chamber of Commerce. Regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to return and witness the remnants of what had once been. Even if it had turned to ruins, he wished to personally send it off to rest. Beside him, the Grand Elder patted his shoulder, at a loss for words of comfort. Qin Xuanzang exhaled a heavy sigh, stating, "Going back alone will change nothing. It may even lead to your demise at the hands of the monsters. Allow the Grand Elder and Qin Yun to accompany you. Should you encounter the beast tide, you will have support." At this, Mo Xiao felt his eyes moisten. Across the northern territories, countless places were suffering under the onslaught of the beast tide. The journey home seemed insurmountable. A moment's carelessness could lead to death along the way. He had only joined the Qin family a few months prior and could hardly fathom their regard for him. They had even dispatched the Grand Elder and the foremost youth, Qin Yun, to accompany him. In the vast expanse of the Daichu dynasty, few families could muster such a show of support. It was in this moment that he comprehended why his disciple, Su Beifeng, held such unwavering loyalty to the Qin family. "Thank you, clan leader." Just then, Qin Yun, clad in purple attire and armed with a long blade, spoke up, "Clan leader, I wish for Qin Ling to join us. With the Blood Demon secret realm about to open, Qin Ling's strength has yet to be enhanced, placing us at a significant disadvantage. Bringing him along will not only restore his confidence, but also facilitate his rapid growth." Qin Xuanzang pondered briefly before acquiescing. Subsequently, the group made their way to Qin Ling's residence. At that moment, outside a modest dwelling, Qin Sheng stood beneath a willow tree, clad in blood-stained garments, his thoughts adrift in the cold wind. He had endured countless hardships to help his child, Qin Ling, regain his confidence. He had taken on the family's most perilous tasks and bore the heaviest burdens. The flesh of the slain beasts he had refrained from consuming, instead exchanging it all for spirit stones to aid Qin Ling's cultivation. Yet, ever since Qin Ling had suffered a defeat at the hands of another years ago, his foundation had been shattered, leaving him despondent. No matter how abundant the resources, they were met with disdain. Qin Sheng sighed deeply and gazed at the dim sky, his murky eyes gradually glistening with unshed tears. "Linger, how have you transformed into this state?" After a moment, he reined in his emotions, clenched his fists, and a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. "Linger, no matter how you have changed, your father will forever be your staunchest support. I believe there will come a day when you emerge from this darkness. Father awaits the arrival of that day." The Qin family was vast, yet his only kin remained Qin Ling. For the sake of Qin Ling, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even if it led to no resolution. As Qin Sheng was gathering his thoughts, several figures unexpectedly approached him. When Qin Sheng discerned their identities, his heart quivered. The Grand Elder, Qin Yun, and Master Mo, each of them was a distinguished figure within the Qin family. The Grand Elder, without need for elaboration, was the sole foundational cultivator of the third realm in the entire Qin clan. Meanwhile, Master Mo was an alchemist of even greater prowess than Elder Su, and his contributions had significantly bolstered the clan's martial strength in a remarkably short span of time. Lastly, the esteemed Qin Yun was a prodigious talent. During their last expedition to the Beast Forest, Qin Sheng had witnessed her breakthrough to the foundational realm in the heat of battle. Despite her youth, her realm and combat prowess far surpassed his own. He could hardly fathom why such three illustrious figures would seek him out. Hastily, Qin Sheng approached and bowed respectfully to the trio. "I pay my respects to the Grand Elder, to Master Mo, and to Miss Qin Yun." The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the formalities. I shall ask you directly, are you called Qin Ling?" Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, both Qin Yun and Master Mo involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths. They were puzzled by the Grand Elder's line of thought. How could a man nearing 50 be the genius referred to by Qin? This was utterly thoughtless. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng felt a rush of anxiety. "May I inquire, Grand Elder, what is the purpose of your visit regarding Qin Ling?" His son had been languishing in despondency, never having accomplished anything substantial over the years. He genuinely feared that his son had done something outrageous, prompting the Grand Elder's visit, if that were the case, with his mere 9th level of Qi refinement. Even if he risked his life, he might not be able to safeguard his son. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Sheng's forehead, and his entire being was taut with tension. Qin Yun stepped forward gently and reassured him. "Do not be anxious. We are not here to place blame. Qin Ling possesses remarkable talent, worthy of cultivation. In a few years, he could potentially become a top-tier powerhouse of the Qin family. We have come to take him out for training. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap resounded in Qin Cheng's mind. His voice trembled as he stammered. Miss Qin Yun, what? What did you say? Qin Yun smiled lightly. I said, Qin Ling has great talent, and we're taking him out for training. Upon hearing her words once more, Qin Cheng finally believed it. This was no mere illusion. An overwhelming joy surged through him in an instant. Crystal tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. I knew it. I knew it. Linger is not a waste, but a genius, destined to be discovered one day. Linger can finally step into the light. This day, he had waited far too long for. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and hurriedly beckoned to the three individuals, Grand Elder, Master, and Mo. Miss Qin Yun, Qin Ling is my child. I shall lead you to her at once. Upon finishing his words, Qin Cheng took the lead. As they approached the door, he called out, Ling, come quickly and open the door. Yet, there was no response from within the room. Qin Cheng felt a surge of anxiety. It would be troublesome if he failed to leave a favorable impression on the Grand Elder and the others. He turned to the three with an awkward smile. Linger was injured during the beast tide. She may not have heard you. Qin Yun shook her head dismissively, no matter. Qin Cheng was unwilling to have them wait outside, so he forcefully smashed the door open with a punch. In an instant, a pungent wave of blood enveloped them. Qin Yun, Mo Xiao, and the Grand Elder couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines as they frowned and peered into the room. There, they beheld a young man in a purple theatrical robe, slumped on the ground, tapping his fingers to an unknown melody, mumbling to himself. As the door swung wide open, the youth slowly lifted his head, revealing a face painted with demon blood beneath a tangle of disheveled hair. His voice was gravelly, as if wearied by the burdens of existence. Dear guests, would you care to hear me sing a tune? Qin Yun remained silent, stepping forward to stand before Qin Ling. With her back to the moonlight, she extended her right hand. Qin Ling, do you wish to fight alongside us? Chapter 59. Qin Ling awakens, the calm after the storm. Qin Ling's hand, which had been keeping time, suddenly froze. A gentle breeze stirred a strand of hair at his temple. He did not grasp Qin Yun's hand. Instead, he slightly squinted his eyes, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Me? Seeing this, Qin Yun did not express anger. She simply took a deep breath and spoke in a composed tone. We are aware of your talents and your story. You should not be like this. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Qin Ling's eyes, but it quickly subsided. The entire room remained as tranquil as ever. Qin Cheng observed this scene, growing anxious. The Grand Elder, Lord Mo, and Miss Qin Yun, three prominent figures, had all come together. This truly honored Linger. This might be Linger's only chance to rise. How could he be so indifferent? Qin Cheng turned to Qin Yun, forcing a smile and preparing to say something. But Qin Yun raised her hand to interrupt him. Uncle Cheng, please step outside for a moment. I wish to have a private conversation with Qin Ling. Qin Cheng hesitated, glancing between Linger and Qin Yun, ultimately sighing and exiting the room. The Grand Elder and Mo Xiao followed suit. While they were adept at fighting and alchemy, they were not skilled in persuasion, especially when it came to the younger generation with whom they had a generational gap. Rather than linger, it was better to allow the two some space. After a brief moment, the cold and damp room was left with only Qin Yun and Qin Ling. Qin Ling resumed his rhythmic tapping, his voice languid as he remarked, I am merely a worthless person, Miss Qin Yun. There is no need to waste your efforts on me. With that, he began humming in a theatrical tone. At that moment, Qin Yun suddenly spoke up. This beast tide has been a calamity for many, yet for you, it is an opportunity. You have grasped an essence, am I correct? Qin Ling's melodious humming abruptly ceased, and for the first time, a look of astonishment graced his features. Indeed, amidst the beast tide, he had experienced a peculiar insight. But he himself was uncertain if this constituted an essence. How did she know? Before Qin Ling could regain his composure, Qin Yun continued. Since you have comprehended this essence, why do you continue to squander your time? A single defeat, a damaged foundation, has that stripped you of all your spirit? Do you believe that a strong individual can be built solely upon talent and resources? Do you think that when a cultivator's foundation is damaged, their life is over. In this world, there are countless cultivators with damaged foundations. Are they all simply wallowing in despair? The current patriarch of our Qin clan was never a genius, and he also suffered a damaged foundation. Did he ever waste a single day of his life? A person's talent is never fixed. Your current state is vastly superior to that of the patriarch in his youth. What right do you have to succumb to despair here? Amidst her impassioned words, Qin Ling's heart began to waver. Qin Yun seized the moment to assert, "The profound truths you comprehend far exceed your imagination. If perfected, your future achievements will know no bounds. Establishing a foundation, attaining the golden core, and even reaching the nascent soul will not be your final destination." A sudden jolt coursed through Qin Ling's heart. Is this truly the case? A proud smile graced Qin Yun's face. "I, the foremost prodigy of the Qin clan. Do you think I would deceive you?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ling erupted into laughter, a sound that grew increasingly boisterous. As if to release all the pent-up frustrations of the years, he rose to his feet, his tousled hair complementing his purple attire. A scene that should have been alarming but appeared exceptionally liberating at that moment. The words Qin Yun had spoken earlier were merely motivational platitudes. While they had stirred him somewhat, they were insufficient to restore his confidence. However, the final affirmation was of a different caliber. It offered a glimpse into a foreseeable future. His despondency, stemming from defeat and a weakened foundation, was of little consequence now. All that mattered was breaking through the foundational stage and the golden core. Everything else paled in comparison. As his laughter subsided, his hair, stirred by the wind, fell gracefully. Qin Ling found himself in a state of complete tranquility. Yet beneath that calm lay the brewing of a wild fervor. At that moment, the Grand Elder, Mo Xiao, and Qin Cheng entered the room. Upon witnessing Qin Ling's spirited demeanor, tears streamed uncontrollably down Qin Cheng's face. The Qin Ling of old had finally returned. He had awaited this day with bated breath. "Without further ado, let us hasten our departure," Mo Xiao urged. Qin Ling nodded in agreement, following closely behind the others. However, as they reached the doorway, he paused and turned to his father. "Father, the resources you once provided me are all preserved within the spatial ring on the table. You need them more than I do." Qin Sheng looked on in astonishment. "Those were meant for you." Shaking his head, Qin Ling replied, "The path I choose requires no such resources to pave the way. If I can only rely on those resources to gain strength, then my cultivation will be devoid of meaning." With that, he did not linger but took confident strides away. Qin Sheng watched his son's retreating figure, his eyes glistening with moisture. He had returned. Everything was back. This was the Qin Ling he remembered. The youthful, impetuous, and spirited Qin Ling, unbeknownst to Qin Sheng. The pride within Qin Ling had never waned. Otherwise, why would he refuse to take even a fraction of the abundant cultivation resources? Otherwise, how could he have grasped profound truths amidst the beast tide? He simply chose not to disclose it to others. As they departed the Qin family estate, Qin Yun was accompanied by 20 prominent clan members. Given the recent outbreaks of beast tides throughout the northern territories, having more companions would mitigate some of the dangers. However, those 20 clan members struggled to comprehend why Qin Yun insisted on bringing along the seemingly reckless Qin Ling. Was he not merely a burden? At that moment, faced with imminent danger, they feared they might have to divert their attention to safeguard Qin Ling's safety. The slender member of the main lineage, Qin Hui, let out a sigh and turned to Qin Yun, saying, "Sister Yun, we are unaware of how many frenzied beasts roam the northern frontier, where danger lurks at every corner. We cannot even ensure our own safety. Is it truly prudent to bring Qin Ling along?" Qin Yun shot a glance at Qin Hui, retorting, "His strength may not be inferior to yours." Qin Hui raised an eyebrow in disbelief. How can that be possible? Just as his voice faded, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted. The ground trembled beneath them. The 20 members of the main lineage braced themselves for battle, channeling their energy into the 3,000 sacred fire technique. Fiery flames surged outward in all directions. However, at that moment, Qin Ling boldly advanced towards the beast horde. Qin Hui's eyes widened in shock. There stood Qin Ling, arms outstretched, her delicate fingers weaving with an enchanting allure, guiding the beasts off their original course. Bang! Two beasts collided violently under her influence, akin to a landslide. In an instant, their skulls shattered, their brains turning to mush. Scalding crimson splattered forth, resembling two blossoming blood flowers. A terrifying force radiated outward like ocean waves, spreading in all directions. Chapter 60. The Emergence of Qin Ling. Blossoming blood flowers amidst the beast tide. The surge of energy violently tore at the garments of Qin Hui and his companions, leaving Qin Hui in a state of disbelief. With an ethereal grace and enigmatic techniques, Qin Ling effortlessly annihilated two ferocious beasts with a mere flick of her wrist. Could this truly be the Qin Ling he knew? Qin Hui struggled to swallow. Even the operation of his 3,000 sacred fire technique faltered momentarily. The remaining 19 members of the main lineage fared no better. As astonishment enveloped the crowd, Qin Ling once again waved her arm, and the beast surged forth like a frenzied school of fish, following her every movement. The sound of relentless collisions echoed, causing the earth to tremble violently as blood flowers erupted forth. In midair, they converged into a torrential rain of crimson, while Qin Ling, standing at the center, danced gracefully amidst this sanguine ocean. Costumes, dance, beasts, and blood rain collided to create an eerie tableau under the silent night sky. In her elegance brewed a madness. As a smile graced Qin Ling's lips, the face painted with demon blood stirred, and the theatrical tones resonated. The battle reached its zenith in an instant. Roars reverberated through the heavens and earth, as towering beasts bared their fangs, frantically tearing at everything around them. Bloodthirsty, frenzied, brutal, chaotic, until at last, tranquility returned. Qin Ling stood amidst the sea of corpses, her sleeves of a theatrical robe trailing down, bathed in demon blood. The Grand Elder and Mo Xiao were struck with horror, and even Qin Yun instinctively clenched her fists, overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, one deserving of such praise from Master Qin was extraordinary. The 20 remaining members of the main lineage observed this scene with a sense of dread creeping over them. After years of training, they had never witnessed such a style of combat. Qin Ling did not seem to be fighting. Rather, she appeared to be toying with the beast from a position of dominance. After a long moment, Qin Ling exhaled a breath of turbid air, lowering her gaze to the scattered corpses of the beasts. In the midst of the beast tide, she had indeed grasped some profound truths. But this was her first time applying those truths in actual combat. Judging by the outcome, the effect was rather impressive. However, this particular understanding of hers could only influence completely mindless beasts. Any creature with even a shred of consciousness remained impervious to her manipulation. The flaw in this understanding was substantial. Gradually, Qin Ling furrowed her brow, embarking on a new phase of contemplation. Behind her, Mo Xiao, having wrestled with his thoughts for some time, finally sighed and stepped forward to Qin Ling. Focus on your insights. I shall concoct beast pattern pills for you. He yearned to hasten to the Northern Territory, to reach his merchant association, yet that seemed impossible. Shortly after leaving Qingyun town, they had encountered a wave of beasts, and who could predict how many more would follow? Rather than blindly pursuing speed, it was wiser to cultivate strength through battle. He had already witnessed Qin Ling's capabilities. If her peculiar powers could be further enhanced, it would undoubtedly be of immense assistance to them. Qin Ling did not refuse and readily agreed. Subsequently, a protracted period of enlightenment and the refinement of elixirs ensued. The Grand Elder, Mo Xiao, and Qin Yun all presumed that Qin Ling would only experience an enhancement in his comprehension of profound truths. Yet, none could have anticipated that he would also shatter his previous boundaries. Furthermore, the velocity of his breakthrough was unprecedented, from the 6th level of Qi refinement to the 7th, then the 8th. At this moment, Qin Ling resembled a long-dormant volcano, erupting with fervor. He unleashed all vestiges of negativity in a torrential flow. In the ensuing days, Qin Ling engaged in relentless contemplation, continuously consuming beast pattern pills. For smaller waves of beasts, he single-handedly managed to quell them. For larger waves, A collective effort from all proved to be a mere trifle. When faced with even greater hordes, they could only take a detour. Along this journey, the Grand Elder, Qin Yun, Qin Ling, and 20 members of the main clan enjoyed bountiful rewards. Among them, Qin Ling reaped the most benefits. Under the impact of numerous beast pattern pills and profound insights, he directly ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Of course, his rapid advancement was also attributed to the 4 to 5 years of groundwork he had laid. Yet Mo Xiao, who had devoted himself to the crafting of beast pattern pills, found little reward. He had been preoccupied, his thoughts drifting towards the Bei Mo Merchant Association. After such an extended period, one could only wonder what devastation had befallen the association. Half a day later, within the Bei Mo Merchant Association in the northern region, over 30 elders convened, the atmosphere notably grave. Several of the elders sighed, expressing, after years of cultivation, "We have never encountered such a terrifying beast tide. Though our association is not lacking in healing elixirs, we cannot withstand the torrent of beasts. If only President Mo were here." In response to the elders' lamentations, the leading elder shook his head. In the face of such circumstances, even if President Mo were present, it would be of no avail. We must instead contemplate how to minimize our losses. Instantly, the entire association fell into a heavy silence. The atmosphere was palpably somber. After a moment, one elder scoffed, "Minimize our losses? The entire association stands on the brink of annihilation. How can we possibly reduce our losses?" The leading elder coldly shot a glance at the speaker and took a deep breath. "Although we have reached a critical juncture for the survival of the Bei Mo Merchant Association, this does not warrant our resignation to despair. The association may face obliteration, yet we must strive with all our might to preserve the ember of our existence. We must leave a remnant of vitality for the association." At this juncture, a glimmer of resolve flashed in the leading elder's eyes. "Li Zheng, Song Yunu, Su Hao. You 3 shall each lead a team of young disciples and evacuate this place with utmost haste. The farther you go, the better. The remaining members shall stand firm against the beast tide. We, the weary souls, still possess a modicum of strength to delay the impending beast tide. It should not pose a significant challenge." Li Jiang, Song Junwu, and Su Hao fell into a brief silence before acquiescing, hastily departing from the scene, each accompanied by a cadre of youths fleeing. Meanwhile, the remaining elders stood in solemn silence. A considerable number among them had not yet quenched their thirst for life, unwilling to sacrifice themselves for another. However, the fate of the Beima Chamber of Commerce loomed heavily, compelling them to rise. The elder at the forefront, though gripped by fear of death, drew a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, and spoke gravely. "Esteemed colleagues, those outside cannot endure much longer. It is time for us to take the stage." Simultaneously, in the distance, Mo Xiao and his companions finally reached the northern borders. The swirling yellow sands brushed against their faces. Mo Xiao gazed upon the chamber, teetering on the brink of chaos, and his eyes brimmed with tears. Beima Chamber of Commerce. I have returned. Chapter 61. The Chamber of Commerce in peril. The Qin clan members showcased their skills. Mo Xiao murmured to himself as he strode purposefully towards the Chamber of Commerce. The looming dangers and the terrifying beast horde were cast aside, overshadowed by his fervent dedication to the North Mo Chamber of Commerce, to which he had devoted much of his life. Never had he felt such an urgency as he did today. However, just as Mo Xiao advanced, the Grand Elder seized him abruptly. "Montak si haitit." His bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at the Grand Elder. "What are you doing, Grand Elder?" The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. As the most powerful cultivator present, he had keenly detected an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy. Unlike the typical energy waves of battle, this felt more like a breakout. The situation at the North Mo Chamber of Commerce was likely more critical than they had anticipated. At that moment, Mo Xiao regained his composure and focused his gaze into the distance. Beneath the swirling yellow sands, a torrent of beasts surged forth, and within that tumultuous wave, blood flowers bloomed. Nearly 100 individuals were struggling to advance, channeling their powers. Mo Zhao's heart sank instantly. That was Suo. Su Hao was a veteran of the chamber and one of Mo Zhao's trusted confidants. Although his combat prowess could not rival the elite of noble families, he was certainly formidable. How could he appear so beleaguered? Yet, more concerning was the fact that nearly 100 young people followed Su Hao. They were the very lifeblood of the North Mo Chamber of Commerce. How could Su Hao dare to lead them in a battle? At this moment, Mo Zhao could no longer contain himself. He activated his techniques and marched boldly toward the beast horde. The Grand Elder and the others, witnessing this, hesitated no longer and followed suit, channeling their powers in pursuit. Moments later, the bloodied elder, Su Hao, seemed to sense something, raising his gaze to behold a remarkably familiar figure emerge into view. A flicker of joy ignited in Su Hao's heart. President? However, as the terrifying presence of the beast horde enveloped him, the joy on Su Hao's face swiftly transformed into overwhelming anxiety. President, you must flee. We cannot contend with these beasts. Mo Zhao heard Su Hao's voice but did not respond. Instead, he continued to unleash his techniques. A terrifying wave of flames spread in all directions. In an instant, several beasts were engulfed in the inferno. Although he was merely an alchemist, he had nonetheless reached the foundation establishment stage, and his combat power was far beyond that of mere qi refinement beasts. Seeing this, Su Hao became as restless as a boiling pot of ants. The president was commendable in every respect, yet he was far too impulsive. Overcoming the beast horde could not be accomplished by merely slaying a few qi refinement beasts. Such actions would not only prove futile, but could also cost them their lives. It was hardly a wise decision. Su Hao glanced at the frenzied beasts and then back at the president, who was embroiled in battle. Ultimately, he resolved to turn back, his bloodshot eyes gazing upon the group of youths before him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Regardless of how much strength you have left, unleash it all. We must not allow the president to encounter even the slightest mishap." Yes, yes, a chorus of fervent voices responded, as if their blood was boiling and a spirit of battle surged within them. However, just as they were about to exert their full strength, a terrifying wave of flames suddenly spread forth. Before them stood 20 young warriors, employing an unknown technique, wreaking havoc amidst the beast tide. Fiery serpents, fireballs, and blades of flame rampaged across the battlefield. In an instant, numerous monstrous beasts fell lifeless. Behind Su Hao, the fervor ignited in the youths was instantly extinguished. They stared, dumbfounded, at the scene unfolding before them, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of awe. Those individuals were too formidable. When did the northern region produce such powerful beings? Su Hao was no exception. His astonishment matched that of the youths. He was acquainted with the young prodigies from the prominent families of the northern region. Yet these faces were entirely unfamiliar. He wondered which families or factions had nurtured such an abundance of incredible talents. As Su Hao grappled with the shock, 3 foundational-level monstrous beasts charged towards Mo Zhao. Alarm bells rang in Su Hao's mind. This is bad. In the next moment, a muscular, aged figure appeared suddenly. Brandishing a dark golden iron mace, he swung it with tremendous force. Golden flames cascaded down. Boom! The ground trembled violently. The 3 foundational-level beasts exploded, their scalding blood splattering everywhere. Su Hao's pupils constricted sharply as he struggled to swallow. The 3 foundational-level beasts were vanquished with a single blow. At the instant the foundational-level beasts were slain, a woman clad in a purple combat outfit, her hair bound high, wielding a long blade, emerged. She moved with an air of casual grace. Each swing of her blade summoned intertwining streaks of black and red flames. With each strike, she claimed the lives of several monstrous beasts. Su Hao felt as though a thunderclap had erupted in his mind, sending shivers down his spine. A foundational-level warrior. That young woman was indeed a powerhouse of foundational-level cultivation. How old could she possibly be? Su Hao's thoughts spiraled into chaos. 20 unfamiliar geniuses. an elder capable of slaying 3 foundational-level beasts with a single mace, and a young woman of foundational-level prowess, when had such a terrifying force emerged in the northern region. For a long time, Su Hao stood dazed in place. Meanwhile, Mo Xiao, the Grand Elder, and Qin Yun had already carved their way through the beast tide and approached him. Su Hao jolted back to reality, looking somewhat dazed at Mo Xiao. President, they are? They are all reinforcements I summoned. Quickly, tell me, what is the current situation of the guild? Montak Cio inquirit ordentlich. A bitter expression surfaced on Su Hao's face. The Chamber of Commerce can no longer endure. The vice president and others are prepared to engage in a desperate battle against the beast tide. They intend for me, Li Jiang, and Song Junwu to lead a portion of the youth to escape. Had it not been for our encounter with the president, we might not have been able to hold on much longer. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao's heart sank completely. He had anticipated that the chamber situation would be dire, but he had never imagined it could deteriorate to such an extent. Mo Xiao took a deep breath and declared solemnly, I have returned. Everything will be all right. Su Hao glanced at the formidable group behind Mo Xiao, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. With the assistance of these remarkable individuals, perhaps the North Mo Chamber of Commerce could indeed withstand this beast tide. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield between the beast tide and the chamber, numerous elders had sustained severe injuries. Even the vice president, Mo Nian, was in an extremely poor state. He gasped for breath and glanced sideways at an elder. What if Su Hao, Li Jiang, and Song Junwu have they managed to break through with the younger generation? The elder being questioned was also panting heavily. The chaos of the current battlefield rendered him incapable of discerning their circumstances. He could only assess the situation based on the degree of shattering of the soul plates. As he retrieved a portion of the soul plates from his spatial ring, his pupils suddenly constricted. Vice President, Li Jiang's team has suffered many casualties. While the elder spoke, several more soul plates suddenly shattered. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sounds echoed. The elder hastily took out the soul plates from Song Junwu's team, and the result was no different. One soul plate after another shattered, the sharp sounds piercing like needles into the heart of Vice President Mo Nian. Mo Nian clenched his fists, his expression dark and foreboding. What of Su Hao's team? Though he had not seen the condition of Su Hao's team, the fluctuations of spiritual energy from that direction far surpassed those of Li Jiang and Song Junwu's teams. The casualties of Su Hao's team were likely even more severe. The previous elder showed no hesitation and tremblingly produced the soul plates from Su Hao's team. The next moment, he was taken aback. Vice President Su Hao's team currently has only a few casualties. Chapter 62, Montag Cio, Kindling. The next task is entrusted to you. The Vice President, Mo Nian, paused momentarily, his face etched with disbelief as he gazed at the elder beside him. What did you say? Vice President. A few of Su Hao's team's soul tokens have shattered, the elder replied. Mo Nian shook his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Su Hao's combat prowess was not the strongest among them, yet the beast horde he faced was far more formidable than those encountered by the other two teams. How could the casualties in his squad be so remarkably lower than those of the others? Such a notion was utterly unrealistic. Just as Mo Nian was engulfed in confusion, Su Hao led his group, striding purposefully toward them. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Nian's expression darkened instantly. A troubling possibility he was loath to accept crossed his mind. It suggested that Su Hao, in a display of cowardice, had not led the younger generation into the fray against the beast tide. This would explain the minimal casualties in their squad. However, what good was such timidity? Once they could no longer hold out, once the beast tide surged completely, it would be too late to flee. How could Su Hao be so foolish? At that moment, veins throbbed on Mo Nian's forehead. They were desperately battling the beast tide, while Su Hao was doing what? Just as Mo Nian prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, he suddenly spotted a figure he recognized all too well. Suppressing his inner fury, he turned to Mo Xiao. President, why have you returned? Mo Xiao raised his hand, his voice grave. Given the immense crisis facing our guild, it was only natural for me to return. Mo Nian offered a wry smile. President, You should not have come back. This guild cannot be defended. A flicker of despair ignited in Mo Nian's eyes. The president's combat power was not substantial. Even at full strength, he could only delay the beast tide for a brief moment, incapable of altering the tide of battle. Mo Xiao shook his head. Our guild will endure. The instant Mo Xiao's voice fell, the Grand Elder, Qin Yun, and 20 members of the main lineage simultaneously strode toward the beast tide. Montauk Neon vetchit in bewilderment. What can an old man, a young girl, and 20 youths possibly achieve? Such meager strength could hardly influence the beast tide. Nevertheless, Mo Nian did not dwell on it further. Contemplating now was futile. Securing escape time for Li Jiang and Song Junwu was the priority. He shot a fierce glare at Su Hao. I will settle the score with you later. For now, come with me to confront those beasts. Upon hearing Vice President Mo Nian's words, Su Hao merely smiled. Vice President, just watch. The individuals the president has brought back are anything but ordinary. He was well aware of the combat prowess of the Grand Elder, Qin Yun, and the others. Having these individuals confront the beast tide would be far more effective. Mo Nian paused momentarily. Su Hao, what do you mean? No sooner had Mo Nian's words faded than a series of thunderous explosions erupted. Various fiery techniques, coalesced into forms of flame, suddenly crashed down. A multitude of monstrous beasts perished in an instant. Their scalding blood rapidly soaked into the soil. Mo Nian's jaw dropped. His reaction was scarcely better than that of Su Hao moments earlier. Where on earth did these abominations come from? Su Hao shook his head. I do not know. I have only just encountered them. Mo Nian swallowed hard, ceasing his inquiries, and instead focused intently on the unfamiliar faces within the tide of beasts. The prowess of an elder and a young maiden among them left him utterly astonished. As the battle raged on, the merchant guild had gained the upper hand. But such fortune was fleeting. With the furious roars of several foundational beasts, the tide of monsters surged once more. A dark wave rushed towards them, forcing their group back to their original state. Though the beast cultivation levels were not high, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Even in a war of attrition, they could exhaust their opponents. Mo Nian sighed heavily. Ultimately, can anything truly change? At that moment, Mo Xiao turned his gaze to the youth beside him. Qin Ling, the next phase is in your hands. Qin Ling exhaled a deep breath, accepting the responsibility. He had nearly recovered, and it was time to demonstrate the perfected principles. Vice President Mo Nian watched this scene, filled with confusion. The youth standing beside Mo Xiao was exceedingly peculiar, clad in a purple robe, with disheveled hair and a face painted with the blood of beasts. He appeared anything but ordinary. Moreover, his age was strikingly young. Could such a person alter the course of battle? Ignoring Montauk Nian's bewilderment, Montauk Cio commanded, Su Hao, Mo Nian, everyone, unleash your full strength to halt the tide of beasts and buy us some time. Mo Nian and Su Hao readily complied. Though they could not comprehend Mo Xiao's intentions, the morale of their comrades on the battlefield had begun to wane. They were obliged to stand firm against the beastly onslaught. As a dozen elders joined the fray, the Grand Elder, Qin Yun, and 20 members of the main lineage retreated. The pressure from the elders and the guild's formidable warriors escalated rapidly. Mo Nian was taken aback. President, you all, do everything you can to block the tide of beasts. We shall discuss the rest later. Mo Xiao interjected before Mo Nian could finish. Left with no choice, Mo Nian and the others gritted their teeth and endured the onslaught of the monstrous beasts. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder and his companions had reached Qin Ling, encircling him. Only within the heart of the tide could Qin Ling's principles exert their utmost efficacy. They needed to escort Qin Ling to the center of the beast horde. Qin Ling, are you ready? The Grand Elder inquired. Qin Ling took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Let us begin. As Qin Ling's voice resonated, the group surrounded him and marched boldly towards the tide of beasts. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosive sound, numerous beasts fell to the might of the Grand Elder and his allies. The scorching blood splattered onto Qin Ling, yet he did not falter, continuing onward resolutely. The 23 individuals resembled a sharp sword, piercing fiercely into the heart of the beast tide. Emon Yin, Su Hao, and the others were utterly astounded. Were they not courting death by directly charging into the depths of the beast horde? Just as Emon Yin and Su Hao stood in disbelief, the Grand Elder and the others finally came to a halt. Qin Ling, encircled in the center, took a deep breath. A savage, bloodthirsty, and frenzied aura surged in her nostrils. As the demonic beasts galloped, the howling wind tousled Qin Ling's disheveled hair. An inexplicable exhilaration surged within her heart. The suppressed madness began to unfurl. Qin Ling twirled her fingers, her robes billowing. The eerie mask, painted with demon blood, subtly shifted. A theatrical tone resonated. Chapter 63. The theatrical tones, the roars of beasts, the trembling earth, and the blooming flowers of blood. The indistinct voices, akin to the divine and the demonic, rapidly spread forth. The relentless onslaught of monstrous beasts receded in an instant. At this moment, Qin Ling and his companions seemed to transform into one of the beasts, completely merging with the chaos. With a wave of Qin Ling's arm, one beast veered off its original course. Then came the second, the third, the fourth, the 100th, the 1000th. Countless beasts, akin to a black torrent, surged across the wilderness like a school of fish. Creatures from various directions collided violently, reminiscent of two raging currents clashing. Crimson blood instantly spread forth. The ground shook violently. Emon Yin, Su Hao, and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before them. The beasts no longer advanced towards them. Instead, they turned upon one another in a savage frenzy. The vivid red blood erupted like a grand display of fireworks. Standing amidst the tide of beasts, Qin Ling danced in his theatrical robe, standing out like a crane among chickens, exceptionally striking. The entire expanse of wilderness, filled with innumerable beasts, transformed into a stage for his theatrical performance. Such formidable and incomprehensible power left Emon Yin and the others in a state of sheer astonishment. They had believed that the previous 20 youths, an elder, and a maiden represented the pinnacle of their challenges. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such an anomaly? Where on earth had their leader found these prodigies? Mo Xiao glanced at the dazed crowd, his voice indifferent. Your task has been completed. Why linger here? Hurry and rescue Li Jiang and Song Junwu. They are still in peril. Emon Yin, Su Hao, and the others trembled, their eyes suddenly clear. Without hesitation, Emon Yin directed a dozen elders towards the direction of Li Jiang and Song Junwu. With the assistance of these elders, their troubles would soon be resolved. Meanwhile, Emon Yin chose to remain, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. He gazed at the spirited Qin Ling amidst the tide of beasts, his eyes suddenly misting with emotion. Our Bayamo Merchants Association has survived. Over the past days, he had devoted countless efforts to withstand the beast tide, his hair turning increasingly gray. He had scarcely dared to envision the day of salvation for the Bayamo Merchants Association. And now, an astonishing array of talents had appeared, instantly reversing the tide of battle to an unimaginable extent. It felt as if he were in a dream. How could he not be exhilarated? Time flowed slowly. The theatrical tones, the roars of beasts, the trembling earth, and the blooming flowers of blood continued unabated. It was as though a grand opera was being performed. Uncertain how long had passed, as Qin Ling concluded his song and the final blood flower blossomed, the entire region returned to tranquility. Only the searing blood remained, coalescing in the air into a gentle drizzle. Qin Ling approached Mo Xiao with measured steps, bowing respectfully, his disheveled hair dancing lightly. Honorable Mo, I have not failed my mission. On Mo Xiao's face, a long-lost smile emerged. If it weren't for your presence, I truly would not know how to proceed. Qin Ling, Qin Yun, the Grand Elder, and several prominent figures from the main lineage nodded in agreement, indicating their readiness to convene. Upon returning to the Merchant Association, many cultivators were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces, caught in a fervent excitement. Mo Xiao surveyed the assembly with a detached demeanor and spoke. I have made my decision. Effective immediately, the Bayamo Merchant Association will be incorporated into the Qin family. All members of the association shall become external affiliates of the Qin family. Boom! Mo Zhao's proclamation reverberated like a thunderclap in the minds of all present, silencing their exhilaration in an instant. They gazed at Mo Zhao in disbelief. Among them, the most indignant were Su Hao, Li Jiang, and Song Junwu, the venerable elders who had followed Mo Zhao for decades. President, how can our Bayamo Merchant Association become a vassal to another power? President, who exactly is the Qin family? I have never heard of them before. What qualifications do they possess to subjugate our association? President, this is a merchant association we painstakingly established over several decades. Voices of protest erupted, creating chaos within the association. Even the Grand Elder wore a look of astonishment. How could such a large merchant association be assimilated into the Qin family without hesitation? What was Mo Zhao thinking? Raising his hand to quell the clamor, Mo Zhao addressed the assembly. I understand your discontent, but after witnessing the capabilities of the Qin family, you will comprehend. With that, he turned his gaze toward the 20 members of the Qin family behind him and softly instructed, kindly demonstrate the 3,000 sacred fire technique. The 20 prominent clan members complied, moving to the center of the association and invoking the 3,000 sacred fire technique. In an instant, terrifying waves of fire surged outward in all directions. The scorching flames danced around them like ethereal serpents. All the elder members present widened their eyes in astonishment. These are all prodigies in alchemy. How is this even possible? The entire De Chu dynasty could scarcely find so many gifted alchemists. At that moment, the elders of the association felt as though they were in a dream, the scene so surreal. Mo Zhao cleared his throat, a smile gracing his lips. Do you now understand my decision? The Northern Territory is far too small. Do you intend to remain cooped up here forever? The world is vast. Do you not wish to venture forth and behold the grander vistas? Upon hearing this, countless cultivators within the association sparkled with newfound ambition. Their minds ignited with possibilities. Su Hao, panting heavily, glanced at the 20 alchemical prodigies and stammered, Qin family, how many alchemical geniuses like you are there? A member of the main lineage furrowed his brow in contemplation and replied, this talent is intricately linked to our bloodline. For cultivators like us, if our family wishes to, it would be boundless. Upon hearing this response, a surge of astonishment swept through Su Hao and the others. Their last remnants of hesitation evaporated in an instant. I unconditionally support the president's decision. Henceforth, the Bayamo Chamber of Commerce would become an auxiliary force of the Qin family. We were previously blind to our own shortcomings, and we hope that the members of the Qin family will not look down upon our chamber. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yun felt somewhat dazed. They merely sought to resolve a few troubles with Mo's assistance, yet they had inadvertently acquired an entire chamber of commerce. This was utterly surreal. Meanwhile, amidst the harmonious atmosphere of the chamber, a fierce battle raged in a medicinal garden outside the Blood Demon Forbidden Zone. Clad in a crimson theatrical robe, Wang Sheng observed with keen interest as the beasts went berserk and humans met gruesome fates. The piercing wails and furious roars melded into a hauntingly beautiful melody. A subtle smile graced Wang Sheng's lips as he gently applauded. Splendid, truly magnificent. In the midst of the blood-soaked garden, the bloodied cultivator Su Meng had no energy to concern himself with Wang Sheng in the distance. He wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with determination. Everyone, hold on. The Chamber of Commerce will surely send someone to rescue us. Though his voice was powerful in that moment, it sounded particularly feeble and hollow. Would the Chamber of Commerce truly come to their aid? Chapter 64. The first encounter between Qin Ling and Wang Sheng. Upon hearing the voice of the bloodthirsty cultivator, Wang Sheng could not help but erupt into laughter. Ha! You lot are simply delightful. In this present age, wherein the Northern Territories has not been besieged by beast tides, they themselves are overwhelmed. Who has the time to concern themselves with you? As he spoke, Wang Sheng leaped gracefully into the air, perching himself upon a high rock, lazily surveying the cultivators in the medicinal garden. You might as well surrender. Becoming fodder for the demonic beast would contribute to this new era. Wouldn't it be splendid? In the medicinal garden, the expression of the bloodthirsty cultivator darkened significantly. It was at this moment that he truly noticed Wang Sheng. His name was Su Ming, the most formidable force of the Baimon Merchant Association. At the onset of the beast tide, he had led a group to the outskirts of the blood demon forbidden land, safeguarding the most precious medicinal garden. Who could have anticipated that the beast tide would be so ferocious? Despite exhausting all his efforts, he could not repel it. Moreover, many of his comrades had perished in this onslaught. This time, he had utterly failed. He accepted that. Yet, what was the meaning of that youth sitting upon the rock? Why had he not faced the onslaught of the beasts and instead could leisurely converse with them? Wang Sheng, noticing the astonishment in Su Ming's eyes, offered a faint smile, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. There is no need for such a gaze. They are all good children. I have granted them a new lease on life, and they should be grateful to me. How could they ever turn against me? With that, Wang Sheng turned his attention to a Qi refinement stage beast nearby. Its grotesque, blood-stained visage materialized, followed by a sinister laughter, repeatedly phasing in and out, embedding itself within the beast's consciousness. The anguish akin to a soul being torn apart engulfed the creature entirely. Roar! A chilling roar of the beast echoed through the skies. Behold, after my transformation, do they not seem increasingly exhilarated? Upon hearing this, Su Ming and the others felt their hair stand on end. A wave of cold swept through their bodies. They could hardly fathom that the beast tide, which had enveloped the entire northern territories, originated from this seemingly deranged youth. This was utterly insane. Su Ming instinctively took a few steps back. His cultivation realm was evidently several levels above Wang Sheng's. Yet when facing Wang Sheng, he was gripped by a fear that stemmed from his very soul. Wang Sheng paid no further heed to Su Ming and the others. Instead, he cast a tender gaze upon a severely distorted demonic rabbit at his side, his eyes filled with affection. I have conducted countless experiments. Innumerable demonic beasts have undergone evolution. Yet, in my eyes, they remain mere failures. Only it, this demonic rabbit, has survived my trials. It is the most perfect creation in this world. Its character, its soul, have remained untouched, retaining its original abilities. Unlike the other evolved beasts that have lost all innate skills and know only to rampage. To control it, I expended an immense amount of mental energy to the point of nearly succumbing to exhaustion. Yet, every effort has been worth it. Though I can currently only command a first-tier Qi refining demon hair, this is merely the beginning. Sooner or later, I shall truly master these demonic beasts and ascend to become their sovereign. At this moment, Wang Sheng's grip suddenly tightened. The contorted demon hair he held emitted a piercing wail. He lifted his bloodshot eyes, glaring fiercely at Su Ming and the others. But you insist on slaying these beasts, thwarting the arrival of a new era. You all deserve to perish. In the next instant, Wang Sheng rose to his feet, his blood-stained theatrical robe billowing as he began to chant dramatically. The tide of beasts surged into a frenzied assault once more. The intensity of their attack on Su Ming and his companions escalated instantaneously, plunging their hearts into despair. Meanwhile, within the Baimon Merchant Guild, Mo Xiao seemed to sense something amiss. Glancing at those present with a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Where is Su Ming? Where has he gone?" Upon hearing this, Mo Nian's heart sank. "Chief, he may have gone to the medicinal garden outside the blood demon forbidden zone before the beast tide erupted. He mentioned wanting to guard the garden. However, the chaos that followed engulfed him, leaving no time to consider anything else, which caused him to overlook Su Ming." And Mo Xiao's heart tightened, and he instantly stood. This reckless fool. This is dire. Outside the blood demon forbidden zone lies a forest teeming with beasts. Even human settlements have been subjected to fierce assaults from these creatures. How much worse would it be within the heart of the beast-infested forest? No matter how precious the herbs in that garden may be, they pale in comparison to human life. We must go rescue Su Ming. After a brief contemplation, Mo Xiao spoke solemnly. Many cultivators within the guild gasped upon hearing his words. They were barely clinging to life here in the human settlement. Venturing into the beast domain would surely lead to certain death. Just as silence fell over the crowd, the Grand Elder stepped forward. The guild members have endured too long. Their strength must be dwindling. Allow us to proceed instead. Qin Yun, Qin Ling, and 20 members of the Qin clan stepped forward. Count us in. We will join you. Finally, Su Hao, Li Jiang, and Song Junwu gritted their teeth and added, and we shall accompany you. Mo Xiao, witnessing so many eager volunteers, took a deep breath. Very well. We shall head to the Blood Demon Forbidden Zone at once. Approximately half an hour later, Mo Xiao and the others arrive at the outskirts of the beast-infested forest surrounding the Blood Demon Forbidden Zone. Within this forest, the ground trembled incessantly, and the cacophony of beastly roars filled the air, overwhelming in its intensity. Mo Xiao's heart fluttered with unease. Faintly, he could hear the sounds of battle cries. He called out to the tide of beasts. Su Ming, do not despair. The guild president is coming to rescue you. Within the throng of beasts, Su Ming's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. The Chamber of Commerce has indeed sent someone to rescue them. Remarkably, it is none other than the esteemed president. However, after a brief moment, the excitement in Su Ming's eyes began to fade. What they were confronting was not merely a simple beast tide, but rather a peculiar and formidable being capable of conjuring such a tide. President, you Shun-Ti have come, Su Ming murmured with a wry smile. On the lofty stone summit, Wang Sheng naturally heard Mo Xiao's voice. He lifted his gaze toward Mo Xiao and the others, a playful expression gracing his face. How intriguing. There are indeed individuals willing to venture into the beast-infested forest. Qin Ling narrowed her eyes, also casting her gaze toward the elevated stone. So you're Wang Sheng? Chapter 65. Qin Ling, the path of beast mastery. You have yet to begin. Wang Sheng was momentarily taken aback, only to be graced by a smile soon after. I never anticipated that I'd become so renowned. He mused. Is the beast tide in the town lacking in excitement? Have you decided to venture into the beast forest for a more thrilling experience? At present, although Wang Sheng lacked the ability to control the demonic beasts, he could incite them into a frenzy, stripping them of their reason without a hitch. Moreover, due to his unique attributes, he was often overlooked by these beasts. Consequently, the frenzied beasts would direct their ire towards Qin Ling and her companions. This inadvertently bolstered Wang Sheng's combat prowess. The expanse of the beast forest was teeming with an overwhelming number of demonic beasts, akin to an unfathomable ocean. If even a fraction of them surged towards Qin Ling and her group, they would be utterly engulfed, even with formidable cultivators of the third tier of foundational establishment among them. It would be futile. Wang Sheng adjusted his attire as a sinister voice emerged. Immediately, countless demonic beasts roared in unison, creating a cacophony that resonated like a chaotic symphony. Amidst the beast tide, Su Ming and his companions felt their spirits plummet to an abyss. This was the end. Su Ming felt a surge of gratitude for their president's potential arrival to rescue them. Yet he wished fervently that the president would not meet his demise here. The president and his allies were far too overconfident, utterly oblivious to the formidable existence they were about to confront. Cough, cough. Su Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes dimming considerably. In the herb garden, a multitude of medicinal herbs lay trampled into the mud. The remaining cultivators wore expressions of bitter despair. At that moment, the Grand Elder, Qin Yun, and 20 other prominent clan members sprang into action. A searing wave of flames surged forth, and a terrifying force instantly enveloped the area. Fiery dragons erupted in a spectacular display. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Blood and flesh of the beasts mingled with the earth, as stones and debris flew about. In an instant, a significant number of demonic beasts fell in battle, akin to a magnificent firework igniting the night sky. Su Ming and his companions trembled, their faces a portrait of astonishment. These individuals were incredibly powerful, each one a paragon of talent. Yet, Su Ming quickly regained composure, realizing that with such formidable allies, They would be more than capable of handling a typical beast tide. However, this was no ordinary beast tide. Most critically, the capabilities of that enigmatic jester transcended their comprehension. Faced with such an unknown entity, what could they possibly wield in defense? Su Ming let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Qin Yun and her companions resembled a sharp sword, piercing deep into the heart of the beast tide, swiftly bringing Mo Xiao, Qin Ling, and others to Su Ming's side. Mo Xiao hastily produced a healing elixir and handed it to Su Ming, urging, "Hurry, heal yourself. The rest will be left to us." Su Ming offered a wry smile. "President, we cannot contend with them. You have no idea what kind of existence we are up against." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao's expression darkened instantly. Was this not a case of bolstering another's confidence while undermining their own? Su Ming had witnessed the combat prowess of the Grand Elder and the others. How could they possibly be unable to triumph over their adversaries? When did the most formidable force of their merchant association become so cowardly? At this moment, atop a distant rocky outcrop, Wang Sheng erupted into laughter. "Ha ha! Among you all, only you possess discernment. The rest are mere mortals, incapable of perceiving my magnificent power. However, since you recognize value, why not relinquish your resistance and become one with the beasts, serving as sustenance for the dawn of a new era?" Behind Su Ming, a member of the Merchant Association could no longer contain himself and exclaimed in fury, "Demon, even in death, we shall not surrender. If we must perish, we will tear a piece of flesh from you." Wang Sheng, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disdain. "Tiske, tiske. A weakling remains a weakling, no matter how furious. You are ultimately just an ant. You cannot even approach me, yet you wish to harm me? Ridiculous." As the final words fell, a surging tide of beasts rushed forth, darkening the horizon, an unstoppable force akin to a flood breaching a dam. In despair, prepared to embrace the arrival of death, Wang Sheng bellowed in a hoarse voice. Yet in the next moment, a figure clad in a purple theatrical robe, hair disheveled, and face painted with demonic blood, stepped forward. Qin Ling, standing out like a crane among chickens. "To slay us, you lack the qualification." Wang Sheng paused, his eyes shimmering with intrigue as he discerned the figure's appearance. And he grinned. "Heh, I did not expect that aside from myself, there exists another cultivator fond of theatrical robes. However, do you think donning a robe and painting your face grants you the ability to command the beast horde like I do? Utterly foolish. The arts are merely my hobby." With that, Wang Sheng spread his arms wide. The blood-stained cuffs flowed and danced in the fierce wind, accompanied by a wild and unrestrained theatrical tone. In that moment, he unleashed the profound truths he had comprehended to their utmost limit. The pressure on the Grand Elder, Qin Yun, and others surged drastically. Qin Ling's expression turned icy as he raised his gaze to the flamboyant Wang Sheng. "You are merely a fortunate soul who has acquired a modicum of inheritance. You can only incite the beasts into a frenzy. Do you truly believe yourself to be a child of destiny? The art of beast mastery is extraordinarily profound, and you have yet to even scratch the surface." As Qin Ling's words echoed, a terrifying force suddenly radiated outward in all directions. The continuous roars of beasts seemed to weaken in response. Following this, Qin Ling waved his arm. The chaotic beast horde appeared to regain its order, moving in synchrony like a school of fish. Then one transmitted to 10, 10 to 100, spreading like a plague. Boom! Chaos collided with order. Countless beasts were reduced to mere pulp. The vast beast forest seemed to surge with waves of blood. The situation within the entire beast forest began to reverse with the emergence of that colossal tide. The pressure on the Grand Elder, Qin Yun, Su Ming, and others suddenly diminished. In the end, not a single beast dared to assault them. Su Ming was utterly stunned, gazing incredulously at Qin Ling's silhouette. Clad in a similar costume, with disheveled hair and an audacious demeanor, yet adorned in a purple robe, she exuded an aura of absolute control. It was as if countless beasts were dancing in her honor. Gulping reflexively, Su Ming felt a wave of shame wash over him for his previous trepidation towards the cultivator in the blood-red robe. This was truly a case of elevating another's stature while diminishing his own. Yet, he could hardly fathom that the leader could summon such an extraordinary presence. As time elapsed, Qin Ling steadily approached Wang Sheng. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng, stripped of his previous arrogance, displayed for the first time expressions of astonishment, confusion, and fear. He frantically summoned his understanding of beast mastery. The myriad beasts surged with renewed ferocity. However, all was in vain. He could only incite their frenzy, unable to command their obedience. In contrast, while Qin Ling could merely influence the direction of their actions, she embodied the true essence of beast mastery. The creatures surrounding her swiftly shattered the boulders, causing Wang Sheng to plummet from his elevated position. Qin Ling cast a sidelong glance at Wang Sheng, her voice chillingly indifferent. Not only do you lack understanding of beast mastery, but your grasp of opera is equally abysmal. You fail to suppress or conceal your own emotions, yet you dare to perform? As her dispassionate words fell, Qin Ling broke into a smile. The mask painted with beast blood seemed to crack open, revealing a mouth full of glistening, sharp fangs. Those were no ordinary human teeth. They embodied a profound thirst for blood and madness. Chapter 66. The Blood Demon's Secret Realm Awaits. A wave of trepidation surged within Wang Sheng's heart. The essence of bloodlust and madness was all too familiar to him. It was the very expression he had encountered when facing demonic beasts and helpless cultivators. However, the bloodthirst and insanity emanating from the individual before him exceeded his understanding 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Yet, in but a moment, Qin Ling retracted her smile. The extreme bloodlust and madness dissipated in an instant. Everything reverted to tranquility, as if Qin Ling had never displayed such an expression. Gulp Wang Sheng instinctively swallowed hard. What remarkable control, to be able to completely conceal that madness. Just as Wang Sheng believed his demise was inevitable. Atteindre explosion reverberated. A terrifying force surged toward Qin Ling. She was instantly propelled backward several meters, carving deep furrows into the ground. Qin Ling's heart sank, and she swiftly waved her arms. A multitude of demonic beasts surged forth like a school of fish, shielding her from harm. Bang, bang, bang. As those beasts positioned themselves in front of her, several were immediately obliterated in a spray of crimson. Qin Ling lifted her gaze to see a young man brandishing a bloodied broadsword, standing protectively before Wang Sheng. In the distance, Qin Yan also took notice of this scene. Upon recognizing the young man's visage, her pupils constricted sharply. Lin Tian? It was indeed Lin Tian, the very individual who had persistently targeted their Qin clan. Yet, this was not the source of Qin Yan's greatest astonishment. What truly rendered her incredulous was that Lin Tian appeared to have broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. To be certain, her own talent was unparalleled throughout the entirety of Qinyan Town. Yet even so, she had to rely on the infernal Forbidden God record, the 3,000 sacred fire technique, and numerous rare treasures to achieve her own breakthrough. How had Lin Tian accomplished this feat? A genius deemed worthy of Mr. Qin's regard could not be assessed through ordinary lenses. Qin Yun mused, though her heart was tumultuous. As for Su Meng, he was utterly flabbergasted. Another genius had emerged, a genius who had reached the Foundation establishment realm. When had such talents become so commonplace? At that moment, Su Meng felt as though every ounce of his cultivation throughout his life had been squandered. He glanced at Qin Ling, Qin Yun, and the 20 young cultivators behind them, then at Wang Sheng and Lin Tian, feeling as if his worldview was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Lin Tian turned his gaze toward the incapacitated Wang Sheng and spoke forth. "Come with me. We must leave this place." Wang Sheng's life may have lacked value, yet his existence was crucial for Lin Tian to obtain the Beastmaster legacy. At least for the moment, Wang Sheng could not perish. Upon hearing Lin Tian's familiar voice, all of Wang Sheng's fear vanished in an instant, and he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Brother Lin, with us fighting side by side, why should we fear them?" Lin Tian, upon hearing this, immediately furrowed his brow. Surely Wang Sheng had not forgotten the terror he had just displayed. We are outnumbered. We must bide our time, Lin Tian urged. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. While their numbers may be their strength, they are equally their weakness. When battle commences, how can they possibly manage so many? Brother Lin, I do not require much of your assistance. Simply help me obstruct that one clad in the theatrical robe. The rest shall be left to me. With that, Wang Sheng rose to his feet, once again invoking the ancient art of beast manipulation. Lin Tian, unable to resist Wang Sheng's determination, relented, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he cast a cold glance at Qin Lu. At this juncture, the two must align their thoughts. Otherwise, both could meet their demise within this forest of ferocious beasts. Gathering his breath, Lin Tian tightened his grip on a heavy sword and charged towards Qin Lu, while Wang Sheng directed his attention towards Su Ming and the others. Indeed, Qin Lu instilled a sense of dread within him. Yet among those present, there was but one Qin Lu, and the others he deemed insignificant. Wang Sheng smiled broadly, the blood-red theatrical robe billowing in the wind. The tide of battle was about to shift. Since they refused to become sustenance for the beasts to herald my unique era, they shall brace themselves for my wrath. Roar, roar, roar. The ceaseless roars of the beasts seemed to rally behind Wang Sheng, restoring his confidence. However, he rejoiced too soon. The current situation could not be altered merely by the presence of Lin Tian. His control over the beasts was far inferior to that of Qin Lu. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous beasts, akin to towering towers, repeatedly crashed into Wang Sheng. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura becoming exceedingly chaotic, struggling to rise. His eyes were bloodshot. This time he had been defeated in what he held most dear, thoroughly vanquished. He shook his head vigorously, harboring no hatred for his failure, but rather resentment for his earlier, disheveled confrontation with Qin Lu. That was not the true him. Though he had been defeated, he had nonetheless demonstrated to all that he was no coward, never had been. Ha ha! Wang Sheng laughed maniacally. If one does not blossom in the face of despair, then let them perish amidst it. Brother Lin, cover me. I desire a spectacular demise. Yet at that moment, Lin Tian was also nearing his limit. The multitude of beasts surrounding them was far beyond what he could contend with alone. He had already fallen into a dire predicament. At that moment, an ancient, lingering soul materialized, its eyes glinting with a concealed greed. My dear disciple, relinquish control of your body to me, and I shall lead you out. Lin Tian's expression turned icy. Master, your spiritual energy is precious. A trivial matter such as this should not trouble you. Just inform me of the weak points in this blood demon forbidden zone. A flicker of regret crossed the ancient soul's eyes. Yet it ultimately divulged to Lin Tian the weak points of the blood demon's realm. Immediately, Lin Tian began to channel all his spiritual energy. Not enough. This feeble strength is insufficient to breach the nodes of the blood demon forbidden zone. Lin Tian retrieved a blood ignition pill and swallowed it, feeling a searing sensation coursing through him as his spiritual power surged exponentially. Not enough. Still insufficient. In a fit of desperation, Lin Tian produced an ancient talisman, known as the Talisman of Creation. He did not channel his entire spiritual energy to disrupt the nodes, but instead to activate the Talisman of Creation. Just as Wang Sheng was laughing maniacally and Qin Yun and others were desperately exerting their efforts, Lin Tian hurled the Talisman of Creation into the air. Grant me. Shun. With this thunderous cry, the ancient talisman blazed with resplendent light, launching a fierce assault towards the blood demon forbidden zone. A tremendous roar echoed, shaking the very earth. The force Lin Tian unleashed was akin to that of an insignificant ant against the vastness of the blood demon forbidden zone. Yet, this ant-like force struck precisely at the right spot, causing the protective barriers surrounding the forbidden zone to shatter rapidly and spread forth. This was a true upheaval, a cataclysm that reverberated for thousands of miles. With the crimson energy surging like a river of blood, it pierced the heavens and deep within the forbidden zone. The Blood Demon Secret Realm was unveiled. Chapter 67. The Rise of Qin Lu. The sound of clanking echoed like rusted gears beginning to turn. The ground fissured, revealing bottomless chasms. Towering ancient trees began to topple. Massive boulders rolled down. Countless frenzied and mindless beasts suddenly regained clarity in their eyes. They began to tremble in fear. They wept in despair. Shivering, they crawled on the ground, remaining motionless even as the stones crushed their bodies. At this moment, both Wang Sheng and Qin Lu had completely lost their dominion over the beasts. Naturally, those creatures no longer needed to resist. With a torrent of blood cascading from the depths of the Blood Demon Forbidden Land, a primal aura surged forth like crashing waves, engulfing all present in an instant. A feeling of suffocation surged within their hearts. It was as if they were not confronting an unsealed secret realm, but rather an ancient behemoth that had slumbered for countless ages, now awakening. Wang Sheng, astonished, lifted his gaze to behold the blood river that enveloped his entire field of vision, rendered speechless. It was as if a mere mayfly had, on this day, witnessed the azure sky. After Lin Tian utilized the heaven-opening talisman, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fixed his gaze on Wang Sheng. Quickly, produce the blood demon order you possess. I know you have it. This is our sole chance for survival. Lin Tian's words rushed forth with urgency, his voice stern. At this moment, Wang Sheng abruptly regained his senses. The Blood Demon Secret Realm, he whispered softly, for some inexplicable reason, upon hearing those 4 words. His blood began to boil uncontrollably. That sensation was all too familiar. It was the same feeling he had experienced when he first acquired the remnants of the Beast Master Scroll. Greed and excitement swiftly consumed his eyes. He grinned widely once more. This time, his smile was manic and exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Heaven does not forsake me. Little ones of the Qin family, we shall meet again. After declaring this, Wang Sheng retrieved a crimson iron token from his spatial ring. The blood-red runes surged forth, and in that moment, the Blood Demon Order radiated with a heat akin to magma. Lin Tian approached him, and soon 2 resplendent beams of light engulfed them completely. The battle concluded. It ended in the most bizarre, extraordinary, and shocking manner. However, the soaring blood river showed no signs of cessation. The entire northern region, and even powerful figures beyond it, turned their gazes toward the Blood Demon Forbidden Land. The head of the Qi family proclaimed, "The Blood Demon Secret Realm has opened so swiftly? Quickly summon the strong to enter the Blood Demon Secret Realm." The head of the Long family declared, "The Dachu dynasty has remained stable for too long. It is time for a reshuffle. Gather our forces and head to the Blood Demon Secret Realm. The throne of the Dachu dynasty is not beyond the reach of the Long clan." The abbot of Jinshan Temple intoned, "Amitabha. The fortunes within the Blood Demon Secret Realm are fated to be with us Buddhists. We must not allow those wicked forces to seize them." The branch master of the Treasure Pavilion stated, "The Blood Demon Secret Realm harbors great peril and immense opportunity. In the Valley of Fallen Dragons, the Mountain of Ghostly Tricks, and the Forbidden Land of Blood Demons, the Great Chu dynasty has become increasingly intriguing. A team of cultivators has been dispatched to explore the secret realms. The entire Great Chu dynasty, once stagnant, has stirred to life with the emergence of the Blood River, igniting fervor among various factions who hasten to the northern borders, heading towards the Forbidden Land of Blood Demons. The ensuing period is unlikely to be tranquil for the Great Chu dynasty." At this moment, outside the Forbidden Land of Blood Demons, Su Meng wore an expression of deep regret. He had not anticipated that such talents as Wang Sheng would slip away. A genius of such strange caliber, if he could perish by Su Meng's hand, it would be an unparalleled achievement. Unfortunately, the dangers within the Forbidden Land of Blood Demons are overwhelming. Even a pinnacle foundation cultivator entering would face certain doom. Only with the Blood Demon command can one traverse directly through the Forbidden Land to the innermost secret realms. Yet, that command is exceedingly rare within the Great Chu dynasty. Seeking to obtain one is akin to chasing a mirage. Amidst his lamentations, A glimmer of regret flickered in Su Meng's eyes, akin to standing before a treasure trove of spirit stones, yet being unable to claim even one. With a heavy sigh, he lamented the insufficient foundation of the Baimon Merchant Association. If only he possessed a blood demon command, he too could venture into the secret realms in search of fortune. At that moment, Qin Yun spoke up, her cool voice resonating sharply amidst the crumbling rocks and the mournful cries of beasts in the forest. Mo Gongfeng. Select cultivators and gather 50 individuals. We must also enter the secret realm. Upon finishing her statement, she retrieved a crimson iron token from her spatial ring. The vibrant red patterns shimmered with brilliance, emanating a fiery power that enveloped everyone present like a furnace. Su Meng was momentarily stunned. The blood demon command? How foolish he had been to lament for so long. Who were these individuals, possessing such formidable power and even wielding the blood demon command? Mo Shao wasted no time and immediately began to select. Aside from the Grand Elder, Qin Yun, Qin Ling, Su Meng, and 20 members of the Qin clan, he chose 25 cultivators from the Merchant Association, successfully gathering 50 individuals. A single blood demon command could transport a maximum of 50 people, and since they had the opportunity to maximize its use, they seized it. Moments later, resplendent light enveloped the 50 cultivators, and the entire world fell into silence. The crumbling rocks, fallen trees, howling beasts, and a surging blood river vanished without a trace, transforming into a desolate land scattered with bones and remnants of destruction. They had finally entered the blood demon's secret realm. Su Meng stared blankly behind him, witnessing a transparent force that severed all malevolent energies and anomalies. He could not suppress a shiver. Beyond that transparent barrier lay the Forbidden Land, merely a few paces apart. The secret realm and the Forbidden Land seemed like two entirely different worlds. He swallowed hard, as if lost in a dream. Never in his wildest imagination did he think he would step into the blood demon's secret realm in his lifetime. Qin Yun also took a deep breath, observing everything around her. The tales that Mr. Qin had previously recounted echoed incessantly in her mind. The starless peach grove, the violet-patterned demon ape, the cold fire of the earth's core, the bitter sea that felt both near and distant as if it spanned the heavens, all concealing an ocean of demonic blood that buried a path to transcendence. With each recollection, her fervor surged. She glanced sideways at Qin Ling, who remained remarkably calm while painting a mask with demonic blood. Qin Ling, here is where your true ascent shall begin. Chapter 68. The reasons behind Qin Ling's despondency. For 4 to 5 years, Qin Ling raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. My place of ascendance? She murmured softly, her voice tinged with a hint of confusion, yet she refrained from inquiring further. It was as if she had long since grown accustomed to concealing her emotions. Before long, a multitude of monstrous beasts, their eyes aflame with a crimson hue, surged towards the crowd. Without the slightest hesitation, they launched into a hunt. Qin Yun wielded a long blade, while the Grand Elder gripped a dark golden iron mace. The others either brandished long spears or held tightly to their fists, charging forth to vanquish the horde of beasts. They did not even activate the 3,000 sacred fire technique. They emerged from the torrent of beasts like a flood. Confronted with these scattered monstrosities, the situation was child's play. These beasts could not even approach the vicinity of the 50 cultivators before being utterly annihilated. A dry, cold wind swept up grains of sand, tousling the hair of several individuals. The faint scent of blood wafted into the distance. What was initially a commonplace event transformed entirely with an audience present. In the distance, several middle-aged men watched this spectacle, their eyes widening in astonishment. How formidable! The woman was strikingly impressive. As she swung her long blade, it exuded an air of leisurely grace. The elder wielding the dark golden mace was even more terrifying. Every beast, regardless of its rank, was reduced to a pulp with a single swing. Where did such powerful beings originate? Such individuals should not be nameless in the northern region. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the eyes of the middle-aged men. These individuals were likely from powerful factions beyond the northern region. Establishing a connection with such figures would undoubtedly benefit their families. They hastened towards Qin Yun and the others, bowing respectfully and addressing them with great courtesy. "Greetings, fellow cultivators." Qin Yun arched an eyebrow. "And you are?" The leading middle-aged man smiled calmly, his voice gentle. "We are disciples of the Qi family, and we have come to seek friendship with you all." Upon hearing this, the 20 main lineage members behind Qin Yun exchanged peculiar glances. They were all too familiar with the Qi family. Just months prior, after they had recently mastered the 3,000 sacred fire technique, an envoy had come seeking to test it. Miss Qin Yun had decisively injured him to demonstrate the technique's power. That individual had claimed to be from the Qi family. They never anticipated that they would encounter new members of the Qi family in such a manner. The Grand Elder's cheeks flushed slightly as he cleared his throat and said, "Since you are from the Qi family, you must be quite familiar with the Blood Demon's secret realm. Could you enlighten us about it?" The leading Qi cultivator sighed. "The Blood Demon's secret realm opens once every few hundred years, and each time, the circumstances differ greatly. Our Qi family does not possess extensive knowledge about it. However, we have brought some purifying liquid, which can cleanse cultivators of certain negative influences and help maintain their clarity of mind." The leading monk of the Qi clan, gritting his teeth, produced a portion of cleansing liquid and handed it to the Grand Elder, saying, "Consider this a token of our first meeting." Parting with such a substantial amount of cleansing liquid pained him greatly. However, the prospect of forging alliances with formidable forces made it worthwhile. The Grand Elder accepted the cleansing liquid without a flicker of emotion and subsequently bid farewell to several Qi monks, fearing that his kin behind him might succumb to distress if they lingered any longer. Once they were a safe distance away, a member of the main lineage could no longer contain his laughter. "Ha ha! The Qi clan monks are truly benevolent. They are gifting experience packs and rare treasures, leaving me rather unaccustomed." After confirming the cleansing liquid was free of anomalies, the Grand Elder distributed it among all present. "Everyone, make haste to use this. Such unearned resources should not go to waste." The disciples responded with excitement, channeling their spiritual energy into the cleansing liquid. In an instant, the liquid adhered to each monk's body, purging all impurities. Qin Ling finally revealed an exceptionally pure and enchanting visage. Many in attendance were witnessing Qin Ling's true appearance for the first time. This strikingly beautiful and otherworldly face was far more pleasing than the grotesque mask of demon blood. Yet, Qin Yun sensed something amiss and furrowed her brow. "Qin Ling, has something happened to you?" Ever since encountering the Qi monk, Qin Ling had been eerily quiet, akin to the profound stillness before a tempest. This was decidedly out of character. Qin Ling shook his head, his thoughts drifting back to a time long past. His impression of the Qi clan ran deeper than anyone else's. Years ago, he had arrived in the Northern Territory with his family. During a confrontation, he had defeated a young monk of the Qi clan, but had also incited their wrath, incurring their boundless fury. His mother had been pecked to death by crows. His sister had been torn apart by savage dogs. He and his father had fled, barely escaping with their lives after stumbling into the ghostly Abyss Mountain. In that moment, his spirit had shattered. This was the reason for his aimless wandering for the past 4 to 5 years. One could say that all his suffering was bestowed upon him by the Qi clan. The Qi clan boasted numerous formidable cultivators at the Foundation establishment's third realm, far surpassing the Qin clan in strength. Previously, when faced with such power, he could only feel overwhelming helplessness. He had to divert his thoughts to performances and mundane matters to momentarily escape his agony. In those days, he could change nothing, but now everything was different. He had begun to showcase his talents. His future achievements might even eclipse those of the Qi clan. He no longer diverted his thoughts. The endless torment came rushing back, spurring him on. This was the reason why beneath his tranquil facade lay an intense frenzy. Presently, the Qi clan's exhibited gentleness was merely directed towards the strong. If they were to uncover the true might of the Qin clan, they would not be so accommodating. "Qin Ling. Qin Ling?" Qin Yin called out several more times. Qin Ling gradually regained her composure, remarking, "I am perfectly fine. I merely find the Qi family members to be exceedingly gullible." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun furrowed her brows, pondering deeply within her heart. Is it truly so? The Grand Elder then cleared his throat and stated, "We have exhausted the cleansing spirit liquid. What is the point of overthinking? Let us hasten our journey and ensure that those opportunities do not fall into the hands of others." Behind the Grand Elder, Su Ming vigorously nodded in agreement. Following such a prominent figure was undeniably exhilarating. Upon entering the secret realm, they were already greeted with offerings, a rare experience for him. With the capabilities of these esteemed individuals, they were bound to seize numerous opportunities. He might even partake in a share. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, Qin Ling slightly narrowed her eyes, glancing in the direction of the Qi surname cultivator. With a serene smile, her face betrayed no emotion as she said, "There is ample time. We can take our time to enjoy ourselves." Chapter 69. The True Face of Murder. A gentle breeze arose, dispersing the mirth upon Qin Ling's face. All her emotions were once again sealed deep within her heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ling followed the footsteps of the Grand Elder and the others. Approximately half an hour later, a dazzling peach grove, shimmering with starlight, suddenly appeared before them. That radiant glow seemed to dispel all anomalies, leaving behind an exquisite tranquility. Su Ming's heart raced, and his eyes widened in astonishment. This is the Starshadao Peach Grove? Having spent nearly 40 years within the Baimon Merchant Association, his vision was incomparable to that of ordinary folk. Yet this was his first encounter with the genuine Starshadao Peach Grove. It was identical to the descriptions in the ancient texts. Gulping, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement in his gaze. Such an expansive Starshadao Peach Grove must harbor countless Starshadao spirit fruits. If he could secure 100 or so, his fortune would be made. He instinctively began to walk toward the grove. However, in the next moment, the Grand Elder blocked his path. "Hold on. The Starshadao Peach Grove is not as simple as you think." He recalled Qin Xinxing's words. The Starshadao Peach Grove within the Blood Demon Forbidden Land was entirely different from that of the outside world. Its original essence had long been eroded by sinister and malevolent energies. Those peach trees might even absorb the flesh and blood of living beings to nurture the grove. Su Ming paused, his expression filled with conflict. After all, it was the Starshadao Peach Grove. Its value was incalculable. Moreover, they were not the only group present in this Blood Demon Forbidden Land. If others were to seize it from them, he would have nowhere to lament his loss. Yet, their lives had been saved by the Grand Elder and his companions, making it somewhat inappropriate to argue against them. In his anxiety, he turned to Qin Yun, Qin Ling, and the others, hoping they could advocate on his behalf. However, upon seeing their unwavering calm, he was taken aback. How could they remain so serene? Did they not recognize the Starshadao Peach Grove? Just as Su Ming's anxiety peaked, the ground trembled slightly, and a swirling cloud of dust approached from a distance. Accompanying it was a boisterous laughter. "Ha ha ha! What fortune! We have only just entered the Blood Demon's secret realm, and already encountered a Starshadao Peach Grove. Truly, the heavens are favoring the Long family." As the voice of the Dragon Clan cultivator faded, another group of cultivators swiftly arrived. "Amiba, this Starshadao spirit fruit is destined for my Jinshan temple. I hope you all refrain from committing acts of robbery." At this moment, Su Ming's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He never anticipated that two more groups would arrive so swiftly. Anger surged within him as he glared at the newcomers, veins bulging on his forehead. "Have you all forgotten us? You are already dividing the Starshadao spirit fruits." One of the Dragon Clan cultivators glanced at the furious Su Ming and scoffed. "Heh, in this world, treasures belong to those with the ability to claim them. If you possess the capability, feel free to venture in and pluck them. What skill lies in barking ferociously here?" Another cultivator of a Long surname echoed. "What are you? To covet the starry dark spirit fruit, such a rare treasure of heaven and earth? Sleep it off. In dreams, everything is possible." Upon hearing this ridicule, Su Ming's face flushed crimson. Why had he ever endured such humiliation within the merchant guild, who did not treat him with utmost respect? In an instant, Su Meng summoned his spiritual energy, preparing to launch an attack on the long cultivator. At that moment, Mo Xiao stepped beside Su Meng, patting his shoulder gently. Do not be enraged. It is unnecessary to expend such fury over a few doomed souls. Su Meng froze momentarily, his eyes filled with confusion. Doomed souls? What could that possibly mean? Could it be that the guild leader was going to intervene, personally? Just then, a dozen long cultivators suddenly activated their techniques and charged into the starry dark peach grove. They had failed to detect any trace of the demonic beasts, indicating that this grove was absolutely safe, at least until the guarding beasts returned. If they did not seize the starry dark spirit fruit now, when would they? The monks from Golden Mountain Temple also clearly recognized this fact. They channeled their techniques, enveloping themselves in golden Buddhist light, and then plunged into the starry dark peach grove. Watching the scene unfold, Su Meng felt like a restless ant upon a hot stove. But the next moment, just as the long cultivators and the monks from Golden Mountain Temple were filled with joy, a bizarre occurrence transpired. The peach trees began to twist and writhe. Countless withered branches, resembling the skeletal hands of vengeful spirits, surged towards the crowd. As the numerous cultivators found themselves ensnared, sharp thorns suddenly sprouted, piercing through their bodies, voraciously draining their flesh and blood. The air was filled with piercing screams that echoed across the boundless wilderness. Ah, save me! Before the cries of the cultivators could even fade, the peach trees had drained them into desiccated corpses. Only their skin remained, hanging limply over stark white bones. Thud! Thud! As the dry corpses fell to the ground, the entire starry dark peach grove returned to an eerie calm. The air bore no trace of blood, only large, luscious fruits hung from the trees, glistening temptingly. Gulp! Gulp! A chorus of swallowed breaths sounded from the long cultivators and monks who had yet to enter the grove, sending shivers down their spines. This was utterly uncanny. Was this truly the starry dark peach grove described in the ancient texts? At this moment, even Su Meng broke into a cold sweat. Thankfully, he had been restrained. Otherwise, he too might have ended up like those poor souls, destined to become mere nutrients for the grove. Yet, who were the individuals that the guild leader had brought back? Not only were they extraordinarily gifted and formidable in combat, but they also wielded treasures such as the Blood Demon Order. Now, they even possessed foreknowledge of the grove's eerie nature. This was truly terrifying. Once the long cultivators and the monks from Golden Mountain Temple regained their composure, they cast sidelong glances toward Qin Lu and the others. An infinite fury brews within. A monk from Jingshan Temple gazes with piercing coldness. You were well aware of the sinister undertones within this dark peach grove, so why did you not forewarn us? You vile miscreants, you are committing murder. Today, allow this monk to enact justice on behalf of the heavens and eradicate your wicked kind. With that, the monk from Jingshan Temple charged directly at Qin Lu. She raised an eyebrow slightly, stepping forward to draw her long blade. With a swift horizontal slash, a crimson line encircled the monk's throat. The monk's movements abruptly ceased. Then, splat, scalding blood erupted from the monk's neck. Thud! A large, bald head tumbled to the ground. Qin Lu slowly lowered her long blade, her voice indifferent. Understand this clearly. This is what it truly means to take a life. Chapter 70. Half demon, half monk. Qin Chan. Crimson blood cascaded down the blade. The entire area succumbed to a bizarre and frenzied silence. The Dragon Clan cultivators and the monks of Jingshan Temple gazed in astonishment at Qin Lu. That single strike was executed with such swiftness that most of them scarcely had time to react. Moments later, the expression of the leading monk darkened like murky water. He cast a cold glance at Qin Lu. We are all cultivators of the great Chu dynasty. Your brutal actions seem rather inappropriate, do they not? Qin Lu smiled indifferently. Not at all, monk. Did you not say we are wicked and murderous? If I were to spare you, would that not contradict your intentions? Opposite her, the leading monk's countenance froze. The pent-up fury surged within him. Previously, the actions of the temple's disciples could be deemed personal. However, if he were to act alongside the remaining monks, the nature of the situation would change entirely. If the opposing side had no formidable backing, then killing them would be inconsequential. But a prodigy who had already reached the foundation establishment stage at such a young age must surely possess powerful allies. This indignation he could only swallow. Today's events will be remembered by Jingshan Temple. I hope you are prepared to withstand our wrath. The leading monk's words not only expressed his stance, but also aimed to provoke Qin Yun into revealing her support. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Qin Yun paid him no heed. Instead, turning to the 20 prominent clan members behind her, "You shall retrieve the star shadow spirit fruits." Without the slightest hesitation, the 20 clan members readily agreed. Understood. Though they were unaware of Mr. Qin's existence, they were already thoroughly convinced by Qin Yun's displayed abilities. Their trust in her was absolute. The very fact that she had spoken indicated that the star shadow, Peach Grove, posed no threat to them. Su Ming watched this scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just moments ago, the sight of the star shadow Peach Grove absorbing the flesh and blood of living beings was still vivid in my mind. Are they not courting death by entering? Su Ming could not fathom the rationale behind their actions. The Dragon Clan cultivators and Jingshan Temple monks also halted, their gazes fixated upon the 20 individuals. As the 20 prominent clan members advanced, tension mounted among the Dragon Clan cultivators, Jingshan Temple monks, Su Ming, and a throng of merchants. Buzz! With a sudden rush of fierce wind, the 20 clan members stepped boldly into the star shadow Peach Grove. The anticipated calamity did not ensue. The peach trees did not writhe, nor did any ominous branches lunge forth like the skeletal hands of vengeful spirits. Everything remained tranquil, as if this were merely an ordinary star shadow Peach Grove. The luminous starlight continued to twinkle. Without hesitation, the 20 clan members plucked the vibrant, dripping star shadow spirit fruits. The Dragon Clan cultivators and Jingshan Temple monks exchanged astonished glances. Could it be that those spirit fruits were indeed ripe for the picking? Countless thoughts emerged in the minds of the onlookers, a glimmer of greed shining from their eyes. At that moment, Qin Ling, clad in a purple theatrical robe, suddenly broke into laughter. "Esteemed guests, the starry dark spirit fruit grows yonder. If you wish to pluck it, then by all means, we shall not impede you." This grove of starry dark peaches, having absorbed sufficient life essence and borne mature fruit, would cease its attacks on the cultivators. At this juncture, the starry dark peach grove was undoubtedly the safest place. Even if the Qin family desired to hinder others from harvesting the fruit, they would be powerless to do so. However, upon hearing Qin Ling's words, the Dragon Clan cultivators and the monks from Jingshan Temple began to hesitate. The terrors of this grove were still vivid in their memories. They had no desire to sacrifice their lives for these heavenly treasures. The Dragon Clan cultivator cast a lingering glance at Qin Yun and the others before turning to depart. The leading monk from Jingshan Temple snorted coldly and strode away in another direction. The entire starry dark peach grove returned to tranquility once more. Qin Ling watched the retreating figure of the Jingshan monk, narrowing his eyes slightly. He recalled that there was indeed a disciple in their clan who had entered Jingshan Temple at a young age, known as Jingshan. Just as Qin Ling pondered this, 20 members of the main lineage had already gathered all the starry dark spirit fruits. Qin Yun took out one of the spirit fruits and crushed it, allowing the juice to drip onto the blade of her long knife. Su Ming's eyelids twitched violently. Although he had not harvested the spirit fruit himself, it pained him to see such waste. At that moment, Mo Xiao glanced at Su Ming and softly explained, "These spirit fruits have been completely tainted. Their primary effect have been nullified, so there is no need to lament." "I see." Su Ming frowned, feeling a sense of regret. "Then why does my friend drip the juice onto the weapon?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yun gently closed her eyes, gripping her long knife tightly. As her technique activated, she swung the blade. A boulder several zhang away was cleaved in two. The cut surface seemed to harbor corrosive power. Su Ming turned his gaze towards the distant boulder, murmuring, "Corrosive. This indeed can augment one's combat power, but the increase seems rather minimal." These starry dark spirit fruits were rather lackluster. However, Qin Yun held a different perspective. While the spirit fruits had little significance in the outside world, They were entirely different within this blood demon secret realm. These spirit fruits could be linked to a legacy from the ancient celestial era, capable of reaching the pinnacle. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Obtaining the starry dark spirit fruits was their initial stride. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, in Qin town, a monk clad in a black robe was walking down the street. His visage was remarkably handsome, compelling even other men to steal glances. Yet, such a handsome face was marred by a mask concealing half of it. The other half appeared to be imprisoned within a grotesque and terrifying mask, as if it contained an embodiment of ultimate evil. As the black-robed monk stepped into an uninhabited corner, a solitary wanderer suddenly emerged. The wanderer approached with a sinister grin, his voice gravelly as he threatened, "If you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables." In recent days, the four great families had suffered significant losses, weakening their grip on the wanderers, leading to frequent occurrences of murder and robbery within the town. The black-robed monk, indifferent, raised his gaze and regarded the wanderer for a brief moment. He then extended his hand, gripping the wanderer's head tightly. As the pressure intensified, the wanderer finally comprehended his dire situation. An overwhelming wave of terror engulfed him. He trembled uncontrollably. He began to plead for mercy, losing control of his bodily functions in the process. However, the black-robed monk paid no heed, merely increasing his grip. With a resounding crack, the wanderer's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. A splash of warmth stained the monk's face. Amidst the overwhelming carnage, he clasped his hands together and smiled serenely. That smile resembled the blossoming of spring. "Ba, today I have performed another good deed," he proclaimed, striding purposefully toward the Qin residence. Upon sighting the familiar structure, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The Qin family. Qin Shan, have finally returned." Chapter 71. Qin Shan, is this still the Qin family I know? At the entrance of the Qin family, a short clan member was about to step outside when he suddenly caught sight of a figure clad in a black monk's robe. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. "You are Qin Shan?" Qin Shan offered a serene smile, revealing half of his exquisitely beautiful face, which curved gently. He strolled over to the diminutive clan member and patted him on the shoulder. "A Jew, it has been nearly 5 years since we last met. Has the family encountered any troubles recently?" Qin Shan's voice was remarkably gentle, and the smile displayed on his half-exposed face was as refreshing as a spring breeze. However, the other half of his face concealed a boundless thirst for blood and ferocity. One eye beneath the mask even radiated a mesmerizing and eerie bloodlust. Though he had been absent from the northern region, he had heard whispers of the strange beast tide. His return was precisely to help the Qin family navigate through this crisis. A Jew, the short clan member, scratched his head. "Troubles? None at all. In Qin town. Who would dare to trouble our Qin family?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shan raised an eyebrow. "A Jew, have you grown estranged after just a few years away? Whatever danger has befallen the family, feel free to speak of it." As he spoke, a terrifying energy erupted forth. Dark, billowing golden light surged like crashing waves, cascading outward. In an instant, a suffocating sensation enveloped a Jew's heart. A Jew's pupils suddenly constricted as he gazed at Qin Shan in disbelief. You have broken through to the Foundation establishment realm." Given Qin Shan's age, he was nearly on par with Miss Qin Yun. Now, even their realms were equalized. Did this not imply that Qin Shan had become a prodigious talent, akin to Miss Qin Yun? What had Qin Shan experienced over these 5 years? A Jew's thoughts instantly spiraled into chaos. Qin Shan lifted his gaze, his expression dreamy. "After leaving the northern region, I entered Jingshan Temple, and now I am one of the candidates for the temple's bodhisattva. Within the temple, there are countless strong practitioners at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, and even 2 golden core experts. Therefore, regardless of the troubles the family faces, I can resolve them. You need not worry about my safety." Qin Lu, after hearing Qin Shan's words, a Jew, swallowed hard. The Foundation establishment realm, a candidate for the bodhisattva of Jingshan Temple, a plethora of peak Foundation establishment experts. and 2 golden core masters. Each piece of information struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him dazed. A Jew vigorously shook his head, and, after a long while, he finally regained his composure and looked up at Qin Chan. Qin Chan, I never expected that after leaving the northern region, you would acquire such opportunities. However, the family has truly not encountered any troubles. Besides, our Qin family is currently faring quite well. As a Jew spoke, he directly activated the 3,000 sacred fire technique. A terrifying wave of heat instantly enveloped him. The crimson flames transformed into a soaring dragon, swirling around a Jew's body. Seeing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Qin Chan's eyes. I never anticipated that your control over fire attributes had reached such heights. This individual is undoubtedly a prodigy destined for the art of alchemy. Such brilliance would be a sheer waste in Qin town. A Jew, in due time, accompany me as I introduce you to an esteemed alchemist. With your innate talent, even if you do not surpass my own achievements, attaining renown throughout the Northern Territory would be effortlessly within your grasp. Qin Chan spoke earnestly. A Jew's face bore a hint of peculiarity. He recalled that Elder Mo had previously made a similar remark. Yet, upon encountering other clansmen, Elder Mo never broached the subject again. Ahem. A Jew cleared his throat and chuckled awkwardly. Qin Chan, do not linger at the entrance. Let us proceed inside and discuss further matters later. Qin Chan acquiesced, following a Jew through the grand entrance of the Qin residence. He surveyed his surroundings, an avalanche of memories flooding his mind. The structures remained unchanged, identical to how they appeared 5 years ago. Just as Qin Chan was lost in reflection, he suddenly caught sight of a clansman seated cross-legged in an open area. The individual was channeling a particular martial technique. The blazing flames emanating from him surpassed a Jew's prowess by several folds. It must be noted that a Jew was already regarded as a genius in alchemy. How formidable must the talent of one even stronger than a Jew be? Qin Chan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Qin Chan, why have you stopped? A Jew called out twice. It was only then that Qin Chan regained his composure. Offering a calm smile, I was lost in thought. Let us continue. A Jew did not inquire further and continued to lead the way. Qin Chan shook his head, his mind swirling with thoughts. It is understandable for a family to have 2 or 3 prodigies, considering there are nearly 10,000 clansmen. Qin Chan mused. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the clan's plaza. In an instant, a terrifying wave of heat surged toward him. Qin Chan looked up in astonishment. He beheld hundreds, even thousands of clansmen, all executing various martial techniques. Fire serpents, fire dragons, fire guns, fireballs, and fire lotuses appeared in rapid succession. The entire plaza seemed to transform into a domain of flames. Furthermore, the realms of these clansmen appeared to be several levels above his previous recollections. Witnessing this scene, Qin Chan's heartbeat seemed to falter momentarily. Is this still the Qin family I once knew? Aside from the architecture, everything else felt utterly foreign. No wonder a Jew displayed such an expression when I suggested taking him beyond the Northern Territory. Qin Chan took several deep breaths to steady his emotions and glanced elsewhere. But upon looking, his heart trembled anew. On the opposite side of the plaza, a dozen elders were engaged in their training. Their aura had evidently reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. While such power might not be remarkable in the Northern Territory, it was nothing short of extraordinary in this humble Qingyun town. Should these individuals break through to the 4th level of foundation establishment and enter the mid-tier of foundation establishment, no one in Qingyun town would stand a chance against the Qin family. The younger generation grows so rapidly, but how is it that the older generation evolves just as swiftly? In a moment of astonishment, Qin Chan found the balance between benevolent and malevolent thoughts suddenly disrupted. Releasing a subtle breath into the air, in a courtyard of the Qin family, Qin Xuansong, who was meditating, abruptly opened his eyes. With a leap into the air, he instantly soared to the plaza, his flowing hair dancing in the wind. He cast a cold, indifferent gaze towards Qin Chan. Upon seeing Qin Chan's visage, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. One half of his face was stunningly beautiful, while the other half was obscured by grotesque and terrifying mask, an eerie contrast. However, Qin Xuanzong quickly regained his composure and spoke with an indifferent tone. "Who are you, and what brings you to the Qin family?" As the overwhelming aura of dread enveloped him, Qin Shan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He had never anticipated that the clan leader had already ascended to the third realm of Foundation establishment. Chapter 72. The Spine as a Zen Staff. Bloodsea establishing the Buddha Kingdom. The second ancestor. It is noteworthy that the abbot of Jingshan Temple has only reached the upper third level of Foundation establishment. It is difficult to fathom what has transpired within the Qin family over these years. A Jew, upon seeing the clan leader's arrival, was taken aback and promptly introduced clan leader. "This is Qin Shan, also a member of our Qin clan. He departed from the family 5 years ago to explore the world and has just returned today." At this moment, Qin Shan, having regained his composure from the shock, respectfully bowed to Qin Xuanzong, Qin Shan of the Qin clan. "Greetings to the clan leader." As a formidable presence at the upper third level of Foundation establishment, Qin Xuanzong possessed an exceptional memory, yet he could not recall all 10,000 clan members. However, with the Jew's mention, a glimmer of recognition flickered in his eyes. His gaze upon Qin Shan shifted from one of authority to one of astonishment. "You have broken through to the Foundation establishment realm?" Qin Shan nodded slightly. The entire square turned its attention towards him, and upon hearing the clan leader's voice, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. "A Foundation establishment. Our Qin family has produced such a young powerhouse. This talent rivals that of Miss Qin Yun, does it not? Truly, the heavens have favored our Qin family. Considering our top-tier talents, there is likely no force in the entire northern region that can compare to us." Listening to the fervent exchanges among the crowd, Qin Xuanzong beamed with pride as he descended to the ground and patted Qin Shan on the shoulder. To achieve a breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm at such a young age, you must have endured considerable hardships. Now that you have returned, be sure to rest well. Qin Shan acquiesced. The reactions of the clan leader and the crowd did not surprise him. After all, he had already become a candidate for the Buddha's son at Jingshan Temple, gaining considerable renown throughout the entire Dazhu dynasty. However, what was the significance of the mention of Qin Yun? He knew she was the clan's unparalleled genius, possessing extraordinary talent that was unmatched in the entire Qingyun town. Yet, that was limited to Qingyun town. To break through to the Foundation establishment realm at this age should be impossible, right? If Qin Yun truly possessed such talent, she would not remain obscure within the Dazhu dynasty. Qin Shan fell into contemplation. So much has transpired within the Qin family that he struggled to comprehend, leaving him feeling profoundly unfamiliar. After bidding farewell to the clan leader and a Jew, Qin Shan departed from the square alone. Although the northern region had been beset by an unusual wave of beasts, the clan leader and the elders should possess sufficient strength to avoid danger. It seemed the family did not require his assistance. As Qin Shan pondered these thoughts, he suddenly noticed that the number of clan members around him had diminished. With a hint of confusion, he wondered, "Where am I?" The Qin family's territory was vast, yet this path resembled a maze, seemingly designed to obscure the destination. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Qin Shan as he strolled forward. After about a quarter of an hour, a remarkably serene palace appeared before him. Merely gazing upon him seemed to dissolve all negative influences. How intriguing! Qin Shan approached the palace, gently pushing the grand door open. Creak, the door swung ajar, revealing a youth clad in snow-white robes, his eyes obscured by silk, appearing before him in an instant. A chill ran down Qin Shan's spine. He sensed not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from this young man. This could only imply two possibilities. Either he was indeed an ordinary mortal, or his prowess far exceeded Qin Shan's imagination. However, if he were merely a commoner, it would be improbable for him to reside in such a prestigious location as the Qin family estate. "Have you arrived?" The young man, dressed in white and with his eyes shrouded in silk, smiled lightly upon sensing the breeze that accompanied Qin Shan's entrance. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan's heart skipped a beat. "You know I was coming?" The voice was unfamiliar, yet Qin Lu felt little surprise. There were limited forms of entertainment in the village. Surely others had heard tales of him, prompting them to seek updates, which was hardly extraordinary. Qin Lu calmly nodded, leaving Qin Chan utterly astonished. To predict such a thing, this person was indeed extraordinary. In a moment of contemplation, Qin Chan suddenly recalled something, a spark of brilliance flickering in his eyes. He remembered having acquired a peculiar stone in a secret realm. This stone could gauge the age of cultivators. While it could not determine their realm, it offered a rough estimate. Moreover, it was a treasure from the ancient era of the celestial beings, and no formidable figure in the world should be able to discern its secrets. After a moment's reflection, Qin Chan retrieved the stone from his spatial ring and spoke slowly. In recent days, I have heard many tales about you, sir, and I hold great admiration in my heart. I have come bearing a gift, a treasure I wish to present to you. With that, he placed the peculiar stone into Qin Lu's hands. Qin Lu grasped the stone without further inquiry, simply responding, "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated." Meanwhile, Qin Chan fixated intently on the stone in Qin Lu's possession. The stone suddenly radiated a soft glow. As time passed, the luminescence intensified. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Qin Chan silently chanted in his mind. Yet, mere seconds later, his jaw dropped in astonishment. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, this. Qin Chan could no longer maintain his composure. After a moment, the stone appeared to reach its limit. Crack! A fissure abruptly spread across its surface. The resplendent radiance vanished in an instant. Qin Chan's scalp tingled with dread. What kind of monster was this? Just how long had he been alive? Qin Chan's breath grew labored. At that moment, Qin Lu wore a puzzled expression. Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Qin Chan's thoughts raced. It seemed that all the changes within the Qin family were intertwined with this senior. Perhaps he might also gain an opportunity here. Ahem, I was lost in thought. Might I inquire about your insights on the path of Buddha, esteemed sir? Upon hearing this, Qin Lu raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpected nature of the inquiry. He had anticipated questions regarding the unfolding of the tale, yet was met with such a peculiar question. After a moment of silence, Qin Lu replied with a hint of indifference. I possess no particular insights, but I do have a story related to the path of Buddha. Would you care to listen? Qin Chan bowed deeply, expressing his eagerness. If you are willing to share, I would be most grateful. Stories shared by such an esteemed elder are undoubtedly extraordinary. A momentous opportunity may be concealed within that narrative. Clearing his throat, Qin Lu began to recount. Eons ago, there existed a venerable monk who dedicated his life to virtuous deeds, yet he found no reward for his goodness. The temples he established were razed by countless practitioners, and thousands of monks perished in the flames. On that fateful day, he succumbed to darkness. From the myriad paths, he extracted the dualities of good and evil, forging an unprecedented way. He donned the skin of man as his robe and gathered the souls of spirits as his prayer beads. Fashioning a staff from his own spine, he erected a realm of enlightenment amidst a sea of blood. All virtuous deeds could be performed, yet all malevolent acts could also be enacted. The world came to know him as the Evil Buddha. Chapter 73. The Devil Beneath the Mask. Qin Lu's voice was remarkably gentle, yet, to Qin Chan's ears, it stirred tumultuous waves of emotion, extracting the paths of good and evil from the myriad roads, crafting a staff from the spine, and establishing a Buddhist realm amidst a sea of blood. What level of enlightenment had that eminent monk achieved billions of years ago? Qin Chan's heart was anything but tranquil. After a long pause, he exhaled a deep breath. Once his emotions settled, they were swiftly replaced by an overwhelming desire. The single eye beneath the half-mask gleamed with insatiable greed. The paths of good and evil. This route is perfectly tailored for me. With this thought, Qin Chan lifted his gaze to Qin Lu. Sir, I wonder if that venerable monk from billions of years ago left behind a legacy? Qin Lu smiled nonchalantly. Naturally, how could a path of cultivation forged from the essence of good and evil not have a legacy? Qin Chan trembled with excitement. Sir, where is that legacy concealed? He had made up his mind. No matter where the legacy was hidden, he would venture forth to seek it out, even if it cost him decades or even a century, even if he had to face insurmountable challenges, even if it led to his own demise. Qin Shan clenched his fists resolutely. Yet the next moment, Qin Lu simply uttered 3 words, Ghost Valley Mountain. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan's expression froze instantly. He had prepared to sacrifice everything, only to be told that the legacy lay within the Great Chu dynasty, and within one of the 3 least renowned forbidden zones of the dynasty. A slight twitch crossed Qin Shan's lips, but he quickly regained his composure. Such an ancient powerhouse had no need to appease a foundation-level cultivator like himself. Since the other party claimed that the legacy of good and evil was hidden within Ghost Valley Mountain, it must be true. This revelation saved him considerable effort. However, just as Qin Shan's thoughts raced, Qin Lu spoke again. Yet obtaining that legacy is no simple matter. Its manifestation requires an opportunity. To this, Qin Shan was not surprised. A legacy formed from the fusion of 2 paths would not be easily acquired. Otherwise, it would have long been seized by others. There would be no chance left for him. Sir, what do you mean by opportunity? Qin Shan inquired once more. The yearning of the destined one, Qin Lu replied, pausing for effect, his voice suddenly taking on an ethereal quality. Within the Great Chu dynasty, there exists a faction known as Jingshan Temple. The abbot there, bearing the Dharma name Jiahai, harbors the very yearning that serves as the catalyst for the manifestation of a legacy within Ghost Valley Mountain. At this revelation, Qin Shan's pupils constricted sharply. He was all too familiar with that Dharma name. Wasn't this the very master who had brought him in a Jingshan temple? He never anticipated that his half-buried master would possess such an extraordinary opportunity. Countless thoughts flashed through Qin Shan's mind. Gradually, he narrowed his eyes, filled with a fierce glint. His master is no ordinary figure. The reason for his guidance is merely to cultivate a vessel for his own possession. This is also the reason he became one of the candidates for the position of the Bodhisattva at Jingshan Temple. This truth was evident to him from the very day he entered Jingshan Temple. In order to survive and to eradicate the sea of precepts, he has made considerable preparations over the years. The eye beneath the half-mask is one such preparation. A few years ago, he discovered an eye from the ancient celestial era within the ghostly Abyss Mountain. Upon sensing the immense power contained within, he did not hesitate to extract his original eye and replace it with the one left behind from the celestial epoch. The overwhelming power of that eye has already begun to demonize half of his face. Even his temperament has been somewhat influenced. This is the reason he has worn a mask for so long. If he were to obtain the inheritance of good and evil, all my prior preparations would be rendered futile. No, I must devise a plan in advance. I cannot allow him to acquire the inheritance of good and evil. With this thought, Qin Shan took a deep breath, his expression exceedingly grave. Sir, how did the sea of precepts activate the inheritance of good and evil? Qin Lu contemplated the fragments he had previously penned and replied thoughtfully. This must begin with the abbot of the Sea of Precepts himself. Throughout his life, the abbot performed numerous virtuous deeds, yet in his twilight years, fearing death due to the nearing end of his lifespan, he also committed many acts contrary to his true nature. He seized rare treasures for longevity, practiced forbidden arts for extension, and cultivated vessels for possession. However, these measures merely scratch the surface. To truly extend one's life, one must transcend the current realm. Just before his impending death, he grasped a sliver of demonic intent. Subsequently, he slaughtered the entire Jingshan Temple. As blood flowed like an ocean within the temple, the dual paths of good and evil began to intertwine, forming a diagram of yin and yang. Unburdened by attachments, he roamed the world, and upon reaching the ghostly Abyss Mountain, he fully activated the inheritance within. It can be said that this inheritance of good and evil was prepared specifically for him. Others, no matter how gifted, cannot attain the recognition of this inheritance. Qin Shan remained silent for a long while. Given the abbot's fear of death, it is indeed plausible that he would resort to the massacre of an entire temple for a glimmer of hope. However, it appears that the vitality of the abbot has not yet waned to the point of affecting his life or death. This implies that it will take several more years for the abbot to comprehend the demonic thought and merge the paths of good and evil. This is not good news for him. The restraints planted within him by the abbot grow ever more entrenched with the passage of time. If he were to wait until a few years later, he might find himself bereft of any chance to resist. Since the abbot only grasped the demonic intent as his lifespan approached its end, perhaps I could hasten the depletion of his vitality. He has invested considerable effort in cultivating me as a vessel. If I were to face peril, I cannot believe he would remain idle. I cannot believe he would not expend his energy. During this period, I was also able to acquire some battle talismans and set up intricate traps, illusions, and lethal formations within the depths of the ghostly Abyss Mountain. Now that I am aware of the exact location of the inheritance, how could I permit Jie Hai to seize it? With everything meticulously planned, Qin Shan experienced a sudden enlightenment, and the shadows in his heart were dispelled. The black monk robe swayed gracefully in the gentle breeze. His visage was a striking duality, one side steeped in bloodthirsty madness, while the other radiated the warmth of spring. It would be a lamentable oversight if the legacy of good and evil did not make its appearance soon. Chapter 74. This is the beast mastery. This is the true mastery of beasts. Upon his return home, Qin Shan had intended to assist his family in resolving their troubles. However, to his astonishment, there were no issues at all. Moreover, he had stumbled upon a significant opportunity within his clan. A slight smile graced Qin Shan's lips. After bidding farewell to Qin Lu, he promptly set forth, departing from the northern region, making his way towards Jinshan Temple. The harmonious yet frenzied voices intertwined, resonating in the vast expanse. My dear master, I wonder, have you missed me? Simultaneously, within the Blood Demon secret realm in the northern region, the Qi family, the Long family, and even members of the great Chu dynasty's royal family had congregated in one place. A chaotic energy surged through the atmosphere. The Dragon Clan's cultivators, filled with pent-up frustration, instinctively lifted their gazes toward the front. Before them appeared over 100 demon monkeys, towering 2 zhang high, robust as bulls, their bodies adorned with purple patterns. The leading cultivators of the Long family gasped in shock. Is this the purple-patterned demon ape? The purple-patterned demon ape is nearly extinct within the entire Great Chu dynasty. Its skin, bones, blood, and even its eyes are exceedingly valuable materials. Even the cheapest meat from such a beast is a rare delicacy in the world. It can even aid cultivators in refining their bones and muscles. The breaths of all cultivators from the 3 major factions grew heavy. Many gazes were filled with avarice. Among them, the members of the Long family were the most exhilarated. Previously, they had been thoroughly humiliated by the Qin family, not even obtaining a single dark spirit fruit. Their hearts were already ablaze with anger. Perfectly timed to be unleashed upon these purple-patterned demon apes. Prepare yourselves. Let us engage in combat. The carcasses of the purple-patterned demon apes shall be mine to claim. Boom! 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 The Long family as cultivators instantly sprang into battle. Members of the Qi family and the royal dynasty quickly joined the fray. With so many purple-patterned demon apes, they could not allow the Long family to monopolize them all. They even anticipated potential friction among the 3 factions after slaying all the purple-patterned demon apes. Yet, they never imagined that they were no match for these beasts. Boom! 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 The battle raged on, but as the clouds of dust began to settle, they discovered that the purple-patterned demon apes had merely sustained minor injuries. Many present were left in stunned silence, just as they were momentarily dazed. Roar! Roar! A powerful roar of beasts echoed across the heavens and the earth. The bodies of the purple-patterned demon apes swelled rapidly. In an instant, they towered 10 zhang high. Under the enormous shadows cast by these creatures, the members of the 3 factions appeared as insignificant as ants. As the colossal fists of the purple-patterned demon apes descended like boulders, a Long family cultivator was instantly reduced to a mere pulp. Boom! The terrifying force struck the ground. creating a deep pit. Flesh and blood of the Long family mingled with shattered stones, splattering everywhere. Fear swept over everyone in an instant. This was nothing like the purple-patterned demon apes they had envisioned. This grotesque power utterly subverted their understanding. The leaders of the three major factions bore expressions of profound gravity. The situation had become dire. The starry dark spirit fruit was unlike anything in the outside world. And how could the capabilities of this purple-striped demon ape be compared? I should have foreseen this. The foremost dragon surname cultivator murmured to himself. At that moment, a blood-stained cultivator with disheveled hair approached, head bowed. Upon hearing the intense sounds of combat, he instinctively lifted his gaze. A demon beast? I have finally encountered a demon beast again, Wang murmured, licking his parched lips, his eyes filled with avarice. Many cultivators from the three major factions turned their attention toward Wang. Their expressions revealed disdain and mockery. People from small places are ultimately just that, unable to discern even the danger posed by a demon beast. These purple-striped demon apes were formidable foes even for them. How could this unremarkable performer, who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, possibly contend with them? Naturally, they were pleased that someone would share the burden of the demon beast's wrath. A member of the royal family, with a gleam in his eye, seemingly struck by inspiration, grinned widely and approached Wang. "Brother, this purple-striped demon ape is yours. No need for thanks." Having spoken, the royal member transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting past Wang. The enraged purple-striped demon ape, towering at 10 zhong, was drawn toward him. Observing Wang's impassive demeanor, the royal member could not help but scoff. "Fool!" Yet the next moment, Wang broke into a grin, his expression twisted, and a resounding theatrical tone erupted forth. Instantly, it reverberated across the entire open expanse. Countless grotesque, bloodthirsty smiles seemed to materialize with the performance, layer upon layer, dense and overwhelming, as if to occupy the vision of every cultivator present. This was his usual ploy to incite madness in the demon beasts. Indeed, these purple-striped demon apes were affected. However, they did not lose their wits. Roar! The 10 tall, purple-striped demon ape raged, violently pounding the ground. The earth trembled violently. Standing upon the fissured terrain, all cultivators appeared insignificantly small. A glint of cold light shone in Wang's eyes. He refused to believe there existed a demon beast he could not control. Our blood-stained robes danced wildly, and a theatrical tone rang out. Wang pushed his abilities to the utmost. In mere moments, blood seeped from his eyes, nostrils, corners of his mouth, and ears. Yet, amidst this turmoil, he seemed to gain new insights. For some reason, after entering the blood demon's secret realm, his mind had become extraordinarily clear. Even the process of enlightenment was far simpler than outside. Never did he anticipate such an opportunity would arise upon entering the blood demon's secret realm. An endless frenzy surged into his mind. Wang directly began to influence the second purple-striped demon ape. Subsequently appeared the third, fourth, and fifth entities. Although he could not exert complete influence over any one of them, and despite the Herculean effort required to sway even a single one, the exquisite sensation compelled him to press on relentlessly. Blood streamed from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, ears, and the edges of his mouth. His eyes were veined with crimson. Yet, he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I understand now. This is the mastery of beasts. This is the true mastery of beasts." What came before was merely child's play. The assembled cultivators, witnessing Wang Sheng's maniacal laughter and frenzied demeanor, were filled with dread. He was nothing short of a lunatic. Just as they contemplated distancing themselves from him, the purple-patterned demon apes seemed to enter a state of complete frenzy, utterly devoid of reason. With a sweep of Wang Sheng's arm, dozens of purple-patterned demon apes surged forth like a school of fish, charging in a singular direction. Numerous cultivators from the three major factions were trampled into a pulp. Wang Sheng strolled among the more than 100 purple-patterned demon apes. His stature as insignificant as an ant, yet his aura radiated like that of a king amongst beasts. He reveled in the screams of the cultivators, the wails of despair, and in blissful ecstasy closed his eyes. What truly exquisite sounds! Previously, he had faltered against another performer due to his inability to control the beast horde. Yet now, he possessed the requisite ability. Though he could only slightly influence the demon beasts, redirecting them from their original course, it should suffice to deal with that performer. At that moment, Qin Yun, Qin Ling, and others appeared, weary from their journey. Wang Sheng paused momentarily, then licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, exclaiming with excitement, "I was just lamenting my inability to find you." Chapter 75. Qin Ling. I have never been alone in battle. At this moment, the Dragon Clan cultivator also discerned the figures of Qin Yun and her companions. The leading dragon cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura particularly feeble. Yet his gaze was infused with unbridled excitement. This group of enigmatic cultivators had finally arrived. Were it not for them, the dragon family would not have suffered the tragic loss of numerous clan members in the Stardark Peach Forest, and they would not even have been able to gather a complete corpse. Had it not been for their presence, the dragon family would not have left empty-handed, without even a single Stardark spirit fruit. In comparison, his animosity towards these cultivators far surpassed his hatred for Wang Sheng by 100-fold. Now, witnessing these cultivators face adversity, how could he not feel exhilarated? He hoped their strength would be formidable enough, ideally capable of engaging in a mutually destructive battle with that madman. Although the leading dragon cultivator harbored these thoughts, he was acutely aware of the improbability of such an outcome. That madman's abilities were too peculiar. The combat prowess of those purple-striped demon apes was anything but ordinary. The most probable conclusion would be that the madman's side would annihilate these unknown cultivators with overwhelming force. Little did he know, among this group of enigmatic cultivators, there was indeed a performer. Furthermore, she possessed the same uncanny powers as that blood-drenched madman. Qin Ling stepped forth from the crowd with a calm demeanor, her indifferent gaze fixed upon Wang Sheng. "I never expected you would dare to appear before me." Her voice was notably tranquil, yet the tone carried an unparalleled authority. It was as though a sovereign were looking down upon a humble servant. Wang Sheng was deeply unsettled by this feeling. He suppressed the surge of anger that bubbled to the surface and let out a cold laugh. "Ha ha ha. A mere ant from the Qin family. Do you truly overestimate your own significance? I, the creator of a northern beast tide, would fear a fledgling like you? You merely had a stroke of luck when you managed to defeat me previously. Now, you shan't have such an opportunity." As Wang Sheng spoke, the temperature of the entire space seemed to plummet. With arms outstretched, the blood-stained sleeves of his theatrical robe hung down. Nearly 100 purple-striped demon apes roared as they charged toward Qin Ling and her companions. Boom! The massive forms towering 10 zhang high seemed capable of eclipsing everything as they moved. The ground trembled violently under their weight. Whether they were Qi refining cultivators or Foundation establishment cultivators, they appeared utterly insignificant beneath the onslaught of these over 100 purple-striped demon apes. Just as the dragon cultivator believed the outcome was sealed, Qin Ling, clad in her purple theatrical garb, began to chant. Her voice, resembling the resonance of a divine being or a demonic spirit, echoed throughout the region. Like a flood breaching a dam, the 100 ferocious beasts surged forward, as though cleaved in two by a razor-sharp blade. The entire herd broke apart in the middle, much like a school of fish, only to regroup 100 meters away. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the dragon family, the Qi family, and the royal family all widened their eyes in disbelief. Such an eerie ability had manifested within this blood demon forbidden land, and there were not one, but two of them. What on earth has transpired in this world? As the three major forces experienced astonishment, Wang Sheng burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Is this all you are capable of, little one? If this is your entire prowess, then I am utterly disappointed. At this moment, Wang Sheng not only had the ability to send the demon beasts into a frenzy, but could also briefly manipulate their direction of movement. His comprehension of beast mastery had far surpassed that of Qin Ling. In this round, he would shatter his previous fears. He would reclaim his confidence. In this world, no one could impede him from ushering in a brand new era, an era solely belonging to him. Wang Sheng laughed maniacally, and the phantoms of grotesque masks rapidly spread like a theatrical performance. They were dense and overlapping, seemingly intent on filling every corner of the region. As his theatrical robe billowed, the purple-striped demon apes surged once more towards Qin Ling and the others, a dark tide of chaos. Suddenly, Qin Ling's expression grew grave. At that moment, Qin Yun drew her long blade from her waist, exuding a striking aura. She stepped towards the purple-striped demons, her cold voice resonating. "Follow me." To hunt these purple-striped demon apes. Seeing this, Su Meng's heart sank. In his mind, Qin Ling was already their strongest combatant. If even she could not handle those demon beasts, how could they possibly stand a chance against them? Wouldn't this only add trouble for Qin Ling? Su Meng opened his mouth, wishing to dissuade Qin Yun from her folly. But what transpired next left him utterly speechless, his pupils dilating in shock. Qin Yun swung her blade. The intertwining forces of red and black erupted with ferocity. Boom! The terrifying blade aura carved a deep gash in the ground before crashing into a 10-jong-tall, purple-striped demon ape. Thud, thud, thud. The 10-jong-tall demon ape staggered back several steps, each step shaking the earth. But that was not the most terrifying part. As the blade aura dissipated, a torrent of scorching blood erupted from the purple-striped demon ape. Its wailing screams reverberated throughout the entire space. At that moment, Su Ming, the merchants, the dragon family, the chief family, and the royal members fell into a brief silence. The reason they could not contend with the purple-striped demon apes was that their defenses were utterly monstrous. Despite their utmost efforts, they could barely scratch the surface. Yet, Qin Yun's strike nearly cleaved the demon ape in two. The disparity was akin to a firefly compared to the bright moon. Many remained dazed for quite some time. Even Qin Ling himself felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. However, upon noticing the essence of the spiritual fruit staining Qin Yun's blade, everything became clear to him. Within this blood demon secret realm, both the Stardark spirit fruit and the purple-striped demon ape had undergone mutations. The Stardark spirit fruit was infused with extreme malevolence, while the purple-striped demon ape harbored protective yang energy. Both were nightmares for cultivators. Yet, the malevolence within the Stardark spirit fruit was precisely the nemesis of the purple-striped demon ape. This is the key to effortlessly breaching the defenses of the purple-striped demon ape. It turns out that Qin Yun had foreseen all of this. No wonder she insisted that we pour the essence of the spirit fruit onto our weapons. Upon this realization, Qin Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile as she cast a glance at Wang Sheng. Indeed, I am not your match at present. Yet, I have never fought alone. Behind Qin Ling, 20 prominent clan members, invigorated by the effects of the starry dark spirit fruit, charged fiercely toward the purple-striped demon ape. The tide of battle shifted once more. Moreover, the arrival of the Grand Elder utterly shattered Wang Sheng's conviction. Repeated failures had driven him to the brink of madness. "You wretched fool, the beast mastery, that is my legacy. I refuse to believe that you can kill me." As his roar echoed, Wang Sheng unleashed all his insights into beast mastery with fervor. More blood trickled from the corners of his eyes and mouth. The purple-striped demon apes grew even more frenzied. Qin Ling, unwilling to be outdone, also summoned all her understanding of beast mastery. The clash of their insights within this forbidden ground resonated like rumbling thunder, reverberating in all directions. As the deep, thunderous sounds permeated the entire secret realm, the earth trembled, the ground cracked, and distant peaks crumbled. In that moment, it felt as if a colossal primordial beast, dormant for eons, had suddenly awakened. Chapter 76. The awakening of the Beastmaster legacy, the fierce battle abruptly came to a halt. All present were taken aback, moving in disbelief towards the depths of the blood demon's secret realm. Among those most astonished were the three factions, the Long family, the Chief family, and the members of the Imperial dynasty. This was not their first foray into the blood demon's secret realm, yet this time felt extraordinarily uncanny. Such an ominous upheaval had never been chronicled by their ancestors. A wave of dread instantaneously engulfed their hearts. Amidst the turmoil, Lin Tian approached Wang Sheng, who was bleeding from 7 orifices. "Come with me." Wang Sheng's eyes were bloodshot, his head heavy and dazed, still reeling from his confrontation with Qin Ling instinctively. He glanced at Lin Tian and retorted, "I refuse to leave. This time, I must determine the victor against that scoundrel. In this era, there can only be one Beastmaster." Lin Tian's expression grew icy, his gaze fixed intently upon Wang Sheng. "Do you genuinely believe that having deceived a few beasts qualifies you as a Beastmaster? In the presence of a true Beastmaster, you have yet to even reach the threshold. Have you mistaken the minor skirmishes of the northern region as your lifelong ambition? If that is indeed the case, you are unworthy to be my brother." At these words, a sudden clarity washed over Wang Sheng. He looked at Lin Tian, his eyes blazing with intensity. "What do you mean?" Lin Tian's demeanor remained unchanged. "Rather than engage in futile combat here, we should seek the true opportunity hidden within this blood demon secret realm." In that moment, Wang Sheng's breath caught in his throat. "Are you suggesting?" "Indeed," Lin Tian affirmed without hesitation. "The complete legacy of the Beastmaster lies within this forbidden ground." With that, Lin Tian cast another glance at Wang Sheng. "Do you wish to remain here, battling that individual for superiority?" Wang Sheng shook his head vigorously. "I will follow you." Thus, amidst the chaos of the Earth's upheaval, the two departed quietly from the scene. Qin Yun gazed deeply into the secret realm. The legacy had manifested earlier than Mr. Qin had predicted. Though this oversight was minor, it marked the first miscalculation in Mr. Qin's history. Perhaps it could not even be deemed a miscalculation. Qin Ling's fate had already shifted. At this moment, she was far stronger than Mr. Qin had foreseen. The clash of their profound principles must have activated the Beastmaster legacy prematurely. This was not fortuitous for Qin Ling, as there remained many preparations yet to be made. As the tremors subsided, the Long family, the Qi family, and the members of the imperial dynasty greedily turned their attention towards Qin Ling and her companions. At this juncture, Qin Ling and her group bore considerable injuries, with over 20 purple-patterned demon apes having perished in the skirmish. Both sides had suffered greatly. Ultimately, it was still the 3 factions that emerged victorious. After a brief moment of contemplation, the 3 factions began to encircle Qin Ling and her companions. Qin Ling let out a derisive laugh, raising her arm. "The remaining 80 or so injured purple-striped demon apes have once again succumbed to a frenzy. Their towering figures, standing at an imposing height, exude a sense of overwhelming pressure. Should their boulder-like fists descend, they would undoubtedly reduce their opponents to mere pulp. How? Do they perceive our injuries and wish to engage us in a test of strength?" Qin Ling's voice, though soft, carried an icy chill that caused the 3 factions to shudder involuntarily. "In truth, they may consider attempting it. Perhaps we are indeed at the end of our strength. Or perhaps the protective yuan-yang of these purple-striped demon apes has been breached." Qin Ling continued, a subtle smile curving her lips. "The remains of so many purple-striped demon apes are a rarity in the outside world. If you wager correctly, you could attain immense wealth and fortune. What do you say? Shall we test this?" Although Qin Ling's earlier words were frigid, they posed no real threat to the 3 factions. However, her subsequent remarks, though gentle, sent a shiver down their spines. What rational cultivator would yearn for the theft of their possessions? This seemed akin to digging a pit and inviting them to leap in. Furthermore, the swift transition of this performer's emotions felt entirely unnatural, as if a madness lurked deep within her soul. The 3 factions instinctively retreated. Observing this, Qin Ling casually uttered 3 words. "Boring." At that moment, Qin Yun approached Qin Ling. "Ignore them. Come with me." As she spoke, she headed toward the cave where the purple-striped demon apes resided. The Grand Elder, Immo Xiao, Su Ming, and 20 prominent clan members followed closely behind. Qin Ling, though puzzled, recalled Qin Yun's astute strategies since entering the blood demon secret realm, and thus she hesitated no longer, quickening her pace to keep up with Qin Yun. Upon entering the depths of the cave, the temperature plummeted. In the next instant, a pool of icy blue flames appeared before them. Among all present, aside from Immo Xiao, Yin was the most knowledgeable. Yet, even he could not suppress a gulp at the sight of the icy blue flames. This is the heart of the Earth's cold fire? Such a rare treasure. The entire Great Chu dynasty would likely be unable to produce another. He had only encountered it once in ancient texts. Never did he imagine that the cave of the purple-striped demon apes would conceal such a vast quantity of heart of the Earth's cold fire. This time, they had truly struck it rich. In comparison to the corpses of the purple-striped demon wolves, this heart of the Earth's cold fire was the true fortune. However, Qin Lu, the Grand Elder, and Mo Xiao did not display much excitement upon witnessing the flames. After all, Mr. Qin had already anticipated all of this. They were merely acting in accordance with his predictions. After a moment of silence, Qin Yun turned to Qin Ling with a serious expression. Qin Ling, do you understand why we brought you along? Qin Ling appeared perplexed. Is it not because my comprehension of the profound truths is particularly strong? That is but one reason, Qin Yun replied, pausing before continuing. The fundamental reason we brought you is that within this blood demon secret realm lies a complete inheritance of beast mastery. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling's pupils abruptly constricted. Even his breathing became heavy and labored. The mere comprehension of a fragment of the beast mastery technique could yield such immense power. How formidable would he become should he attain the complete legacy of beast mastery? For Qin Ling, the quest for that legacy is no simple endeavor. The inherent dangers and trials are numerous, and we must be adequately prepared. The heart of the Earth's cold fire is but one of these challenges. Should you absorb and refine this heart of the Earth's cold fire, your chances of obtaining the beast mastery legacy will increase significantly. Qin Yun reiterated. Qin Ling took a deep breath. I understand. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Tian and Wang Sheng had already arrived at the heart of the secret realm. In this central area, countless bones formed a staircase. It wound and twisted, leading directly to a gaping chasm. Under the pale, gray moonlight, it emitted a chilling glow. At the end of the staircase forged from bones lay a colossal chasm, over 100 miles in diameter. Within this abyss, viscous blood pooled like a sea, perpetually boiling. Amidst the scarlet mist, one could faintly discern battle flags on the verge of complete decay. Lin Tian squinted slightly. The legacy of beast mastery lies within this sea of blood. Chapter 77. The Stairway of Bones, the Ocean of Blood. Even without Lin Tian's words, Wang Sheng felt it. After all, his blood had begun to boil. Wang Sheng licked the blood-soaked corner of his lips, his eyes brimming with avarice. The era where humanity stood strong and the demon race remained feeble was destined to conclude here, and his own era was poised to commence. Lin Tian approached Wang Sheng, patting him on the shoulder. You have successfully navigated through numerous formidable trials. This is the final challenge. Step forth, tread the stairway of bones, enter the sea of blood, conquer the last hurdle, and pass the trials of your predecessors to claim the legacy that rightfully belongs to you. As Lin Tian's voice faded, a faint talismanic mark silently embedded itself within Wang Sheng's being, unnoticed by him. Instead, his blood surged with fervor, as if he were on the brink of challenging the heavens themselves. He inhaled deeply and strode towards the staircase formed from countless bones. Buzz! The instant Wang Sheng set foot on the staircase, a chilling blue light erupted forth, sending a fierce wind that violently tugged at his disheveled hair and blood-stained attire. The heap of bones shimmered incessantly. Eerie whispers, reminiscent of vengeful spirits, echoed in Wang Sheng's mind. Even Lin Tian, standing outside the staircase, felt the onslaught. In stark contrast, Wang Sheng's theatrical demeanor embodied a sense of playfulness, utterly incomparable to the gravity of the situation. Yet he felt no disappointment. Rather, he grinned widely, chuckling. He indeed, obtaining that legacy is no simple feat. Yet only such a legacy is worthy of such trials worth my utmost effort. At that moment, cultivators from the Long family, the Qi family, Jinshan Temple, and the Imperial dynasty approached, drawn towards this location. In the heart of the secret realm, An aura of brutality and malevolence surged towards them. The four great factions instinctively gazed towards the center of the realm. In the next instant, all were left speechless. The previously mentioned mountains of corpses and seas of blood were mere metaphors. This time, the beast tide was entirely different, for they had truly witnessed the countless bones. And at the end of those bones lay a sea of blood, a genuine ocean of blood. They could scarcely fathom the magnitude of warfare required to amass such a blood sea. Even more unfathomable was the strength of the beings capable of constructing those staircases from the multitude of bones beyond the blood sea. Gazing upon this grand spectacle, they felt as insignificant as mere mayflies beneath the vast sky. Yet, amidst their sense of insignificance, they could vaguely sense an opportunity lurking within the blood sea. An endless greed washed over them in an instant. The leading cultivator of the Long family, eyes bloodshot, declared, no matter the cost, this opportunity must belong to our Long family, even if it leads to our annihilation. It matters not. Most cultivators in the world are cautious of their lives. Even upon entering the secret realm, one must weigh whether the opportunities are worth the peril. As for those who proclaim that cultivators must contend with heaven, earth, and humanity, risking their lives in the process, they are either blessed with exceptional fortune or merely naive. In most instances, prudent cultivators would refrain from placing themselves in perilous situations. However, this occasion is different. Although they are unaware of the treasures concealed within the blood sea, it undoubtedly harbors opportunities that could alter the very dynamics of the great Chu dynasty. It holds the potential to elevate their families to unprecedented heights. Even the prospect of sacrificing their lives for such a chance is deemed worthwhile. The leading dragon cultivator pondered briefly before charging towards the sea of blood. The chief family, the Jingshan temple, and the royal Feng family were equally resolute. The four factions, in a matter of moments, gathered at the periphery of the blood sea. Lin Tian merely observed in silence, offering no resistance. In the next instant, a dragon cultivator abruptly ascended the staircase of bones. A surging blue radiance erupted, instantly engulfing him. Alas, having taken but a single step, the dragon cultivator let out a harrowing scream, one so chilling it sent shivers down the spine. Before long, he completely lost his sanity. Resembling the frenzied beasts they had encountered prior, in his madness, the dragon cultivator clutched his scalp, tearing his entire visage apart. Blood gushed forth in an instant. Following a few roars, he finally collapsed upon the bone staircase. His flesh and blood transformed into a crimson light, merging with the sea of blood. The skeletal remains dissolved into the staircase, as if he had never existed at all. The cultivators from the four great factions felt an icy dread wash over them. The hearts of the four leading cultivators sank to the depths of despair. The blood sea harbored immense opportunities. Conversely, should these opportunities be seized by rival factions, it would spell disaster for their own. There was no longer room for retreat. After a prolonged silence, the four factions finally dispatched their cultivators to tread upon the staircase of bones. Undoubtedly, these four cultivators also became part of the blood sea and the staircase. Witnessing this, Lin Tan merely scoffed, reflecting inwardly. If the staircase were so easily traversable, why would I exert such effort to cultivate a rapport with Wang Sheng? Would it not be more advantageous to ascend the staircase myself, undergo the trials, and attain the legacy? Elsewhere, within the lair of the purple-striped demon ape, Qin Yun gazed sternly at Qin Ling, stating, "The heart of the earth's cold fire possesses myriad functions. Yet for you, its paramount benefit lies in maintaining clarity of mind, unperturbed by external distractions. If Wang Sheng can incite the beasts into madness, then the complete beast-taming legacy can plunge all beings into frenzy. Only by preserving absolute lucidity do you stand a chance to obtain that legacy." Qin Ling recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded earnestly. Subsequently, she exhaled a breath of stale air and stepped into the pool of the earth's cold fire. The chilling sensation pierced through to the marrow, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Qin Ling shivered, yet hesitated not. Instead, he seated himself within the heart of the cold fire, channeling the sacred fire technique of 3,000 flames. In the next moment, countless flames coalesced into the forms of beasts, roaring wildly within the frigid cavern. The magnitude of their presence eclipsed that of any practitioner known. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yun felt her eyelids flutter with alarm. The manifestations birthed from the sacred fire technique were unique to each individual. However, never had anyone exhibited such terrifying prowess as Qin Ling. It was no wonder he was acknowledged by Master Qin. Such a phenomenon was beyond my own capabilities. As time elapsed, the number of fiery beast forms multiplied, their roars growing increasingly horrific. Even the entire cavern seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. It must be noted that this was the lair of the purple-striped demon ape. How fortified must a dwelling be to withstand the devastation wrought by such a formidable beast? Yet despite this, the threat of collapse loomed ominously. Su Ming and the other members of the Merchant Association were rendered utterly bewildered. What manner of anomaly is this? Uncertain of how long had passed, the myriad fiery beast forms vanished in an instant. The entire pool of cold fire surged to a boil. Qin Ling abruptly opened his eyes. An endless stream of spiritual power surged into his body like rivers flowing into the sea, coalescing at his dantian to form a foundation. Boom! With a resonant sound, Qin Ling successfully entered the realm of foundation establishment. A faint glow of cold fire emanated from the corners of his eyes as he slowly rose to his feet. The blade has been sharpened. It is time to embark on the journey. Chapter 78. Ascending the Stairway of Bones, the Trial of Beast Mastery Inheritance. Within the cave, an abundance of subterranean cold flames lingered. Yet, at this moment, no one dared to absorb them. Time was of the essence. Qin Ling took the lead, striding toward the cave's exit. Ever since he had entered the Foundation Establishment realm, he had felt an inexplicable pull, as if something in the heart of the secret realm was beckoning him. Surely, it must be the complete inheritance of beast mastery. Once all had exited the cave, they found a group of individuals guarding several dozen purple-patterned demon apes. Qin Ling's brow furrowed instantly. Even when he was injured, these people were not his match. Now that he had broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm, did they still dare to provoke him? Were they truly ignorant of the meaning of the word death? Qin Ling raised his arm, poised to summon the purple-patterned demon apes to attack those cultivators. At that moment, the leading cultivator from the opposing side bowed deeply to Qin Ling and the others, saying, "Friends, we have come not seeking vengeance. We hope you will refrain from hostility." Qin Ling raised an eyebrow. He had no prior dealings with these individuals. If they were not here for revenge, what could possibly be their intention? Qin Yun gently tugged at the corner of Qin Ling's robe and whispered, "Let us first hear what they have to say." The leading cultivator took a deep breath and introduced himself. "I am Feng Wujin, a member of the royal family of the Great Chu. I have come to propose an alliance." The emotions of Qin Yun, Qin Ling, and the others remained unaffected by his words. However, the expressions of Su Ming and the merchants in attendance were markedly different. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at the cultivators outside the beast horde. This was a member of the royal family of the Great Chu. While their power may not encompass the entirety of the Great Chu, it was undoubtedly a formidable force. When had they ever witnessed a royal member speaking so humbly to others? This was a tremendous honor. If word of this got out, it would certainly provide them with much to boast about. "Your identity is of no concern to me. Get to the point. Why do you seek an alliance with us?" Qin Ling replied coolly. Feng Wujin's face stiffened at his words. It was the first time he had encountered someone so dismissive of their stature. Nevertheless, the combat prowess of these individuals far exceeded his expectations, and a touch of arrogance could be understood. He forced a smile and responded, "In the deepest part of this secret realm lies a tremendous opportunity. Alas, it is beyond the reach of my Feng family. Yet, your exceptional strength compels us to offer our protection and assistance in acquiring that opportunity, seeking only to forge a beneficial relationship." As he spoke, he deliberately emphasized his words. "If you wish to gain more resources and higher status within the Great Chu, our Feng family can lend our support." The elder, who had remained silent until now, suddenly brightened upon hearing this. The Qin family had only a modest reputation in Qingyun town. In the vast northern region, few recognized them, not to mention the entire Great Chu dynasty. With the assistance of the Great Chu dynasty, the rise of the Qin family would undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights. Thus, I must ask for your cooperation. The Grand Elder quickly interjected. The Grand Elder's words were met with agreement, leaving Qin Yun and Qin Ling with little room to counter. They thus followed closely behind Feng Wujin and his companions. Meanwhile, Su Ming and the others felt as if they were ensnared in a dream. The notion of royal family members serving as guards was previously unimaginable to them. As for Feng Wujin and his entourage, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In truth, they were reluctant to humble themselves and plead for assistance. Unfortunately, only those endowed with peculiar abilities could ascend the bone steps. Among the four major factions, none possessed such talents. They could only cultivate favorable relations with those who held these strange powers. The Long family, the Qi family, and the monks of Jingshan Temple had already been persuaded by a young man bearing a heavy sword to ally with a blood-clad performer possessing extraordinary capabilities, thereby excluding their royal Feng family. For the sake of the royal lineage, and to prevent the major factions from growing any stronger, he had no choice but to turn to this violet-clad performer. Although the violet-clad performer's strange abilities were not as formidable as those of the blood-clad performer, it was conceivable that they could still obtain a share of the opportunity within the sea of blood. Should this violet-clad performer ultimately seize that chance, the alliance of the Long, Qi, and Jingshan factions would crumble in an instant. After a considerable duration, Feng Wujin and Qin Ling finally arrived at the heart of the Blood Demon's secret realm. Upon spotting the violet-clad performer amidst the crowd, the members of the Long family, Qi family, and the monks of Jingshan Temple all contracted their pupils. Within the entire secret realm, there were only two individuals endowed with strange powers. Since they had staked everything on the blood-clad performer, they were naturally unwilling to witness the violet-clad performer encroach upon their domain. Feng Wujin, while clever, harbored delusions of entering the sea of blood with your meager strength. What a foolish fantasy! Feng Wujin, you ought to remain outside, for when Wang Xiaoyu secures that opportunity, you may enter for as long as you wish. Give it up, Feng Wujin. Despite your royal family's numerous hidden cards, you are no match for our three factions. The representatives of the three major factions spoke in unison, effectively barring Feng Wujin, Qin Ling, and the others from the sea of blood. Despair fully enveloped Feng Wujin's heart. His eyes were bloodshot. My sons of the Feng family, let's break through their defenses, regardless of the cost. We must ensure that this young friend enters the sea of blood. The disciples of the Feng family ignited with fervor upon hearing his words. A battle was imminent. However, at that moment, Lin Tian suddenly spoke. No worries, their desire to enter the sea of blood is already too late. That opportunity can only belong to Wang Sheng. We have now reached a critical juncture. Wang Sheng's mental state must not be disturbed. Should the two factions engage in combat, the detriment to Wang Sheng will far outweigh any benefits. The Long family, Qi family, and Jingshan Temple, upon hearing this, contemplated for a moment before allowing Feng Wujin and his companions to approach the edge of the sea of blood. Observing this, Lin Tian's eyes shimmered with a smile. He had also conducted some inquiries regarding Qin Ling. Her life experiences can undoubtedly be described as tragic, making her particularly susceptible to inner demons. The test of the bone staircase directly challenges one's character. Given this, how could Qin Ling possibly contend with Wang Sheng? Yet, at that moment when Lin Tian cast a mocking glance towards Qin Ling, she began to channel the 3000 sacred fire technique. The icy blue core fire enveloped her instantly, illuminating her spirit with remarkable clarity. She stepped onto the bone staircase, and the haunting sounds emanating from the stairs had no effect on her whatsoever. Chapter 79. The completely unhinged Wang Sheng. With each step Qin Ling took, it felt as though a heavy hammer struck fiercely against Lin Tian's heart. He fixated on the ethereal blue flames enveloping Qin Ling, his pupils constricting suddenly, and his breath quickening with trepidation. The infernal cold fire. It was indeed the infernal cold fire. Even within the vast realm of cultivation, this was a treasure so extraordinary that it could incite fierce battles among the mightiest. Such a heavenly material was something he had never been fortunate enough to encounter. Yet now it appeared on the body of a mere performer who had barely stepped into the foundation establishment realm. How could this be possible? Lin Tian clenched his teeth, his expression darkening further, setting aside the other formidable powers of the infernal cold fire. The most crucial aspect was its perfect counter to the mental trials of the bone staircase. This was quite troublesome. Lin Tian had calculated every possibility, yet he had never anticipated that the Qin family would possess such an opportunity. Meanwhile, behind Feng Wujin and the others, Su Meng wore an expression of disbelief. Upon witnessing the ethereal blue flames countering the bone staircase flawlessly, a tempest of astonishment surged within him. He swallowed hard, turning his head to the side to gaze at Qin Yun, his emotions in turmoil. This was truly a stroke of genius. Even the profound opportunities within the depths of the blood demon's secret realm could not escape her calculations. Who on earth was she? Not only Qin Yun, but also Qin Ling and the elder were extraordinarily powerful. Their strength was utterly beyond reason. He could not fathom how his leader had come to know these individuals. As Su Meng remained in shock, the distance between Qin Ling and Wang Sheng on the bone staircase diminished. Qin Ling, fixated on the blood-robed figure ahead, spoke indifferently. Wang Sheng, I have told you, whether it be beast control or acting, you are utterly incompetent. Even if I were to grant you 10, 20, or even 100 steps, you would still not prevail against me. Qin Ling's voice was quite calm, yet to Wang Sheng's ears, it resonated like the whispers of a devil. In the entire northern region, the only person who had repeatedly thwarted him was Qin Ling. He was reluctant to acknowledge her, yet his heart was in disarray. Countless negative emotions surged into Wang Sheng's mind. Blood seeped from his eyes. Previously, he had frantically grasped the essence of beast control, commanding the purple-striped demon ape, and had sustained considerable injuries. Now, overwhelmed by a tide of negativity, he felt his very being teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes, his powerful voice reverberating across the blood sea. Wang Sheng, do not forget, this is your era. Why fear this insignificant performer? Buzz! Wang Sheng's form trembled. His mind instantly cleared. Indeed, this is my era. How could a mere bone staircase and a lowly purple-clad performer compel my submission? His once curved back gradually straightened. His bloodied fingers clutched tightly at his scalp. Ah! With a furious roar, the veins in his body surged, and those blood-soaked digits thrust deeper into his scalp with sudden force. His disheveled hair and entire facial skin were brutally torn away. Muscles, tendons, and eyeballs lay completely exposed. The excruciating pain jolted him into full consciousness, no longer ensnared by the skeletal staircase. Yet, the crimson blood streamed down his neck, saturating the tattered performance robe. Ha 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 ha! A chilling laughter erupted, as Wang Sheng raised his exposed eyeballs, mockingly glancing at Qin Ling. You underestimate me, little one from the Qin family. My temperament and fortune may indeed pale in comparison to yours, but I stand alone, unbound, willing to sacrifice everything for the beast mastery legacy. What do you have to measure against me? Moreover, the infernal cold fire is not omnipotent. The trials of the skeletal staircase cannot be outsmarted by your trivial cleverness. Once the infernal cold fire loses its effect, how long do you think you can endure? Qin Ling frowned instantly upon hearing this. This Wang Sheng was far more formidable than he had anticipated. His level of madness exceeded all expectations. Meanwhile, outside the skeletal staircase, Qin Yun watched this scene, her scalp prickling with unease. She recalled the prophecy mentioned by Mr. Qin. The one who was to acquire the infernal cold fire was supposed to be Wang Sheng, and the one to tear off the entire facial skin was meant to be Qin Ling. She had seized the opportunity that rightly belonged to Wang Sheng. believing that the scales of victory had begun to tip in their favor. But who could have foreseen that Wang Sheng possessed such madness and audacity? Qin Yun clenched her fists tightly, her expression darkening. At that moment, atop the skeletal staircase, Qin Ling closed his eyes, relinquishing the enveloping infernal cold fire. An overwhelming tide of negative emotions surged into his being. That negativity had even materialized, transforming into dark, fluffy wisps in the void. Yet, Qin Ling's expression remained unaltered, as if those negative emotions simply did not exist. He expressionlessly raised his gaze. Wang Sheng, indeed, I underestimated you. But have you not underestimated me as well? This era will not shift for anyone. Even if you acquire the complete beast mastery legacy, it will not change a thing. As he spoke, Qin Ling slowly closed his eyes, countless thoughts racing through his mind. He was not alone. He had bonds of family. This was his weakness, yet it was also the source of his strength. In the next moment, Qin Ling suddenly opened his eyes wide. Qin Yun, he uttered those two simple words. And Qin Yun immediately understood. Their coordination had become remarkably seamless. Outside the skeletal staircase, the crimson winds danced around Qin Yun's garments. Suddenly, Qin Yun unsheathed the long blade at her waist, her voice resonating like a chilling echo from a secluded valley. Esteemed friends, let us eradicate all foes within our sight. Su Meng, with a face full of astonishment, instinctively spoke up. If we engage in battle now, it may disturb Taoist Qin Ling's tranquility. Qin Ling had already quelled the core's infernal flames. The negative emotion she would have to bear would surge exponentially. To instigate a battle now and disrupt her serenity would be to push Qin Ling towards a path of despair, would it not? Qin Yun fixed her gaze upon the representatives of the three major factions and replied coolly, "This battle is precisely intended to disturb the peace of Qin Ling and Wang Sheng. Let the tumult be as great as it may. This is Qin Ling's will." Among the group, the one who believed in Qin Yun the most was undoubtedly the Grand Elder. Understanding her intent, he brandished his dark golden mace and charged towards the three factions with unwavering resolve. The 20 clan members following him did not hesitate either. In an instant, battle erupted. The ground trembled violently, reverberating with a sound akin to thunder, wildly spreading in all directions. The cacophony reached the ears of Qin Ling and Wang Sheng in an instant. Wang Sheng's breath became increasingly erratic. He possessed but one face. He could not afford to tear it a second time. Furthermore, he could no longer continue to torment his own body. If this continued, he would likely perish right upon the white-bone steps. With a grunt, Wang Sheng half knelt upon the steps, bellowing, "Lin Tian, I know you harbor numerous secrets. If you have any trump cards left, unleash them at once." Chapter 80. The Arrival of the Elderly Remnant Soul and the Blooming of Flesh and Blood Fireworks. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tian's heart momentarily seized with trepidation. He had always perceived Wang Sheng as nothing more than a madman, a brash fool. Yet, he never anticipated that the other party was aware of the multitude of secrets he had concealed. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He despised the sensation of losing control. Nevertheless, in order to obtain the complete beast master inheritance, he had to exercise restraint. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian communicated telepathically with the remnant soul within him. "Master, do you possess any means to slay that figure clad in a purple theatrical robe?" Qin Ling? The elderly remnant soul paused, responding with utmost seriousness. "He has already embarked upon the bone staircase. There is no hope left. The beast master inheritance hails from a true immortal, while I am merely a semi-immortal. The trials set forth are beyond my capacity to obstruct." Although the elder soul yearned to seize a portion of control over Lin Tian's body, he was genuinely powerless to do so. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, countless thoughts reverberating in his mind. In mere moments, he once again conveyed his thoughts. "Master, is it possible to extract his memories and discern his character's weaknesses?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in the elder soul's eyes. "If it is merely a matter of extracting some memories, it may be worth a try. However, you must relinquish control of your body to me. After all, within the trials set by the immortals. Stealing the memories of the challenger is no trivial task. Hearing this, Lin Tian could not help but let out a cold, inward laugh, responding indifferently. Master, it appears that extracting soul memories does not necessitate physical manipulation, does it? I am not a challenger within the secret realm's trials and cannot ascend the bone staircase. Only a supreme being like you can invade that bone arena with the power of the soul. Rest assured, Master, go ahead and seize Qin Ling's soul memories. Once I acquire the Beast Master inheritance, I shall certainly assist you in restoring your depleted soul power. Moreover, I must also control the battle beyond the bone staircase. We must act separately. Only in this manner can we ensure Wang Sheng secures the Beast Master inheritance. The elderly remnant soul wrestled with his thoughts for some time before finally gritting his teeth in agreement. Very well. I shall now proceed to extract his soul memories. He had ample time to claim control over Lin Tian's body later, but the Beast Master inheritance must not encounter any setbacks. In the next moment, a vast torrent of soul power departed from Wang Sheng's body, surging toward the bone staircase. Of course, the elder remnant soul retained a portion, concealing it within Lin Tian's form. Lin Tian paid no heed to the elder soul's subtle maneuvers. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Qin Yun and the others. The extraction of Qin Ling's soul memories was imperative, and this conflict needed to be quelled. They could not allow it to interfere with Wang Sheng. Members of the Long family, the Qi family, and esteemed elders of Jingshan Temple, do not hold back any longer. Unleash your full might to eliminate the cultivators of the Qin family and the royal family. Even if complete annihilation is unattainable, we must strive to drive them away, ensuring they cannot influence the challengers upon the bone steps. I can assure each esteemed elder that once Wang Sheng acquires the inheritance, he will meticulously transcribe 3 copies to bestow upon you all. The formidable forces of the Long family, the Qi family, and the many strong practitioners of the Golden Mountain Temple all let out a thunderous roar, channeling their entire spiritual energy as they charged towards Qin Yun and Feng Wujin. At this moment, they stood united alongside Lin Tian and Wang Sheng. Should Wang Sheng fail to obtain the Beast Master inheritance, all the efforts of their 3 factions would be rendered futile. Boom! The battle instantly escalated into a fervent clash. The combat prowess of Qin Yun and her companions was indeed formidable. Yet, their side possessed far too few foundational practitioners. Even with the addition of royal members, they paled in comparison to the 3 great factions. The remaining Qi refinement cultivators hardly contributed significantly. The forces of Long, Qi, and Golden Mountain Temple could even spare foundational practitioners to eliminate the Qi refinement cultivators on Qin Yun's side. Instantly, Qin Yun and her group were forced to retreat step by step. Qin Yun tightened her grip on her longsword. Her voice weighed down with gravity. If the Beast Master inheritance falls into Wang Sheng's hands, it will undoubtedly bring calamity upon my Qin family. For the sake of that inheritance, for the enduring existence of the Qin family, are my kin willing to sacrifice everything? Upon hearing her words, the 20 main lineage clansmen grasped the gravity of the situation. They glanced at Qin Ling, ensnared by the dark, fibrous substance upon the bone steps, and then at the frenzied 3 factions, finally resolving their determination. They did not need to win this battle. They merely needed to create enough commotion. That alone would signify their victory. Bang! One of the main lineage clansmen was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily to the ground, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he struggled to rise, blood spilling from his mouth as he laughed heartily. To witness the flourishing of the Qin family, to glimpse a fragment of this world-esque grandeur, this life has already been worth it. Long family, Qi family, and the rabble of Golden Mountain Temple, I invite you to witness a magnificent display of fireworks. As the final word fell, that clansman surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, charging directly at the opposing forces. The 3,000 sacred fire technique activated. A torrent of fiery power erupted instantaneously. With his body, he exploded forth, resembling a resplendent blood-colored firework. Boom! With that explosion, the ground was blasted into a deep pit. The terrifying shockwave reverberated violently. Soon after, the second, third, and fourth fireworks erupted. The entire battlefield had descended into utter chaos. Upon the bone steps, both Qin Ling and Wang Sheng were under immense pressure. Wang Sheng's eyes blazed with fury, the veins on his denuded face protruding even more prominently. In his heart, he cursed Lin Tian no less than 100 times. This Lin Tian was not merely unhelpful, but seemed to wish for his demise upon the bone steps. Fortunately, the pain from his exposed skin allowed him to maintain a semblance of awareness. Third stage, second stage, first stage, Wang Sheng murmured as he finally stepped into the seething sea of blood. The most arduous trial had come to an end. The crimson mist gently cradled his form. At that moment, Qin Ling, enveloped in a dark, fluffy haze of negative emotions, indifferently entered the blood sea. Buzz! A surge of blood-red energy erupted violently. It spread throughout the entire blood demon secret realm. The cacophony of noise was drowned in this torrent of sanguine energy. The ancient remnant soul severed its connection with Lin Tian at that instant. The crimson mist surged once more, distancing Wang Sheng and Qin Ling from each other. They faced each other from afar. The scalding sea of blood began to incinerate their emotions. Amidst the hazy mist, a scroll gradually unfurled. The memories and insights of the first Beastmaster, along with the path of beast mastery extracted from the myriad avenues, were all vividly depicted within that scroll. As the crimson mist spread, the scenes within the scroll began to transform. The legacy of beast mastery had finally emerged. Chapter 81. The Forgotten Dark Era. The entire Blood Demon secret realm appeared to have come to a standstill. Only the slowly unfurling scroll exuded a semblance of vitality. Instinctively, everyone cast their gaze towards the heavens. An overwhelming tide of savagery and brutality surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves. It was a vast world. Within that expansive realm, the focus continuously drew nearer. Dots of crimson and black gradually took shape. They were not flowers or gemstones, but rather a multitude of bloodied corpses. Decayed flesh and earth melded together. Withered bones and entrails intertwined, as writhing insects crawled through the viscous blood. That eerie and sanguine world resembled a veritable hell of azura. Even Su Ming, who had grown accustomed to life and death, to mountains of corpses and seas of blood, could not help but feel a tumult within. It was utterly revolting. The others fared no better. Now, when they looked upon the skeletal staircase, the blood-red ocean seemed utterly trivial. Was this truly the era lost to the annals of history? Qin Yun whispered softly. She had heard some tales from Mr. Qin regarding that time. Yet, witnessing it firsthand, she remained profoundly shaken. As the focus drew ever closer, charred and withered trees emerged. Twisted branches bore the skins of humans or other beings, swaying in the chilling winds. In that endless abyss of darkness, amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a performer clad in theatrical garb danced gracefully against the howling wind. Lin Tian, observing this, narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems this must be the first Beastmaster. Wang Sheng was an actor. Qin Ling was an actor. Even the inaugural Beastmaster who forged the path of beast taming eons ago was an actor. The three of them bore an uncanny resemblance in certain respects. It was no wonder that Wang Sheng and Qin Ling could grasp the extraordinary essence of beast taming even before the Blood Demon secret realm was unveiled. They were indeed born for the path of beast mastery. However, compatibility is merely compatibility. Whose hands the legacy will ultimately fall into remains uncertain. Lin Tian recalled the talisman that had been implanted within Wang Sheng's body, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Wang Sheng, oh Wang Sheng, even if you suspect that I harbor numerous secrets, what of it? You could never fathom that the profound understanding of beast taming you so painstakingly seek will ultimately serve as my wedding garment. The floating scroll, enshrouded in a scarlet haze, continued to shift and transform. Giants with a single eye monsters with a multitude of tentacles, and peculiar entities with human heads and horse bodies, incessantly appeared before the onlookers. They were not demon beasts. They were unlike any beings they had ever encountered. Those creatures possessed immense intelligence and their own languages. In that era, they were the true protagonists. They laughed and reveled in the performer-esque display. In that realm of unbridled savagery, the performer appeared strikingly insignificant. And the insignificant was not just the performer, but all of humankind. In that vast expanse of the world, humanity appeared to be nothing more than livestock, nurtured solely for sustenance. An overwhelming sense of despair instantaneously enveloped all present, extinguishing any semblance of rebellious thought. In the blood-soaked sea, the confrontation between Wang Sheng and Qin Lu was similarly affected. A torrent of negative emotions inundated them. Wang Sheng, stripped of his dignity, was beset by a chilling, black, fibrous substance that manifested around him, his exposed eyes bloodshot with confusion. What is this madness? Where is the beast master inheritance? I have traversed the staircase of bones. Why has the inheritance not yet revealed itself? What nonsense are we witnessing now? In former times, Wang Sheng would have never exhibited such volatility. Yet now, both his soul and body were subjected to inhuman torment. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure. If he succumbed to the blood sea before the beast master inheritance materialized, what significance would it hold? In stark contrast, Qin Lu was nearly overwhelmed by the tangible black substance of negativity, yet he remained as composed as ever. He had endured in silence for 5 years. As long as he could not obtain the complete beast master inheritance to alter his fate, he would continue to persevere. Furthermore, the scrolls suspended in mid-air depicted not merely the tales of eons past. The complete beast master inheritance was already woven within. The greatest opportunity within the blood demon's secret realm resided here. Qin Lu slowly closed his eyes, striving to comprehend the profound truths of the beast master hidden within the scroll. At this moment, Lin Tian seemed to recognize this as well and shouted to Wang Sheng amidst the blood sea. Wang Sheng, do not let those negative emotions sway you. The beast master inheritance has appeared. It lies within that scroll. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, clarity returned to Wang Sheng's eyes, and the black, fibrous substance of negativity began to recede. He raised his exposed eyes towards the hovering scroll. The beast master inheritance is contained within this scroll. The image within the suspended scroll shifted continuously, portraying performers dancing to entertain bizarre beings. Despite this, the performers could only struggle to survive. The suffocating pressure was unbearable. Until one day, the performer-esque kin were transformed into the sustenance of these grotesque entities, devoured before his very eyes, while being compelled to dance to amuse them. The pent-up rage of the performer erupted after a lifetime of suppression. He summoned the courage of humanity. He brandished a great sword, akin to a heroic figure from a play, and charged at the strange beings. However, the untrained human, wielding a great sword against a stronger foe, found their bravery rendered futile. The performer was sent flying, akin to a ragdoll. The performer had failed. He was carelessly discarded atop a mountain of corpses, perhaps destined to become sustenance for some strange being one day. That profoundly dark era saw no alteration as a result. After all, such occurrences were commonplace in those times. Had it ended there, the performer would not have grasped the art of beast mastery nor ascended to the status of a progenitor of humanity. Amidst the mountain of corpses, beneath the flashes of lightning and the torrential downpour, one individual struggled to rise. The performer had survived, gazing upon the sea of lifeless bodies. He had forged a new aspiration. This world ought not to be as it is. Humanity deserves its own system of cultivation. Chapter 82. The figure behind the ancestor of humanity, a palpable chill swept through the hearts of all present as they beheld the figure atop the mountain of corpses. Was Mr. Qin on the brink of rising? The night was tumultuous with thunder, torrential rain, and fierce winds tearing at that hunching silhouette. He descended from the mountain of corpses, his burden heavy. The cycle of day and night continued unabated as he traversed the mountains and rivers. in search of the secret method to save humanity. Time passed in a daze, and exhaustion overtook him. Yet in that same moment, he discovered the means to rescue all of humankind. Do you wish to grow stronger? A gentle voice emanated from the scroll. The figure knelt, overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. However, the speaker remained hidden from the canvas. Outside the sea of blood, Qin Yun furrowed her brow. That voice, it sounded so familiar, yet she could not recall where she had heard it before. Shaking her head, she returned her gaze to the scroll in the air. At that moment, the figure began to find his rhythm. He started to command the beasts, growing increasingly adept. Simultaneously, a deluge of beast-taming principles erupted forth. Wang Sheng and Qin Ling both let out muffled groans as they embarked on a frenzied quest for comprehension and dominance. The blood sea began to churn violently, the crimson mist swirling into a tempest, mercilessly tearing at their bodies. Wang Sheng grinned, his laughter chilling. Ha! Little one, the Qin family. You are still too tender to compare with me in understanding. The dark, fluffy substance enveloping Qin Ling thickened once more as the comprehension and struggle within the blood sea reached a fever pitch. In that instant, the ancient remnant soul finally infiltrated Qin Ling's consciousness, perusing his soul's imprint. Countless chaotic memories surged into the ancient soul's mind. Before long, a smile spread across the ancient soul's visage. I never expected this little one to have such experiences. If only I can tear open this scar, he will undoubtedly descend into madness. At that time, the complete inheritance of beast taming will be within reach. Having siphoned off Qin Ling's soul memories, the ancient remnant soul quietly withdrew from the blood sea. Within the scroll, the figure's power surged. He finally waged war against those strange beings. The battle darkened the skies and the earth, as countless bizarre entities fell in pools of blood. It marked humanity's first victory. He brought hope to the race, becoming the first ancestor of humanity. As his prestige soared, an endless stream of willpower surged toward him. Drawing upon this will, he extricated the path of beast taming from a myriad of great ways, establishing a unique cultivation path for humanity. No longer would humans need to bow to the whims of any creature or even the heavenly Tao. The scroll trembled violently. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the scene. This was the most direct manifestation of the path of beast taming. What scattered forth was not merely principles, but the true inheritance, the path of beast taming. The skeletal staircase began to hum, and the ocean of blood started to churn. Stripped of his facade, Wang Sheng's eyes suddenly glimmered with realization. I understand now. I finally comprehend. In this moment, many of my previous queries received their answers. A chilling wind swept in, lifting the tattered fabric of his theatrical robe. He slowly raised his arm. The skeletal staircase began to crumble. The bones, compelled by an unseen force, merged into the blood sea. Wang Sheng swung his arm once more. The bones enveloped in viscous blood, coalescing into the form of a living being. Under his control, this was the manifestation of the mastery of beast taming. His gaze drifted towards Qin Ling, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Ha! A step behind, and you're irrevocably behind. Young one of the Qin family, you have lost the right to contend with me for this lineage of beast taming. After Wang Sheng spoke, a multitude of fabricated beings surged towards Qin Ling, disrupting her focus. Outside the blood sea, Qin Yun felt her heart leap into her throat. This was troublesome. Beside her, Feng Wujin's expression was equally grim. If Qin Ling failed to seize the beast-taming inheritance, the royal position might very well change hands. Amidst the anxiety of Feng Wujin, Qin Yun, and the others, Qin Ling, shrouded in a black, fluffy substance, slowly opened her eyes. She too raised her arm. The remaining bones of the staircase surged into the blood sea, transforming into her fabricated beings. Wang Sheng, the outcome remains uncertain. Who will claim victory? Boom! 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 The moment Qin Ling's voice fell, the two factions of fabricated beings clashed in battle. The terrifying sound waves caused the entire realm of blood demons to tremble with fervor. Outside the blood sea, Lin Tian clenched his fists, consumed by unwillingness. If only Wang Sheng had entered sooner, there wouldn't be so many complications. The distance they had painstakingly created was now erased. After a moment of silence, Lin Tian shouted towards Wang Sheng in the Blood Sea. Ignore him. Continue to comprehend the beast-taming inheritance. At this moment, Wang Sheng also reined in his smile, gazing towards the celestial scroll above. However, the battle between the two factions of fabricated beings did not cease. Both Wang Sheng and Qin Ling, besieged by negative emotions, struggled to control the fabricated beings while simultaneously striving to grasp the beast-taming inheritance. Under such triple pressure, their understanding became increasingly arduous. Any lapse in any of the three aspects could cost them the chance to obtain the beast-taming inheritance. Those outside the Blood Sea could offer them no assistance. The scroll hovering above the Blood Sea continued to shift in its imagery. The once bully performer, who could be humiliated by any bizarre being, now stood atop the world. To protect humanity, he engaged in an unprecedented battle against those strange entities. The clash was cataclysmic. Both humanity and the bizarre beings suffered tremendous losses. The entire world seemed to transform into an ocean of blood. Since the performer learned the art of beast taming, Qin Yun and the others had never witnessed him struggle so intensely. Surely victory is within reach. Outside the sea of blood, Qin Yun whispered softly. The path of beast mastery had already diverged from the myriad ways. Even the heavenly Tao could not manipulate humanity. She could scarcely conceive of how the minstrel could possibly fail. Yet, the minstrel had indeed met defeat. All the beasts lay either dead or grievously wounded. Even he himself had reached the brink of his existence. Endless, grotesque beings cackled as they surged toward him. He knelt upon the ground, weeping silently. Master, your disciple is inept. I could not provide humanity with a sanctuary. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had suddenly erupted within the minds of the onlookers. In the previous vision, a gentle voice had resonated, and it was that very voice that had guided the minstrel onto the path of cultivation, leading him to comprehend the art of beast mastery. At that time, they felt little, but now, upon hearing the term master from the minstrel's lips, a tempest of astonishment surged within their hearts. This was the progenitor of humanity, a supreme being who had carved a path from the 3,000 ways. He still had a master? Just how formidable must his master be? At that moment, a figure clad in white, distinct from the shadows of the dark era, materialized within the scroll. He caressed the minstrel's head. You have already done exceedingly well. That gentle voice and the figure, as pure as snow, suddenly reminded Qin Yun of someone, Mr. Qin Lu, who resided in their Qin family. Chapter 83. The Collapse of the Scroll, the Descent of the Great Tao. Qin Yun's chest rose and fell violently, her heart tumultuous in this moment. Even her gaze towards the suspended scroll was lost in a daze. Is this truly the real identity of Mr. Qin? Qin Yun murmured, as if her very being had been frozen in place. The Grand Elder, though unable to decipher her words, caught the mention of Mr. Qin and sighed in admiration. Indeed, Mr. Qin is extraordinary. Even such unparalleled inheritance could not escape his calculations. Qin Yun was taken aback, regaining her composure as she looked at the Grand Elder, her eyes filled with confusion. Were they speaking of the same matter? Grand Elder, she began, her brow furrowing. Did you not see the figure in white within the scroll? The Grand Elder appeared perplexed. What figure in white? All the scenes within the scroll were rendered in dark tones. Where could there possibly be a figure in white? If such a figure existed, it would stand out remarkably amidst the artwork. He could not have missed it. Not only the Grand Elder, but also Mo Xiao, Feng Wujin, and Su Meng were equally baffled. Seeing their reactions, Qin Yun felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that I have mistaken what I saw? She pondered, but then vigorously shook her head. Impossible. That gentle voice, that snow-like white attire. She had heard and seen them with her own eyes. There was no possibility of error. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted. The scroll suspended in the air suddenly shattered. An endless crimson mist of blood, like a wild stallion breaking free, swiftly spread out. In an instant, It obscured the sun. Boom! As the blood mist enveloped the heavens, it was as if 9 celestial thunders had erupted. Subsequently, the sky was torn apart, creating a spatial rift stretching 100 miles. From this fissure, a colossal entity, brimming with unfathomable mysteries and unspeakable power, descended. No one could comprehend the nature of this existence, yet an unparalleled shock surged within each heart. The Great Tao. Almost simultaneously, Wang Sheng and Qin Ling both understood. That was the beast mastery path, stripped from the 3,000 great Taos by the ancestor of humanity. Only such an existence could transcend the 5 senses of a cultivator, allowing them to perceive and be awed. A glimmer of cold light erupted in the eyes of both Wang Sheng and Qin Ling. The true contest had now begun. Their wills seemed to transform into a giant Qin, ravenously devouring the great Tao. The space within 100 miles faced the peril of collapse. The gale from the rift surged forth, sweeping up countless corpses, soil, and rocks, wreaking havoc in this realm. The cultivators beyond the Blood Sea, if not for their formidable cultivation, would have surely been swept into the skies by the ferocious winds. At this time, the ancient remnant soul finally emerged from the Blood Sea, returning to Lin Tian's body. However, due to the dual torment of the immortal trial and the encroachment of the great Tao, he bore significant injuries. Even his spiritual power had been greatly diminished. Disciple, I have successfully seized the soul's memories of that individual, and I shall now impart them to you. The inheritance of beast taming must be secured for my master. It cannot. It must not suffer any losses. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian gently closed his eyes, accepting the hard-won memories that had been stolen. Countless fragments swept through Lin Tian's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to gradually lift in a smile. Presently, Wang Sheng and Qin Ling were evenly matched. For either to obtain the complete inheritance of beast taming would be exceedingly challenging. Lin Tian himself held little hope. Yet, who would have imagined that Qin Ling harbored such a dark past? Truly, it is a stroke of fortune. Master, rest assured, the inheritance of beast taming shall be mine without fail. After the transmission, Lin Tian immediately approached a cultivator from the Qi family, speaking with an air of indifference. Qi Jin, the Qi family cultivator, appeared momentarily taken aback. Do you know me? Lin Tian did not respond, but continued. Do not concern yourself with that now. To defeat Qin Ling and allow Wang Sheng to acquire the complete inheritance, I require your assistance. Qi Jun swallowed hard. Me? Following his brother's demise, he had become the sole heir of the Qi family, a position of great prestige. However, he was incomparable to the forces of the Long family, the imperial clan, or the Jinshan temple. With all 3 factions present, how could the heir of such a modest family influence the contest for the inheritance? The identity of the purple-clad maiden was not as mysterious or terrifying as you might imagine. Lin Tian patted Qi Jun's shoulder and recounted Qin Ling's dark past. As Qi Jun listened, his eyes gradually brightened. Moments later, a smile graced his face. So, it turns out, he is the little rascal who fled to ghostly Abyss Mountain a few years back. I never expected him to still be alive and grown so powerful. In an instant, Qi Jun's fear of Qin Ling dissipated entirely. Once, even his servants could kick that waste. How could he possibly feel fear now? To comprehend such a supreme inheritance, one must maintain a stable mindset. If I were to reveal the tales of this waste's past, how could he uphold a sound state of mind? With a sinister grin, Qi Jun strode against the fierce winds to the edge of the Blood Sea, shouting at the top of his lungs, Qin Ling, do you remember me? No, that is quite all right. I shall help you recall. 5 years ago, your sister arrived at the border and caught my eye. Her beauty was indeed rare in this world. As he spoke, a look of rapture crossed Qi Jun's face, quickly shifting to one of malice. However, that wretched girl refused to submit to me. Thus, I unleashed wild dogs, devouring her piece by piece. The screams were simply exquisite. Buzz! Every word uttered by Qi Jun fell upon Qin Ling's ears like a barrage. The negative emotions transformed into black, fluffy tendrils, thrashing violently against the Blood Sea. At this moment, Qin Ling's condition is exceedingly precarious. Outside the bloodied realm, a tremor courses through Qin Yun's heart. This is dire. Qin Ling is in danger. All of you, charge forth and eliminate this wretch. Do not allow him to further disrupt Qin Ling's state. The Grand Elder, Mo Xiao, Feng Wuji, and Su Ming all comprehend the gravity of the situation. They immediately channel their energy and surge towards the Crimson Bird in a fierce attack. The Long family and the Jinshan Temple also spring into action. The monks of Jinshan Temple clasp their hands in prayer, shielding the Crimson Bird behind them. Amit Ba, should you wish to commit heinous acts of slaughter, you shall have to tread over my lifeless body. As a monk's words resonate, an ethereal chant fills the air, and golden Sanskrit characters envelop the heavens. The cultivators of the Long family advance before the monk of Jinshan Temple. Feng Wuji, do you truly believe that your meager numbers can breach our formidable defenses? Meanwhile, the Crimson Bird, surrounded by layers of protection, is taken aback. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight of battle, he finds himself somewhat disoriented. At this juncture, Lin Tian speaks again. Do not dawdle. Continue speaking. We must not allow Qin Ling to regain composure. If Qin Ling were to acquire the inheritance, the first to perish would undoubtedly be you. Similarly, should Wang Sheng obtain the legacy, your family, the Qi clan, will be the first to reap the rewards. Chapter 84. 3,000 Demon Blood Masks. 100,000 Withered Bones as a stage. Qi Zhen took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety, and called out to Qin Ling amidst the blood sea. Qin Ling, do you still remember your mother? A mere ant in the Qi refinement realm dares to seek vengeance against me. I initially thought she had some hidden cards up her sleeve, but who would have imagined she was so fragile? I merely kicked her twice and she perished. Yet I did not let that corpse go to waste. I unleashed my long-tamed black crow, which devoured your mother's remains entirely. I must thank you, otherwise my black crow would not have grown so swiftly. Within the blood sea, Qin Ling's eyes were already bloodshot. He could no longer maintain his composure. Even the facade of calmness slipped away. Qin Ling let out a furious roar, and countless fragments of memories detonated in his mind. The negative emotions, like black wisps, furiously infiltrated his consciousness. He clasped his hands tightly around his head, kneeling upon the surging blood sea. The vast, scarlet blood mist transformed into countless vengeful spirits, suddenly expanding in all directions. Outside the blood sea, Qin Yun's heart plummeted to the depths. No matter what, that man must be slain. Qin Ling was on the brink of collapse. If delayed any longer, Qin Ling would be utterly severed from the beast-taming legacy. Qin Yun gripped her long knife tightly. The forbidden divine record of the underworld and the 3,000 sacred fire techniques activated simultaneously. She transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging fiercely towards Qi Zhen. As she moved, the ground blossomed with blood-red and black lotuses. The dense elemental fire enveloped her long knife. Buzz! A resonant hum echoed. The flaming long knife sliced through the void. Two heads soared into the sky. Scorching blood rained down like droplets from above. After dispatching the two, Qin Yun hesitated not for a moment and continued to charge forward. Boom! 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 With sheer determination, Qin Yun carved a bloody path. Both the Long family and the Golden Mountain Temple were left in shock. This level of combat prowess exceeded all their expectations. Quick! Block her! She must not reach Qi Zhen, the leading Dragon Clan cultivator shouted. However, Qin Yun was not the only one advancing towards them. The Grand Elder, Mo Nian, Su Ming, and Feng Wujie were all formidable foundational cultivators. Although their combat strength surpassed that of Qin Yun and her companions, amidst such frenzied fighting, protecting a single individual was no simple task. After sustaining injuries, Qin Yun wiped away the crimson at her lips, disregarding the surging energy within her, and continued to advance with her long knife. This was a reckless style of combat, and she was not alone in her recklessness. The Grand Elder, Su Ming, Mo Nian, and Feng Wujie were in no better condition. This battle was unprecedentedly fierce. Qi Zhen watched this scene, terrified to the core. If given the chance to choose again, he would undoubtedly refuse this task. If you wish to embrace death, then remain here in your stupor. A chilling voice suddenly erupted in Qi Zhan's ear. Startled, Qi Zhan returned to his senses and turned to Lin Tian, who narrowed his eyes and declared, "At this moment, you have no alternatives. Should you continue to speak, there remains a glimmer of hope. However, if you choose to retreat, it will lead only to your demise." Qi Zhan trembled uncontrollably, managing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "I will speak, I will speak." He then glanced at Qin Ling and shouted, "Qin Ling, you coward! Your sister, your mother, have perished by my hand, yet you lack even the courage to seek vengeance. The sight of your father fleeing with you resembled two wild dogs. Do you think our people cannot catch up with you? You are terribly naive. We are merely relishing the thrill of a cat playing with a mouse. Had you not run into the ghostly Abyss Mountain, you would have long been toyed with to your end." Boom! The entire blood demon secret realm began to tremble violently. Qin Ling, submerged in the blood sea, completely collapsed. Endless negative emotions transformed into a black, fluffy substance, staining half of the blood sea dark. Wang Sheng sensed the struggle for the legacy suddenly diminish, and he rejoiced, plunging into a fervent state of comprehension and transformation. At that moment, Qin Yun, drenched in blood, halted as if all her strength had been drained away, her eyes losing their luster. Ultimately, had she failed? Seeing that the Qin family, the Beima Chamber of Commerce, and the royal members ceased their assault, Qi Zhan finally exhaled in relief. Upon witnessing the wretched state of Qin Ling in the blood sea, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Ling, what if you escaped my pursuit? What if you have cultivated to an exalted realm, acquiring unparalleled fortune? In the end, you are but an ant, one that I can crush at will. This has always been, is now, and shall forever be true. In the blood sea, Wang Sheng also began to laugh. It is your honor, little one from the Qin family, to contend for the same opportunity as I. But now it is all over. The victor shall be none other than me. Outside the blood sea, Su Ming, Feng Wujin, and the others found themselves engulfed in despair. The raging winds continued to howl. The blood sea churned violently. Yet, Su Ming and Feng Wujin felt an eerie silence enveloping the world around them. Just then, a low chuckle echoed. The gale emanating from the spatial rift viciously tore at Qin Ling's tattered robe. The negative emotions transformed into a black, fluffy substance, incessantly surging into Qin Ling's body. Yet, instead of further harming her, these negative emotions became the very source of her power. Outside the blood sea, all eyes widened in astonishment. Wang Sheng felt an eerie chill coursing down his spine, penetrating to the very soles of his feet. Qin Ling slowly rose. The tattered purple theatrical robe billowed in the fierce wind, creating a haunting sound. From his lips emerged a chant, ethereal and otherworldly. The cold crows peck at the marrow. The vicious dogs rend the tender flesh. Ghostly flames burn the fairy oars. The falcon banner encircles the haunted mountain, stumbling through countless miles, lost in the passage of seasons. At last, having acquired the ancestral art of beast mastery, to glimpse the great path and ascend to the immortal platform. Today, the realm shall be shattered, and the performance shall commence. With 3,000 demon blood, let the face paint be drawn. With 100,000 desiccated bones, let the stage be set. Chapter 85. Lin Tian, please, master, possess me. A voice, intermingled with reason and madness, reverberated throughout the blood demon secret realm. Like a tempest unleashed by a demonic deity, it lifted his very being. Qin Ling pressed his hands to his face. His 10 crimson fingers, stained by the blood sea, painted an imperial mask upon him. The grand, blinding path that fell from the heavens transformed into countless tendrils, surging wildly into Qin Ling's body. His aura, consequently, grew exponentially. In stark contrast, Wang Sheng felt the hard-won authority slipping rapidly from his grasp. How could this be? The one who ultimately claims the great path cannot be you. Wang Sheng's hoarse voice sounded jarringly amidst the turbulent blood sea. For this legacy, he had ventured deep into the beastly forest, living like a savage. For this legacy, he had unleashed a tide of beasts, bearing immeasurable karmic burdens. For this legacy, he had even violently torn off his own face. Yet in the end, this legacy chose not him. An overwhelming surge of defeat and rage flooded his heart. Wang Sheng clenched his fists, his facial muscles and veins twisting, black flames flickering from the corners of his eyes. This was meant to be my era, he roared, completely forgetting all techniques. Swinging his fists, he resorted to the most primal form of combat, charging directly at Qin Lu. But how could Wang Sheng, having lost the beast-taming authority, possibly be a match for Qin Lu? A mere ant, no matter how furious, remains just an ant. Nothing can change that. Before Wang Sheng could even graze the hem of Qin Lu's garment, he was hurled away by an overwhelming force. Like a ragged sack, he crashed heavily into the blood sea. The previously mocking Qi Zhan now lay limp on the ground, enveloped by an endless chill. Busy de Qizan, Lin Tian's expression was as dark as the depths of water. Useless, he uttered coldly, before instantly plunging his consciousness into his mind. Master, I implore you to possess me. Help me rescue Wang Sheng. Asking for the master to possess him was his final trump card. Under normal circumstances, he would never wish to reveal this card. But now he had no choice. He had already failed once. If he returned empty-handed from this contest for the legacy, what could he possibly use to resist the Qin family? Within Lin Tian's consciousness, the elderly remnant spirit's eyes flashed with fleeting joy. Ha, my dear disciple, you should have done this sooner. Fear not. Even if it costs my old life, I shall aid you in rescuing Wang Sheng. Once the sinister voice of the elderly remnant spirit faded, a towering power surged forth. Lin Tian's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The tempest that had stirred the sands and stones briefly calmed at that moment. Those soulless and mindless entities seemed to bow before Lin Tian. Outside the blood sea, the cultivators from the Qin, Feng, Long families, Jinshan Temple, and the Beima Commerce Association all turned their gazes towards Lin Tian. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Qin Yun instinctively narrowed her eyes and tightened her grip on the hilt of her blade. Is this the remnant soul of a demigod? She had long been informed by Mr. Qin about the existence of such a soul. Yet, when the remnant soul materialized before her, she could not help but tremble. In comparison to that ethereal being, she felt utterly insignificant, as diminutive as a mayfly gazing up at the vast sky. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness engulfed her in an instant. Such oppressive force could no longer be subdued by mere will or conviction. Fortunately, the remnant soul paid her no heed, instead drifting towards the crimson sea. Qin Yun and the Grand Elder couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. This is dire. With the interference of the demigod's remnant soul, could Qin Lu still inherit the path of beast mastery intact? In a frenzy of worry, the Grand Elder disregarded everything else and prepared to rush towards the blood sea, channeling his energy. At that moment, Qin Yun intercepted him with one hand. Battling against the fierce gales, her mind raced. The words Mr. Qin had previously spoken echoed relentlessly in her thoughts. The pinnacle of cultivation, the absolute sovereign among cultivators. Beneath the immortals, all are but ants. Even in life and death, the inheritance left behind is sacred and inviolable. That inheritance, having chosen Qin Lu, would not be tainted by anyone. With clarity dawning upon her, Qin Yun suddenly opened her eyes wide. Grand Elder, fret not. That inheritance already belongs to Qin Lu, and no one can obstruct it. The Grand Elder's face was etched with worry, yet he felt powerless. At that moment, Lin Tian had stepped into the blood sea, approaching Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, desolate as if bereft of his soul, slowly raised his head. Upon recognizing Lin Tian, a spark of color ignited in his eyes. Lin Tian, in his darkest hour, it was Lin Tian who illuminated his path. In his most frantic moments, it was Lin Tian who restored his sanity. Each of Lin Tian's appearances had brought him hope. This time should be no different. Lin Tian, I have not yet succumbed, have I? I can still obtain that inheritance. I can still usher in my own era. Can I? Wang Sheng's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Lin Tian merely cast an indifferent glance at him. Hold on tight. Wang Sheng nodded fervently, gripping Lin Tian's garment with all his might. Lin Tian then cast a deep gaze at Qin Ling, who was receiving the inheritance. Such a perfect legacy. Slipping into the hands of another, what a pity. Lin Tian murmured, channeling boundless power to lift both of them and soar beyond the blood sea. What shall we do now? After emerging from the blood sea, Wang Sheng inquired. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. We must leave the secret realm. Wang Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Leave the secret realm? How do we depart? The opening and closing of the secret realm are bound by exact timings. Until the designated time arrives, they cannot possibly escape. Could it be that Lin Tian intends to traverse the entire blood demon forbidden land with him? Lin Tian glanced back at Qin Ling, who was merging with the great Tao, and resolutely made his decision. There was no time to waste. If they did not depart from the secret realm soon, the last vestige of Wang Sheng's beast-controlling authority would be completely depleted. With his formidable strength, he lifted Wang Sheng's body and surged toward the edge of the secret realm. All present gazed at Lin Tian in astonishment. What could he possibly be planning? Did he truly wish to escape the secret realm? Between the secret realm and the forbidden land lay an intangible barrier. Was he indulging in fanciful thoughts? The cultivators of the Dragon Clan and the monks of Jinshan Temple were awestruck. Yet in the next moment, Lin Tian descended from above, wielding his palm like a blade. Countless sharp edges erupted forth, seemingly tearing a rift in the very heavens. Roar! Howl! The echoes of ancient roars reverberated throughout the secret realm. Giants with a single eye, monstrous beings with numerous tentacles, and bizarre creatures with human heads and horse bodies, devoid of intellect, surged from the forbidden land into the secret realm. Lin Tian cast a glance back at the crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips. Esteemed guests, may our paths cross again. Chapter 86. The death of Wang Sheng. As Lin Tian's voice faded, a multitude of mindless beings surged forth from the fissure. A strange black mist swept through the air, swirling with dust, rushing towards the crowd. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators from the Long family and Jingshan Temple felt a chilling tremor in their hearts. The barrier of the secret realm was truly shattered by him? With the spread of the eerie black mist, a chilling aura that pierced the soul quietly emerged. They gazed upon those beings, alien to this era, their scalps prickling with fear. Lin Tian, you scoundrel, how could you breach the barrier of the secret realm? Many terrified cultivators hurled curses at Lin Tian. He merely smiled, unfazed by their outbursts. Instead, he harnessed immense power to lift Wang Sheng and entered the vast chasm. Time was slipping away. The beast-controlling authority within Wang Sheng was continuously depleting. Only by exiting this forbidden land and departing from that immortal's legacy domain could he alleviate this effect. Lin Tian took a deep breath, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Those beings from the previous epoch, although deceased and devoid of reason, still possessed terrifying strength. A moment's negligence could lead to their demise. Once he steadied his mind, Lin Tian grasped Wang Sheng's collar and began to fly close to the ground. His speed was astonishing, yet it created not a single sound. Such ability was beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Wang Sheng looked at Lin Tian in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. His understanding of this brother was still far too limited. Surely, Lin Tian could not be this formidable. All of this was due to the ancient, residual soul within him. However, maintaining such speed without causing a disturbance was incredibly taxing. Even the ancient soul required all its energy. This left no time for it to merge with Lin Tian's body. Once they exited the forbidden land, I shall completely integrate with this body. The ancient soul mused silently. Lin Tian had long anticipated the ancient soul's scheme. Would he not have a contingency plan? Roars from various bizarre beings resounded throughout the forbidden land. The ancient soul held onto Wang Sheng's collar, narrowly evading encounters with the strange creatures. Wang Sheng's heart raced as if it were a drum. It was perilously thrilling. A slight misstep could see them crushed into flesh and blood by those eerie beings. For the first time, Wang Sheng experienced what it meant for days to feel like years, just as he struggled to calm his emotions. A sharp pain suddenly surged from the depths of his soul. Ah! Caught off guard, he could not suppress a piercing scream that echoed through the air. Dozens of bizarre beings were startled, turning their gaze towards the two. The ancient soul's mood plummeted to the depths of despair. It glared coldly at Wang Sheng. This useless fool, whose failures far outweighed his successes, made it wish to rend him to pieces. Wang Sheng, aware of his misdeeds, covered his mouth. His eyes filled with remorse. The elderly remnant soul took a deep breath and averted its gaze. Now was not the time to teach Wang Sheng a lesson. It summoned boundless power, transforming into a bolt of lightning that surged toward several strange beings. Boom! 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 The sound echoed as if a meteor had struck, and numerous bizarre creatures were instantly obliterated into crimson mist. However, this tremendous commotion also attracted more eerie entities. If he could not swiftly depart from this forbidden zone, he would likely be completely overwhelmed by these strange beings. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The elderly remnant soul roared frantically within. Lin Tian's current realm was merely the foundation establishment stage. He could not unleash any significant power. What he consumed was the soul energy he had painstakingly accumulated over countless years. Watching his soul energy dwindle rapidly, the elderly remnant's soul felt on the verge of madness. After leaving this forbidden area, he feared he would directly lapse into slumber. This cursed Wang Sheng. Approximately half an hour later, the elderly remnant soul grasped Wang Sheng's collar and finally exited the confines of the forbidden zone. The entire world seemed to fall silent in an instant. Even the air felt remarkably fresher. Wang Sheng breathed deeply, his eyes betraying uncontainable joy. Meanwhile, the elderly remnant's soul found itself utterly weakened. It could no longer even merge with Lin Tian's body. It swiftly withdrew its soul energy, relinquishing control of the body back to Lin Tian. Master, what has happened to you? Lin Tian asked anxiously within his consciousness. The elderly remnant's soul's gaze darkened. To escape the forbidden zone, I expended a considerable amount of soul energy. It won't be long before I succumb to slumber. However, do not entertain the thought of erasing my soul. If you do, we shall both perish, Lin Tian solemnly communicated. Once a master, forever a father. How could I commit such an atrocious act? After receiving Lin Tian's assurance, the elderly remnant soul felt a slight relief and continued. You must swiftly seek treasures that nourish the soul, allowing me to recover sooner. Without my assistance, you will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the cultivation world. Furthermore, you have lost the opportunity to obtain the Beast Master inheritance. While these minor beast-taming powers may enhance your combat ability, they will not do so significantly. You must promptly acquire another inheritance. Within the Fallen Dragon Valley lies the inheritance of the Path of Demons. Yet without the aid of the underworld forbidden divine record, it is easy to be engulfed by boundless karma, thereby attracting heavenly retribution. This is not an option. However, the ghostly Abyss Mountain may be worth exploring. It harbors the inheritance of the path of good and evil. You need only sever emotions, eradicate sentiments, and through slaughter, you may effortlessly comprehend the path of evil. Yet, before grasping the path of evil, you must. The elderly remnant soul's words trailed off as it fell into slumber. Lin Tian furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. Severing emotions is it. At that moment, a raspy voice suddenly echoed from Wang Sheng. Lin Tian, what should we do next? How can I seize that beast mastery inheritance? Lin Tian lowered his gaze, his expression indifferent as he regarded Wang Sheng. You, of all people, wish to acquire the beast mastery inheritance? Wang Sheng faltered, a tremor coursing through his facial muscles as he looked at Lin Tian, bewildered. What do you mean? Lin Tian remained silent, merely snapping his fingers. In the next moment, a familiar, excruciating pain surged from the depths of Wang Sheng's soul, instantaneously engulfing his entire being. Threads of beast mastery authority were being refined and stripped away. Cough! Wang Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Ha ha! So, You only desire my beast mastery authority. As he spoke, he wearily lifted his gaze. This time, I admit defeat. However, why did you commence the stripping within the forbidden zone? This was a perplexity Wang Sheng could not comprehend. Yet, Lin Tian offered no explanation, simply stating, once we reach below, you may ponder it at your leisure. Subsequently, the forces of refinement and deprivation began to accelerate. Strands of beast mastery authority, akin to ethereal serpents, surged into Lin Tian's body. And at that moment, Wang Sheng's life reached its conclusion. Chapter 87. Lin Tian, I still have family. As the final surge of power coursed through Lin Tian's body, the entire region succumbed to an absolute silence. Wang Sheng's lifelong pursuit ultimately transformed into the attire of another. A gentle breeze swept in, stirring the strands of hair on Lin Tian's forehead. He remained silent for an extended period, his thoughts filled with the remnants of severed emotions and desolation. At a certain moment, he slowly lifted his gaze towards the direction of Qin town. It had been a long time since he had departed. It was time to return. Lin Tian murmured softly, and then, facing the gentle wind, he strode away from that place. As for Wang Sheng, no one in this world would care for him. Approximately 3 hours later, a waning moon hung high in the sky, casting its cold light upon Qin town. A solitary figure, bearing a heavy sword, walked confidently down the street. Before long, he wandered dazedly into a residence. Brother Xiao Tian, you've finally returned. A voice as melodious as a lark rang out. Lin Tian lowered his gaze to see a chubby little girl with open arms joyfully rushing towards him. He gently ruffled her hair, a smile gracing his lips. I'm back. At that moment, a couple emerged slowly under the glow of the stars. It's good to have you back. Xiao Tian, I know that this little Qin town cannot confine you, but if you have the time, do come back to visit often. The couple speaking were Lin Tian's parents. Due to Lin Tian's display of strength and talent, their status within the Lin family had risen considerably. At this time, other members of the Lin family were also stirred. Several elders, including the clan leader, stepped forward. Lin Tian, you have been gone for nearly half a month. We were all quite worried. The outside world is not like our Qin town. Even among the 4 great families here, there are certain protocols to follow. But those vile scoundrels beyond the town have no such scruples. Lin Tian, you must be exhausted from your travels. Take a few days to rest. And for any trivial matters, leave them to us. In an instant, the entire Lin family buzzed with activity. Lin Tian slowly closed his eyes, disregarding the chatter of his relatives, including his parents. Instead, he focused on the little girl who clung to his leg, softly saying, Sister, I have encountered a problem in my cultivation. Would you be willing to lend me a hand? The little girl was filled with questions. She had not yet begun her own cultivation. What assistance could she possibly offer her brother? However, since her brother had asked, she would help with anything. Brother Xiao Tian, whatever you need, just tell me, she proclaimed, thumping her chest confidently. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian gradually straightened his posture, exhaling a deep breath as if steeling himself for a momentous decision. He painfully closed his eyes and then, with his finger splayed, grasped the little girl's head. Veins bulged on his forehead as an overwhelming force erupted forth. Bang! The sound, akin to a watermelon bursting, reverberated instantaneously. Blood mingled with brain matter splattered forth. In this chilly night, the scene appeared particularly striking. The entire mansion fell into an eerie silence at that moment. Countless individuals gazed in disbelief at this spectacle. After a brief pause, the Lin family erupted in chaos. Lin Tian, have you lost your mind? That was your own sister, a madman. You were a lunatic? How could our Lin family produce such a beast as you? Listening to the frenzied curses of his kin, Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged. He strode towards his parents. At that moment, they were still in a daze, staring at the headless small corpse, tears welling in their eyes, unable to regain their composure. It was only when Lin Tian's silhouette obscured their view that they finally lifted their gaze towards him. Little Tian, why? His mother asked with a trembling voice. To become stronger, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Lin Tian's voice was as calm as ever, devoid of any emotion. He slowly drew the heavy sword from his back and swung it horizontally. A flash of cold light instantaneously sliced through the necks of the couple. A spray of crimson erupted forth. Thud, thud. Two heads rolled heavily to the ground. A faint metallic scent mingled with warmth, spreading throughout the Lin residence. In that moment, his direct bloodline was utterly extinguished. Insanity. Complete madness. Lin Tian had descended into the path of darkness. Such a person does not deserve to live among us. Join me in vanquishing this beast. It was unclear who uttered the final words, but all present turned their fierce gazes towards Lin Tian. The clan leader was particularly heartbroken. This was their Lin family's most formidable genius in history. Had he grown normally, the Lin family would have undoubtedly become a preeminent clan in the entire Great Chu dynasty. Yet, he had strayed. All their hopes in that moment were transformed into fleeting illusions. Lin Tian, you have disappointed us greatly. As the clan leader's voice fell, everyone present began to channel their spiritual energy. Lin Tian observed this scene with indifference, gently raising his arm. The next moment, howls of wolves echoed. A multitude of swift magical wolves surged into the Lin family mansion. Their brutal and fierce aura soared to the heavens. Each of these swift magical wolves possessed combat prowess equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of Qi refining. The leading wolf even reached the Foundation establishment realm. The onlookers felt their hearts tremble at the sight. Lin Tian cast a glance at the leading magical wolf and simply uttered, "Leave none alive." Upon hearing this, the leading magical wolf opened its mouth, revealing teeth that glimmered with a chilling light, its eyes filled with ferocity. It beckoned a horde of magical wolves, encircling the crowd. The stench of drool dripped ominously. Fear spread relentlessly. The wolf pack. You have actually allied with the wolves? Lin Tian, you beast. Numerous descendants of the Lin family were presently hurling insults at Lin Tian. Lin Tian turned his back, remaining silent, and strode towards the door. At that very moment, as he turned away, the pack of demonic wolves launched their assault. They surged forth like arrows released from a bow, charging into the crowd. The cacophony of tearing flesh, the clash of battle, and the anguished screams intertwined into a single, horrifying symphony. A torrent of hot blood splattered against Lin Tian's back. Yet, he did not glance back. Regardless of the ferocity of the conflict behind him, he did not halt his progress. He stepped out of the Lin family estate. The evening breeze wafted gently, carrying a chill that seemed to seep into his very bones. He softly closed his eyes. In regard to the path of malevolence, he finally gained a profound understanding. Chapter 88. The inheritance is obtained, the revenge begins. At that very moment, within the blood demon's secret realm, the incomprehensible great path finally dissipated. The black power, writhing like tentacles, surged entirely into Qin Ling's body. The beast master inheritance had finally completed its fusion. The tumultuous sea of blood quieted at this moment. The fierce gale that swept through the sand and stones also vanished in an instant. Only the mindless beings that had entered the secret realm continued their incessant howls. The Long family, the Qi family, and the monks of Jinshan Temple stood in stunned silence, witnessing this scene. This time they had lost. Utterly and completely, an inexorable chill enveloped them. As Qin Ling slowly opened her eyes, the entire secret realm dimmed in response. In the next moment, a resonant hum echoed. The invisible barrier protecting the secret realm completely vanished. The forbidden land and the secret realm merged into one. A strange, deathly silence instantaneously spread throughout the area. More mindless beings surged into this land. Among the crowd, Su Ming's smile abruptly faltered as he gaped at the scene before him. What is happening? That invisible barrier was their greatest shield. How could it just disappear so suddenly? Beside Su Ming, Qin Yun slightly squinted her eyes, recalling all that Mr. Qin had once prophesied to her, and calmly stated, "Do not worry. Now that the Beast Master Path has found its inheritor, the Blood Demon's secret realm no longer holds any necessity for existence." The dissolution of the invisible barrier was only a matter of time. Su Meng turned to see the throngs of mindless beings flooding into the secret realm. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. But we are still in the secret realm. Surrounded by so many eerie beings, we are likely to meet our end here. Qin Yan shook her head. Do not overthink it. Now that Qin Ling has acquired the Beast Master inheritance, even if she cannot control those bizarre beings, she can still ensure our safety. Upon hearing this, Su Meng exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. That is good. The elder looked at Su Meng with disdain. Look at you, trembling in fear. Have these mere bizarre beings frightened you? Where is the courage you displayed in battling the demon beasts gone? Su Meng sheepishly scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed. At that moment, beside Qin Yun, the royal figure Feng Wujin seemed to have realized something, his brow furrowing deeply, his expression turning grave. Miss Qin Yun, will the barrier between the blood demon Forbidden Land and the outside world also dissipate as a result? Qin Yun nodded. The secret realm and the Forbidden Land are one and the same. Since the secret realm no longer needs to exist, the Forbidden Land will naturally cease to exist as well. Boom! Qin Yun's words struck Feng Wujin like a thunderclap, reverberating violently in his mind. The disappearance of the barrier between the blood demon Forbidden Land and the outside world meant that countless bizarre beings would flood into the Great Chu dynasty. This was infinitely more terrifying than any beast tide. At that time, the entire Great Chu dynasty would likely face the peril of being overturned. Miss Qin Yun, we must leave at once, Feng Wujin stated solemnly. Qin Yun, initially perplexed, suddenly grasped the situation upon recalling Feng Wujin's identity. Very well. Should the Great Chu dynasty face calamity, I implore the Qin family to lend their assistance. This was only fitting, replied the Grand Elder. Having obtained the answer he sought, Feng Wujia no longer hesitated, beckoning the royal members to stride boldly towards the forbidden grounds. At that moment, an indescribable force gradually lifted Qin Ling's form. With each step he took, ethereal images of countless white bones materialized beneath his feet. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, while his purple ceremonial robe billowed dramatically. Beneath the mask painted with demon blood lay a visage radiating extreme hatred and madness. This was a presence unfitting for a mere foundation-building cultivator. It would not be surprising if even Golden Core experts felt somewhat overshadowed by him. Members of the Long family, the Qi family, and the monks of Jingshan Temple swallowed hard, their hearts pounding as they beheld the scene. After a prolonged silence, the foremost cultivator of the Long family gritted his teeth and stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Qin Ling. Congratulations, young friend Qin Ling, on acquiring the Beast Master inheritance. Our Long family is willing to present 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 7 mid-grade yellow tier weapons as a token of our congratulations. Should you have any other requests, our Long family will gladly fulfill them. Defeated ones should adopt the demeanor of the vanquished. The victors and the vanquished have always existed thus. However, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only perpetual interests. As long as sufficient benefits are offered, enemies can indeed become allies. Thus pondered the leading cultivator of the Long family. Yet Qin Ling merely cast a disdainful glance at the cultivator. What does your Long family represent? To extend congratulations to me? Do you believe you are worthy? The face of the leading Long family cultivator instantly flushed crimson. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Clenching his fists, he yearned to utter something more. At that moment, Qin Ling had already taken to the air, confronting Qi Zhen directly. Qi Zhen, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Please, don't kill me. It was Lin Tian. Lin Tian compelled me to utter those words. It was Lin Tian who urged me to disturb your peace of mind. Qin Ling seized Qi Zhen by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. His voice was as frigid as a frozen lake. Do you know why I have fought tooth and nail for this Beastmaster inheritance? Because of hatred. My current achievements are all thanks to you. At that moment, several members of the Qi family encircled Qin Ling, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Release the young master. Should you harm him, the Qi family will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. Let him go, and we can pretend this never happened. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling scolded, do you still fail to understand the situation? Does the insignificant Qi family dare to threaten me? As he spoke, a terrifying surge of energy erupted forth, shattering the skeletal staircase into fragments. The ocean of blood began to boil. Bones and blood fused, transforming into bizarre entities that surged towards Qin Ling. At a mere thought from Qin Ling, these strange beings commenced their slaughter. Clang! Bang! The sounds of clashing bones and flesh being severed resonated. Blossoms of blood erupted in this confined space. Many of the red-clad tribesmen, caught off guard, found themselves decapitated before they could react. Meanwhile, Qin Ling stood motionless, with only his purple robe billowing in the fierce wind. At one moment, a red-clad cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement collapsed before Qin Ling. Qin Ling tossed a recording stone. Make sure to capture this well. The fallen red-clad cultivator, bewildered, complied, and hurriedly activated the recording stone. At that instant, Qin Ling finally grinned, revealing a maniacal smile. Memories of his mother being pecked by crows, his sister devoured by wild dogs, and his father, who had borne countless hidden wounds while fleeing with him, flooded his mind. He gazed at the red vulture held in his hand and murmured, "I wonder if your tongue remains as venomous without it." The red vulture was taken aback. What did he mean? In the next moment, Qin Ling directly dislocated its jaw, forcibly tearing its tongue away. Bang! The sound of the break echoed, and scalding blood gushed forth. Chapter 89. The Unrestrained Qin Ling. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the heavens. The red-cloaked cultivator, who was recording the scene with a reflective stone, was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, his body weakened. From the mouth of a fellow cultivator, an entire tongue had been forcefully severed. This was nothing short of demonic. Qin Ling slightly tilted his head, casting a detached gaze at the red-cloaked cultivator holding the reflective stone. Capture everything accurately. I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents to occur. Those calm words felt like a chilling abyss, instantly freezing the red-cloaked cultivator to his core. He nodded fervently, gripping the reflective stone tightly, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. In the distance, the Grand Elder, Immo Xiao, Su Ming, and others watched this scene with hearts racing. Qin Ling's actions were far too brutal. This was entirely different from the Qin Ling they had known. Had he perhaps fallen into madness? They could not allow him to continue down this path of indulgence. The Grand Elder murmured, preparing to rush forward to awaken Qin Ling. However, Qin Yun extended her hand to stop him, recalling all the prophecies that Qin Ling had previously shared with her, and spoke heavily. He has not succumbed to madness. Perhaps this version of him is his true self. Let him vent. After all, that red vulture deserved to die. Qin Ling's life had been marked by tragedy. In his youth, he faced insurmountable challenges. Just as he began to shine, he encountered an unbeatable adversary. As a result, his mother and sister met tragic ends. Yet he could only cower like a coward, hiding from the world. Indifferent, taciturn, and reserved, such was not his nature. It was the consequence of a vengeance that seemed hopeless. Beneath that extreme calm lay a reservoir of suppressed anger and madness. Now, having finally acquired the power he had long desired, why should he continue to stifle those emotions? In the midst of chaos, Qin Ling withdrew his gaze and released his grip from the red vulture's neck. The creature's body crumpled to the ground like a ragged sack. An overwhelming chill enveloped the red vulture. The agony of having his tongue severed lingered like a nightmare in his mind. Yet compared to life and death, that pain was trivial. He immediately knelt before Qin Ling, fervently banging his head against the ground. Bang! 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 The sound of his forehead colliding with the earth grew louder. In mere moments, the red vulture's forehead was a bloody mess. Qin Ling, spare me, grant me a path to survival. The red vulture, now tongueless, struggled to control his voice with spiritual energy, but it came out as a muddled whisper. A torrent of blood flowed from his mouth, staining him a crimson figure. Qin Ling lowered his gaze upon him, a cold smirk forming. Now you seek a way out? It is too late. The red vulture trembled in fear, raising his hands to his own face, desperately slapping himself. Slap! Slap! Slap. I was wrong. I am no human. I should not have inflicted such pain upon you. Spare me, just this once. At this moment, Qi Zhan found himself in an utterly abject state. However, the anger that Qin Ling had suppressed for so many years could not be quelled so easily. He shook his head. You have struck too harshly. Do not bring about your own demise. For the sake of your safety, I shall lend you a hand. As he spoke, Qin Ling lifted his foot and placed it squarely upon Qi Zhan's arm. With a forceful press of his toes, an agonizing wave of pain engulfed Qi Zhan's entire being. The sound of bones shattering echoed ominously. Qin Ling's foot had reduced Qi Zhan's arm to a mere pulp. Ah! Qi Zhan howled in torment once more. Yet, Qin Ling's relentless actions did not cease. He then directed his foot towards Qi Zhan's other arm. After crushing the arm, he proceeded to obliterate both of Qi Zhan's thighs into a similar state of ruin. The unbearable agony caused him to faint multiple times, only to awaken again in excruciating pain. Time became an indistinct blur. His limbs had entirely severed from his body. Clearly, he had become a grotesque semblance of a human. Qin Ling smiled faintly. Now you need not worry that you have harmed yourself too severely. For most, this might be a fate worse than death. Yet, Qi Zhan's fear of death surpasses that of ordinary men. He dared not counter any of Qin Ling's words, merely nodding fervently. You are right, esteemed Qin Ling. I simply cannot control myself. Thank you for your assistance. Kitsan uttird in utmost humility. He then rubbed his head against the ground, inching closer to Qin Ling, displaying a smile more pitiful than tears. Esteemed Qin Ling, now can you grant me a path to survival? Observing this, Qin Ling swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending him sprawling. Your smile is utterly repulsive. Devoid of hands, feet, and tongue, Qi Zhan struggled to crawl closer. You are right, esteemed Qin Ling. I shall cease my smiling. I implore you, grant me a chance at life. Not far away, a disciple of the Qi family, utilizing a recording stone, watched in horror. His fear had dissipated significantly, replaced by an overwhelming rage. He could scarcely fathom that his young master had sunk to such depths of degradation. Even without his tongue and limbs, he still sought to appease Qin Ling. This was akin to dragging the entire Qi family's reputation through the mud. Young master, do not plead with him. Death is preferable. The disciple gritted his teeth, preparing to assist Qi Zhan. Yet, Qi Zhan displayed no gratitude, spitting a mouthful of blood at the Qi disciple. Before continuing his crawl towards Qin Ling, esteemed Qin Ling, if you eliminate this Qi disciple, we can put our grievances behind us, can we not? Buzz. The Qi disciple, clutching the recording stone, felt a buzzing in his mind. Can a person truly be reduced to such a level of humility? Is this still the young master of the Qi family? He would have been better off dead than to endure such humiliation compared to the young master prior to the beast tide. He took a deep breath, summoned all the courage of his life, clenched his fists, and charged towards Qin Ling. Yet, how could a mere Qi refinement realm cultivator possibly stand a chance against her? His full force strike failed to even graze the hem of her garment, as he was effortlessly sent flying by a surge of energy. A bitter smile adorned his face, his eyes now devoid of their former brilliance. At that moment, Qin Ling gracefully approached him and declared, I shall not take your life. Return with your recording stone. I want the members of the Qi family to truly experience the torment of witnessing their loved ones suffer to death. Chapter 90. The Enraged Patriarch of the Qi Family. The Qi clan cultivator, clutching the recording stone, lifted his gaze and fixed his stare intently upon Qin Ling. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled a heavy breath and departed without uttering a word, racing toward the boundary of the forbidden land. Not a single beast or strange being dared to obstruct his path. He understood that with his meager strength, he stood no chance against Qin Ling. Only by returning to the Qi family and seeking the patriarch could he hope to gain the power to defeat, or even slay, Qin Ling. Observing the Qi clansmen depart from the forbidden land almost unscathed, Qi Zhan's face was filled with astonishment. Hero Qin Ling, if you can spare him, could you perhaps also grant me mercy? With a cold laugh, Qin Ling replied, Rest assured, I shall not allow you to meet an easy end. As Qin Ling's voice echoed, A surge of vast vitality flowed into Qi Zhan's body, replenishing his drained energy and preventing him from succumbing to blood loss. Meanwhile, the Qi clansman, still grasping the recording stone, hurried back to the Qi family without a moment's pause. He dared not linger. Along the way, whenever he encountered someone stronger, he would swiftly take a detour. If he faced someone weaker, he would dispatch them without hesitation, leaving no room for delay. He had compressed time to its utmost limit. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Qi family, the patriarch and several elders were engaged in light-hearted banter. The beast tide had finally subsided. Had it persisted any longer, the Qi family would have suffered grievous losses. Enough of such disheartening talk. Are we not well? By the way, it seems that Qi Zhan has entered the blood demon secret realm. I wonder if he has encountered any danger. With so many guardians by his side and the title of our family's young master, who would dare to provoke him? However, it was noted that 5 years prior, there had been an impressive young lad. If he could have become Qi Zhan's protector, it stands to reason that Qi Zhan's achievements would have soared even higher by now. As these words were spoken, the grand hall fell into a brief silence. The events of 5 years ago were still fresh in their minds. That youth possessed extraordinary talent. It was unlikely that one could find many of his caliber throughout the north. Yet, he was far too arrogant, unwilling to submit. In a fit of rage, they had, in front of the youth, tortured his mother and sister to death. The only regret was that they had allowed the boy to escape. The Qi patriarch scoffed. Just a deluded waste. Even had we kept him, he would have posed no benefit to Qi Zhan. Indeed, an elder echoed, in this world, there are countless self-proclaimed geniuses, yet how many truly grow? Wishing to become strong without a solid foundation is nothing but a fool's dream. At that moment, a gaunt elder furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. We have not seen the boy's corpse. Could he still be alive? A living genius. A hidden one lurking in the shadows, harboring immense animosity towards them, is no trifling matter. Upon hearing this, the patriarch scoffed. You underestimate the ghostly Abyss Mountain far too much. As one of the 3 forbidden grounds of the Great Chu dynasty, it harbors countless dangers. Even a formidable Golden Core practitioner risks death by recklessly entering, let alone that mere boy of the Qi refinement stage. He has likely long since turned to dust. Do not always seek to elevate others while diminishing your own stature. Even if that boy is still alive, he cannot stir any significant waves. As the patriarch and the elders fervently debated, a Qi refinement clansman suddenly burst in, exclaiming, Patriarch, the soul tablets of those who entered the blood demon secret realm are shattering en masse. In just a quarter of an hour, over 20 have broken. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap reverberated in the minds of the patriarch and the elders. What? The patriarch immediately rose, his aura slightly chaotic as he addressed the Qi refinement clansman. Is there an issue with the soul tablet of the young Master Qi Zhan? He had only 2 sons. The first had mysteriously perished before the beast tide, with a murderer still at large. This last remaining son must not face any misfortune. If anything were to happen, he would be left without heirs. The soul tablet of young Master Qi Zhan has not shown any issues. Upon hearing this, the patriarch exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. No issues, that is good, very good. Though the deaths of other clansmen pained him, their lives were insignificant compared to that of Qi Zhan. As long as Qi Zhan was alive, any losses were bearable. Just as the patriarch began to relax, another clansman strode into the grand hall. Unlike the previous one, this individual was covered in blood, his aura exceptionally disordered. The patriarch's heart tightened. What? Where have you returned from? The blood-soaked clansman bowed deeply to the patriarch and replied, Patriarch, I have emerged from the blood demon's secret realm. The patriarch was bewildered. Wasn't the blood demon's secret realm supposed to remain closed for some time? Before he could ponder this question further, the bloodied clansman knelt, raising a recording stone high above his head. I implore the patriarch and esteemed elders to take action and eliminate Qin Lu. The name Qin Lu seemed familiar to the patriarch and the others, yet they could not recall where they had heard it, their eyes filled with skepticism. Furthermore, what audacity did this mere Qi refinement clansman possess to demand their collective intervention? The patriarch was about to dismiss him when, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt compelled to refrain. He accepted the recording stone from the clansman, intending to examine its contents first before deciding on the next course of action. As a pure spiritual force surged into the recording stone, a vivid scene coalesced before the eyes of the onlookers. "The Crimson Jun?" the clan leader exclaimed, an ominous foreboding rising within him. Before long, a man clad in a purple theatrical robe appeared, gripping the neck of the Crimson Jun with one hand, while with the other, he forcefully dislocated its jaw and brutally extracted its entire tongue. The bright crimson blood gushed forth, instantly transforming the Crimson Jun into a grotesque figure drenched in red. Yet, the torment did not cease there. Despite the most abject pleas from the Crimson Jun, the man in the purple robe proceeded to shatter its limbs, rendering it to writhe like a maggot. The clan leader watched this horrific spectacle, his fists clenched tightly, the nails piercing into his flesh, crimson droplets seeping through his fingers. An overwhelming fury surged within him, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Ah, how dare this beast, my Jun,